Chapter 1. Seated on the sidelines, Kardashian must max out her attributes. Oh dear, Kid has just plopped down on the floor without any physical confrontation whatsoever. Well, this is going to be tough. They're already trailing. Shumpert can't play. Felton is injured. And now, the only viable option, Kid, is out as well. This is truly going to wear out Little Mello. 79-91 in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. In a parallel universe, during the 2-0-1-2-1-3 regular season, the New York Knicks are hosting the Chicago Bulls at home. Currently, the Knicks are down by 12 points, prompting head coach Mike Woodson to immediately call a timeout. Jean, you're going in shortly. At this moment, all eyes are drawn to a young player from Huaxia on the sidelines. His name is Zhang Yang, a time traveler. At 20 years old, hailing from the University of Connecticut, he shares alma mater with Ray Allen and Rudy Gay. Drafted by the Knicks as the 37th pick in the second round this year, standing at 6'3", 191 centimeters, he possesses average playmaking and shooting abilities, having participated in 23 games this season with scant opportunities to shine. Though his talent may be unremarkable, a week ago he awakened a system known as Furious Basketball, which not only allows him to earn points through sign-ins and games, but also enables him to redeem corresponding rewards in the system's shop. From Hakeem Olajuwon's footwork to Gary Payton's defensive prowess, the system offers an array of options. It even allows for direct interaction with female fans, instantly boosting his favorability to the highest levels. Pure bliss indeed. Had it not been for the absence of the starting guards Jason Kidd and Felton, he would have had no chance to play. Even Shumpert could take a turn as a point guard, but alas, he too is seated in a well-tailored suit on the sidelines. Woodson grasped Zhang Yang's shirt tightly. I have one request for you. After crossing half court, find a way to deliver the ball to either Carmelo or Amari swiftly. When on defense, make sure to keep up with Nate and Kirk on the opposing side. Particularly Kirk Hinrich, you must chase him out when he sets screens with Luol Deng. Just before stepping onto the court, Woodson, still not at ease, continued to reiterate his instructions by the opposing player's ears, only stopping when the referee blew the whistle multiple times. However, as Zhang Yang donned the number 30 jersey and entered the game, boos erupted from the crowd. He lightly shook his arms, and a clear electric bell rang in his mind. Host, Zhang Yang. Position, point guard. Height, 6 feet 3 inches, 191 centimeters. Weight, 187 pounds, 85 kilograms. Shooting, 76. Playmaking, 83. Driving, 86. Defense, 83. Standing vertical, 83 centimeters. Running vertical, 99 centimeters. For reference, Derrick Rose's numbers are 88 centimeters and 102 centimeters. Wingspan, 207 centimeters. This is unparalleled for his position, with Rose and Westbrook at 203 centimeters. What the heck? Why is my shooting only 76? A warm current surged through his body as Zhang Yang approached the dejected Conley for a high five, quickly striding toward the baseline. Task for this game: after scoring, complete an interaction with a female fan on the sidelines. This system is somewhat frivolous. Shouldn't it require a certain number of assists or points instead? Detected a package drop. Would you like to open it? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Gary Payton's defensive skill package, currently at a similarity of 73. Full loading requires 6,900 points. 6,900 points to load Payton's skill package? Zhang Yang quickly scanned the surroundings for easier comparison. He activated a similar skill package. Zerbiak's defensive package, 1,600 points. Chris Paul's defensive package, 6,100 points. And his teammate J.R. Smith's defensive package only costs 900 points. It seems Payton's defense truly lives up to its reputation. The offers in this shop are indeed quite reasonable. Zerbiak, as a white shooter, has defense as his Achilles heel, otherwise the Timberwolves wouldn't have traded him to the Cavaliers. Chris Paul, consistently making the all-defensive first team, at 6,100 points, is only slightly less than Payton, which is also quite reasonable. As for the erratic J.R. Smith, his defense appears more akin to gambling, relying entirely on mood. Of course, there are ancient defensive cards available, but one must accumulate a certain number of points to unlock them. For instance, the card for North Carolina's Little Egg and Chief Parish are currently blacked out. Quickly complete tasks to earn points. What seems like an eternity is merely a fleeting moment to others. By the time Zhang Yang completed the loading, he had already advanced the ball past half court. Pass it here, give it here. An opportunity has opened up for Carmelo over there. How did this guy get on the court? Can he keep up with Nate on the other side? No way. Perhaps it's best to leave early. The parking lot will be a mess again soon. The fans were clearly disheartened. Amare didn't even pass when he was near the free throw line. What a pig. The crowd began to voice their discontent. Meanwhile, in the studio of China Central Television's Channel 5, Zhang Weiping was engaged in a lively discussion with Su Jiqing. Well, I told you this game would be tough. Just look at that move by Stoudemire in the first 3 quarters. He's clearly holding back, afraid to exert himself. His knee is still an issue. Indeed, even if Little Mello is exceptional, two fists can hardly compete with four hands. The opposing team has been the Eastern Conference's top seed for 2 consecutive years, led by Thibodeau's Chicago Bulls. Although they have lost their main player Rose this season, they remain formidable. The Knicks have only managed to score 79 points with their potent offensive firepower as the fourth quarter approaches. Su Jiqing responded aptly. Even though we are all from Huaxia, and Little Zhang is a rookie, in reality, he cannot compare to the opponents. Nate Robinson possesses strength and speed. Kirk Hinrich has exceptional court vision and shooting ability, capable of penetrating the Knicks' defense through screens with Luol Deng or Boozer. Just as these words left his lips, Madison Square Garden erupted into a frenzy, nearly shaking the roof off. Wow, what just happened? Did you see that? No, this guy just crossed half court without making a single pass. And Carmelo in the right corner was completely ignored. Zhang Yang had, after faking a screen with Tyson Chandler, briskly slipped past Hinrich to charge into the paint and score with a layup, 81-91. The gap is now within 10 points. This play was so swift that the cameras barely caught up. After scoring, Zhang Yang quickly extended his right hand in a circle towards the direction of Khloe Kardashian on the sidelines, while his left index finger interlaced vigorously, repeating the motion multiple times. This small gesture was captured perfectly by the sideline cameraman, and tonight he could add a leg of chicken to his dinner. Let me handle this little guy, you keep an eye on JR. Nate Robinson passed the ball to Hinrich, while signaling him with a glance the latter understood and swiftly moved past half-court, halting just outside the three-point line. The diminutive Nate Robinson, using the big man screen, circled around to receive the ball, facing a proactive Brewer who approached to set a screen, yet he merely waved his hand, indicating for him to clear out. He was intent on targeting Zhang Yang directly. Ladies and gentlemen, can Zhang Yang defend against the explosive Nate Robinson? The latter has already scored 27 points on 11 of 17 shooting tonight, particularly scorching from beyond the arc at 4 of 6. His shooting touch is on fire. Step up, for heaven's sake, step up. Don't give him such space. Coach Woodson shouted urgently toward Zhang Yang. After all, the little potato can score, and such space is unacceptable. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unfazed, simply extending his arm, waiting for the opponent to approach. The little potato glanced at his opponent and then directly sidled in. It was about to get physical. Chapter 2. Referee, he's pulling me, he's pulling me. Bang, bang. The front row spectators could even feel the sound of muscle colliding, while the Bulls players intentionally created space for the little potato to go onion on. Hey guys, come on, let's make a bet. Let's see if Nate can get past this Huaxia kid. Sure, I bet he can get past him in 1 step. How about 2 beers? Him in 2, I bet he'll not only get past, but will also dunk on him. The audience in the stands began to stir, and although it was a home game, they were eager for the spectacle. After all, the little potato's muscular physique was on full display, and he was now gritting his teeth, pushing his way in. Zhang Yang's long arms remained draped in front of his opponent. No matter how the latter turned, he wouldn't leap, just staying close. Coach Zhang, this defense is quite clever. It's all about staying close, not allowing him to exert force, akin to striking against Cotton, playing with his mindset. As the situation unfolded, the diminutive player, affectionately dubbed Little Potato, maneuvered sideways to regain control of the ball after a failed attempt to penetrate. He deftly repositioned himself at the high post, seizing the opportunity to launch yet another assault on Zhang Yang's front foot. With a swift step of his left foot, he feigned acceleration to the left while simultaneously dribbling the ball to the right. After executing an exaggerated change of direction, he glided seamlessly to the right side. He was through. He had created a half-step advantage. Zhang Yang pursued from behind, refraining from jumping hastily, employing the same tactic as before the stick. Little Potato leaned into him, summoning all his strength for a direct leap. Was he going for a dunk? Soaring through the air, Little Potato let out a primal roar as he ascended towards the hoop. Alas, he was thwarted despite his defensive efforts. He simply couldn't catch up. The Knicks bench even began to shield their eyes in disbelief. But wait, it wasn't over yet. With a resounding smack, Zhang Yang, using his long arms, swatted the basketball against the backboard. Wang Defa, what a spectacular block, a true statement of dominance. As Little Potato lost his balance and fell, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yang's hawk-like gaze. Buddy, what does it matter if I let you go first? What does it matter? In an astonishing display of bravado, he spat out words that splattered across his opponent's face. To make matters worse, as the ball descended, it ricocheted off Little Potato's own leg and went out of bounds, leaving him utterly despondent. However, disregarding the taunts, Little Potato sprang to his feet and rushed towards the referee, repeatedly tapping his wrist to signal a foul had occurred. "Buddy, can't you see? He fouled me, he fouled me." Little Potato insisted, waving his wrist while mimicking a rowing motion, indicating that his opponent had grabbed him during his drive. "Is that a whistle you've got in your mouth? Can you blow the whistle? Can you blow it?" Initially, the referee considered turning a blind eye, but upon witnessing Little Potato's relentless insistence, he had no choice but to respond. Beep. Having just endured a significant block, Little Potato found himself on the receiving end of a technical foul. Noah was visibly perplexed by the turn of events and swiftly moved to separate Little Potato, saying, "Hey buddy, we're in the lead. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." With 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, they had inadvertently handed away a free throw. On Nick's side, Carmelo stepped up to the free throw line, calmly sinking his shot. The score now stood at 82-91, a 9-point deficit. Seeing the unfavorable momentum, Thibodeau immediately substituted Little Potato out during a dead ball situation, bringing veteran Hamilton back into the fray. The Bulls lineup now consisted of Hinrich, Hamilton, Butler, Boozer, and Noah. Meanwhile, the Knicks featured Jeong, JR, Melo, with Stoudemire and Chandler in the paint. Both teams had two big men on the floor, creating a somewhat congested space. When the ball reached Carmelo's hands, everyone spread out. Matched against him was the second-year rookie, Jimmy Butler, a delightful surprise for the Bulls this season. This young man could defend, run, and was incredibly active, averaging 8.6 points and 4.3 rebounds in 26 minutes of playtime this season. His defensive habits were exemplary, closely shadowing Anthony's right side, forcing him to drive left where his teammate Carlos Boozer awaited. Carmelo made two quick dribbles to the right, attempting to maneuver past Butler's defense, but Noah's towering presence loomed as he came to double-team early. Carmelo bounced the ball to JR, cutting inside. JR leaped, attempting an alley-oop, but Boozer's recovery disrupted him, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. That should have been a straightforward dunk, at the very least earning 2 free throw opportunities. Coach Woodson was visibly displeased with JR's decision-making, for Jeong was already calling for the ball on the right side, having found an open shot, yet JR's focus was solely on the rim. Fortunately, Chandler secured the rebound, cradling it tightly in his grasp. This was the consequence of Noah's premature double team with no one guarding Chandler. He rose powerfully, and Boozer had no choice but to wrap him up, sending him to the free throw line. "Great defense, this guy won't make it," Noah remarked as he approached Boozer for a high five. Chandler approached the free throw line, taking a moment to steady his breathing. The first shot went in. The second shot, however, did not. "Quick, grab it." As Noah leaped, a figure swooped in, simultaneously grabbing the ball and slamming it through the net. Upon landing, the crowd finally discerned the number on his back. It boldly read 30. "Oh my, the rookie from the University of Connecticut has viciously dunked the ball." The score now stood at 85-91, a mere 6-point gap. On the sidelines, Thibodeau sprang to his feet, signaling for a timeout. "What are you doing? What are you thinking? This is the opponent's home court. If we can't seize the momentum now, it will be utterly futile. Do you really think a 10-point lead is secure? Get out there, push forward, and when you return, collapse the paint, ensuring they don't penetrate." Thibodeau fervently waved his tactical board, practically roaring as he laid out the game plan. With the referee's whistle piercing through the air, both teams took to the court once more. "Hey, big guy, when I get the ball, you bring it up, then fake a spin, and he'll cut in for a steal." Jeong firmly clasped Chandler's waist, delivering 2 solid pats. Though Chandler exuded energy on the court, off it he was a shy young mano, but now he was no longer that rookie high schooler. Okay. Though he yearned to receive the pass and dunk directly, upon receiving Jeong's directive, he sheepishly nodded in compliance. The Bulls played with patience despite Hamilton's age. His instincts remained sharp, elegantly maneuvering to outsmart JR. Fortunately, the Bulls' pass arrived a bit late, landing instead in the hands of Carlos, who was stationed low. Oh no, it had turned into a matchup against Jeong, the opposing power forward. One stood at 1.91 meters, while the other towered at 2.06 meters, with nearly 40 pounds separating them. All eyes were fixated on this intriguing duel. Hinrich, leveraging his experience, seized the rare opportunity of a mismatch. Chapter 3. A minor defense, but a major statement. "I'm taking a seat." "Boozer, is it? A half-court shot. Is it? You, the one who previously stifled Yao Ming in the playoffs today? I must teach you a lesson." The rewards have been fully distributed by the system, and the host has subconsciously acknowledged them. The specifics can be checked at one's leisure. Upon hearing this, Luoxue recalled the hand seals and chakra flow of the Phoenix Fire technique, astonished that it had indeed manifested. Furthermore, it appeared that her chakra had nearly doubled. It seemed she would now require 2 great fireballs before feeling any fatigue. Here, the unit of measurement refers to the chakra that Kakashi can utilize under normal circumstances, as established at the onset of Shippuden. Jishue? Jishue observed Jishue, who was momentarily lost in thought while seated on the hospital bed, and waved a hand in front of her. Huh. Jishue turned her head, a touch bewildered, to gaze at Jishue. Jishue gazed at Jishue's utterly bewildered yet endearing expression, and couldn't help but smile wryly. He then retrieved the sushi arranged on the table. Never mind, the future can be addressed later, as long as your happiness is paramount. Nothing else matters. Jisue scooped a piece of sushi with a spoon and gently placed it into Jishue's cherry-like lips. Wait, I'm already 14. I can eat by myself. Jishue felt an unprecedented warmth enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed, nearly rendering her speechless. Was this being fed? She was a young person of the 21st century. How could she accept such an act? Even from an older brother, it was simply unacceptable. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizushui felt a twinge of surprise. Whenever Shizue was in a melancholic mood, the mere act of his embracing her arm would fill her with joy. He recalled that in their childhood, Shizue would cling to Itachi much like she did with Sasuke, playfully seeking his affection. However, today seemed rather different. Perhaps it was due to her awakening. As he observed Shizue voraciously devouring sushi, Shizushui was suddenly reminded of the pair of eyes he had previously seen, adorned with a pattern reminiscent of a 3-leaf clover. Surely, he must have misinterpreted the sight. It was improbable for someone to awaken their Mangekyou Sharingan at the tender age of 14. Especially when Shizue was thought to be utterly incapable, having never even awakened a single tomo. If she were to awaken not a single tomo but the Mangekyou, it would not signify genius, but rather a prodigy of monstrous proportions. Shizushui, the clan leader requests your presence. A regular Uchiha ninja knocked on the wooden door of the infirmary and spoke. Oh, I shall be there shortly, Shizushui replied casually, then turned and gently pressed 2 fingers to Shizue's forehead. Remember to eat well. With that, he donned his mask and departed. After Shizushui left, Shizue gazed towards his retreating figure, her expression a blend of complexity and concern. The remnants of the original host's memories had largely settled in her mind. It was now approximately the 53rd year of Konoha, with Shizushui at 17 and she herself at 14, while Itachi was a mere 10 years old. This indicated that there was less than a year until Shizushui's fateful leap from the cliff. It was currently spring, leaving ample time, perhaps even an opportunity for manipulation. That old dog Danzo must be approached with caution, and she could not afford to draw too much attention to herself, lest it provoke Danzo and create trouble for her elder brother Shizushui. Jishue swallowed the remaining rice ball in one bite, lifted the covers, and sat up, attuning herself to the chakra within her body. Sometimes, relying solely on the system is insufficient. She must also strive to cultivate her skills to face the forthcoming changes. Jishue let out a sigh and sat on the bed to practice for a while. However, the refinement of chakra was far from an easy endeavor. Moreover, the original owner possessed a pitifully small amount of chakra. After merely a brief period, Jishue felt as though every cell in her body had come to a trembling halt. Coughing, she muttered, "Damn it. I should wait until I am discharged to refine it." With a sense of disillusionment, Jishue lay flat on the bed. She felt far too weak at this moment. Ding. Side quest issued. Task name: Reasoning with the female Uchiha. Task description: Outside the hospital, a female Uchiha accompanied by several mischievous Uchiha children is eagerly awaiting your emergence, prepared to hurl stones at you. As an individual endowed with the system, can you tolerate this? Task requirement: Firmly guide this group of misled youngsters onto the righteous path, physically. Reward: Fire attribute chakra transformation and shadow clone technique. How infuriating. With a system at her disposal, why should she even bother with cultivation? It would be far better to complete the system task and embark on the path of a legendary hero. Jishue threw her pillow in frustration, suddenly feeling an explosive power coursing through her frail body. Those annoying Uchiha brats. Let Sister Jishue teach you a lesson. Chapter 4. Cashing in? Slacking off? Hey, boss. Are we adequately prepared to deal with Uchiha Shisui's sister? Outside the medical room of the security team, 3 young Uchiha hid in the bushes, deep in discussion. What are you afraid of? Though Uchiha Jishue is the sister of the genius Uchiha Shisui, in the end, she is merely a talentless little fish. I could knock her down with just 2 punches. Wow, boss is amazing. The 2 younger Uchiha gazed at their 8-year-old leader with shining eyes. All right, let us prepare quickly. That little fish, Jishue, should be out soon. We'll let her experience the power of the Uchiha clan's glory. The little girl rolled up her sleeves, revealing her smooth, muscle-less arms. Who will experience the glory of the Uchiha clan? A deep, authoritative voice startled the three children, echoing like a midnight bell. Elder, what are you doing here? The Uchiha clan's elder council hall was filled with esteemed elders, and the elder Uchiha Hakadai had just taken a seat beside the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku. Clan leader, Elder Hakadai. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly to acknowledge them. Elder Hakadai was a venerable figure within the Uchiha clan, respected for his capabilities. Upon Hakadai's arrival, Fugaku stood and said, "Since all the elders, as well as the captains and vice-captains of the security team, are present, let us commence this Uchiha elders meeting." Clan leader, why have you convened this meeting? Aside from the usual frictions with the Hokage's faction, it seems there are no pressing matters at hand. Indeed, clan leader. Though we are advanced in age, we hold significant positions and must attend to various matters within the security team and clan affairs. Please do not waste our time. Voices clamored around the table, and Fugaku raised a hand for silence. This meeting will not consume much of your time. We are primarily here to discuss the Hokage's appointment of Uchiha Itachi as captain of the Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku seated himself and took a sip of water. Reactions to Fugaku's announcement regarding the Umbu captaincy varied among the elders, but most viewed it as a fortuitous opportunity. Clan leader, this is a splendid opportunity. It indicates that Uchiha Itachi has gained the trust of that old coot, the third Hokage, and is nearing actual power within Konoha. Indeed, clan leader. Uchiha Itachi has been a covert operative of our clan planted within the Hokage's faction, and it is high time for him to demonstrate his worth. I have my reservations. Uchiha Itachi has been in the Umbu for over 2.5 years. Even if he is not at a high level, he still possesses significant knowledge. Yet, over the years, he has reported not a single piece of information. Even if he has become captain of the Umbu, it may merely be an empty title. Or perhaps he has become a pawn of Konoha's higher-ups. Tiefa, do not speak so recklessly. Uchiha Yaoi, standing behind Fugaku, admonished the vice-captain of the security team. Uchiha Tiefa, who had just spoken, creak, sounded the door opening. Regardless, that is my opinion. Just looking at Uchiha Itachi in his current state is quite distasteful. After uttering this, Tiefa cast a sidelong glance at the newly arrived Uchiha Shisui. Enough, let us refrain from further discussion. Fugaku himself was somewhat puzzled by Itachi's appointment. Although Itachi was outwardly his son and a rare talent in Konoha, how could he ascend to the Umbu captaincy with that scheming Danzo in the mix? Moreover, Fugaku was keen to discern Itachi's own thoughts on the matter. While he felt pride, he also found it puzzling, unsure of Shisui's perspective on this issue. Elder Hakadai, we promise never to bully our own clan again. Yes, Elder Hakadai, please spare us. I want to go home. Nearby a wooden post. The three young Uchiha were tied up, their faces bruised, filled with regret. Why are we so unfortunate today? Haven't the elders and the management of the security team gone to the shrine for a meeting? Why is this old man still here? As descendants of the Uchiha clan, how could they engage in such disgraceful behavior, discriminating against their kin? Such conduct was utterly shameful for the budding sprouts of the Uchiha clan, if their parents were to find out. Upon hearing the elders' reprimand, the three children hung their heads in shame. However, considering your youth and immature minds, I shall let this slide for now. I will keep this matter confidential and not inform your parents. But such behavior must not be repeated in the future, understand? Understood. Didn't T catch that? Understood. Very spirited. For today, I shall let you go. Elder Hakadai untied the ropes binding the three youngsters. After casting a fearful glance at Elder Hakadai, they hurriedly fled the scene. Once they had left, a puff of white smoke enveloped the area, and the previously resolute elder vanished, transforming into a petite figure standing less than 1.5 meters tall, clad in a fishnet outfit. Sigh, was giving them a beating really that addictive? Never mind, I should go claim my system rewards. Upon returning to the medical room of the guards, Jishue obediently reclined on the bed, silently reciting the words of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of reasoning with the female demon. You have been rewarded with the transformation of fire attributes in the technique of Shadow Clone Jutsu. Note, by acquiring the transformation and nature changes of the 5 natures ninjutsu, one can deduce the usage of certain bloodline limits, such as Fire Water Boil Release, Wind Fire Scorch Release. However, a modest sum of currency must be spent to unlock this feature. In the next moment, Jishue indeed sensed that a diagram of the hand seals for the Shadow Clone technique and the flow of chakra had manifested in her mind, as if she had practiced it countless times before. As for the transformation and nature changes of the fire attribute, she had yet to perceive them. Nevertheless, she found the system's mention of deducing bloodline limits rather intriguing. System, what exactly constitutes a modest sum of currency? Please provide an accurate figure. 70 million Rio. In a gentle tone, oh, merely 70,000. Wait, how much? Dear, that is 70 million Rio. Why don't you go and rob a bank? 70 million Rio could cover the bounty for 2 Asumas on the black market. How am I, a mere genin from Konoha, supposed to acquire such a fortune? Furthermore, aren't you supposed to be a slacking system? Jishua exclaimed, stunned and speechless at the sheer amount. Ding. Slacking and spending are not mutually exclusive. However, system tasks are triggered randomly or at specific plot points, while spending remains perpetually accessible and exceedingly convenient, dear. Chapter 5, Little Sasuke Brother. Are there no tasks here that offer greater rewards? Jishua lamented, standing in the task hall, gazing despondently at a slew of D-rank tasks such as weeding, cat catching, and wild boar clearing. Little one, you are merely a genin, and without a genin to lead you, the only tasks available to you are D-rank. The elder in the task hall replied, shaking his head regretfully. Can't you show me a little leniency, just this once? Jishua pleaded, leaning on the counter with her hands clasped, attempting to charm her way through. Please don't do that. While you are indeed adorable, rules are rules. Unless you can find a genin to vouch for you, C-rank tasks will not be available. Jishua, it seems there is no hope left. I still do not know when I will be able to gather this 70 million. Perhaps in the future, when I grow stronger, I could rob Jiao. The wealth he has amassed undoubtedly exceeds 70 million. The unscrupulous merchant of the land of waves, Kato, might also be a target, though I am uncertain of his current whereabouts, not to mention the challenge of leaving the village. The thought of my elder brother's unwavering trust in Konoha, as depicted in the original work, gives me a headache. I must ensure to impart some wisdom to him tonight, lest he falls prey to Danzo's machinations. He has likely not yet revealed the matter of the Mangekyou. Although I am ostensibly the sister of the genius Uchiha Shisui, I appear to be a mere wastrel. It is unlikely anyone would pay me heed. As for safety, there is no need for concern. The higher-ups do not care for him, and the mid-tier individuals would hesitate to act against me out of fear of Shisui's formidable reputation. Even if a few mischievous youngsters were to emerge, I could easily teach them a lesson with my petite fists. Despite my seemingly frail appearance, I am a nin, and when I cover my fists with chakra, I can break through a wall with a single punch. Such explosive power is scarcely human. Having exited the mission hall, Jishua gazed at the sun, which had traversed 34 degrees in the sky. In her heart, she inquired of the system. System, are there any tasks available? Ding. Currently, there are no tasks, as I am not on duty and thus have no opportunity for idleness. Consequently, there are no main quests. However, if the host wishes to grow stronger, I recommend investing in 648. Jishua, I suppose it's better not to call it the fishing system anymore. Let us refer to it as the pay-to-strengthen system. At this moment, the sky had begun to darken ominously. Jishua arrived at the training ground of the Uchiha clan. Most individuals were either occupied with work or engrossed in meetings, leaving the expansive training area nearly deserted, save for a few Uchiha ninjas patrolling at a distance. Seizing the opportunity of solitude, Jishua summoned the scant chakra within her body, preparing to test the rewards bestowed by the system. Zien Suchamaoin, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A surge of rich chakra coalesced in her throat. The instant Jishua completed the hand signs, her chest swelled slightly, and a torrent of flames erupted forth, subsequently dividing into dozens of concentrated fireballs that rained down upon the ground. Visible plumes of smoke billowed from the impact sites of the fireballs, and Jishua could even feel a slight tremor beneath her feet. The power seemed unexpectedly formidable, yet the essential revelation was that the amount of chakra required had diminished significantly. This was incredibly advantageous for her, a lower ninja with merely 0 for cards of chakra. Truly, this was ninjutsu. Such supernatural prowess was no wonder that many became entranced by it. Jishua gazed at her palm, marveling at how this mere C-rank technique possessed such overwhelming strength. How formidable must the battles between shadows be, although she had watched the anime in her past life. Witnessing the terrifyingly destructive jutsu of Uchiha Madara in this world would likely leave her trembling in fear. Jishua, are you Sister Jishua? A youthful voice called out from not far behind her. Yukisetsu was momentarily stunned upon hearing that familiar voice. As she turned around, she saw a small black-haired boy rushing toward her. Little Sasuke wrapped his arms around Yukisetsu's slender waist from behind, only to be gently pushed away by her. You're Uchiha Sasuke? Yukisetsu exclaimed in surprise, looking down at the young boy who barely reached her chest. Sister Yukisetsu, I'm so glad to see you. Do you know? I heard from a passing ninja cat that 3 despicable brats in the clan plan to bully you today. But don't worry, Sasuke is here to protect you. As long as I'm around, anyone who dares to harm you will be beaten to a pulp. Even after being pushed away, Sasuke remained undeterred, shaking his tiny fist indignantly. Sasuke had known Yukisetsu since he was very young. Back then, Itachi had entrusted her with looking after his little brother. Over time, their shared struggles, both overshadowed by their elder brother's brilliance, forged a strong bond between them. After Yukisetsu graduated from the Ninja Academy, she would occasionally help Itachi take care of Sasuke in her free time. She had practically become a regular visitor to the Uchiha household. However, due to the recent tensions within the clan, she hadn't visited in a long while. Still, little Sasuke often sought her out to play. Moreover, with his privileged status as the clan leader's son, he frequently used his influence to shield her from gossip and harassment. Before the tragedy of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had been quite an endearing child, cold on the outside but warm-hearted, a classic tsundere. Oh, little Sasuke is quite impressive, isn't but I haven't seen those 3 brats you mentioned. And since it's almost nightfall, maybe the information was wrong? Yukisetsu hesitated for a moment, choosing not to reveal that she had already dealt with the 3 troublemakers. It was better to keep that incident buried. Those 3 had likely been thoroughly frightened and wouldn't dare speak of it again. Huh, really? Sasuke scratched his head in confusion. Damn those lazy ninja cats. Wasting all the fish treats I've been feeding them to keep them fat and happy. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the charred, uneven craters behind Yukisetsu. His expression froze. These don't look like the aftermath of a great fireball technique. Did Sister Yukisetsu learn a new jutsu? Uchiha Shrine. The meeting had just concluded, and the elders and high-ranking members of the police force swiftly dispersed. As Uchiha Yashiro stepped out, preparing to attend to official duties, he spotted 3 bruised children stumbling down the street. Just as he was about to question them, the trio, their faces swollen and discolored, took one look at his stern face and fled in terror, scrambling in different directions. Yashiro frowned, baffled. How ill-mannered. Not even a greeting for an elder? Chapter 6. Pinky Promise Night fell over the Uchiha compound as the lanterns gradually dimmed, the hour inching toward midnight. The food on the table had long gone cold. Jishue sat at her desk, the pin she was biting rhythmically swaying in her hand. Suddenly, with a creak, the door opened, capturing Jishue's attention. Could it be that enticing has returned? Jishue dashed out of her bedroom, only to find Jishue, looking somewhat fatigued, hanging the dark mask and black robe on a coat rack. Enticing? She called out. Ah, it's you, Jishue. Why are you still awake? It's nearly midnight. Even if I grant you a couple of days off, you should still maintain the habit of going to bed early and rising early. But enticing, you should be the one to talk. I believe you stay up even later than I do, Jishue retorted, hands on her hips. Jishue approached Jishue and playfully poked a finger at her. Ah, my duties are certainly distinct from yours. I am directly affiliated with the Umbu of the Hokage, and my daily tasks are exceedingly demanding. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Simply take care of your own. Haha. Zisno gently rubbed her forehead, pondering why the Uchiha clan had such a penchant for poking others' foreheads with their fingers, and with considerable force, no less. This was a moment of contemplation for Shisui as he gazed at the 3 or 4 dishes covered by iron bowls on the table, before sighing softly. In the blink of an eye, Zisno had already turned 14, now capable of understanding her elder brother's sentiments. How swiftly time passes. Shisui settled into a chair, lifted the iron bowls, and took a bite of the cool rice ball, yet within him, warmth blossomed, as if the day's weariness had vanished entirely. I commenced my meal. Jishue stuck out her tongue at Jishue before walking over to sit opposite him. Nissen, has the Umbu always been this busy? Jishue inquired with a hint of curiosity. As the backbone force that secretly safeguards Konoha, the Umbu indeed has a considerably busier schedule than ordinary ninjas. Therefore, you should refrain from waiting for my return. Insufficient sleep can hasten the aging process, Jishue remarked half-jokingly as he lifted his chopsticks. What do you think of the Hokage? Upon mentioning the Hokage, Jishue's expression seemed to turn serious. The 3rd Hokage has inherited the will of fire from the 1st Hokage. He is magnanimous and places great importance on the bonds and emotions among ninjas. While some of his administrative methods may be perplexing, There must be a rationale behind his actions. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures, is a phrase he often repeats. In my memory, the third Hokage embodies this essence of leadership. Jishue, are you also intrigued by the will of fire? As I gaze upon Shisui's visage, embodying the essence of a fervent admirer of the third Hokage, it becomes evident that he has been deeply ensnared by the beguiling rhetoric of that venerable figure. If Shisui were truly as admirable as he professes, it is unlikely that his clan would have faced such a tragic demise. Transforming Shisui's perspective will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. The Uchiha clan has always been characterized by its obstinate members. Aside from Naruto's unique ability to persuade, none have been swayed from their convictions. Should one wish to unveil the true nature of Konoha's leadership to Shisui, he must be compelled to experience it firsthand. There remains ample time before Shisui's fateful leap from the cliff, yet I wonder, has his Mangekyou Sharingan awakened? This is of paramount importance. Even if it has, it is imperative that this information remains confidential. Jishue approached Jishue, lifting his face gently amidst Jishue's bewildered gaze. What are you doing? Jishue inquired after swallowing the rice ball lodged in his throat, looking at Jishue as if she aimed to scrutinize him thoroughly. Nisan, I am checking whether you have awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, Shisui's pupils trembled violently before swiftly returning to their usual state. He recalled that after opening his eyes, he had not spoken to anyone. Could it be that he had uttered words in his sleep, overheard by Shizuku? Ah. Given the circumstances, how could one discern the presence of a kaleidoscope Sharingan? Shisui gently grasped Shizuku's slender wrist, removing it from his cheek. He then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and upon suddenly reopening them, revealed his crimson eyes adorned with shuriken-like patterns. Upon meeting his gaze, Shizuku shivered. Unlike the gentle and tender Shisui she was accustomed to, those eyes seemed to penetrate her entire being, even her very soul. Instinctively, a pair of three-tomo Sharingan manifested in Shizuku's eyes, suppressing her discomfort. Shizuku, your eyes. At this moment, Shisui stood face to face with Shizuki. Finally discerning the Sharingan within her eyes, it was the illustrious three-tomo. He had not been mistaken previously, it was indeed the Sharingan. But the fact that it was the three-tomo version left him astounded. Had Shizuki concealed this extraordinary ability from others all these years? But what could possibly be the reason behind such a secret? Possessing a pair of three-tomo Sharingan would already place her above 80% of her clan members. And with a modicum of practice in various ninjutsu, she would undoubtedly reach the level of a Jonin. It could be said that by merely revealing her eyes, Shizuki could rid herself of the labels of being useless or trailing behind, instantly becoming a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yet, why had she chosen to remain hidden? Shisui was perplexed, though a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. My eyes? Shizuki hastily retrieved a mirror from the bathroom. In its reflection, she beheld a delicately crafted little girl with black hair, and she thought to herself, indeed, I am still quite adorable today. However, beyond her cuteness, the glaring crimson of her three-tomo Sharingan sent tremors through her very being. The astonishment she felt was akin to the loss of her great dragon. Was she dreaming? Could it truly be that she possessed the Sharingan? And not just any Sharingan, but the three-tomo? Jisue placed his chopsticks down, rising from his seat to observe Shisui gazing into the mirror, momentarily stunned by her own reflection. He couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Surely, you can't be so oblivious as to not realize you've awakened your three-tomo Sharingan? With that, Jisue neglected his meal, opting instead to impart some knowledge regarding the historical significance of the Sharingan, as well as the nuances of activating and deactivating it. Given Shisui's timid nature, it wouldn't be surprising if a mere scare could trigger her Sharingan, which could be detrimental to maintaining secrecy during missions. After nearly an hour of explanation, Shisui began to grasp the concepts Jisue was elucidating, albeit still bewildered by the intricate history of the Uchiha clan. Yet, once a conversation gained momentum, it became nearly impossible to halt, or rather, it was Jisue who dominated the discourse. Well, I believe I have conveyed all that is necessary. It is rather late now, and I shall discuss the Sharingan matter with the clan leader tomorrow. I will also advocate for you regarding our clan's resources. But remember, do not disclose anything about the Sharingan to others. Huh? Uchiha Shisui seemed taken aback for a moment before shaking his head in regret. Very well. If you insist on keeping this a secret, I assume you have your reasons. Is that so? Then I shall comply. However, you must promise not to reveal my awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan to anyone, not even to your closest friends, Jisue asserted, gently ruffling Shisui's silky hair. Of course. I can do that. But wait, what are you doing? Let us seal this with a pact. It is our bond as siblings. Jishui cast a bemused glance at Jishui, who was grinning foolishly, feeling slightly vexed at being treated like a child. Nevertheless, she would not refuse. Very well, let us make a pact. Let it be one that binds us for a century without change. Agreed. A century of unwavering commitment, she chuckled. Chapter 7. The Purity of Kunai Look. That Uchiha brat is slacking off again. What a peculiar sight. I have never encountered such a Uchiha before. Enough chatter. Be careful lest you find yourself apprehended. It would be wise to depart swiftly. As whispers drifted into her ears, Jishui remained unfazed. Her eyes gently fluttering open to behold the sun at its zenith outside the window. Awakening from her cozy embrace of the plush cushions, she languidly stretched her limbs. Congratulations. Host, on completing the daily task of leisure, reward acquired. Flying Thunder God Kunai. Jishui let out a weary yawn, dabbing the corners of her eyes with a tissue before tossing it into the waste bin, suddenly sensing an unfamiliar weight in her ninja tool pouch. She reached in and retrieved a Flying Thunder God triple-pronged kunai. But why would she need such a weapon? She hadn't mastered the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. As Jishui pondered the reason behind the system rewarding her with this seemingly useless item, the introduction of the Flying Thunder God kunai materialized on her retina. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God kunai, Purity version, description, to unleash the true formidable power of the Flying Thunder God kunai. It must be combined with the body flicker technique and the spiraling sphere to complete the purity set. Maxed out. Truly maxed out. Usage. Infuse chakra into the kunai to temporarily evade ninjutsu damage and instantly teleport behind the enemy to execute a strike. Note. Requires exceedingly high reaction speed. Failure to respond in time may result in demise. It sounded remarkably powerful, and as for reaction capability? I am of the Uchiha clan. How could the reaction speed of the Sharingan possibly falter? After twirling the Flying Thunder God kunai a couple of times for amusement, Jishui placed it into her ninja tool pouch, opening the wooden door of the guard booth. Jishui weighed the pocket money given to her by Shisui and made her way to the Ichiraku ramen shop across the street. Uncle Ichiraku, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. And please, do add extra spice. Certainly, your noodles will be ready shortly. Jishui settled into the far left seat at Ichiraku ramen. And it was at that moment she noticed a scruffy little boy with yellow hair sitting upright on a high stool, as if he were participating in some significant ceremony. Uzumaki Naruto? Jishui recognized the identity of the child, but chose to remain discreet. With Naruto's presence, it suggested that there might be Umbu agents nearby. And although she was somewhat of a laggard, she was still a member of the Uchiha clan. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary contact. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Ichiraku served 3 bowls of ramen. 2 were for Jishui, while the other was a special meat-laden version for Naruto. After Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Uncle Ichiraku, Jishui quietly finished her meal and prepared to leave. However, before settling the bill, she exchanged a few words with Uncle Ichiraku. On the rooftop, Umbu Agene remarked, "Why do I get the impression that that little Uchiha is acting rather suspiciously?" Umbu Agent B replied, "I recognize that child. She is Captain Shisui's sister, just a laggard, nothing suspicious about her. Isn't she quite adorable?" Umbu Agent A responded, "So she is Captain Shisui's sister? But I personally saw her sleeping in the guard booth for 2 hours." Umbu Agent B remarked, "That's just her being spoiled. Captain Shisui is so gentle. Why is his sister so unambitious? We should report this to Captain Shisui during the shift change today." Umbu Agent A agreed. All right. Back in the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto finished the last bite of his ramen, wiping the bowl clean, and pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket, sheepishly offering them to Uncle Ichiraku, who shook his head and returned them. "That little girl already paid for you," Uncle Ichiraku said. "What?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. He recalled the beautiful older sister with a guard scarf who had sat across from him, someone he had thought to avoid. Yet, it was she, whom he believed was evading him, who had covered the cost of his ramen. But what could have prompted such generosity? Though it was merely a bowl of ramen costing 60 ryo, it was the first act of warmth from a stranger he felt, aside from Uncle Ichiraku. His heart began to swell with uncontainable joy, and tears of happiness streamed down his face. Returning to the guard booth, Jishui glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was mealtime. After sleeping through the morning, she felt a bit fatigued. Perhaps she would take a moment to refine her chakra, striving to grow stronger. She had no desire to personally experience the tragic night of the Uchiha massacre. Yukisum sat cross-legged on the tatami, her smooth strands of hair gently swept behind her shoulders as the chakra within her gradually stirred to life. Refining chakra was inherently an endeavor that consumed substantial physical energy, yet brimming with the exhilaration and curiosity of her recent transmigration. She found herself utterly immersed in the process. Unbeknownst to her, the sky had already softened into hues of gold, the sun's brilliance dimming into a subdued glow. With a faint creak, the door of the guard post slid open, revealing Shisui clad in his AMBU gear. His expression darkened slightly at the sight of Yukisum sprawled asleep on the tatami, though the memory of her recent hospitalization softened his irritation into a resigned sigh. Draping a blanket over her, he formed a hand seal, summoning a shadow clone in a puff of white smoke. The clone nodded before settling into a chair, keeping watch over the surroundings while retrieving the reports Yukisum had yet to complete. Little one, time to wake up. Shift changes here. Roused from her slumber, Yukisum blinked groggily before recognizing the elderly man in the green flak vest before her, her night shift replacement, affectionately dubbed Old Night Owl, a lifelong genin of the Uchiha clan. He had never awakened his Sharingan, remaining an unremarkable shinobi. Stepping out of the guard post into the night-cloaked streets, Yukisum contemplated stopping by Ichiraku for a couple of ramen bowls to sate her hunger. But the closed sign gave her pause, and she resigned herself to cooking at home instead. She had lived alone before. After all, her culinary skills were nothing to scoff at. Besides, aside from ramen and grilled meat, most other dishes never quite suited her palate. Upon arriving home, however, she froze. The door was ajar. Shisui was likely still on AMBU duty. And aside from Sasuke, who was probably still practicing the Phoenix Flower Jutsu she'd taught him in his backyard, no one else had any business here. Damn it. Did a thief break in? Drawing a flying thunder god kunai from her pouch, she shut her eyes briefly. When they reopened, 3 crimson tomos spun within them. Yet the moment she slipped in through the window, 2 formidable fingers lunged straight for her eyes. Eyes, they're coming. They're coming. Hands, move. Use the kunai. Hands, 0 eyes. I can track the attack. Eyes, I can track this hand. Body, you can track my, to her 3 tomo Sharingan. The approaching fingers moved as if in slow motion, seemingly effortless to evade. In reality, execution proved far more arduous. Simply put, her eyes kept up. Her brain and body did not. Ow! The fingers didn't strike her Sharingan, but instead delivered a sharp knock to her forehead beneath her bangs, leaving a faint red mark. Even with the 3 tomo Sharingan, you can't afford to slack off like before. And who taught you to enter your own home through the window? Shisui's voice emerged from the shadows. Rubbing her head, Yukisum shot him a sullen glare. That really hurt. Brother, weren't you still on AMBU duty? How do you get back so fast? I heard you skipped work again today. Just because you've awakened your eyes doesn't mean you can laze around like before. So I took a few days off to help train you. What do you think, Happy? Heh. Upon hearing Shisui discover that she had skipped work again, Shisui felt a sudden pang of unease in her heart. How could he know? Was it possible that the 2 Umbu keeping watch over Naruto had leaked the information? Ugh. Well, since he was back, it was time to eat quickly. Once you finish your meal, our special training will commence. Shisui gazed at the smiling Shisui, feeling an inexplicable chill creeping down her spine. Ding. Side quest activated. Side quest. Being caught skipping work by your elder brother. He is prepared to impart a lesson both mentally and physically. Yet, as a seasoned slacker, how can you tolerate Jisui's relentless 996 work ethic? Side quest requirements. Demonstrate through action that effort pales in comparison to talent. Geniuses can indeed take it easy. Side quest attribute. Insight, Wisdom, 10, 1-hour experience card. Side quest reward. Any ninjutsu learned during the hour of special training will be counted valid. In that fleeting moment, Jisui's gaze towards Shisui transformed. Within those profound eyes, a glimmer seemed to ignite. At the dining table, Shisui observed Shisui, who occasionally cast furtive glances his way, scratching his head in contemplation. Was he still lamenting the sting of that strike? Indeed, it appeared so. Throughout their lives, Shisui had seldom resorted to such discipline with Shisui, previously reluctant to do so, and now even less inclined. Yet, this was for Jisui's own benefit, if he were to consistently shirk responsibilities. How could he embody the essence of a true ninja? Shisui observed Shisui devouring her meal voraciously and scratched his head in contemplation. Why did he feel that Shisui had changed in some way? Could it be due to her newly opened eyes? 15 minutes later, Shisui, accompanied by the poised Shisui, arrived at a serene pond nestled in the mountains of Konoha. Here, one could observe several scarecrow targets and traces of shuriken, suggesting that this was a favored training ground for Shisui. Now, I shall impart to you the techniques of shuriken and thread manipulation, which are essential for the fundamentals of the Sharingan. Wait, what do you need that pillow for? Of course, it's for resting beside me after an exhausting training session. Just don't snatch my pillow. Shisui gazed at the cushion dangling from the tip of the grand tree, feeling utterly despondent. It was the sole one she had brought. Lying on the ground would be unbearably hard and cold. Shisui placed the silken thread entwined with the shuriken into Jisui's hands. Now, cease your wandering thoughts. If you merely utilize the shuriken in conjunction with the thread to bend the branches at the top of the grand tree, you shall reclaim your pillow, Shisui remarked while gently tousling Jisui's dark tresses. Jisui glanced at the towering tree, approximately half the height of the Hokage rock, and whispered, "Can we not learn something truly beneficial? Jisui, in your previous state of ignorance, when you threw a shuriken, 7 out of 8 went awry, with only one striking the target. The purpose of this training is to prevent you from inadvertently injuring your comrades during crucial moments. It is important to understand that even the Sharingan requires extensive practice and learning to wield effectively. Observe closely as I demonstrate." Jisui retrieved 2 strands of silk from his ninja tool pouch, deftly wrapping them around 2 shurikens. He attuned himself to the subtle shifts in the surrounding wind before suddenly launching them into the air. Approximately half a second later, with a swift pull of both hands, he bent the top of a nearby towering tree downwards. A flurry of leaves cascaded from above, shimmering with an enchanting glow under the hazy moonlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "Wow, splendid!" exclaimed Jisui, her eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands. This tree must have been at least 20 meters tall. To achieve this so effortlessly was astonishing. Do you comprehend it now? Would you like me to demonstrate again? Repeating it several times may allow you to discern your own insights, which will aid in my subsequent instruction. Jisui gathered the shurikens and silk back, addressing Jisui. "Let us demonstrate once more. Once will suffice." "Very well. Pay close attention. It would be beneficial to activate your Sharingan, as its dynamic capture ability is particularly advantageous for mastering such techniques." With that, Jisui closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, a dark crimson hue enveloped her gaze, with 3 mesmerizing tomo beginning to rotate slowly within her eyes. As Jisui observed Jisui activate her Sharingan, she grasped a shuriken firmly in her hand. Meanwhile, Jisui silently addressed the system. "It is time for you to play your part. Activate the 1-hour experience card for tenfold comprehension." A prompt chimed, confirming the successful activation for the next hour. The host's innate talent for understanding and learning would be magnified tenfold. She was free to allocate her time as she wished during this period, though a brief residual effect would follow its conclusion. However, there was no cause for concern, as the system would ensure the host's physical safety. Upon hearing that the system would safeguard her well-being, Jisui exhaled softly in relief. She had harbored a slight worry that a sudden surge of intelligence followed by a swift decline might yield unforeseen complications. Yet, with the system's assurance, she felt emboldened to embrace the learning experience without trepidation. Upon utilizing the experience, the shuriken thrown by Shisui glided gracefully beneath the moonlight, its trajectory captured in its entirety by Shizuki's Sharingan, which meticulously recorded the movement of the shuriken entwined with fine threads. Like a camera, it replicated the scene flawlessly in Shizuki's mind for analysis and refinement. Overwhelmed by this extraordinary sensation, Shizuki felt a profound sense of awe. Ah, is this the power of wisdom? Chapter 9. Night in Konoha at 8 p.m. A luminous full moon hung high over Konoha, casting its glow upon the imposing Hokage rock, the site of the Hokage building, which held the highest authority over the entire village. With a creaking sound, the door to the Hokage's office opened slightly, and a figure concealed in the shadows drew a katana from their waist. However, upon glimpsing the frail, bandaged hand of the elderly Hokage, they sheathed it once more. Accustomed to the sight, under the dim light of the night, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immersed in paperwork, taking a puff from an old pipe beside him. As smoke swirled in the spacious room, Shimura Danzo approached him. "Hiruzen, after all these years, it's time for Root to be revitalized with fresh blood." Upon hearing the ominous words from the stern elder before him, Hiruzen squinted, placing the pipe on his desk and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Danzo, you should know that while Konoha appears to be brimming with talent, it is, in fact, fraught with peril. The Third Shinobi World War has only recently concluded, and our Umbu forces are stretched thin. How can we possibly spare ninjas to replenish Root?" Observing Hiruzen's helpless demeanor, Danzo secretly chuckled to himself. Hiruzen remained as stubborn as ever, putting on a facade of powerlessness. The Umbu were currently home to prodigies such as Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi Uchiha, and Shisui Uchiha. How could they not yield any talent? Moreover, rumors suggested that Hiruzen was considering promoting Itachi, the Uchiha clan leader's son, to Umbu captain. Was he foolish? Or were those with the Sharingan merely blind? Hiruzen, you must understand that Konoha's root requires robust branches capable of absorbing nutrients to ensure a thriving environment, not withered twigs that snap at the slightest pull. You should also realize that the tree has just endured winter. It is now the time for you to fervently supply nourishment from the depths, rather than demanding energy from the tender buds above. Hiruzen's voice echoed softly in Danzo's ears. Danzo, irritated by Hiruzen's indifference, glanced at the hat perched atop his head, regretting a past incident that had brought him closest to the position of Hokage, only to lose it due to a moment of folly to this old man. Hiruzen, both the Umbu and Root serve as Konoha's clandestine organizations. How can you treat them differently? At the very least, lend me Shisui for 2 years, Danzo asserted as he stepped closer to Hiruzen, his voice low and serious. The two pairs of murky eyes locked in a tense standoff, an immense pressure enveloping the room, causing the concealed Umbu to struggle for breath. After a moment of confrontation, Hiruzen tossed a dossier onto the table before Danzo, the back adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. You seek a ninja from me, do you not? Here, I have a slot available for you. Taken aback by Hiruzen's sudden shift in demeanor, Danzo's heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that Hiruzen had finally come to his senses and was willing to grant him Shisui? As Danzo picked up the dossier, his excitement turned to fury upon discovering it contained Shizuki's name, the village's widely acknowledged underachiever. Not only do you refuse to give me a genius, but you offer me this worthless face instead? After all these years of serving Konoha, dealing with countless threats in the shadows, this is the treatment I receive. He slammed the dossier onto the desk, his voice booming. Hiruzen, you have gone too far. Your decisions will ultimately lead to your downfall. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's powerful voice pierced through the air, grating on Danzo's nerves. The Hokage. Once again, you use your title to pressure me. Danzo's face flushed with anger, his blood boiling. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With a cold snort, Danzo crumpled the dossier into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket before storming out. I can't stand to remain in this Hokage office for another second. Watching the door slam shut, Hiruzen chuckled softly. Danzo had been acting out lately, and it was time to rein him in. Additionally, there had been peculiar reports of children going missing, which likely had something to do with this old coot. As for Shizuki's dossier, he had intentionally discarded it, initially hoping to find something commendable that would justify a leave of absence for Shisui. However, after only a brief glance, he lost interest. Her aptitude was abysmally poor, likely insufficient even for a standard chunin. Yet, it served perfectly to vex Danzo. Once Danzo had departed, Hiruzen dismissed the remaining Umbu, as their shift was nearing its end, and he too needed to rest. After ensuring the area was clear of chakra signatures, he drew the curtains and retrieved a crystal ball hidden in his drawer. He merely sought to maintain a youthful mindset as Konoha's leader. He was not the lecherous old man others claimed him to be. Oh my, this is truly substantial. Jiraiya's method seems somewhat juvenile. Old ginger is indeed spicier. Meanwhile, in the woods at the edge of Konoha, Shizuki trained alongside Shisui, blissfully unaware of being used as pawns by the two old men within the Hokage building. She was utterly engrossed in the profound experience that had captivated her. Shuriken. Under Shisui's astonished gaze, Shizuki threw a shuriken that followed an almost identical trajectory to his, even more cunningly weaving through the dense foliage, tethered by wire to a large tree. The two shuriken entwined after tracing an arc, and with a strong pull from Shizuki, she brought down the mighty tree. Well done. Shisui applauded, genuinely pleased. She is indeed my sister. She is far from the ineptitude she once seemed to possess. Her prior lackluster performance was merely due to her unawakened potential. Now that she has grasped the essence, she has achieved perfection. It is evident that Shizuki is simply a late bloomer. With excitement, Shisui continued to instruct Shizuki on the art of throwing ninja tools and controlling chakra, as well as powerful jutsu such as the fire release, great fireball technique. Remarkably, she was able to replicate his techniques almost instantaneously, leaving Shisui in awe, his gaze filled with disbelief. Could it be that the Sharingan was the key to unlocking Shizuki's latent talent? In light of this, he was left with no choice but to reveal his most treasured possessions. Chapter 10. The Sparring Between Siblings. Amidst the dense foliage of the Konoha forest, shadows enveloped the landscape as the moon gradually succumbed to the embrace of the clouds. Uchiha Shisui deftly evaded two shuriken, leaping from the trunk into the thick underbrush behind him. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a basketball struck a towering tree, igniting a blaze that illuminated Shizuki's surroundings. As he felt the searing heat wave radiating towards him, a dark expression crossed his face. This is excessive. If it shifts even slightly, I shall be consumed by flames. Not to mention, setting fire to the mountains could lead to dire consequences. In the next moment, Shizuki could only see a flash of white light. The ground beneath him began to tremble. Realizing the impending danger, he swiftly leaped to the ground, narrowly avoiding being toppled by the collapsing tree. Shisui thrust the gleaming katana into the ground, then formed hand seals with both hands. Be cautious. I have already perceived your true form. Shisui utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Jisui's shadow clone, piercing it with a swift strike that erupted into a cloud of smoke. In this ethereal realm, Shisui activated his three-tomo Sharingan, its crimson glow illuminating the mist, an otherworldly radiance imbued with a haunting beauty. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Behind Shisui, dozens of small fireballs unexpectedly emerged, each nearly the size of a fist. Although they lacked the grandeur of the great fireball technique, their speed and power were by no means inferior to other fire-style ninjutsu. However, these dense and rapid fireballs passed through Shisui without causing the slightest harm. Wait a moment. Shouldn't he the one playing with phantoms be Obi-Wan? Whoosh, a wooden shuriken grazed past Jisui's hair, its trailing wire ensnaring her slender waist. Just as it was about to tighten, Jisui, with her Sharingan, disowned the threat and severed the wire. Suddenly, Jisui sensed a sound behind her. She turned and hurled a shuriken, which pierced through the hazy shadow. The shadow then lunged forward, startling Jisui once more. The hand seals for her fire technique were not yet complete when she felt the ground beneath her feet shifting. Quickly, she covered her feet with chakra and leaped away. As expected, in the spot where she had just stood, a Jisui erupted from the earth. Could it be the shadow clone technique? Watching the two Jisuis gradually come into focus, Jisui pondered this, then threw another shuriken, only for it to pass through one of the Jisuis without effect. Jisui? I recall that my elder brother's kaleidoscopic ability is not the divine power of the Byaetian god, but rather the ethereal transformation of Shinwei, correct? At this moment, concealed behind two shadow clones, Jisui glanced at the bewildered Jisui and smiled. It appears she is dazed. His reputation as Shunji is not merely a facade. However, employing instantaneous movement in conjunction with shadow clone technique may be somewhat unfair to her. Yet, perhaps it is advantageous. Prodigies often become overly proud, especially someone like Jisui, who tends to find herself in precarious situations. A little chastisement might be beneficial. I'm done playing. You're cheating. How can one bully a child like this? As the mist gradually dissipated, the two Jisui clones vanished in succession, and the real Jisui emerged from behind, poking Jisui's little head with two fingers. Ouch, what are you doing? That hurts. After being lightly tapped by Jisui, Jisui felt as if her mind had become slightly dull, accompanied by a throbbing sensation. Wait, her experience card shouldn't have expired yet. Her intellect is sharp. So why is she being so soundly defeated? Beep. The experience card is only activated during training states. Entering other states will temporarily suspend its effects. So that is how it is? In an instant, Jisui felt the comforting warmth brought by the system. This system, aside from unlocking the bloodline limit, which requires substantial investment, possesses numerous humane functionalities. Beep. This system is dedicated to serving the host's growth objectives and aspirations, naturally adopting the simplest payment methods. The cost to evolve the bloodline limit is merely 70 million, while upgrading to the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan requires 99 million. Even the maintenance solution for a standard Sharingan is affordably priced at 4.99 million per use, dear. Hearing the system's gradually delivered, yet cunning electronic voice, Jisui's expression darkened. All right, she takes back her previous statements. This system is indeed a cunning merchant, requiring an astonishing 100 million for the upgrade to the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Beep. It is 99 million. Please do not malign this system. The prices of this system's products never exceed 9 digits. Jisui, do you believe that a 9-digit number is quite scarce? If one seeks to amass wealth, perhaps defecting to the Akatsuki and procuring a detonating tag from Conan would be a lucrative endeavor. As for pilfering funds from the corners, it might be wiser to dismiss that thought, for it could lead to perilous consequences. This fellow is obsessively fixated on money. Yet it seems that now is not the opportune moment for such contemplations. Jisui? Shisui waved his hand in front of Shisui, observing her lost in thought. And he began to worry that perhaps the previous jolt had been too forceful, leaving her in a daze. As Shisui regained her composure, she noticed Shisui regarding her with a peculiar expression. Shisui, what were you just thinking about? He inquired. Oh, nothing much, just pondering a few matters. And please, stop poking my forehead. It hurts, all right? Shisui retorted, covering her slightly reddened forehead. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Ha ha ha. This is merely one of the ways I express my affection for you, he replied with a chuckle. By the way, what was that ability you showcased in the mist? It was neither a clone nor a shadow. Now recalling Jisui's eyes, which glowed a vivid red amidst the haze, Jisui felt a shiver run down her spine. A chilling realization that he seemed to possess an uncanny, almost inhuman aura. Oh, that was a special clone I created by combining the Sharingan, body flicker technique, and the refraction of moisture in the air. Interested in learning? Jisui said with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. Of course. I want to learn, Jisui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, only to find herself receiving yet another poke. I told you to stop poking my forehead. All right. You've learned quite enough for today. It would be best to return and rest well. The remainder will be entrusted to you once you have mastered these skills. After all, one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. As Jisui spoke, he contemplated taking Jisui's hand, reminiscent of their childhood days spent playing together, and leading her back home. However, considering their age, he refrained from doing so. It is worth noting that Jisui is already 14 years old, and in a few years, she will reach the age of courtship. How swiftly time passes. One wonders whether Jisui has someone she admires. It seems that Itachi would be a suitable match, albeit a few years her junior. Yet, it appears that Izumi also harbors feelings for Itachi. Jisui contemplated with a sense of nostalgia, allowing his thoughts to gradually take flight. Jisui gazed at Jisui for a moment, raising her hand only to let it fall again, her expression one of bemused confusion as she scratched her head. What could her elder brother possibly be pondering? Nevertheless, she decided to set aside her curiosity. After all, she had yet to complete her experience card and tasks, and she needed to reach a resolution within a few days. Chapter 11. The Art of Instantaneous Movement. My training in the art of instantaneous movement is a gradual process, requiring extensive practice. Yes, I understand. Let us commence without delay. In the ensuing minutes, Jisui demonstrated his unique understanding of physical instantaneous movement to Jisui, guiding her through the technique several times. Unfortunately, while Jisui comprehended the theory, her body did not respond accordingly. Her mind was vibrant, able to grasp the essence after a single viewing. But her body lacked the muscle memory necessary to execute the high-speed phantoms and kanju as Jisui sensed an unsettling premonition of impending misfortune. The system's prompt resonated within her mind. The chime indicated that due to the host's failure to complete the task the previous day, a concealed punitive mechanism had been activated. Unless she donned the cosplay attire, she would face the wrath of nature itself. Jisui seemed to recall that yesterday, she had been training with her older brother. Then, as soon as the experience card expired, her mental capacity appeared to falter, causing her to faint, leaving her oblivious to the subsequent events. No, that can't be right. Tongzi, didn't you mention the temporary after effects? How could I have fainted? You wouldn't have done this intentionally, would you? To deliberately cause my failure and then take advantage of it to trigger a punishment? Jisui said, skeptically pinching her smooth chin. Ding. How could the system possibly resort to such despicable tactics? It is merely that the host has been overly eager for quick success. Learning too much can adversely affect the host's brain after the experience card's expiration, and the system has already taken measures to resolve most of the issues, dear. Jisui reflected on the knowledge acquired yesterday, and upon realizing that nothing had changed, she slowly exhaled in relief. As long as nothing was lost. There was a semblance of conscience in this system. Wasn't it merely about donning a cosplay outfit? Surely she could opt for a more modest attire when heading to work. Indeed, she was quite the genius. Though Jisui harbored such thoughts, her system appeared to disagree. System, please fetch a cosplay outfit of a Konoha ninja for me. Ding. This system adheres to the law of conservation of mass and cannot conjure items out of thin air. However, it can provide avenues to purchase delightful attire using silver coins. Cease the snow, scoundrel. Utter scoundrel. This must have been her meticulously calculated scheme all along. In the heart of Jisui, a flicker of anger ignited. This so-called phishing system seemed intent on draining her wallet at every turn, which certainly raised suspicions. As she followed the system's guidance and opened the cosplay costume shop, She was taken aback by the rows of exquisite garments and their exorbitant prices. Raiden may assault an exceptionally beautiful piece of powerful armor. Though merely a cosplay costume, it exudes the unique charm of a culinary expert. Effect: enhances cooking skills. Price: 2,980,000 coins. Raiden Shogun, though merely a doll, it retains the aura of a true superior. However, as a cosplay outfit, its utility appears limited. Effect: directly forfeits cooking abilities, but significantly enhances control over lightning. Price: 4,980,000 coins. Silver Wolf, a girl possessing the strongest hacking skills, wielding crucial information and excelling in gaming, though seemingly unrelated to cosplay. Effect: increases gaming prowess. Price: 5,980,000 coins. Dio, a dangerous yet charismatic villain from another world. Effect: vitality becomes extraordinarily robust, can recover by draining life, but weakens in sunlight. Price: 7,980,000 coins. Glancing over the selections, it seemed there were few options available, and they were simply too costly. How could a newly employed child, who spent her days idling, afford such lavish prices? System, I sense you are targeting me. No, I am not. You didn't even say ding. Indeed, there is something amiss. You are not a mere system. Who are you truly? System, this host appears a bit silly, yet rather endearing. Ding. If the host is currently unable to purchase items, you may opt for limited time items, exclusively available at the remarkably low price of 20,000 coins. Affordable and economical, dear. What do you mean by remarkably low price? Let me see. The system projected the limited time items onto Jishue's retinas, rendering her speechless. Blue and white maid outfit. Universal, perhaps not a cosplay costume, yet many adore wearing it. A beautiful girl donned in it may indeed look stunning. Effect: unyielding maid spirit, cleaning abilities maximized. Price: 1,999 coins. The description appeared unremarkable. Yet Jishue found herself captivated by the image accompanying the text. Would a skirt that barely grazed her thighs be deemed appropriate in this era? Might it be too avant-garde? And what of those white, strap-like stockings, would they not provoke illicit thoughts? Such were Jishue's musings. While it could be argued that in the world of Naruto, shorts akin to hot pants might still exist, she felt that wearing such attire to work would surely lead to her demise. This sort of clothing should not even be present in the Naruto realm. Yet, despite her reservations, Jishue unhesitatingly purchased the maid outfit. Ridiculous. While she had no intention of wearing it outside, donning it at home for her own amusement posed no issue, right? At such a bargain, why not seize the opportunity? And what if the system reneged or attempted to deceive her? As Jishue donned her ordinary ninja attire and reflected upon the marvels of the female anatomy after using the restroom, she savored her breakfast and prepared to open the door. Just then, a resounding thunderclap reverberated throughout the heavens. A blinding white lightning bolt struck above, as if attempting to rend the sky asunder. The brilliant radiance seemed to tug at Jishue's heartstrings, compelling her to take a step back. Perhaps I should try wearing it after all? Chapter 12. The maid outfit with a fluttering heart and trembling hands. Jishue grasped the maid outfit that had cost her 2,000 silver coins. Despite its delicate silkiness, it did little to elevate her spirits. Observing her hesitation, a gentle voice from the system echoed in her mind. My dear host, while skipping work may bring joy, you wouldn't want to see Jishue return from her job halfway, would you? Moreover, the rewards for leisurely breaks from the system are quite substantial. It would be a pity to miss out on them. Jishue gazed at the delicate maid outfit in her hands, steeling herself as she removed her ninja attire and slipped on the stockings. After all, it was merely a maid uniform. She had experience, so she would simply embrace the role of a true maid. What shame could there be in donning a work uniform? The philosophy of nonchalance dictated that if one felt no embarrassment, then others would feel it instead. With resolve, Jishue donned the maid outfit, adorned her feet with dainty shoes, and approached the full-length mirror. The mirror, sleek and immaculate, reflected the soft sunlight filtering through the curtains, bestowing upon Jishue an air of sanctity. Her meticulously styled short hair brushed her shoulders, and her large, lustrous eyes sparkled with vitality, complemented by her delicately youthful features. The simple blue fabric of the dress exuded a sense of calm and reliability, while the white apron added a charming touch, accentuated by a grand bow tied at the back, radiating youthful allure. The most striking aspect was the enchanting line created between the hem of the maid's skirt and the garter stockings, where her fair, rosy skin peeked through the sheer white. hinting at a subtle allure beneath. Although still unaccustomed to wearing skirts, Shisui felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she tugged at the hem. Fortunately, the maid outfit came with built-in safety shorts. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to venture outside. After taking a calming breath, Shisui neatly folded her ninja attire and stored it within a spatial scroll, securing the little red scarf of the Konoha guard around her right arm. Although the red contrasted sharply with the blue and white of the maid uniform, it did not detract from her overall appearance. Just as she was about to step out for work, she hurried back, nearly forgetting that the day was overcast and rain was a possibility. She decided to fetch an umbrella. The thin fabric of her maid outfit left her apprehensive about getting soaked. Fearing that it might reveal too much, a thought that was quite unsettling for someone of her more conservative disposition, Shisui returned home, carrying an umbrella. However, as she stepped outside and beheld the clear, azure sky, 3 enormous question marks appeared above her head. Just moments ago, the sky had been shrouded in ominous clouds. How could it be sunny now? This peculiar phenomenon puzzled not only the villagers of Konohagakure but also the higher-ranking ninjas. Danzo even speculated that it might be the remnants of the fallen Sky Country or some organization attempting to threaten Konoha. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid him no heed. Much to Danzo's chagrin. "Hiruzen, you will regret this," Danzo declared. "I am the Hokage, under the pressure of the system's punishment." Shisui ventured onto the streets of Konoha clad in an ordinary maid outfit, immediately attracting nearly universal attention. Many villagers blushed upon seeing her, deliberately averting their gazes yet unable to resist stealing glances. Some even attempted to approach her, hoping to catch a glimpse of her beauty and perhaps pursue her. However, upon noticing a hint of red on Jisui's slender arms, they recoiled in terror as if confronting a harbinger of plague, subsequently left bewildered. When had the Uchiha clan produced such an adorable young lady? Moreover, did this attire truly serve to combat crime rather than incite it? It must be said. Although her outfit was rather unremarkable, within the modest and durable aesthetic of Konoha, it stood out like a crane among chickens. For instance, a certain kappa running laps around Konoha nearly stumbled into the river upon catching sight of Shisui. Shisui herself possesses a striking appearance. Undeniably among the elite of the already notable Uchiha clan, clad in an endearing maid outfit, she is capable of enchanting those around her, leaving them utterly mesmerized. However, due to her affiliation with the Uchiha and the police force, many can only watch her depart with reluctance, refraining from any rash actions. To be accused of obstructing law enforcement would indeed be lamentable. Yet, such a charming individual could easily become the talk of the town among the villagers of Konoha. Surprisingly, not all members of the Uchiha clan are fiends. There exists a little angel. Mysterious girl spotted on Konoha XX Street? Behold, this girl is named Xiaoshui. As Shisui walked further away, the villagers began to engage in animated discussions, while Shisui, at the center of attention, appeared outwardly calm. Though inwardly, she felt a tumult of anxiety. Goodness, why are so many eyes upon her? This is a recipe for social embarrassment. If it weren't for the need to maintain the dignified demeanor of the Uchiha clan and ensure her skirt remained in place, she would have sprinted away from this troublesome place. After navigating a series of convoluted events, Shisui stiffly opened the wooden door of the guard booth and stepped inside, drawing the curtains to disappoint the gazes that lingered. Once the door was securely locked, she patted her racing heart, overwhelmed by the intensity of those stares, as if they wished to devour her. She had not anticipated the formidable allure of the maid outfit. Not only middle-aged men, but even elderly individuals and women cast fervent glances her way, sending chills down her spine. However, this time she had learned to be clever. After pulling the curtains, Shisui formed hand seals, and in a puff of white smoke, a shadow clone of herself appeared. After exchanging nods, the clone opened the spatial scroll and donned a proper ninja outfit. Ah, the shadow clone technique truly is a marvelous way to slack off. I should have thought of that sooner. Shisui retrieved a pillow from beneath the table and made her way to the small bed at the back of the guard booth. After laying out her own sheets, she comfortably settled down. Although utilizing the shadow clone would return her fatigue upon its dismissal, she could simply recuperate her energy through sleep. What a genius she was. Ding. Daily slack-off task initiated. Current slack-off progress, 1 hour. Reward. A novel titled Myself in a Parallel World and a Steel Kusanagi Sword. Chapter 13. What S with the cloud overhead? Ding. Daily slack-off task completed. Reward. 1 book titled Myself in Another World and a Steel Kusanagi Sword. Deep in slumber, Shisui remained blissfully unaware of the hard object beneath her. As she turned, embracing the Kusanagi sword, In its sheath, she drifted back into sleep. When she finally awoke from her delightful dreams, she felt a stiffness and slight pain in her neck, sensing something other than her pillow in her embrace. Why does my neck feel so stiff? Drowsily, Shisui sat up, rubbing her eyes to discover a hefty book at her bedside and a finely crafted longsword nearby. Oh dear, my neck feels quite sore, she muttered, a bit irked. Could the system be a little more considerate when distributing rewards? Or at least provide some space for the system? Ding. System space requires 5 million silver coins to unlock. Shisui, goodness, this system is truly unscrupulous. I wonder which unscrupulous merchant has created it. They even charge for something as fundamental as system storage. Shisui took a moment to freshen up and stepped outside. It was only then that she noticed Ing Fenshun had inadvertently fallen asleep atop the table. This sight bore a striking resemblance to her own demeanor. Yet one must ponder, if she were to doze off, who would safeguard the peace of this place? Although Uncle E. Lee's establishment is virtually immune to mishaps, it is imperative to maintain a vigilant facade. After all, should any loquacious member of the clandestine forces catch sight of this, Shisui would undoubtedly have to intervene once more this evening. Sigh. After Shisui berated her shadow clone, she picked up her daily journal, perused it with satisfaction, and nodded her head. Despite the shadow clone's propensity for idleness, it had performed its written tasks commendably. Outside the window, the sky had grown dim, the moon's silhouette faintly hanging at the horizon while the sun neared its descent. The crimson clouds clustered around it, enveloping Konoha in an aura of tranquility and beauty. However, just as Shisui organized her belongings and took a step forward, she sensed something amiss. System, may I remove the maid outfit and return now? Surely. My work hours have ended. Upon returning to the small cabin at the watchtower, Shisui drew the curtains, peering through the gap like a thief to observe her surroundings. Oh no, dear host, the punishment lasts all day. It can only be lifted by morning when you resume work. But isn't this adorable outfit delightful? Even if your combat skills and intellect are currently lacking, your charm is undeniably at its peak. Wouldn't it be a shame to waste such a lure? Yet this outfit is far too conspicuous. Shisui tightened the hem of her lotus leaf dress. While undeniably charming and comfortable, wearing it to work and after hours seemed exceedingly odd. Outsiders might mistake her for engaging in some peculiar role-playing game in that modest watchtower. If you insist on removing it, I am powerless to stop you. The system's voice conveyed a hint of resignation. Shisui hesitated, but as she began to unfasten the shoulder straps, she noticed the sky darkening ominously and promptly resecured them, restoring the heavens to their usual calmness. However, she perceived something intriguing. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching a live broadcast, suddenly saw the crystal ball go dark, his expression momentarily frozen. He then felt the room's lighting dim as well, though it returned to normal shortly thereafter. Initially, he dismissed it, attributing it to passing clouds. Yet, as the light flickered several more times, a sense of unease washed over him. He quickly stowed the crystal ball and pulled aside the nearby curtain. Gazing at the clouds above that dissipated and coalesced, his face reflecting perplexity. What on earth is happening? He pondered. How could such bizarre occurrences plague Konoha? Could it truly be that, as Danzo suggested, someone harbors ill intentions towards the village? Observing the ever-shifting weather, a trace of worry flickered across Sarutobi's features. The villagers of Konoha were equally captivated by the strange event, reveling in the spectacle, for other than the Ninetales, there was little that instilled fear in them. After all, should the sky fall, the ninjas of Konoha would stand firm. The peculiar phenomenon of the weather eclipsed the chatter surrounding the Uchiha's adorable girl, swiftly catapulting it to the forefront of Konoha's current discourse. However, after approximately 10 seconds, the phenomenon vanished entirely, and the sky reverted to its original clear hue. Meanwhile, the young girl responsible for the disturbance, Shisui, found her mood considerably dampened. The dark cloud that had hovered over Konoha now loomed ominously above her. Invisible and imperceptible to others, yet she could distinctly sense the swirling energy within the thundercloud. She feared that a mere jolt might send her sprawling to the ground in a fit. Ding. Malicious use of the system mechanism detected. Post-punishment time extended to 1 week. What? System, how could you do this? A whole week? If I must go out like this every day, how will I face anyone? Ding. No room for rebuttal. This is a matter of principle. Please refrain from exploiting the system's flaws for trivial amusements. Shisui, she truly is infuriating. Why must she be so curiously inclined to engage with this object? This has turned out to be quite unfortunate. Stepping outside necessitates donning a maid's outfit. She is not a recluse, and she has work obligations. It is simply impractical to remain indoors indefinitely. After pondering for a moment, Jishui inquired of the system, where can I acquire the Flying Thunder God technique? Alternatively, a teleportation ability would suffice. The system responded. The acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique or the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's Void technique requires 89,980,000 currency. However, the host currently lacks the means to make such a purchase. Upon hearing this price, Jishui's expression darkened. It seemed as though this system was blinded by greed. With each item demanding more than 2.5 asmara, she felt overwhelmed and decided to resign herself to the situation as long as she remained unembarrassed. The embarrassment would fall upon others. Jishui stepped out, purchasing 2 bowls of ramen to go from Uncle Lilu, and then sprinted along a nearby alley. Indeed, her route home was not fixed. She could take a shortcut through the alley. Halt. Who are you? Just as Jishui was delighting in her solitary path home, she was abruptly confronted by a member of the Umbu. The girl, dressed in such peculiar attire, was clearly not a native, warranting further investigation. The Hokage had recently issued a strict order to scrutinize Konoha. Anything suspicious must be thoroughly examined. Chapter 14. An awkward encounter. Captain Shisui. We have discovered a suspicious individual masquerading as a member of the Konoha security force in the alley of the XX district. She is strikingly beautiful, dons bizarre clothing, and attempts to impersonate a security officer to evade capture. What? Take me to her. Uchiha Shisui, masked and contemplative, was an Umbu of Konoha, dedicated to safeguarding the village and upholding the will of fire. Despite the ongoing tensions within the organization and the Hokage's faction, he would never yield in the face of external threats. Hey, you've got the wrong person. I am truly a model citizen, and you must recognize my insignia. I am indeed a member of the security team. Within the dim confines of a solitary iron cell, a young girl clad in a maid outfit struggled to convey her plight, yet the guards at the entrance paid her no heed. Creak. The heavy iron door swung open, revealing 2 masked figures in dark cloaks, one of whom wielded a Kusanagi sword and sported slightly tousled short hair. This is the one, Captain. As the water seeped through the iron-barred window, the moment he beheld the lovely girl bound to the chair, he was momentarily taken aback. The attire she wore complemented her grace remarkably, yet there lingered an unsettling familiarity about her figure. Hey, release me at once, or I shall unleash my brother upon you. He is exceedingly fierce. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jishui pondered for half a second before a sudden flash of realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This voice. What could it be? With a resounding thud, the door was thrust open, startling both the shadowy figures nearby and the struggling Jishui, seated in the chair. Jishui and Jishui, clad in dark attire, exchanged bewildered glances for a few moments. Then, Jishui tilted her head in curiosity. Why is this fellow staring at me? She pondered. Is it that he intends to administer some form of clandestine punishment? Instinctively, she recoiled slightly. However, when Jishui removed his mask to reveal a familiar visage, an electric jolt surged through Jishui, from her toes to the crown of her head. Oh dear. What a coincidence. I merely intended to return home and prepare a meal for you, and here I am, apprehended instead. After a brief pause, Jishui managed to muster an awkward yet polite smile, though Jishui's mood was decidedly less cheerful. The members of the Dark Division observed the peculiar interaction between the two with growing confusion. What on earth transpired? 10 minutes later, in the personal lounge of Jishui, a faint red mark adorned the forehead of Jishui, who sat despondently on a chair, teetering on the brink of tears. Well, I still have some time before my shift ends. You can wait here for a while, but remember not to cause any trouble. I will take you home once I finish work, all right? Jishui murmured softly in response. With a sigh, Jishui exited the room, pondering the troublesome nature of her little sister. Ah, how infuriating. How could I be so unfortunate as to have been caught by the secret department? It seems the secret of my fondness for maid outfits can no longer be concealed. Jishui lay by the edge of the bed, her gaze vacant as she gently swayed her slender legs. The thought of her older brother discovering her penchant for wearing maid attire was indeed troubling. Jishui unconsciously placed her hand on the nearby table, suddenly sensing something amiss. She furrowed her brow and brushed a layer of dust from the surface. Ding! The passive ability of the maid outfit was activated, the tireless spirit of the maid. Upon encountering the wisp of dust, Jishui felt as though a dormant gene had been awakened within her. Every corner of her surroundings appeared to be cloaked in a layer of dust, and a peculiar flutter coursed through her entire being, igniting an urgent desire to seize the broom that lay behind the door. Yet, she managed to restrain herself. After all, she was a true connoisseur of leisure, one who refrained from indulging in meaningless actions. With that thought, Jishui rose from her bed and settled cross-legged to cultivate her chakra, beginning the process of refining it throughout her body. However, after a short while, the image of that elusive dust returned unbidden to her mind. Distracted by this reverie, she even sensed a notable impediment in the speed of her refinement. Ding. Host. Please do not suppress your true nature. Desires are meant to be expressed. Jishui, you wretched desire. If it weren't for this maid outfit, she wouldn't feel so distressed. Jishui cast a glance around the modest chamber, noting that it was filled primarily with utilitarian objects, the space quite limited. Sighing, she resolved to tidy up before proceeding to refine her chakra. With a gentle exhale, Jishui grasped a broom and meticulously swept the floor, leaving not a speck of dust behind. She then retrieved a mop from the bathroom, scrubbing the floor back and forth 3 times. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the irritability that had previously clouded her mood began to dissipate. After cleaning for a while, Jishui felt a wave of refreshment wash over her, invigorating her entire being. The experimental version of the maid outfit was functioning properly and ready for listing in the system marketplace. Shui froze. Was that just my imagination? Did I hear the system speaking just now? System, did you say something? Ding. The system did not utter any words. Although Jishui was puzzled, she did not dwell on the matter, merely dismissing it as an auditory illusion. After cleaning the floor thoroughly, she began to organize the books on the table. However, as she was arranging the volumes, one particular book captured her attention. It was a delicate blue gift box, adorned with a layer of dust, yet bearing signs of having been opened. Attached to it was a tag inscribed with the name Kakashi Hitaki and the words Happy Birthday. What could this be? Jishui, filled with curiosity, carefully unwrapped the gift box, revealing its contents before her eyes. Inside lay a delicate yellow-covered book, adorned with an image of an alluringly dressed woman. In the upper left corner of the book, 4 bold characters caught her attention: Intimate Paradise. Upon seeing these characters, Jishui was both astonished and intrigued by the book. Previously, while watching anime, she had noticed many individuals expressing their fondness for this enlightening work. Today, she was determined to discover what captivating treasures lay within its pages. With a heart full of anticipation, Jishui gently opened the cover. However, just as she was about to delve deeper into Jiraiya's masterpiece, the door creaked open with a soft sound. Jishui hurriedly placed the book into the box, concealing it beneath her little skirt. Upon entering, Jishui was pleasantly surprised by the immaculate state of the room, offering a few words of praise to Jishui. However, upon gazing at the bookshelf, a sense of something amiss lingered in the air. Was there not a gift box here? Chapter 15. Uchiha Itachi Jishui. Why do you seem somewhat uncomfortable? Perhaps it is merely my excitement at visiting the Umbu base for the first time. Is that so? As the water barrier approached the table, Jishui's nerves instantly became taut. She had not intended to open that box. Could she simply return it and pretend she had not seen it? Ding. Time pause card, 5 seconds. Limited time, flash sale price, for million each. At such a moment, there was no need to stir up chaos. Jishui seemed to have noticed something amiss with Jishui, yet he refrained from articulating his concerns. Instead, he accompanied her home, casting a deliberate glance at the desk before closing the door. Alas, he had been somewhat careless, though Jishui had matured. It was to be hoped that her choice of attire was not influenced by any peculiar literature. He would need to rectify her thinking when he had the opportunity in a few days. Upon returning home, Jishui did not engage in the expected playful reprimands or poke her forehead, as Jishui had anticipated. Rather, he simply took a shower, changed his clothes, and personally tied an apron around himself as he made his way to the kitchen. Realizing that Jishui had not broached any sensitive topics, Jishui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. She then extracted the exquisite gift box from her skirt and stowed it safely in her wardrobe, securing it once more. To her surprise, she had inadvertently brought this item back with her. She hoped her elder brother would not discover it later on. Jishui glanced at the night sky outside the window. Drawing the curtains down, she then untied the bow and straps binding her back, allowing her delicate garment to slip from her tender skin, cascading over the frills of her skirt, revealing her ethereal, alabaster form in the mirror. Even upon beholding this exquisite masterpiece of a figure once more, Jishui could not help but exclaim, "Truly, my wife is delightful." System, ding. Is this what they call a Japanese person? After changing back into her usual ninja attire and finishing dinner, Jishui once again took Jishui to the tranquil, desolate training ground, reminiscent of the previous day. However, This time, the atmosphere was not as serene. By the water's edge stood a striking young man clad in dark attire. His youthful visage and the mingling of tear troughs lending him an air of incongruity that Jishui instantly recognized. It was Uchiha Itachi, the very man who, alongside Uchiha Obito, had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Although he appeared merely 11 years of age now, Jishui surmised that she was still no match for him. However, if she could enhance her physical prowess and master Jishui's body flicker technique, a confrontation might be conceivable. Upon spotting Jishui behind Jishui, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, his immediate reaction being that Jishui had stirred up trouble once more. In the wake of Jishui's past transgressions, Jishui frequently brought her to the training grounds for practice. It was not uncommon for him to seek Jishui out, albeit at different locations. "Where is Sasuke today? Isn't that little rascal always clinging to you?" He chuckled. "Oh, you mean that?" After witnessing Jishui's cheerful demeanor, Itachi's serious expression seemed to soften, and he shook his head, a mix of sympathy and relief in his eyes. Sasuke had learned a method for practicing the Phoenix Fire technique from some clan member. But he had confused the chakra flow of the Great Fireball with that of the Phoenix Fire, resulting in burnt lips. He was currently at home recuperating. Jishui what? Burned by Phoenix Immortal Fire? Jishui suddenly felt a twinge of guilt and cleared her throat, leaning slightly behind Jishui. In her attempt to deal with the little Uchiha Sasuke, she had indeed imparted the Fengxian Fire technique to him. Yet she never anticipated that it would lead to such complications. Is that so? Little Sasuke is rather endearing, though he pales in comparison to Jishui. Jishui stood with one hand on her hip, seemingly reminiscing about an amusing incident, and remarked, when Jishui first encountered the art of fire release in her childhood. She nearly set the house ablaze. Hey, don't pretend I'm not here. Such embarrassing secrets should remain among ourselves. Jishui searched her memories and, to her astonishment, recalled that very scene. Although it was not her personally involved, it was still too soon to divulge such a tale. As Jishui charged towards her, Jishui leveraged her height to hold Jishui's head at bay, preventing her from advancing even an inch. Ha. The moment I see Itachi, I can hardly contain myself. I almost forgot about you. Jishui. Today, Shisui summoned Itachi not only to discuss matters concerning the captain of the Dark Division, but also to explore the hidden potential residing within Shiryuki. Just yesterday, Shisui had witnessed firsthand Shiryuki's extraordinary and almost monstrous aptitude for learning. Thus, he sought to invite Itachi to impart knowledge regarding the art of illusion. While he himself possessed a grasp of illusion techniques, his true expertise lay in ninjutsu and fire release. Although he wielded the ultimate illusion, Kodo Amatsukami, it would be impractical to use it on Shiryuki. In the ensuing moments, amidst the casual chatter between Shisui and Itachi, Itachi dedicated himself to guiding Shiryuki in the intricacies of illusion training. However, bereft of the experience cards, Shiryuki found himself engulfed in a torrent of information that left him in a state of perplexity, oscillating between comprehension and confusion. After nearly half an hour of arduous training, Itachi glanced at Shiryuki, who remained utterly befuddled, unable even to enchant a mere frog. It was hard to believe that despite the absence of the Sharingan, Shiryuki's performance was so lacking. Perhaps Shisui's remarks about talent were indeed pertinent. When it came to illusion, Shiryuki's aptitude was, to put it mildly, inscrutable. By the tranquil lakeside, Shiryuki lay in slumber, cradling a cushion beside a large rock. Observing the peacefully sleeping Shiryuki and the somewhat disheartened Itachi, Shisui found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that today, Shiryuki was far less impressive than the previous day. Yesterday, he had grasped concepts almost instantaneously. Even the complexities of body flicker technique had been mastered within mere minutes. Yet, why was his performance in illusion so lamentable? Logically, one would expect that 99 of Uchiha clan members, endowed with the Sharingan, would possess commendable talent for illusion techniques. Jishui and Yo sat by the shore for a while. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Yadaki turned to Jishui, who appeared deep in thought, and posed a question that had been troubling him. What has transpired with Jishui? I am well aware that she has always lagged behind. Her talent for ninjutsu is nearly non-existent. Years ago, you abandoned her training. Why has there been a sudden change? Upon hearing Itachi's inquiry, Shizuka revealed a gentle smile. Do you believe in late-blooming geniuses? Chapter 16. The quest for missions. After learning from Itachi that Shizuka's talent in genjutsu was quite poor, Shizuka did not give up. Instead, after finishing work each night, he personally undertook the task of teaching Shizuka the intricacies of illusion techniques. However, the results were profoundly disappointing. Reluctantly, Shizuka had to pivot and encourage Shizuka to continue honing her skills in ninjutsu and fire techniques, aspiring to mold her into an adept mid-range combat ninja. Moreover, Shizuka did not neglect tactical training. He frequently took her to the nearby grove to enhance her physical capabilities and solo combat strategies. Although Shizuka could distinctly sense that her talent had diminished compared to her initial performance, it had improved considerably since then, and he no longer harbored excessive expectations. That prior burst of potential might have been the culmination of years of latent ability, as such behavior could hardly be explained by logic alone. However, what puzzled Shizuka was Shizuka's peculiar attire over the past few days, which seemed cumbersome and difficult to remove. She often asked him, "Do you wish to dance amidst the thunder?" During these several days, as Shizuka juggled work, training, and her home life, she had received various rewards from the system's daily leisure activities. Unfortunately, most of these were of little use, such as white stockings, small toys, remote-controlled drones, cameras, and a plethora of miscellaneous items. The only noteworthy reward was a skill called Swordsmanship Mastery LV3, which enhanced her proficiency in swordplay and bolstered her close combat abilities. This was far more efficient than the training Shizuka provided, yet advancing to LV4 required 980,000 Ryo, a sum Shizuka currently lacked. Sighing, she awoke from her slumber, gazing at the calendar hanging on the wall, her heart swelling with relief. At last, she had endured a grueling week and could finally shed that humiliating maid outfit, escaping the incessant, fiery stares, though she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. After freshening up, Shizuka exchanged her pajamas for ninja attire and savored a delightful breakfast before setting off for work with a space scroll on her back. However, this time, after utilizing the shadow clone technique to manage her duties, Shizuka did not indulge in her usual leisure until nightfall. Instead, she stealthily employed camouflage jutsu to slip out of the watchtower and hurried toward the Hokage building's mission hall. Even when one is idling, there should be limits. Though the night of the massacre was still 2 years away, it was imperative to acquire funds and grow stronger as swiftly as possible. Were it not for the constraints imposed by her maid uniform, Shizuka believed she might already have enough money to upgrade her swordsmanship mastery. Arriving discreetly at the mission hall, Shizuka discarded the camouflage cloth, adjusted her outfit, and entered through the door. At that moment, the number of ninjas present was scant, as typical missions had lengthy durations ranging from half a day to over a month. It was just past 8 o'clock. Even if ninjas had come to accept missions, they would have completed them earlier in the morning. "Excuse me, could I have a C-rank mission?" The ninja at the mission desk set aside his book. Glancing at the adorable, refined young girl before him, he inquired, "Where is your team leader and your companions?" "I have no team leader. I am alone." "Just you?" The uncle scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. According to regulations, a single genin without a team was only permitted to undertake the safest D-rank missions. C-rank missions required at least 3 genin or a CH nin to lead. Currently, there are no C-rank missions available. Perhaps you should consider some D-rank missions. The difference between the two isn't substantial. The uncle retrieved several yellow mission cards from the wall and placed them on the table. Ji Shui gazed at the yellow card resting on the table, her eyes swiftly scanning the mundane tasks listed: cleaning, driving away wild boars, clearing the waterways, and harvesting the wheat fields. The assignments were not only devoid of excitement, but also offered pitifully meager rewards, none exceeding 20,000. "Is there not a single task with a more substantial reward?" she inquired. "Indeed, there are, but such tasks are not suited for a little girl like you." The elderly man replied. "What? Are there tasks I am unfit for? Show me." Ji Shui, feeling a surge of indignation at the man's dismissal, demanded to see the task. However, her enthusiasm deflated upon discovering that the task involved clearing the sewer. "Well, this is certainly a laborious and foul-smelling job. Perhaps it is best that a vibrant young lady like myself refrain from such endeavors." She gazed longingly at the 5,000 reward, swallowing hard, although the pay was enticing. It was clearly inappropriate. "Could you not make an exception and allow me to undertake a C-level task? Please?" Ji Shui activated her shameless charm, leaning on the counter, her sparkling eyes radiating an irresistible allure. Upon witnessing such a lovely and adorable girl attempting to charm him, the old man's face flushed slightly as he scratched his head. Nevertheless, rules were rules. Observing the little one, it seemed she had only recently become a ninja and participating in a C-level task, which carried risks of injury or even death, was not advisable. No, rules are rules. If you truly wish to complete a task, You will need to form a team with 2 lower-ranked ninjas or find a middle-ranked ninja to lead you. Jishui, alas, it appears that it truly cannot be done. Jishui let out a sigh, just as she was about to give up. At that moment, a stooped old man carrying a large pot entered the mission hall. The uncle was taken aback upon seeing this elderly figure. Lord Gujie, what brings you here? Jishui turned to look at the old man, Mangekyou Sharingan. The name seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. The protagonist had not finished watching Naruto. Ah. There's no need to call me sir. I am merely a lowly genin. I have come here because my pot broke a few days ago, and I need to complete some tasks to exchange for a better one. Mangekyou Sharingan took down the large pot from his back, giving it a pat, causing dust to scatter and prompting Jishui to cough several times. The pot Gujie required was not an ordinary cooking vessel. It was crafted from a special chakra-conducting metallic essence, and its price was naturally exorbitant. Otherwise, it would not have appeared in the task hall. However, it was quite a spectacle for such an esteemed elder to come and undertake a task. Cough, cough, old man. Could you consider that there is someone beside you? Jishui fanned the air around him, still coughing. This little brat's appearance. Does it remind me of someone? Initially, Gujie had paid little attention to Jishui, but upon noticing the endearing yet familiar features of the boy, he seemed to recall a member of the Uchiha clan, though they were not classmates in their youth. He had always admired the young man's fervent and sincere will of fire. Could this little one be a descendant of Uchiha Kagami? The author has not watched Naruto in a long time, so there may be some discrepancies in the timeline of this book. Please be understanding. Dear readers, Chapter 17, Orochimaru's defection in the task hall. Mangekyou Sharingan received a blue card from the hands of an uncle. The task marked on it was a B-rank commission, and the bounty should suffice for procuring a new pot. Yukasetsu tiptoed curiously beside Kogai, her spirits dampening upon seeing the B-rank mission. Hey, old man, we're both Konoha genin, why the discrimination? She thought indignantly. Here was a septuagenarian genin able to undertake B-rank missions alone, while she, in the prime of youth, was relegated to menial D-rank tasks like planting trees or retrieving lost pets. Even a C-rank would suffice. Behind Konoha's towering Hokage rock lay an expansive forest, teeming with life, though the more dangerous beast had long been eradicated by shinobi. Deep within its tranquil depths, hidden behind a moss-covered door, twisted corridors led to a vast chamber lined with enormous incubation pots. Each contained a child, suspended in nutrient fluid, their fates unknown. Miles away, an armored elder emerged with a squad of ANBU. Orochimaru, you've chosen this path after all, he murmured, in his concealed laboratory. Orochimaru sighed as another child succumbed to the overwhelming power of Hashirama's cells. Their bodies are compatible, but their vitality is insufficient, he mused. Not a single survivor out of 100. Such formidable energy. As he gathered his research, a gray serpent slithered to his ear with urgent news. Startled, Orochimaru incinerated his documents, seized a tanto, and stuffed critical items into a scroll. But as he reached the exit, blinding light flooded the room. Clad in black armor, Hiruzen Sarutobi and masked ANBU stormed in. His aged eyes darkened with sorrow. Orochimaru, you are my student, but human experimentation has been forbidden for years. Did you never consider the consequences? Orochimaru smirked. Sensei, you know me. In pursuit of truth, such trivialities mean nothing. And, would you truly kill me? His hands flashed through seals, unleashing a tempest that shattered glass, spilled precious fluids, and sent the ANBU crumpling, their chakra paralyzed. Even Hiruzen staggered, seizing the moment. Orochimaru slipped past. Lord Hokage, Kakashi gaped. How could someone of your caliber be affected by such a simple technique? In truth, Hiruzen could have summoned Enma instantly, trapping his wayward disciple in a cage of flames, a near certain hit in the narrow corridor. Yet, hesitation stayed his hand. By Konoha's laws, Orochimaru's crimes demanded execution. But could he condemn the student he'd nurtured for decades? Regaining his footing, Hiruzen ordered, this failure is mine. But Orochimaru possesses forbidden knowledge and critical intel. He must not escape Konoha's reach. Kakashi, take Squad 6 and pursue him immediately. I will rally reinforcements. Yes, Lord Hokage. As manhunters swarmed the streets, Kogai was personally summoned by Hiruzen. Watching him escorted by Anbu, Yukasetsu scratched her head. This old genin seems connected. Definitely not ordinary like me. Resigned to D ranks. She selected a short-distance escort mission to a nearby village market. But the sudden mobilization of shinobi outside gave her pause. What's happening? Did you hear? The Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, has defected. What? Why would he abandon status and power in Konoha? Who knows? Even my ANBU friend is tight-lipped. Yukisetsu's brow arched. So Snake Uncle hadn't left yet? Good riddance. At least now I won't worry about him snatching kids for experiments. Not that he'd glance at a dead last like me. A blur of Yinbiyu shadows raced overhead. As she craned her neck, 2 fingers jabbed her forehead. Oh, what are you doing here? She whined, rubbing the spot. Shisui removed his mask. I should be asking you. Weren't you on guard duty? My shadow clone's handling it. Isn't taking missions better than rotting in a booth? She waved her mission slip cheerfully. This one pays 50,000 Ri, almost C rank. Shisui snatched it, scanned the details, and tucked it away. Hey, that's mine. I need a gatekeeper J-Nin's approval. She lunged. But he held her at arm's length. Orochimaru's defected. It's unsafe outside. Try another day. Captain, move out. On my way. Shisui ruffled her hair, dispatching a clone to return the slip. As he vanished in a shunshin, Yukisetsu's pout melted into a grin. From her pouch, she produced another slip. Heh, knew he'd pull this. Chapter 18. What? The intel was fake. In the profound and desolate expanse of a colossal base, a structure of steel and concrete looms, its vastness filled with interconnected pipes and ladders. Standing at the center of a cross bridge, Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, faced a child adorned with a root-like mask. You are aware of Orochimaru's defection, correct? Yes, Lord Danzo, the child, known as Jia, replied, his head bowed, avoiding Danzo's aged visage. Yet, he sensed that summoning him at this critical juncture would likely prove to be an arduous task. As anticipated, Danzo placed his hand upon Jia's shoulder and spoke in a somber tone. You have been with me for some time now. I am entrusting you with a special mission. A special mission? Amidst the towering mountains and dense forests, beneath an abandoned underground palace, Orochimaru pushed open a door long encrusted with moss, securing a sealed scroll within his bosom. Thankfully, backup data still remained here, he chuckled. Halt. Just as Orochimaru Jishui obtained a brief permit for leaving the village from the hands of Shinwetsushuin, since it was destined for a market not far from Konoha. There were no significant hindrances. After all, with Orochimaru's defection, Konoha's commission system could not simply cease operations. However, before her departure, Gongzi-Tai prudently reminded the charming young girl to be cautious. Rest assured, Uncle. Orochimaru escaped from the back mountain. I am leaving through the front gate. How could he possibly be foolish enough to circle around Konoha and encounter me? She chuckled. Gongzi-Tai, perplexed by Jishui's words, scratched his head. That seems to be a valid point, but even without Orochimaru, you must ensure your safety. Most of the ninjas within the village have been dispatched, so there will be no Konoha ninjas patrolling your route. Understood. With a cheerful spirit, Jishui received her brief travel permit from the gatekeepers of Konoha. After reviewing the information on the notice, she located the transport caravan, which consisted of only a few carts, primarily engaged in trading iron goods between Konoha and nearby villages. The leader of the group was a young man who appeared somewhat reluctant to converse. Throughout the execution of the task, Jishui noticed he hardly spoke. While the subordinates managed the details of the commission, gradually Jishui began to sense an unsettling atmosphere. The outskirts of Konoha were enveloped by vast forests, with only the sound of wheels rolling along the quiet path. Sitting atop the central cart, Jishui felt that the bumpy journey deviated somewhat from the intended route. As the cart's speed gradually slowed, she reached into her ninja tool pouch. The primary contractor seated at the front cart glanced back at the increasingly alert Jishui, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, a Uchiha straggler. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes, although there are no eyes to open. If this were to be delivered to Lord Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly be quite pleased. Jishui gazed at the halted carriage, her expression unchanged as she inquired of those around her, what has transpired? The individuals nearby remained silent, instead producing shurikens and hurling them fiercely at Jishui. How unfortunate. She lamented to encounter such unsavory events while on a simple mission. With a swift motion, Jishui deflected the incoming shurikens with her own throwing stars, then drew forth the Kusanagi sword that had been slung across her back. Capture them alive. Lord Orochimaru requires fresh Uchiha specimens. Understood. A katana descended violently upon the box at Jishui's feet. She leaped from the carriage, surveying the encroaching crowd, and formed hand seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, surged forth from Jishui, only to be halted by an upraised earthen wall. 2 explosive tags were planted beneath her feet, radiating blinding light. Boom. The leader raised an arm to shield himself from the ensuing dust, shouting at the surrounding figures, enough chatter. We need them alive. Did you not hear? If this straggler perishes, you'll all dispose of them in the lab as materials for cursed seals. The mention of cursed seals sent shivers through those present. Such matters were far from benign. Amidst the smoke from the explosion, a distinct slash emerged, and a blinding arc of light cut across several individuals' chests. 3 figures with crimson eyes swiftly darted through the crowd, their kusanagi swords glinting as blood sprayed onto the grass. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving a dozen men sprawled in pools of blood. What? Could the intel be false? The leader stared in disbelief at his fallen comrades. Wasn't this supposed to be the straggler? And only genin can accept D-rank missions, right? Is this truly a genin? Though it was her first encounter with blood, Jishui felt no discomfort. Rather, the sight of blood upon her blade, following the activation of her Sharingan, ignited a peculiar thrill within her. Yet, due to the moral teachings from her past life, she refrained from delivering lethal blows, ensuring her adversaries were left incapacitated. With a puff, the excess shadow clones dissipated into mist. Jishui planted her Kusanagi sword into the ground, flexed her wrist, and turned her gaze towards the leader, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 19. Orochimaru in a swift motion. A bolt of lightning cleaved a large tree in two. Orochimaru turned to face the relentless pursuit of Kakashi, placing an explosive tag beneath his feet before employing the body flicker technique to vanish from sight. Boom. A surge of flames enveloped Kakashi, the explosion igniting the surrounding foliage, transforming the forest into a sea of fire, thick smoke billowing skyward. Yet, Orochimaru felt no fear of being discovered. No one in this world could catch him. Lightning style, pursuit Fong. A blue hound crackling with electricity charged from behind Orochimaru, the blinding lightning striking his form, only to dissipate into a mound of heavy earth. The charge sent causing Kakashi's brow to furrow. A mere earth clone. Buzz. A flash of white light sliced towards Kakashi, but he parried it with his katana. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan began to whirl within his eyes. The uncle of snakes, having failed his ambush from behind Kakashi, paused momentarily before recognizing the blood-red gleam in Kakashi's left eye. What a splendid eye, Orochimaru mused. But alas, I have no need for imposters. With a swift kick, he sent Kakashi sprawling, then formed hand seals, unleashing a blade of wind. The tree encircling the three was torn to shreds, the force of the attack cleaving the earth and sending Kakashi flying far from the fray, crashing to the ground, his umbu mask shattered, drenched in blood. Kakashi could barely move. Had he not utilized Raikiri moments prior, he would likely be dead. Orochimaru surveyed the incapacitated Kakashi from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, a brown python slithered from the forest and coiled around Orochimaru. Such a delightful creature. Do you too revel in the sight of blood? He crooned, licking the shuriken in his hand, yearning to touch the smooth scales of the serpent. Yet, as the python opened its jaws, revealing an explosive tag glowing ominously, Orochimaru's heart raced. Not good. In the nearby woods, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene through a crystal ball. His expression remained grave as he watched Orochimaru engulfed by flames. This serpent was undoubtedly placed by his former student, who knew Orochimaru's nature well. However, a single explosive tag would not be enough to slay the serpent. The rest would depend on Orochimaru's own fate. As expected, within the crystal ball, Orochimaru emerged unscathed from the smoke of the detonation, albeit with his side stained in blood and a faint charred scent wafting from him. Third Hokage, you truly have pursued me, he hissed, gritting his teeth as he disregarded his injuries and ventured deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, members of the Umbu medical team rushed to the scene to tend to Kakashi. The third Hokage gazed at the injured Kakashi, wincing in pain, and cast a long look towards the direction Orochimaru had fled. Kakashi, you were too rash, daring to confront Orochimaru alone. You are still too young. Sarutobi stroked his beard, lost in thought. What is the matter, Sarutobi? Do you regret letting Orochimaru go? Danzo's figure materialized behind him, glancing at the wounded Kakashi and murmuring, what are you saying? I can't comprehend. Orochimaru is now a rogue ninja of Super S rank. As Hokage, how could I commit such a grave error? Meanwhile, your support was rather tardy. Could it be you have secret dealings with Orochimaru? In response to Danzo's blunt accusation, Sarutobi swiftly countered, placing the blame firmly upon Danzo. Nevertheless, Danzo remained unfazed, leaning on his cane as he surveyed the surroundings. The route, though a dark aspect of Konoha, was firmly aligned with the village's interests. There was no way they would engage in covert negotiations with Orochimaru. That is good. The two old foxes stood there, occasionally admiring the scenery. Yet neither made any move to pursue Orochimaru. After all, They had to keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha tiger in the village and could not stray too far from Konoha. Meanwhile, Umbu members bravely scoured the surrounding area. Along the southern path of Konoha, Shisui retrieved several ropes, binding the leader to the carriage. The horses, frightened by the recent chaos, had fled, leaving a truly troublesome mess to manage. After Shisui bound the remaining individuals with twine meant for securing cargo, she took out her water flask to cleanse her hands of the blood. Subsequently, she approached the cart and lifted the lid of the box. It appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Shisui retrieved an iron shovel from within the box, shaking it slightly, as it seemed rather mundane. Ding! Detection of a metallic object. As Shisui pondered whether there existed non-metallic varieties of shovels, she mused if perhaps stone shovels could be a reality, or even wooden, golden, or diamond shovels. Just as her doubts about the system's functionality began to surface, a diminutive serpent slithered out from the sleeve of the caravan leader, sinking its fangs into the hemp rope. "You mischievous little creature, you shall pay for your actions," the leader muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then hastened to the wagon, retrieving a sickle, which he snapped in two, extracting a pale blue syringe from within. The others, having freed themselves from the ropes, mirrored the leader's actions, hastily procuring syringes from various farming implements and injecting them into their own bodies. A surge of black light erupted from the cursed markings on the napes of their necks. Shisui, What is that sound? As Shisui just picked up the nearby grass-cutting sword, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind sweeping in from behind. In a swift motion, he employed the body flicker technique and found himself 10 meters away, gazing at the carriage that had been ruthlessly torn apart by vicious claws, alongside a dozen towering black-striped orcs, each standing 2 or 3 meters tall. "Little brat, I shall slay you," they cackled maniacally. How had these wretches transformed into such monstrous beings? Ding! A system task was triggered. Task name: the mutated minions of Orochimaru. Task description: you have unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru, who intends to transport crucial experimental materials and a portion of funding for his equipment. As a diligent shinobi of Konoha, will you choose to evade the danger and return to report, or will you stay behind to seize the assets for yourself? Evade the danger. Utilizing Professor Jisui's body flicker technique, you flee with remarkable speed, leaving them far behind. Upon your return to Konoha, after uncovering the truth and reclaiming the funds, you will earn the admiration of the higher-ups in the village. Reward: a small red flower. Stay behind to seize assets. The enemies are mere trifles. Even bolstered by potions, they remain a trivial threat. Thus, you resolve to dispatch them all and subsequently divide a portion of Orochimaru's fortune. Reward: a substantial sum of money acquired. Shisui, what is funding? Upon the mention of money, Jisui's senses appeared to be ignited, and her eyes seemed to transform into symbols of wealth. Since this is the funding utilized by Orochimaru for research, it must be substantial. Correct? As a ninja of the Konoha Guard, it would be entirely reasonable for me to confiscate it, wouldn't it? Shisui gazed at the distant orc legion, her expression seemingly filled with exhilaration. The mutated Orochimaru's subordinates felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Chapter 20. The Scent of Blood. In the midst of the towering thicket, the third Hokage witnessed Orochimaru clutching his side, blood gushing profusely, as he melded into the earth beneath him. At this juncture, fleeing directly north had become an impractical endeavor. Given his current injured state, escape from the tightly woven blockade of Konoha's shinobi was utterly unattainable. Thus, he resolved to summon a few snake-like clones to divert Konoha's firepower, subsequently making his way to the Iburi clan, where he would employ his smoke transformation ability to elude the encirclement of Konoha. Moreover, near the Iburi clan's marketplace lay a small stronghold that Orochimaru had established, frequented by his smuggled cargo caravans bearing potions that could alleviate his injuries. Judging by the time, they should be arriving shortly. With a smirk gracing his lips, Orochimaru swiftly navigated underground using the Earth Dragon hidden technique. Third Hokage, you shall not impede my escape. Meanwhile, Shisui had bound several unconscious half-cursed orc beasts to a sturdy tree, adorning them with a charming pink bow that exuded girlish whimsy. She then cleaned her bloodstained flying thunder god kunai. Although she had successfully dealt with a squad of inept soldiers, she too had paid a price. Thankfully, her injuries were not severe. It was fortunate that this group, after their transformation, lacked speed, allowing her to execute multiple counterattacks with the flying thunder god kunai. Catching them off guard with her peculiar abilities, Shisui tenderly cleaned the scratches and wounds adorning her body. With the assistance of the system's diligent assessment, she discovered medication among the supplies, applying it evenly to her injuries. With one hand clenching the bandage, she meticulously wrapped it around her wounds. She winced as she felt the medication merging with her injuries, an exhilarating sensation that made her feel as if she were soaring into the skies. This bittersweet feeling, she admitted, was one she would never wish to experience again in her lifetime. Yet, curiously, when activating her Sharingan during battles, she felt no pain whatsoever. After tending to her wounds, Uchiha cooperated with the system to uncover the supplies Orochimaru had concealed within the vehicles, likely a contingency plan to evade detection. Yet it unexpectedly benefited Uchiha instead. Following an exhaustive search, she discovered nearly 3 million in currency from these vehicles and buried the unusable materials beneath the largest nearby tree. Though currently unnecessary, they might prove valuable in the future. What a precious parting gift from Snake-san upon his departure from Konoha. Orochimaru. So, subsequently, Uchiha retrieved a map from the leader of the Beastman troop. Unlike a treasure map, it was remarkably detailed, marking several significant locations, likely Orochimaru's hidden sanctuaries scattered abroad. Running her fingers through her sleek black hair, Uchiha frowned at the dilemma posed by this serpentine treasure trove. Following the map risked encountering Orochimaru himself. Yet success promised immense rewards, resources that could substantially elevate her strength. Ding. A choice-based mission triggered. Option 1. Quit while ahead. Today's gains are already substantial. Return to the village and resume a leisurely life. Reward. Slacker S medal. Enhances evasion speed with each use of the body flicker technique. Option 2. Quit while ahead. Impossible. Plundering these serpentine vaults would bring instant wealth. Accumulate funds to acquire the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Pilot a mechanized titan within Konoha in a few years. And make the village elders no pain, becoming a figure who shakes the entire shinobi world. Success reward. 2 Kaga-level chakra reserves, Madara-S combo/technique. And the looted serpent vault funds. Failure penalty. If caught by an excited Orochimaru, become his reincarnation vessel, earning the title Loli-S defeat, permanent 3 charm. Though only Orochimaru or an Edo Tensei revived self could appreciate it. Staring at the system's propositions, Uchiha tapped her forehead in vexation. A truly vexing choice. Being experimented on by Orochimaru was terrifying, yet the rewards were undeniably tempting. 2 Kaga-level chakra reserves. Enough to resolve her chronic chakra deficiency. As she agonized, the system projected a new notification onto her retina. Kaga-level experience card. 5 minutes a mystical card that instantly elevates your chakra to Beige tier, drastically enhancing your 5 senses and amplifying ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu potency. Post-use, however, a period of weakness follows. Limited time offer. 2.99 million Ryo. Jishui. Upon encountering this product, Jishui initially felt no surprise. However, upon seeing the price, a flicker of peculiarity seemed to pass over her charming visage. 299,000 taels? Oh. Dear system, you truly possess a conscience, leaving me with a mere 10,000 taels to replenish my supplies. Sensing the disdain in Jishui's tone, the system promptly interjected to clarify, ding. The selections made by this system are entirely random. Please do not slander the system. Moreover, the random flash sale in the marketplace is a remarkably benevolent event, dear host. Do not let this opportunity slip away lightly. As Jishui observed the remaining time for the flash sale, nearly 2 hours, she ultimately made her decision, opting for option 2. If she encountered Orochimaru, it would not be too late to purchase the shadow-level experience card. With swift actions, she might very well complete her task seamlessly. Embracing this thought, Jishui stowed away the map and withdrew the blood-stained grass sword that was embedded in the ground, then approached the dozen or so beastmen bound to a large tree. Although the exemplary education of the 21st century urged her against the indiscriminate taking of lives, her instincts insisted that failing to eliminate these individuals could lead to significant troubles in the future, potentially drawing the attention of Orochimaru. While she felt relatively secure in Konoha for the time being, the situation could very well change in 2 years. What might transpire then remained uncertain. After all, Jishui was determined to prevent Jishui from falling victim to Danzo's treachery. Without Jishui's demise, the night of the clan's extermination would likely arrive even more swiftly, inevitably ushering in a torrent of bloodshed. As for leading the Uchiha to defect from Konoha, that seemed implausible given the late timeline. And she doubted her own lethargic disposition could ever succeed. Ding. Host, taking a life is an essential skill for a ninja. Being soft-hearted is not an option. Moreover, these individuals are not benevolent. If one does not eradicate the root, the grass will grow anew with the spring breeze. Even if they do not pose a threat to the host in the future, they could still indirectly cause complications. It is far better to eliminate them. Upon hearing the system's discourse, Shisui let out a sigh, her gaze seemingly resolute, as she raised the Kusanagi sword. Well, you do make a valid point. I hope to acclimate to this dark world sooner rather than later. Shisui glanced at the others, steeling her heart. The blade in her hand glimmered ominously. And with a splash of blood, it adorned the grass beneath her. As she felt the warmth of the crimson liquid staining her face, Shisui closed her eyes tightly, her grip on the hilt trembling slightly. Have I succeeded? Chapter 21. The Aburi clan. This must be the place. Jia examined the address on the map, nimbly leaping from branch to branch. The scenery behind him receded like a fleeting shadow. After traversing through the dense forest, Jia gradually spotted a glimmer of light, a bustling marketplace nestled under the protection of Kanahagakur, filled with the essence of civilian bliss and the aroma of street food. Various snacks and daily necessities were being hawked incessantly. However, before this lively market, a girl stained with blood caught Jia's attention. She walked along the path, the scent of blood and the ninja tool pouch hanging at her waist prompting the nearby revelers to steer clear. The girl bore no visible weapons. Her youthful and endearing visage coupled with her fragile form exuded an aura of vulnerability, as if a mere push would topple her. Were her bloodied ninja attire replaced with a common kimono, she would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of strangers. Yet, despite her striking beauty, the lingering scent of blood in her ninja gear instilled a subtle fear among the surrounding civilians, a primal instinctive dread of the supernatural. Shisui glanced around, evading the gazes cast upon her, and awkwardly scratched her head. Alas, she had forgotten to change her attire. However, it was of little consequence, for she possessed a maid's outfit that she could summon at any moment. Shisui sought refuge in a secluded corner, shielded on 3 sides, where she draped a long cloth in front of her, completely obscuring the light from the outside. The art of spiritual communication. In a mere 30 seconds, Shisui donned a pristine and immaculate maid outfit. She appeared no different from her usual self, save for the delicate blood-stained bandages encircling her slender arms and alabaster thighs, and the iron forehead protector of Konoha discreetly concealed beneath her bangs. Stepping out of the modest changing area, Shisui noticed a ninja standing a few meters away, seemingly from either the umbu or the root, whose expression shifted to one of surprise. Could it be that Shisui had already detected her presence and sent someone after her? That seemed unlikely. While Shisui remained startled by the person before her, unbeknownst to her, the figure masked as Tenzo, from the root, blushed deeply upon witnessing the sight of Shisui in her maid attire adorned with bandages, rendered momentarily speechless. This girl exuded an adorable charm. Having been rescued from the experimental chamber, Tenzo had spent his days buried within the shadows of Konoha's underground umbu, inundated with dark and twisted information, and tasked with missions devoid of any glimmer of light. Thus, encountering Shisui, who resembled an angel, left him feeling somewhat flustered. Well, Orochimaru has defected. You should, hurry back home, Tenzo stammered, his words lacking coherence, before vanishing from sight using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, 3 question marks appeared above Jishue's head. Where had this umbu emerged from? It seemed rather peculiar, yet judging by the attire and equipment, it was undoubtedly from Konoha. Jishui did not dwell on the matter for too long, merely considering it as the work of the shadowy figures who had long been stationed there. She secured the grass sword upon her back and pulled out a map, making her way towards the location of Uncle Snake's treasure. Meanwhile, concealed atop the roof, Tianzong quietly observed Jishui as she proceeded toward her destination. He too retrieved a map from his ninja tool pouch, noting its alignment with Jishui's path, which sparked a flicker of suspicion within him. Could this be a ninja dispatched by Lord Hokage to assist him? Yet, something seemed amiss. Glancing up at the blazing sun overhead, Tianzong cast a reluctant glance at Jishui before vanishing from sight. One could only hope that this operation would proceed without a hitch. In the woods surrounding the marketplace, beneath the massive tree that towered over the earth, slivers of warm sunlight filtered through the cracks. Beneath this grand tree lay a labyrinth of winding tunnels, as if the earth had been hollowed out. Within this intricate maze was a broad expanse, desolate yet adorned with numerous exquisitely crafted structures, their faint glow casting shadows in the vicinity. A group of men and women clad in simple garments huddled together, their expressions fraught with anxiety, lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, a wisp of blue smoke drifted in from the outside, gradually morphing into a living figure before their eyes. Any news from Lord Orochimaru? One inquired. Report to the leader. The messenger replied. Orochimaru's contact serpent has informed us that he will arrive today to temporarily evade the pursuit of Konoha's ninjas, and he intends to take with him the supplies stored here for many years, along with that child. The messenger leaned in close to Wu Tai's ear. Upon hearing about the child, Wutai seemed to subtly glance toward a brown-haired little girl amidst the crowd. Has the time truly come? It appears that Lord Orochimaru is gravely injured, he mused, contemplating how best to welcome Orochimaru. Just then, another individual rushed in, exclaiming, "Leader! Someone claiming to be from Danzo's roots has come to assist us in welcoming Lord Orochimaru." "Danzo, let him in," Wutai commanded after a moment's hesitation. Although Wutai had never met Danzo, he had heard of him from Orochimaru. This old fellow was unlike those from Konoha. Perhaps he would indeed send aid for Orochimaru's escape. Tianzong was welcomed into the cavern by the Iburi clan's members. As the flickering flames illuminated his form, the brown-haired little girl's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Tianzong, is that you returned?" she exclaimed. "Greetings, I am a subordinate of Lord Danzo. I have come primarily to assist in ensuring Lord Orochimaru's safe passage from Konoha's pursuit," Tianzong replied. "Show me what you have." He produced a secret scroll from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Wutai. After a thorough examination, Wutai returned it, affirming, "This belongs to Danzo." "It seems legitimate." As Wutai was about to speak further, a burst of pink smoke appeared from the distance, swirling around Tianzong before coalescing into a brown-haired little girl clad in simple garments. "Tianzong, is that you?" she called out. "Tianzong? Are you referring to me?" Tianzong, adorned with the mask of the Root Spectre, pointed to himself in confusion. He seemed to recall having such a name. Though it eluded him, mostly, others referred to him by his code name, which was simply A. Meanwhile, Zhishui, holding a map in one hand and a compass she had recently acquired in the other, navigated through the dimly lit jungle. The foliage was so dense that it obscured the sun, making it a challenge to ascertain her direction. Fortunately, Zhishui was not directionally challenged. Upon reaching the designated location, she paused, gazing at the seemingly bottomless cave entrance before stowing her compass away. Is Orochimaru's treasure truly hidden here? Chapter 22, Shuejian within the pitch-black, winding tree tunnel. A faint flicker of firelight illuminated the surrounding darkness. Looking back, the light from the cave entrance gradually faded as her journey continued deeper into the abyss. Zhishui held a torch in one hand, while tightly gripping the Kusanagi sword in the other, vigilantly on guard against any sudden disturbances in her surroundings. A gentle breeze seemed to caress her, its chilling presence causing her to sneeze several times. "Achoo! Is this not a cave? How could there be wind?" As Zhishui pondered this perplexity, a shadow emerged from the dim light of the flickering flame behind her, a long rope poised high in its grasp. "Intruder! You have wandered into the wrong place," exclaimed a member of the Iburi tribe guarding this area, attempting to ensnare Zhishui's delicate figure with the rope. However, in an instant, he found himself impaled against the wooden wall by the Kusanagi sword, the rope in his hands severed and scattered to the ground. The Iburi guard gritted his teeth, grimacing at the flow of blood trickling from his arm and the sharp pain radiating from his body. He gazed at Zhishui's blood-red eyes, more radiant than the torch itself, his expression shifting from shock to a cloud of smoke. Escaping the control of the Kusanagi sword and darting forward. What is the principle behind this? It does not seem to be a transformation technique. Zhishui withdrew the Kusanagi sword, watching the retreating smoke without pursuing. After all, she was unfamiliar with this place. Recklessly chasing after the enemy could lead to unforeseen peril. Moreover, she had not anticipated the presence of Orochimaru's guards here, making it all the more challenging to avoid alarming the serpent. After experiencing the event, Zhishui manifested two shadow clones to scout ahead while hastening her own pace to continue running downward. Just a few minutes after the guards fled, they found the leader of the Iburi clan, Wutai. "Mabu, your arm." Wutai observed the guard's bleeding limb with a puzzled expression. "Leader, our territory has been invaded, and they have already sneaked through the supply passage above." "What?" Wutai grasped a nearby machete and ran towards the supply passage, followed by several clan members who exchanged glances of concern. "Tianzong, how wonderful it is to see you again. Let me see how much you've grown." Shuejian, the lively little girl with zonzi-colored hair, excitedly pulled Tianzong to a tree stump, where numerous marks etched in stone were clearly visible. "Ah, I'm not Tianzong." Jia regretfully shook his head at the fervent young girl. However, Shuejian's enthusiasm remained undeterred. "No, it's impossible. You are Tianzong. I would never mistake you. Years ago, you were taken by Lord Orochimaru, and I never imagined I would see you again after all this time. How wonderful, Tianzong." Jia observed the unyielding brown-haired girl and chose not to harm her with words. Instead, he acted as though he truly were the Tianzong she spoke of, guiding her to listen to the lively sounds of the bustling market beyond the fissure, reminiscing about various amusing tales from the past. including the connection between Orochimaru and the Iburi clan. Isn't this underground? Why are there so many trees? And your clan members seem a bit peculiar. Upon reaching a spacious clearing, Tianzong touched the tender green leaves of a sapling. As he drew closer, he noticed a wooden plaque hidden beneath the sapling, inscribed with unfamiliar names. This is the burial ground of our Iburi clan. We use saplings in place of gravestones. It is said that the souls of the Iburi people transform into mist upon death, merging with the trees to protect their descendants for generations. When you first arrived here, you might have noticed that there are no elders in our clan. This is due to our unique physical structure, which often shifts between smoke and flesh. Many clan members, unable to control this transition, vanish from this world after becoming smoke for too long, thus very few live to an old age. Shuejian straightened a somewhat crooked sapling, her eyes reflecting a profound and lingering sorrow. Is that so? We once sought solutions to this issue, but due to our unstable structure, if we were to become smoke in the outside world and were blown away by the wind, our bodies would shatter along with the mist. However, Shuejian turned away, parting the collar of her cloth garment to reveal a black magatama hanging around her neck. Eventually, Lord Orochimaru found us and used a technique called the curse mark to temporarily suppress our potential to transform into smoke. Yet, this only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. A perfect solution to the vaporization issue requires the cooperation of the Iburi children in experiments with Lord Orochimaru. At that time, Tianzong was among those children, but fortunately he has returned from Orochimaru's side. As she spoke, Shuejian looked at Tianzong, a hint of relief mingling with her melancholy. She had once thought she would never see him again, but fate had granted her another chance for reunion. Tianzong, gazing into the girl's clear eyes and noticing the tears at the corners, found himself momentarily entranced. Such emotions were a wondrous sensation, one he had never felt so deeply before. Alert! There is an outsider intrusion. As Shuejian conversed with Tianzong, Wu Tai's resonant voice echoed from the cave entrance, capturing their attention. What is happening? After exchanging a glance with Tianzong, Shuejian nodded and ran towards the source of the voice. The dark path gradually widened, and light emerged ahead. Jishue's two shadow clones dissipated into smoke after scouting, and she slowly emerged from the exit, tossing a torch onto the ground, extinguishing it with her small boots before grinding it out. Jishue cast a glance around the expansive cavern and retrieved the map, though it regrettably lacked precise markings. Nonetheless, it was evident that this was indeed the correct location. Are you the intruder? A plume of white smoke gradually coalesced before Jishue, revealing a diminutive figure clad in a maid's outfit. Surprised, Jishue remarked, how could such a seemingly frail creature possibly injure someone with the strength of a ch-ni? However, now that you have discovered this place, you shall not leave here alive. Chapter 23. The would release ninja, sir. Perhaps we could engage in a civil conversation? I merely stumbled upon this location by accident. There is no need for such hostility, Jishue said, glancing at the cleaver in Wu Tai's hand and the approaching crowd. Instinctively taking a step back, these individuals appeared to be ordinary civilians. Yet Jishue was unconvinced that a group of seemingly harmless people would abandon a nearby village and marketplace for the dilapidated confines of this cave. Child, what brings you here? Speak, and perhaps we shall spare your life. However, having reached this place, do not expect to return to your former existence, Wu Tai threatened, wiping the cleaver in his hand. Jishue sensed the pervasive malice surrounding her and slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from behind, positioning it defensively before her. Indeed, the inhabitants of this place were far from benevolent. However, if they believed her to be an easy target, they were gravely mistaken. Wu Tai and the others observed Jishue unsheathing her sword, adopting a vigilant stance in response. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, Tianzong and Shuejian rushed over. How could it be her? Upon seeing Jishue surrounded by a multitude of Iburi tribesmen in the distance, Tianzong's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this girl truly make her way to this location? Tianzong, do you know this individual? Shuejian inquired, pointing towards Jishue with her petite hand, noticing Tianzong's unusual demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Tianzong shook his head before nodding slightly. He believed he harbored a certain fondness for the charming and lovely Jishue, despite their unfamiliarity with one another. After casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, Jishue hurled a smoke bomb to obscure visibility and simultaneously employed a shadow clone technique, darting towards two different directions to draw fire. Halt! Two of his kin transformed into smoke, enveloping Jishue as the dark gray mist merged seamlessly with the body of the shadow clone. The searing pain within felt akin to a volcano in eruption, simmering with relentless intensity, reminiscent of thunder rumbling ominously in the sky, charged with explosive energy. However, the shadow clone, ultimately just a mere reflection, dissipated into white smoke after enduring a tumultuous struggle. Once the smoke from the bomb cleared, Zhishui's figure vanished from sight. Wu Tai's form re-emerged from the haze, reverting to human shape, and he cast a furtive glance at the passage behind him, furrowing his brow. Shadow clone technique? Are they ninjas from Konoha? Wu Tai inquired of Yamato, who had been spectating nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Yamato nodded and stated, "If they are ninjas from Konoha, I shall handle the matter." Wu Tai acknowledged with a nod towards Tianzang's cold gaze. It would be prudent for Konoha to resolve their own affairs, while they merely needed to secure the surrounding exits. Subsequently, Wu Tai delegated tasks, positioning guards at the various cave exits. While Tianzang and Shuejian sprinted towards the direction of Zhishui, Yuki dashed through the cavern, nimbly weaving around obstacles as her petite figure darted amidst the chaotic ruins. Glancing back, she spotted a figure clad in a root mask pursuing her relentlessly. The sight of that mask suddenly triggered a memory, the encounter with that peculiar individual after changing clothes earlier. Why could he truly be from Danzo's root? But would a root operative be so bashful as to utter such words? "Stop," Tens called out, his gaze flickering toward the distant surveillance smoke signals before locking onto Yuki. In response, 2 shuriken whistled toward him. With practiced ease, Tens drew a kunai from his pouch, deflecting the incoming projectiles. His hands blurred through seals, and abruptly, 2 wooden gates materialized before Yuki would release. Recognizing the technique, Yuki unsheathed the Kusanagi blade, slicing through the barriers effortlessly, halting her retreat. She exhaled a massive crimson fireball, 2 meters in diameter, straight at Tens. "Tens, don't worry, I'm fine," planting his palms firmly on the ground. A sturdy wooden wall erupted before him, absorbing the searing flames. Scorching heat surged past the wooden barrier, licking at the surroundings. Zhishui gazed at the rising wooden wall, her heart already harboring a rough conjecture. Judging by the abilities in the mask, the figure standing before her was undoubtedly the legendary Greening Master, Day. She never anticipated encountering him in this place. The snowfall ceased, and with a delicate, almost ethereal grace, she extended her slender hand towards the heavens, beckoning. Subsequently, she summoned the chakra within her to execute the body flicker technique and dashed away. "Tianzong, are you all right?" Shueijin exclaimed, rushing behind a wooden barrier to gently pat the singed hair atop Tianzong's head, concern etched across her features. "Do not worry, I am quite capable as well. Remember to wait for me here. I shall return shortly," Tianzong replied, shaking his head gently, placing his hand atop Shueijin's small one, and revealing a reassuring smile before pursuing the direction of Zhishui. Trailing behind Tianzong, 2 members of the Aburi clan exchanged glances before dissipating into smoke, speeding past Shueijin like a gust of wind. What transpired here? Orochimaru mused as he observed the overturned carriage nestled in the grass and the heap of war corpses, his expression darkening considerably. Could it be that my whereabouts have been further uncovered by the ninjas of Konoha? No, that seems unlikely. If it were indeed Konoha's doing, they would not have left the scene in such disarray. Slaying my subordinates and disguising as this would have been a far more prudent choice. As he surveyed the blood-soaked scene, a sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face. How the situation grows increasingly unpredictable. Let me see who else is orchestrating their schemes amidst this farce. Having found no recovery potions in the vicinity, Orochimaru continued along the narrow path ahead. In Konoha village, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized in the Hokage's office, kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, the Uchiha clan has convened for yet another large-scale clan meeting. Given the current vulnerabilities of Konoha, the rapid gathering of Uchiha ninjas may spell trouble." Upon hearing the report from the ninja below, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and placed it on the desk, gazing out the window towards the stone visage of Senju Tobarama. It seems the Uchiha clan is quite dissatisfied with Konoha's autocratic rule. As Sarutobi sighed, Danzo strode into the room hastily. "Sarutobi, it appears you have received word as well. The Uchiha clan likely intends to seize this opportunity to instigate a coup and gain actual control over Konoha. We must act swiftly. We must encircle them while they are still gathered," Danzo urged. "Enough, Danzo, now is not the time. Orochimaru has just defected. Konoha cannot endure further turmoil," Sarutobi lamented, his gaze drifting toward the distant statue of Senju Tobarama. Danzo, observing Sarutobi's indecisiveness, felt a surge of frustration. "If we do not take action now, Shall we wait until the next Uchiha, Madara, rides the nine tails to ravage Konoha? Sarutobi, your leadership as Hokage is far too feeble. Indeed, Tobirama-sensei misjudged you. Only he could truly guide Konoha towards everlasting prosperity. Chapter 24. The betrayal of Shuejuan. Where are those two brats? Did they run that way? Come, let us pursue. After the two figures of smoke departed, two curtains were suddenly drawn aside from the walls. Jishue and Tianzong exchanged glances before scurrying into a narrow crevice nearby. Are you also a ninja of Konoha? Jishue inquired, her tone hinting that the question should rightly be posed to him. She swept aside her silky bangs, revealing the steel forehead protector of Konoha, and retorted to Tianzong. Tianzong scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. It seems you are merely an ordinary ninja of Konoha. Your appearance at this moment is rather ill-timed. Allow me to escort you out. This place is far too perilous. Jishue shook her head in response to the kind-hearted admonitions regarding the sky burial. With the treasure so near, nestled within the serpent's den, how could one even contemplate surrendering at such a critical juncture? Her primary purpose for venturing here was to trace the signs of Orochimaru as indicated in her entrusted mission. Thus she diligently followed the clues. Jishue fabricated a pretext and then lifted her porcelain-like leg to rest against the adjacent rock wall, retrieving a map from the ninja tool pouch slung around her thigh. Ahem. When Tianzong inadvertently caught sight of the hint of a forbidden realm beneath Jishue's lotus leaf skirt, a flush crept onto his cheeks, prompting him to clear his throat twice. He was suddenly aware of an unusual warmth rising within him. Jishue unfurled the map, and Tianzong leaned in to take a look. Indeed, it was a map leading from the hidden leaf to this secluded location, nearly identical to the one given to him by Danzo, save for the differing entrance. As Jishue held the map, Tianzong suddenly recalled the bloodied girl he had seen at the market entrance. Could it be that the map was seized from one of Orochimaru's subordinates? What is your mission? Jishue inquired, tilting her head towards Tianzong. Naturally, it is to prevent Orochimaru from evading capture by the leaf. Tianzong replied with unwavering certainty. Danzo had indeed entrusted him with this command. Orochimaru's defection had been exceedingly abrupt, and upon his departure, he had absconded with a substantial amount of vital research data and findings that Danzo required. More critically, Orochimaru had become an S-rank rogue ninja, the last of the legendary three to abandon the village, further diminishing the strength of the leaf. Compounding this issue was the ever-watchful Uchiha clan, a formidable predator lingering in the shadows, likely to provoke a cascade of subsequent troubles. How can you be so certain that Orochimaru would traverse this route? A peculiar expression flickered across Jishue's delicate visage. Surely, he would have taken the forest behind the leaf? It seems improbable that he would circle back to this place. I was initially uncertain as well, but just moments ago, we received word from the Iburi clan regarding Orochimaru. It is likely that he will arrive shortly. Jishue, today has truly been unfortunate. I have encountered Orochimaru. In the territory of the Iburi clan, two wisps of smoke drifted towards Wutai, gradually taking on human form. How are things? What happened to those two little brats at the back? Report, leader, we lost them. They ran with astonishing speed. One chasing and the other fleeing, their velocities nearly matching. Several times, it seemed we were about to catch them. Yet it appeared as though they deliberately created distance between themselves, as if it were intentional. Indeed, leader, they are from Konoha. There may be a ruse at play. Upon hearing the guard's suggestions, Wutai contemplated for a moment before issuing orders to the two. Quickly notify the clan's people in every direction to search for these two brats. Capture them if possible. If capture is unfeasible, eliminate them. Lord Orochimaru has shown us kindness, and we cannot allow him to fall into the hands of Konoha. Yes. The two guards dashed away, while Shuejian, hidden in the shadows, overheard Wutai's command. Hiding behind a pillar, Shuejian clenched her fists. Encouraging herself, Tianzong has returned with great difficulty. I will not allow anyone to harm him. Leader, forgive me, but I absolutely cannot bear to witness Tianzong face death once more. With her resolve strengthened, Shuejian transformed into a pink mist, swirling away like a whirlwind. Capture the intruders. Do not let them escape. Yes. A guard patrolled the cave, scanning the surroundings for hiding places. I found them. Seize her. One guard hurled a dagger, which struck Yamato in the back. Yet, after a swirl of dust, Yamato's form transformed into an incredibly lifelike wooden figure. Observing this through his Sharingan, Jishue turned to Tianzong and remarked, Yamato, it appears you have been exposed. I am not Yamato. My code name is Jia. Then I shall call you Yamato Craftsman. How about that? Isn't it super cool? Jishue playfully ruffled her smooth hair and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, patting Tianzong on the shoulder. Tianzong replied. As a root ninja, what relevance does he have with craftsmanship? Surely he cannot use his proud wood release to construct houses in Konoha. That would be utterly absurd. As the two conversed in their hiding spot, a pink mist appeared behind them, transforming into a small girl with curly brown hair. Shuejian, what brings you here? You must leave at once. We are currently being pursued by your clansmen. If they see you with us. Upon hearing Tianzang's worried voice, a warm current flowed through Shuejian's heart, and she shook her head. Do not worry. The leader dotes on me and will not harm me. Besides, I have already lost family once. I refuse to experience separation again. Tianzong. Here, it is clarified that Tianzong is Shuejian's younger brother, marking a deep sibling bond. Shuejian's small hands clasped tightly around Tianzang's left hand, the warm and gentle sensation seeming to seep into his very veins, causing his heart to beat fervently. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. As the crimson eyes of Jishua scrutinized the ground, a sudden plume of gray smoke surged toward him from afar, radiating a chakra intensity that was twice his own. The enemy approaches. Yamato, retreat swiftly, Jishua declared, drawing forth the Kusanagi sword and patting Tianzong's shoulder. The figure known as Wu Tai, now obscured in smoke, charged toward their position. However, upon witnessing a swirling pink tempest engulfing the two outsiders, Wu Tai's expression faltered, quickly morphing into one of furious realization. Shuejian, the true Tianzang, has long since perished. These two are mere unrelated intruders. Do you intend to aid them in betraying Lord Orochimaru? Chapter 25. The shadow level experience card should be around here. These wretched beings. Wu Tai's smoky silhouette danced through the serpentine ventilation ducts, pursuing the path ahead. Soon, Wu Tai beheld a glimmer of light, not the illumination of an exit, but rather a searing blaze capable of engulfing the passage. Fire release. Great fireball technique. After unleashing two fireballs, Jishua turned to depart, only to be ensnared by a swirl of black smoke. Tell me, where has Shuejian gone? Wu Tai's low voice echoed from the obsidian haze, yet Jishua remained silent, sporting a mocking grin. In an instant, he transformed into a mere piece of paper, fluttering to the ground, adorned with a charming cartoonish image of a small hand resting atop a head. Keyword, comfort the adversary. The transformed Wu Tai brushed the soot from his form, retrieving the paper, his fury igniting as he gazed upon the derisive expression. With a violent rip, he shredded the paper and tossed it into the flames behind him. Cursed brat, don't let me catch you. Outside the pitch-black cavern, twilight was gradually descending. The feeble glow of torches illuminated the corridor where two weary guards wielding machetes stood vigil at a securely locked door. Ha ha ha, where's Lord Orochimaru? If he doesn't arrive soon, I'll doze off, one guard lamented. Indeed, had it not been for his ability to cure our chaotic smoke transformations, who would heed a wretched serpent? Sighed the other. Alas, this is all for the next generation to truly thrive in the sunlight. A lifetime spent in this cave is quite enough. As the guards continued their idle chatter, a faint sound echoed through the corridor. Who goes there? Both guards raised their machetes warily as a slender, elongated shadow emerged into the cavern. Upon seeing this figure, their pupils constricted in shock. Is it Lord Orochimaru? I believe I overheard you discussing me, Orochimaru replied, his waist bound with blood-stained bandages as he stepped closer, his cold, piercing golden eyes causing the guards to shudder. And no, Lord Orochimaru is our great benefactor. We were just praising you. They stammered. That is good. Open the door. I need to gather my belongings, as I intend to evade Konoha's pursuit. However, once I achieve success outside, I shall certainly assist you with your physical ailments, Orochimaru said, moving toward the door. But the guards hesitated. But, Lord Orochimaru, without the chief's orders, we cannot. But these items are mine. Is it so wrong to reclaim what belongs to me? Orochimaru's face darkened as he rasped at the guards. And no, we didn't mean that at all. Seeing Orochimaru's displeasure, the guards hastily produced the keys from their waists. With the keys in hand, Orochimaru effortlessly unlocked the door. However, upon seeing a crimson rune within, his expression shifted. What the hell? There's a cursed seal barrier. How am I supposed to access the funds inside? The guards, noticing Orochimaru's delay in entering, began to sense something amiss. Something's not right. Why isn't Lord Orochimaru dispelling the seal? Could it be a ruse? Realizing the potential deception, the guards brandished their machetes and lunged at Orochimaru. Yet, at the instant the blades descended, the figure of Orochimaru dissipated into smoke, revealing Jishua wielding the Kusanagi sword, poised to counter their assault. Would it not be simpler to let me pass? Jishui sighed, activating his Sharingan to hypnotically subdue the guards. With a snap, both guards collapsed as Jishui approached the cursed seal. Within the vision of his Sharingan, the structure of the seal became clear, alas, as a poor student. She could discern its composition but lacked the knowledge to manipulate it effectively. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jishui decided to raise the Kusanagi sword and plunged it towards the center of the cursed seal. Boom! At that instant, Orochimaru, who had just arrived at the entrance of the Iburi clan's cave, suddenly sensed a tremor in the ground and swiftly turned to run in Jishui's direction. Cough, cough. How could there be so many explosive tags? Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Jishui utilized chakra to hurl a large stone off his body. After coughing twice, he unsteadily rose to his feet, only to feel a sharp pain in his leg, nearly collapsing once more. Jishui leaned against the wall and emerged from the pile of shattered stones, only to discover that, apart from the various wounds adorning her body, a deep gash had been carved into her left calf by the rocks. Blood and dirt had almost entirely obscured her once smooth skin, rendering the sight particularly gruesome. Upon stepping outside, Jishui beheld a squad of guards rushing towards her, encircling her with menacing intent. Surrender, outsider. Your time has come, they declared. Their blades ominously pointed in her direction, causing her complexion to darken with dread. Why did I not think to use the Kusanagi sword to pierce the cursed seal? As the throng of adversaries closed in around her, Jishui glanced at the instant kill experience card displayed on her retina. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly tapped on it, feeling a pang of regret. Ding. Shadow level experience card purchased successfully. Cost, 2,990,000 coins. Upon hearing the system announcement deducting such an exorbitant amount, Jishui clutched her chest, feeling as though her heart had been squeezed. The pain was excruciating. This was a sum nearly reaching 3 million coins, an amount she might not earn in 5 years. Yet, if it led to acquiring Orochimaru's treasure, perhaps it would not be in vain. System, activate the shadow level experience card, swiftly. After Jishui uttered these words to the system, she suddenly felt a surge of chakra coursing through her body. Previously, her chakra resembled a mere bottle of water. Now, it felt akin to a burgeoning lake, continually rising. In addition, the techniques of various elemental ninjutsu manifested in her mind, as if she had practiced them hundreds of times. Sensing the overwhelming power swelling within her, Jishui experienced a fleeting illusion that she could shatter mountains with a mere punch. Is this the power of a shadow? A glimmer of excitement flickered across Jishui's lovely visage as she observed the approaching guards, her delicate hands swiftly forming hand seals like a fleeting shadow. Water release, great water wave. At that moment, Orochimaru, who was rushing deeper into the cave, suddenly felt a tremor resonating from afar. What is that noise? Orochimaru halted, contemplating whether to flee or advance, when a deluge of water unexpectedly surged forth, sweeping him away. Orochimaru? Did we strike underground water? Chapter 26, Support from Konoha. Is this the world outside? The sky is truly vast, and the scenery is unlike anything I've ever seen. As if I have entered a dream. Shui Jian, controlling the body of Tianzong, stood atop the market tower, arms outstretched. Inhaling the fresh air and relishing the invigorating breeze that was fatal to the Iburis, exclaiming in wonder. Perhaps I should save my exclamations for later. I must first attend to the urgent matters at hand. Oh, are you referring to the fireworks hidden in the bag? Shui Jian retrieved a small firework from her ninja pouch and prepared to ignite it with a lighter. However, a figure cloaked in black suddenly leapt up from below, seizing her arm. Enough, Shui Jian. Your antics with those two brats must come to an end. Come with me. Lord Orochimaru and the Iburi clan need you. Wutai pulled back his hood, revealing when Shisui was summoned. He initially assumed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was curious about the latest intrigues within the Uchiha clan. However, as he stepped into the room and caught sight of a D-rank mission card on the desk, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Hokage-sama. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his old pipe and nodded towards Shisui, then slid the mission card across the table to him. This was forwarded from the mission request assembly. They mentioned that you had returned it, but it appears the mission card has been fabricated using transformation techniques. Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hizashi, Shisui's expression changed dramatically, instantly recalling his troublesome younger sister, Shisui. This mission was undertaken by his sister, Uchiha Shisui, and there was a record of her entry and exit at the gates of Konoha. However, most importantly, it was merely a D-rank task involving the delivery of goods to a nearby market. Even at an ordinary person's pace, she should have returned to Konoha over an hour ago. Sarutobi let out a sigh, interlacing his fingers, and continued to address Shisui. According to the intelligence received from the rear defense line, there exists a certain probability that Shisui may encounter Orochimaru along her path. Hence, I require you to investigate discreetly. This is not only for your sister's safety, but also to mitigate a significant threat to Konoha. What? Upon hearing that Orochimaru might cross paths with Shisui displayed a look of disbelief. He accepted the mission, quickly equipped himself, and swiftly departed from Konoha. After Shisui's departure, the elders, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate, entered the Hokage's office and took their seats. Orochimaru has defected. Shouldn't you gather some intelligence from Shisui regarding the Uchiha clan before sending him out? Sarutobi shook his head, placing his hands behind his back as he stood up. Although Shisui can provide information, he is not the most suitable candidate. If I were to first inquire about clan matters, it would take a considerable amount of time. By the time I discuss the issue concerning Uchiha Shisui, which pertains to family, even the kindest and most selfless individuals would harbor reservations. However, if I set aside the internal clan changes and first inform him of the high probability that Shisui is in trouble, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of gratitude towards me, thus firmly binding his thoughts to our cause. Moreover, his departure from Konoha will inevitably impact the confidence within the Uchiha clan. The two elders, upon hearing Sarutobi's reasoning, quickly came to an understanding. However, this approach raised another concern. Who will convey the matters of the clan meeting? Konoha is already quite weakened, and it is uncertain whether such an opportunity will arise again. The sudden gathering of numerous Uchiha clan members has instilled a sense of danger within Konoha. Aside from Shisui, we certainly have other informants. This is a necessary measure for the peace of the village, Sarutobi remarked, his murky old eyes gazing towards the entrance. With a creak, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in the attire of the Umbu, knelt before Sarutobi Izashi, much to the curiosity of Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate. Hokage-sama Chapter 27. The encounter of two individuals with a crackling sound, the cursed seal, shimmering with sparks of lightning, was forcibly severed by Shisui, transforming into shards of chakra that dissipated into the air. Shui clenched her delicate pink fist, dissipating the dense chakra aura surrounding it. This power that required no concern for chakra depletion was precisely what she had yearned for, though regrettably, it would last merely 5 more minutes. Ding, 4 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Host, please act swiftly. Very well, very well. Ji Shui approached the rear of the cursed seal, where several large chests awaited. After severing the locks with her chakra blade, she opened one of the chests and was struck with a sudden stillness in her heart. The contents within were not mere treasures or material wealth, but rather something extraordinarily unique, even verging on the forbidden in Konoha. Inside the large chest, 9 small vials containing Hashirama cells lay frozen in preservation. Yukasetsu closed the box and then retrieved a spatial scroll, carefully placing one of the vials inside. There was no need to take everything. Merely providing nutrients would allow the Hashirama cells to endlessly grow and divide. Moreover, she had to leave some face for Orochimaru. Before fully coming into her own, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary enmity. Yet, Yukasetsu hadn't expected this. The discovery left her mildly astonished, though it made perfect sense. With this, as long as the transplantation succeeded, reaching Kaga-level strength before the night of the massacre was no longer an impossibility. After securing the container, she turned her thoughts inward, addressing the system in her mind. System, how much would a perfect Hashirama cell transplantation cost? Ding. Does the host seek transplantation or fusion? What is the difference? Yukasetsu frowned slightly. Aren't they the same? Ding. Transplantation is a superficial blending of power. Even if perfected, it cannot unleash the cell's full potential. Fusion, however, absorbs the Hashirama cell's traits and energy, fundamentally altering the host's physical data. Then how much for perfect fusion? Ding. With existing Hashirama cells, fusion costs 24 million RY. Without them, 98 million RY. The figure sent a jolt through her. This system is truly ruthless. Fortunately, she already had the cells, sparing her both the expense and further complications. Ding. The host's trial period has less than 4 minutes remaining. Please conclude preparations and evacuate promptly. Heeding the warning, Yukasetsu wasted no time. She pried open the remaining dozen or so containers. Most contained useless research materials, save for a few laden with funds. System. Can you collect all remaining currency? Ding. Acknowledged. Automatically deducting 20,000 RY. At her command, a cerulean glow flickered around her. Coins, gold, and other valuables dissolved into the air like scattered ashes. Ding. Funds acquired. 12 million RY ding. Trial period remaining. 2 minutes. Having thoroughly plundered Orochimaru's treasures, Yukasetsu darted forward, her Kaga-level sensory abilities guiding her swift escape. Yet at a central crossroads, she froze. A familiar silhouette stood before her. Orochimaru, drenched and freshly returned. Locked eyes with the distant crimson glow of a three-tomo Sharingan. For a heartbeat, both Yukasetsu and Orochimaru shared the same thought. This is bad. Ding. Trial period remaining. 1 minute. Damn it. The master of the house is back. Panic flickered across Yukasetsu's youthful features, though she remained unaware that Orochimaru mirrored her unease. Sensing the overwhelming chakra, rivaling even the third Hokage's, Orochimaru stood motionless, unwilling to provoke. In his current state, grievously wounded and lacking the modifications of later years, no body-altering techniques, no immortality rituals, he was still mortal. A kunai through the heart would spell his end. A confrontation now would ensure his demise within minutes. The crimson eyes of Shirui met the cold, constricting gaze of Orochimaru for a brief moment before they each shifted their positions, cautiously leaning against the wall as they exchanged places. After exerting herself over a considerable distance, Shisui arrived at the entrance of a cave. She glanced back to see that Orochimaru had not pursued her, prompting her to gently pat her slightly developed chest and exhale in relief. It appeared that no suspicions had been raised. How perilous that moment had been. As Orochimaru sensed the absence of Jishui's formidable chakra, he felt his heartbeat gradually slow. The earlier situation had indeed been fraught with danger. Upon catching sight of the three-tomo Sharingan, Orochimaru's breath had almost caught in his throat, mistakenly believing that Konoha's pursuers had come to intercept him. However, it seemed the circumstances were far more intricate. Rushing to the location where he had stored his funds, Orochimaru surveyed the dilapidated rubble, rummaging through boxes and discovering that most of his research materials remained intact. He had only lost funds and a single jar of Hashirama's cells, prompting a smile to return to the face of the serpent sage. Reflecting on the terrifying aura of that Uchiha child, Orochimaru's expression turned bland once more. This place was no longer safe. He must find the little ghost, Shuejian, and leave immediately. After gathering essential items, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a triangular sigil beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Wutai darted through narrow alleys, hunting for traces of Shuejian and Tianzong. After zipping past the streets like a gust of wind, Tianzong peeked from beneath a bamboo cage, exhaling in relief upon realizing that Wutai had moved far away. Before pulling Shuejian out, "All right, Wutai is gone. We must hurry," Tianzong urged. Shuejian hesitated briefly before shaking her head in refusal. Tianzong. "I'm sorry." She released Tianzong's small hand. "Shuejian, I've been out long enough. I've seen all that I wish to see. I truly enjoy being with you, but I am still a member of my clan and cannot accompany you to explore the outside world." Tianzong, facing Shuejian's rejection, took her small hand and said, "Do you still not see? Wutai is the leader of your clan, and you are merely a little girl within it. Yet, why would he risk his life to ascend the tower and attempt to bring you back?" Shuejian averted her gaze, clearly aware of the implications of Tianzong's words. Deep down, she yearned to explore the world with him. She had always been a well-behaved child, but this time she chose to be a little reckless, feeling it was entirely worthwhile. At least she had learned that Tianzong was alive, and they had shared such joyful moments together. The thought of the man whose eyes were filled with coldness and fervor sent a shiver of fear down her spine. It was this very man who had taken Tianzong and every child in her clan except for her, and now, after 3 long years, it seemed that she was next. Chapter 28. The arrival of Jishui. What a fortune. Jishui dashed through the muddy rocks, occasionally pressing down the edges of her lotus leaf skirt to conceal the mysterious white domain. Although the area was deserted, she still felt an overwhelming discomfort. Wasn't it said that skirts in the anime realm possessed anti-gravity engines? Why had she not experienced any such phenomenon? Beep. The system shop offers an anti-gravity engine, charging for 5 minutes for 2 hours of operation, boasting extraordinary speed and high efficiency for comfort and peace of mind. Current price, 3.88 million Rio. What use would I have for that? With such funds, I might as well learn the art of weight manipulation later. By the way, where's my task reward? Jishui couldn't help but grumble at the system's sudden interjection. Beep. The host is currently in a state of insecurity. Please return to the confines of Konohagakure to receive your task reward. Fine. The thought of the task reward and her recent gains filled Jishui with anticipation for brighter days ahead. Thankfully, activating the shadow-level experience card had instantly healed her wounds. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to run so swiftly. However, She soon began to feel an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Her chakra seemed to be unresponsive, as if something were siphoning her strength away, rendering her body as heavy as if weighed down by water bags. What is happening? My body feels so sore and exhausted. Jishui lamented as she staggered and leaned against a nearby tree. Beep. This is the weakness period following the shadow level experience card's duration. The host's body cannot yet perfectly harness the power of the shadow level. The system has minimized the damage sustained. Shui raised her gaze to the heavens, where the sky had already relinquished the sun's radiance. Silvery moonlight cascaded upon the earth, its gentle luminescence lacking the dazzling brilliance of daylight, yet providing ample opportunity for nocturnal hunters to pursue their prey. Night had fallen. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Shui sought refuge in a secluded spot, intending to rest briefly before resuming her journey. The nearby markets and villages were undoubtedly unsafe. This was, after all, perilously close to one of Orochimaru's hidden outposts. Who knew what abominations, like mutated beastmen, might lurk in the shadows? Shui lay nestled within a natural tree hollow, her body resting upon a makeshift bedding of woven leaves. Surrounding her vicinity were delicately crafted traps fashioned from silk threads and kunai. Shui retrieved several soldier pills from her ninja tool pouch to restore her stamina. She then reached under her skirt to remove a blood-stained bandage from her thigh, revealing her originally delicate and smooth skin. Although the bloodstains on the bandage had dried, it felt uncomfortable against her skin, producing a rustling sensation. While Shui was preoccupied with the bandage, a small white snake lurking outside had located her. Just as it intended to burrow into the ground and vanish, a sharp claw struck down upon its head. It was a glossy black crow, its pupils glinting with a faint crimson glow. After mercilessly killing the snake that struggled beneath its talons, it soared into the sky, cawing loudly. As Shui rested within the tree hollow, an unexpected change unfolded in the realm of Tianzong. A thread of white smoke emanated from the cursed seal on Shui Jian's neck, and a fiery red light seared its way across her body like a brand. What is happening? How could this occur? Wasn't the cursed seal meant to stabilize the body? Shui Jian incredulously exclaimed as she touched the scalding red mark on her back. It dawned upon her that Orochimaru had tampered with the seal he had placed upon them, a realization they had suspected all along. Tianzong. This was the first time Tianzong encountered such a situation. While he frantically contemplated a solution, he suddenly recalled the fireworks he had prepared for a distress signal. He intended to use them from the highest point, so the ninjas of Konoha could see their signal. Yet now, with Yuta, that old coot, lurking nearby, the opportunity to reach the tower seemed impossible. However, it appeared that they had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. He could only hope that a strong ninja from Konoha would notice the fireworks nearby. Tianzong retrieved the fireworks from his pocket, ignited them, and launched them into the sky. The precise location was no longer significant. Even if Yuta discovered him, saving Shui Jian was worth the risk. As for stopping Orochimaru from escaping, Tianzong had already resigned himself to whatever punishment awaited him upon returning. If he couldn't even defeat Yuta from his clan, how could he possibly capture Orochimaru? As Tianzong anticipated, after a brief moment, Yuta arrived at the scene, observing Shui Jian's suffering visage. Her body weak and trembling from the effects of the cursed seal. His expression turned serious. It seems Lord Orochimaru has arrived. Boy, will you continue to resist? Time is of the essence. If you do not hasten to deliver Shui Jian to Lord Orochimaru, she will inevitably perish from the seal's torment. Tianzong fell silent but clenched his fists, defiantly questioning Yuta. Why? Why must it be Shui Jian? Yuta approached, lifting Shui Jian into his arms, his face grim. You do not need to know. A swift death is preferable to the torment you are currently enduring. Tianzong's eyes widened as tears fell from the corners of his eyes onto the ground. Deep down, he understood that Shui Jian was crucial to Orochimaru's escape from the land of fire. If she died, the likelihood of Orochimaru's successful defection would plummet. Yet he would never resort to such measures. To kill a friend for the sake of a mission was no different than being a beast. Determined, Tianzong drew a kunai from his pouch and resolutely pursued Yuta. I cannot retreat like this. Shui Jian cannot die. I must fulfill both my duty and my friendship. With newfound resolve, he prepared to stealthily follow Yuta back to the cave and confront Orochimaru, clinging to a glimmer of hope. However, after Tianzong had followed Yuta for a distance, Yuta's footsteps suddenly halted, causing Tianzong's heart to clench in fear. Had he been discovered? With a loud crash, Yuta collapsed to the ground, and Shui Jian fell into the hands of a ninja clad in ambu attire. After suppressing the cursed seal with a sealing technique, Shisui laid the recovering Shui Jian on the ground and cast a deep gaze towards Tianzang's position before vanishing like a crow. It was evident that this was merely a shadow clone, yet it possessed the power to swiftly dispatch a Jainin like Yuta. Meanwhile, his true self had already approached Shishui's side, a grim expression on his face as he struck her on the head with a blade. Weren't you told to stay put in Konoha? Ouch. That hurts. Shisui cradled her seemingly smoldering head, tears welling in her eyes as she crouched down, hesitant to meet Shishui's gaze. Chapter 29. Gathering medicine in the depths of a dark and desolate cave, a shadow stretched ominously. The ground soaked in blood and littered with lifeless bodies, bearing witness to a horrific tragedy. Orochimaru withdrew his elongated neck from the last of the Ibu family members. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he straightened up, reflecting on his situation. The absence of Shui Jian's blood proved detrimental. The blood of these adults was insufficient for his escape. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Orochimaru clenched his fists in frustration. I was so close to succeeding. That accursed Uchiha Shisui, I shall remember this grudge. Grabbing a scroll containing half of his current wealth, he prepared to flee down a narrow path. Yet, as he approached the exit, a pair of crimson eyes observed him from outside. Ah, have you fallen so low after betraying Konoha? A voice taunted. No matter. If you agree to join my organization, I can help you escape the borders of Konoha. Sharingan? Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of shock as he beheld a masked figure emerging from the darkness. 15 minutes later, Shisui followed Shisui, along with numerous members of the Umbu, encircling the cavern of the Aburi clan and the surrounding villages. However, after an extensive search, no trace of Orochimaru was found. The report to Captain Shisui indicated that aside from the numerous wisps of smoke and stains of blood, there was no sight of Orochimaru. Very well. Continue the search several more times. We must not overlook any clues. Yes. Once the Umbu departed, the scene became bustling with activity once more. Shisui trailed behind Shisui, revisiting the area in search of alternative insights, yet regrettably, little was gleaned. Bearing the news of their unsuccessful pursuit, Shisui returned to Konoha with Shisui. Meanwhile, Shui Jian's curse seal was sealed by Shisui, as she held little value to Orochimaru, alleviating any excessive concerns. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to the tent burial. Shisui temporarily returned to the Hokage Tower to report. But just as Shisui thought she could return home for a meal, a restful sleep, and perhaps enjoy a well-deserved nap after completing her tasks, she was firmly dragged to the garrison's infirmary by Jisui's shadow clone for a comprehensive examination. Hey, I'm really not injured, she protested. No, you must go. It was far too dangerous out there. How could you possibly have come through unscathed? Insisted Jisui's shadow clone, having witnessed the bloody bandages at Jisui's side. This disobedient young girl seemed oblivious to the turmoil brewing in her heart day by day. However, several hours later, when Jisui's examination results were revealed, it turned out that she was indeed largely unscathed. If one were to pinpoint an issue, it might be mild anemia and a slight sense of fatigue. Dr. Liani remarked. You must practice moderation. Jishui, control yourself, you little rascal. Suppressing the impulse to deliver a sound thrashing to the incompetent physician before her, Jishui tore the examination report, which indicated renal deficiency, into two pieces. Since her arrival in this realm, she had only succumbed to her urges a few times. Surely, the report exaggerated her condition. Ding. Following the shadow-level experience card, the period of weakness ensued. Due to the supernatural interference from the system, it was indeed plausible that the numerous irrational occurrences could lead to misdiagnosis by an ordinary doctor. However, it could also stem from the host's own peculiarities, cough cough. After apologizing to the doctor, Jisui's shadow clone pulled the indignant Jisui out of the infirmary. Yet, as Jisui gazed at Jisui, his expression shifted, revealing a complex emotion that Jisui could not comprehend. Water stop. I remarked upon your height at the age of 14, questioning why you remain so diminutive. It appears the reason lies here. As Jisui gazed into Jisui's caring eyes, she felt her delicate, rosy cheeks ablaze, as if steam were roaring on either side of her. Could it truly be that she was feeling shy? I have returned. What are the results of the examination? Jisui inquired after delivering the intelligence report to the Hokage, stepping forward to address the two. The shadow clone of the water-stopping technique revealed a look of helplessness, then shrugged its shoulders and dissipated into the air. That evening, Shizushi accompanied Shizuki to the herbal medicine shop of the Nara clan. Ah, it is the renowned Shizushi from Konoha. What brings you here today? Inquired Nara Shio, who was seated at the counter of the shop, politely regarding the visitor. It is merely that someone from the Umbu has fallen ill while on a mission and is unable to come by, thus requiring my assistance in procuring some medicine. Ji Shui, I see. Has the patient come over? Alternatively, could you elaborate on the condition? However, if the illness is quite serious, it is imperative to seek treatment at a hospital, as our establishment specializes in traditional Chinese medicine, which is more effective for chronic ailments. Nara Yin Shui's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, as if the situation were more complex than it initially seemed. Is it kidney deficiency? Is there a treatment plan available? Kidney deficiency? Upon hearing this term, Nara Yin Shui recalled the undercurrents of Ji Shui's earlier remarks and instantly made the connection. Could this not refer to the Moonlight Gale? Kidney deficiency coupled with the undercurrents. Could you please specify the symptoms? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Shui recalled the details inscribed by the doctor on that examination report, meticulously replicating them onto a sheet of paper. Soon, Nara Saltwater discerned the specific circumstances, carefully packaged several prescriptions, and inscribed the corresponding formulas. After expressing gratitude, Ji Shui exited the apothecary. However, just as he stepped outside, he could not resist inquiring towards Nara's saline. Is this medicine suitable for both men and women? Rest assured, the dosage is quite gentle. As long as there are no other naturally opposing ailments, it is suitable for all, regardless of age or gender. Shisui breathed a momentary sigh of relief upon hearing it was usable, yet he couldn't resist giving Shisuke's little head a gentle knock. Your body is your own temple. He admonished tenderly, you mustn't treat it so recklessly in the future, understand? Ji Shui, she truly does not suffer from kidney deficiency, indeed. Upon returning home, the clock was nearing 1 in the morning. Due to her physical condition, Ji Shui had successfully enlisted Ji Shui's aid in securing several days off, allowing her to luxuriate in the pleasure of waking naturally. However, upon catching sight of the bowl of murky herbal concoction in Ji Shui's hands and the unpleasant aroma wafting throughout the room, Ji Shui could not help but cling to Ji Shui's arm, preparing to unleash her ultimate charm offensive. Oh, dear brother, Ji Shui is so adorable. Could you please spare me from this bitterness? Alas, her plea was in vain. With 2 red marks blooming on her forehead, Ji Shui, on the verge of tears, reluctantly consumed the bitter, viscous potion. The intolerable flavor resembled a grotesque amalgamation of dried chili peppers, sesame seeds, unripe hawthorn, and an indistinguishable hint of licorice, all blended into a dish of ultimate culinary darkness. Fortunately, it was merely the taste that was peculiar. With a bit of endurance, it would soon pass. As Ji Shui watched Ji Shui finally consume the medicine, he couldn't help but exclaim, as an elder brother, I truly must worry a great deal. However, who could resist the charm of my adorable sister? Chapter 30. A new mission. How goes the mission? Tuanzong inquired, his back turned against the dimly lit overpass. Addressing Tianzong in a somber tone. I regret to inform you that the enemy's abilities are exceedingly peculiar. I miscalculated, Tianzong replied, kneeling on the ground, his demeanor remarkably calm. Tuanzong did not blame him, recognizing that as a wood-release ninja, Tianzong, even with the curse mark of the root, could not be subjected to severe punishment for the failure. You know, failures are not acknowledged among the ninjas of the root. However, it is understandable. I shall note this as a minor infraction, and you may redeem yourself in future missions. Upon hearing Tuanzang's words, Tianzang's expression brightened. Thank you, Lord Tuanzong. Do not rejoice too soon. While Orochimaru has failed, his abandoned laboratory remains a vital source of information and research resources. I am assigning you 2 tasks, and I hope you will execute them flawlessly. I shall dedicate all my strength to the root and Konoha. Tuanzong turned to observe Tianzang's resolute expression, nodding in satisfaction. He then lifted the bandages covering his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan, which startled Tianzong. Isn't the Sharingan exclusive to the Uchiha clan? How can Lord Tuanzong possess it? In a few days, there will be a secret mission to assist Hatake Kakashi in clearing Orochimaru's residual laboratories around Konoha. You must not only retrieve what Orochimaru left behind, but also help me find a pair of identical eyes. Tianzang's expression shifted. Were these identical eyes referring to Kakashi's Sharingan? But isn't Kakashi also a ninja of Konoha? Why? Lord Tuanzong, there are questions that should remain unasked. Tuanzang's demeanor turned grave as he gestured, and a root ninja appeared beside Tianzong. Lord Tuanzong, now, this is the task assigned to both of you. I hope you will carry it out diligently. Having conveyed the mission, Tuanzong departed, leaving Tianzong in a state of confusion alongside the unfamiliar ninja. Noticing Tianzang's pensive expression, the ninja approached and poked him gently. Please take care, Tianzong. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Tianzong replied, Observing Tuanzong retreating into the shadows until he vanished entirely, his mood seemingly less than cheerful. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened incredulously to the report from the Umbu. You mean the corpses at the scene dissipated into smoke shortly after your arrival? Yes, Hokage-sama. Therefore, we could not extract their memories from before their demise. However, we discovered significant evidence of water release techniques in the cave, suggesting a number of ninjas were involved. Yet, there is another peculiar aspect. The Umbu paused momentarily. Continue. At the scene, just before the traces were severed, we found footprints belonging to someone other than Orochimaru. We deduce there is a strong possibility that someone assisted Orochimaru in his escape. However, that individual possessed remarkably adept counter-tracking skills, leaving us without a single clue. There is also the possibility of space-time ninjutsu being involved. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before instructing the Umbu to withdraw. He then summoned Kakashi to assign him the task of clearing Orochimaru's laboratory, though due to Kakashi's unhealed injuries, it would be postponed for several days. After Kakashi's departure, Shimura Danzo entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen, my subordinates have reported several instances of excessive enforcement by the security team. I believe we can no longer delay. Enough of the Uchiha clan matters. Just hearing about them gives me a headache. The Uchiha have already detected our surveillance. The fuse has been lit. Yet the powder keg has not ignited, has it? Humph, if it reaches that point, it would be catastrophic. Have you forgotten the QB incident 5 years ago? Do not forget how Biwa Lake met its end. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, rising to his feet, his gaze locking with Danzo's, sharp enough to pierce through flesh. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen sighed, turning his gaze toward the dignified Hokage rock. The Uchiha clan remains within Konoha's control for now. There is no immediate need for concern. Moreover, the report from the Umbu suggests that Uchiha Fugaku has no intention of a coup. Although the Umbu are your subordinates, do not forget that he is also Uchiha Fugaku's son. He could serve as your spy or potentially turn against Konoha. I know he, like Shisui, possesses a strong will of fire and would never betray Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, picking up a nearby pipe. I trust Uchiha Shisui, but his sister raises numerous suspicions. I believe we should bring her to the root for thorough examination. Uchiha Shisui. Hiruzen paused momentarily, recalling the coincidental timing of her mission and Orochimaru's successful defection. Upon reflection, it does warrant suspicion. However, it may be more prudent to leave this matter to Shisui. Hiruzen, you handed her to me last time. Now, I ask again. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Danzo observed Hiruzen's contemplative expression, his voice resonating with authority. Despite her many uncertainties and her lack of strength and talent compared to ordinary civilians, she is still Jishui's sister, the descendant of our old friend, Uchiha Kagami. Placing her in the depths of the root may not be appropriate. It might be wiser to keep her within the Umbu for observation. Very well. I hope you can extract some valuable intelligence. Having reached this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted not to press further. If he were to quarrel with Danzo, it would not end well for him. He then turned and exited the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, Jishui remained oblivious to the discussions taking place in the Hokage's office. After enjoying a simple dinner prepared by Jishui and exploring profound knowledge in the bathroom, she draped a towel around herself and floated onto the sofa. Wiping the dried blood from her nose, Jishui felt a slight dizziness. After her bath, Jishui entered with a basin and towel, reminding her, it is already past midnight. You should hurry to bed. Even ninjas require proper rest to grow. I understand. My current height is merely temporary, and I will grow taller in due time, Jishui declared, playfully kneading her modest bosom, finding them adorably charming despite their lack of substance. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. I must promptly claim my mission rewards. It has been far too long. It is finally time to show some resolve. Hiki. Chapter 31. Umbu System commenced the reward collection. In the tranquil and serene mansion of Jishui at the midnight hour, Jishui stealthily opened a crack, observing that Jishui was already in a deep slumber. Only then did she return to her small bed, addressing the system. Ding. A reminder for the host, should you suddenly acquire a substantial amount of chakra. It may arouse suspicion among others. It is recommended to purchase a multifunctional chakra concealment device, which can effectively obscure any excess chakra, rendering even medical ninjas unable to discern the situation. Upon hearing this, Jishui surmised that the system was once again attempting to coax her into spending money. Ding. Please do not defame the system. The items offered for sale are undoubtedly worth far more than their price, and are entirely fair and just. Well, fine. I'll trust you this once. Now, how much does this chakra concealment device cost? In the next moment, an image emerged upon Jishue's retina. Its colors and resolution gradually becoming distinct. It appeared to be somewhat small and, judging by its outline, resembled a ring. Why does this design seem somewhat familiar? As Jishue pondered the nature of this item, the system's voice resonated appropriately. Ding. The void ring is available for a limited time. Discounted price. 1.98 million. Functions. Remote chakra linkage. Requires a second void ring or another chakra receiver. Chakra shielding. Conceals one's chakra. Can be automatically adjusted. However, those possessing the first stage of the Rinnegan can detect it. Storage for ninja tools. Capacity. 2. The ethereal image of the void ring adorned Jishue's slender finger, emanating a dim, ghostly violet glow with a prominent character void embedded in the emerald gemstone. Yet, Jishue couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen this ring somewhere before. In an instant, a flash of realization coursed through her mind. This design bore an uncanny resemblance to the staff rings of the Anti-Me Corporation. Ding. Will the host make a purchase? Time waits for no one. Once the limited time discount expires, the void ring will temporarily vanish from the system's marketplace. Jishue rolled back and forth on the blanket, and after a moment of deliberation, she decided to make the purchase. The source of the system's power was difficult to articulate, yet acquiring this item could facilitate future enhancements to her abilities, remaining discreet in her intentions. However, the specific functions still required experimentation. If it proved ineffective, it would be a significant loss. System. May I try it out first? Ding. Of course you may. Jishue rose from her bed, retrieving the finely crafted steel grass pheasant sword concealed beneath it. She unsheathed the blade, its silver surface emanating a gentle luminescence under the moonlight. As she swung it, a sound reminiscent of air being torn apart echoed in her ears. This sword boasted remarkable sharpness and resilience. However, its chakra conductivity was somewhat lacking, which might render it less effective in the future, especially in an era where traditional long swords are seldom wielded. With a mere thought, Jishue realized she could store the ninja tools within the ethereal ring without expending chakra in the process. Following the system's guidance, she focused her mind, and indeed, the grass pheasant sword transformed into a wisp of smoke, seamlessly drawn into the ring in less than a second. When she desired to retrieve it, the sword materialized back into her hand effortlessly. The convenience of storing ninja tools intrigued Jishue, yet she was eager to explore the versatility of other features. With another thought, Jishue activated the shadow clone technique, and a cloud of white mist formed beside her, revealing a new version of herself. How do I appear? She inquired of her clone, having concealed her chakra entirely. Impressive, my original. You appear indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The clone, with its 3-tomo Sharingan activated, replied excitedly. Excellent. Jishue chuckled, dispelling her clone and placing her hands on her hips, already envisioning herself defeating the 5 great villages and confronting the Akatsuki. Aspiring to become the second sage of 6 paths, seizing the moment while she remained unnoticed, she resolved to enhance her abilities, leaving other matters to her elder brother. System. Claim rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 2 chakra points, the ninjutsu technique chakra blade, and funds are already acquired, thus no further distribution is necessary. Jishue clenched her fist, feeling the chakra within her stir, akin to the gentle flow of water from several streams merging into a tranquil marsh. As for the chakra blade, she would experiment with it tomorrow. It was too easy to break things at home, and being caught by Jishue in the morning would lead to her reprimand. Although the rewards felt somewhat meager, Jishue still harbored a joyful heart as she gradually succumbed to slumber. As the night slipped away, dawn barely breaking, Uchiha Fugaku arrived in the backyard, observing Sasuke as he practiced the great fireball technique. Just as Sasuke sensed his father's gaze and aimed to perform splendidly, a fellow Uchiha approached, delivering a letter to Fugaku. Leader, this is a message from the Umbu of Konoha, stating that the Hokage wishes to convey something to you. The Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before accepting the envelope from the shinobi. What scheme might that old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen, be concocting now? As Fugaku opened the envelope and read the first 2 lines, a peculiar expression crossed his face. It stated that Uchiha Jishue was to join the Umbu as an apprentice, to learn and grow, thereby fostering a friendly bond between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. This information arrived with rather ambiguous implications. Jishue, a rare underachiever among the Uchiha clan, exists almost as a shadow in Konoha, overlooked by many of her clan members, who regard her with disdain. Whispers circulate that the talents of both Jishui and Jishui have been entirely bestowed upon Jishui, rendering Jishui merely a beautiful ornament. Yet, what purpose does the Hokage have for such a figure? Is it to leverage Jishui? That seems implausible, as Jishui recently became involved in Orochimaru's defection. A fact known to Fugaku. This perspective suggests the involvement of Danzo. Could there be hidden truths behind Orochimaru's defection? Yet, what connection does this have with Jishui? In a storm of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to consult with Jishui. Although he is the clan leader, he must consider his elder brother's perspective. He should still be at home, so it would be prudent to seek his counsel. It's nothing of great consequence. I will visit Jishui's residence. You all may continue with your tasks. Yes, clan leader. Chapter 32. Thought process. The morning arrived, the clock striking 6:40, as Jishui remained nestled in her warm blankets, indulging in a comfortable slumber. Jishui, it is time to rise. Jishui knocked on her door, yet this did little to rouse her from her cozy haven. Groggily, she reached for the alarm clock on her desk, squinting at the time. With a languid yawn, she tugged the blanket closer, wrapping herself snugly within it. It's not even 7 o'clock. I shall sleep a little longer. Jishui knocked several more times to no avail, scratching his head in embarrassment as he offered a polite smile to Fugaku, who sat nearby on the sofa. The authority of an elder brother seems to have dwindled. He mused, acknowledging that Jishui, being a lovely young lady, was now beyond the age where he could simply intrude upon her privacy. Fugaku, observing Jishui's awkwardness, shook his head in resignation. Very well, considering you all stayed up late yesterday, let her rest a while longer. As for the matter of joining the Umbu, you two should discuss it further. Although you lack decision-making power, the Hokage will certainly give you some consideration. Uchiha Fugaku stood, and Jishui accompanied him to the door. Once Fugaku had departed, Jishui returned to the sofa, deep in thought. After a while, once the clock struck 7, he knocked on the door again, saying, Jishui. News of you wearing that outfit has already spread through the Konoha Daily. Everyone in the village knows. What? Is that true? The door of Jishui was suddenly flung open, revealing her in a green dragon-themed pajama, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she inquired of Jishui. This situation should not be so severe. She merely stood out in her attire. If it were to make the headlines, she would certainly attract peculiar stares whenever she stepped outside. Such an occurrence must be avoided at all costs. It would be utterly mortifying. Just a jest. I merely wish to rouse you as I have an important piece of news to share. Jishui chuckled lightly, while Jishui gazed at her older brother, speechless at his foolish grin. At the breakfast table, the meal was as it had been previously. However, Jishui sensed an unusual atmosphere. Why does it seem like Nizan has something on his mind? After finishing the last sandwich on the table, she delicately wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Nizan, what are you pondering? Jishui, do you wish to enter the dark department? Upon hearing the words uttered by Jishui, Jishui's mind experienced a momentary lapse. Was this a desire to usher herself into the shadows and evolve into a more proficient ninja? Ding. An advanced quest has been triggered. Transitioning from a member of the defense squad to that of the Dark Division will enhance the likelihood of obtaining superior rewards for leisurely tasks, while concurrently elevating the complexity of the missions. Ascending to the rank of captain within the Dark Division grants one a chance to partake in a blind box lottery every 4 months. Achieving the esteemed title of Hokage and reaching the pinnacle of leisurely task levels will significantly amplify rewards. Furthermore, for each instance of safeguarding the village from peril, one will receive substantial accolades, including the esteemed 6 Paths ninja tools, the Rinnegan, the power of the 6 Paths, and the chakra of tailed beasts, among other bountiful rewards. What a remarkable opportunity! Jishui felt a strong allure towards the rewards for becoming Hokage, yet lamented her fate as a member of the Uchiha clan. For it seemed improbable that she could ever ascend to such a position unless a coup d'etat were to succeed. Even if that were the case, the complexities of assuming the mantle of Hokage and addressing subsequent instabilities would be exceedingly cumbersome. Years after the coup, lacking the swiftness of Minato, she feared that the rewards for idling would lose their appeal. Suddenly, Jishui recalled something and inquired of the system. What rewards would I receive if I were to work for the Akatsuki? Ding. Should the host successfully join the Akatsuki, they will transition into a rogue ninja mode. The rewards for idling will correlate with the magnitude of missions undertaken, and the host will receive a chance to draw from a tenfold blind box every 3 years. With this newfound clarity, Jishui's thoughts crystallized. The darkness of Konoha was beyond her control. Not everyone is born to be the protagonist. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary person, and the reins of power were likely beyond her grasp. It would be more prudent to align herself with the Akatsuki post-defection, amassing strength while avoiding conflict with certain individuals, thus ensuring her stability within the organization. Her only concern lay with Itachi. While she could disregard the fates of other Uchiha clan members, she was resolute in her determination to rescue him. In light of this, spending 2 years in the Umbu seemed reasonable, allowing her to observe her brother's movements and avert any narrative discrepancies that could lead to misjudgment. Regrettably, Shisui had only glimpsed part of the storyline regarding Hokage and was uncertain of its later developments. Returning to reality, Shisui turned to Itachi and asked, "Nisan, do you think I could join the Umbu?" Though with a brief cough, Jisui's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "If you intend to join the Umbu, then hasten your preparations. Given the time, we are already overdue. On the way, I shall impart some knowledge about the Umbu." In this fresh dawn, not only was a newcomer set to join the Umbu of Konohagakure, but far away in the perpetually rainy land of rain, a new member was also anticipated. "Is this the newcomer introduced by Madara?" murmured the leader Zero, also known as Pain, as he gazed at a vague silhouette outside the door. Amidst the continuous drizzle, a veil of mist hung in the air, creating an indistinct world where Orochimaru, adorned with a straw hat, sensed an oppressive force approaching. It was a sensation markedly distinct from that of other elite shinobi. Even upon entering, he could feel numerous eyes seemingly fixated upon him. The closer he drew, the more palpable the sensation became, accompanied by an uncomfortable mental pressure. It appeared that the Jisui led Jisui into the room. It was at this moment that Jisui, for the first time since her arrival, encountered the third Hokage of Konohagakure. At first glance, she saw a kindly old man seated in his chair, surrounded by a clutter of books, papers, ninja files, and envelopes on the adjacent tables. "Third Hokage," he began. "There's no need for excessive formality. You are likely aware of the situation at hand. The recruitment of Jisui into the Umbu is intended to ease the current tension between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Recent events have been tumultuous, leading to unnecessary complications." Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Is that so?" Jisui's eyes brightened, realizing that the Hokage had recognized the gravity of the issues within the Uchiha clan. If managed properly, it could indeed resolve the conflicts between the village and the clan. Observing her brother's naivety, Jisui felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. It seemed her brother held a profound trust in the higher echelons of Konoha. Perhaps joining the Umbu would allow him to keep a closer watch. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is a vital component of Konoha. As Hokage, it is my duty to consider every aspect of the village, he continued. Although Jisui's performance at the Ninja Academy had been lackluster, her safe return to Konoha during Orochimaru's defection indicated her exceptional insight and perception, thus serving as a supporting ninja in the Umbu. While maintaining the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village should not pose a significant challenge, Sarutobi's gaze shifted towards Jisui as he spoke with a reassuring tone. "However, your current team is well structured, and the bonds forged over the years should not be easily dismantled. Therefore, I plan to arrange for Jisui to join Kakashi's team. What are your thoughts on this?" "Jisui, if she is placed in Kakashi's team, how will she monitor Jisui's movements? What if one day that old dog Danzo covets Jisui's eyes and decides to seize them? That old man is capable of anything." Though Jisui appeared somewhat reluctant, Jisui remained indifferent. Kakashi, whom he acknowledged as a commendable ninja, albeit somewhat aloof in demeanor, treated his classmates quite well. Jisui's integration into their ranks posed no detriment. Rather, the absence of indulgence might accelerate his growth. It is solely through the guidance of the Hokage that a pampered fledgling, untested in the crucible of battle, cannot soar through the skies. Now that Jisui's innate talents have blossomed beyond their previous frailty, it is time for him to unfurl his wings and embrace the light. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Jisui escorted Jisui to the assembly point of the Konoha Umbu. Upon arriving at the entrance of the base, they encountered a white-haired figure, masked, perched upon a stone lion at the gate. "Hey, you were quite late," he remarked. "Apologies, the intelligence came in rather urgently," Jisui replied, scratching his head awkwardly. While Jisui boldly locked eyes with Kakashi in a silent standoff. "You are Hatake Kakashi? In the Umbu. Please refer to me by my code name, and address me as Captain, Newcomer," Kakashi replied, leaping down from the stone lion with a nonchalant tone. "Very well. You may converse for now. I shall head to my squad," he continued. "Jisui, give it your all, and remember not to slack off." "Understood," Jisui responded dismissively. "Slack off? How could I possibly refrain? If I do not take it easy for a moment, how can I fulfill my missions?" Jisui cast a reluctant glance at Jisui before departing from this place. Today marked the moment when his sister would finally come of age. The Umbu of Kanahagakure, although a clandestine organization shrouded in secrecy, possesses the capacity to forge profound bonds with others. The deep friendships among its members stand tall like sturdy trees, supporting this beautiful village. May Jishui also find trustworthy companions in her new journey here. As Jishui traversed the path, an unexpected discomfort washed over her eyes, leading her to rub them gently, only to discover that tears had begun to flow. A sense of reluctance enveloped her. What could this possibly signify? Surely, such emotions should be associated with positive experiences. After Jishui's departure, Kakashi guided Jishui on a tour through the various sections of the Umbu, familiarizing her with the essential equipment and layout. It was only after traversing these extensive grounds that Jishui realized the vastness of the facility, comprising steel structures, subterranean dwellings, expansive training fields, and an array of unfamiliar apparatuses. The locations she had previously encountered were merely the tip of the iceberg. Ultimately, Kakashi led Jishui to the heart of a training arena and instructed her, "Here is where you shall showcase your full potential. I wish to see where your true value lies. Naturally, I shall also incorporate teammates to assist you." Subsequently, Kakashi summoned 2 fellow Umbu members to stand nearby, their expressions betraying evident reluctance. After all, who would be keen to endure an unexpected bout of sparring so early in the morning before even embarking on their assigned missions? "Captain, this is merely a novice procedure. Is it necessary to involve us? We have our own training to attend to," one of the Umbu lamented. "Silence. Teamwork is fundamental. What is amiss with the 2 of you participating as practice partners? This is training after all. Continue to complain, and I shall have you run 30 laps around Konoha." Kakashi retorted sharply. The reprimanded Umbu fell silent, while Jishui grew increasingly intrigued. It appeared that the Umbu were not as cold and unfeeling as the rumors suggested. Perhaps there would be many amusing experiences to come. Chapter 34, Surveillance Ninjutsu. 7. Taijutsu. 5. Genjutsu. 2. Seals. 5. Techniques. 8. Team Awareness. 5. Proficient in fire-release ninjutsu and swordsmanship, Jishui could be classified as an elite nin, undoubtedly surpassing her graduation performance, indicating substantial training had transpired since. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated with the report Kakashi had filled out, contemplated the implications. "Lord Okage, while I have gauged Uchiha Jishui's strength to a degree, I sensed an unusual aura during our close combat. It felt as though she is concealing something, not fully revealing her capabilities. Are you suggesting that Uchiha Jishui is hiding her true strength?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and concern. "Uncertain, but it is evident she possesses some unique ability or tool that remains undisclosed," Kakashi replied earnestly. "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, contemplating the implications. He speculated that what Jishui concealed might merely be her Sharingan, as activating it could significantly enhance an ordinary clan member's abilities. However, the Sharingan was of little consequence, provided it bore no connection to Orochimaru. The Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen had retrieved documentation from Orochimaru's laboratory detailing a method to unleash an unrestrained, feral form of chakra, capable of exponentially amplifying a ninja's combat prowess. Should Jishui be concealing such a power, thorough investigation would be warranted. "Kakashi, you have performed admirably. For the next few days, aside from assigning routine Umbu tasks, ensure you closely monitor Uchiha Jishui. Report any unusual behaviors to me immediately." "Yes, Lord Third." As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Jishui, having completed numerous formalities and familiarized herself with Umbu protocols, embarked on her inaugural mission, patrolling the outskirts of Konoha's surrounding villages to prevent any infiltrators or spies from posing a threat to the village. "Reminder, do not forget your daily leisure task," chimed a voice. "Leisure time, 0 minutes 30 minutes. "Ah, of course, I shall not forget. After all, isn't being in the Umbu all about leveling up for rewards? I hope you do not disappoint me," she remarked. In the changing room, Jishui removed her outer garment, revealing her porcelain-like skin. "Rest assured, the rewards for leisure in the Umbu surpass those of the security team. Though it ultimately depends on luck," the voice responded. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Jishui tightened the straps of her Umbu gear, donned her fox mask, and admired her fresh appearance in the mirror before seizing the nearby steel Kusanagi sword and stepping outside. "Newcomer, while patrolling, do not let any young fellows sweep you off your feet." "Ha!" teased an Umbu who had previously sparred with her against Kakashi. "Old man, my affairs do not concern you. Perhaps you should focus on whether you even have a wife," Shisui retorted without turning back. The teased Umbu was momentarily taken aback. A wave of melancholy washing over him. These youngsters are truly lacking in charm. Not long after Shisui exited the Umbu, Kakashi followed suit, trailing her footsteps closely. Shisui skillfully traversed the barriers of Konoha, guided by the unique hand seals imparted by the shadowy instructor, and unfurled a map upon the ground. Upon arriving at this location, Kakashi felt that everything appeared quite ordinary. However, when Shisui summoned her shadow clone, Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, narrowed his gaze. Could it be that this Uchiha Shisui before him harbored ulterior motives? What was she planning? Gripping the hilt of his katana tightly while perched on a tree, Kakashi remained vigilant. Shadow clone technique. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene, revealing Jisui's shadow clone, who lay despondently on the ground. Sharing memories with her original self, she was acutely aware of Jisui's intentions. Oh, come now, don't be so disheartened. You are me, and I am you. It matters not who undertakes the task, Jisui encouraged, lifting her clone from the ground with a benevolent smile. The shadow clone mused. If we were to think of it that way, why not switch roles? You do the work, and I'll take it easy. Naturally, this thought remained unvoiced. For uttering such words would certainly lead to a reprimand. The diligent shadow clone took the patrol map and a flare, setting off for duty. While Jisui donned a regular outfit and dashed toward the nearby village market, with Kakashi hastening to follow her. However, when Kakashi caught sight of Jisui's activities, he was momentarily taken aback. She was indulging in skewers at a street food stall, the glistening, spice-laden treats eliciting a mixed response from him, while he sighed in relief. A hint of irritation lingered. Though her actions posed no threat to the village, this lazy imp would surely face consequences, particularly since she was savoring such delightful fare. Kakashi, his expression darkening, grasped a nearby branch and muttered, "Oh, these skewers are quite good. This trip has not been in vain." Wiping the remnants of oil from the corner of her mouth, Jisui placed her wallet on the table and exclaimed, "Boss, I'll have 20 more skewers, please." Jisui arrived at the Umbu, where the duties of the security team had ceased, yet the salary would certainly be settled in advance. If it were otherwise, Jisui would not dare to indulge so freely. Kakashi stood at a distance beneath a towering tree, observing Jisui devour the skewers with fervor. Feeling a profound sense of torment, unable to resist any longer, he retrieved a soldier's pill from his ninja pouch and swallowed it whole. As long as I am satiated, this torment shall dissipate, Kakashi mused, feeling the bitterness and dryness linger in his mouth. He cast another glance at Jisui, whose face was slick with grease from the feast, and felt a pang of unease in his heart. Subsequently, he consumed 2 more soldiers' pills. This agonizing ordeal endured for a full half-hour before it finally ceased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily fishing task, 3030. Reward acquired. A tribute-less spiral sphere can be used in combination with the flying thunder god Kanai after a successful counterattack, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. The purity set has now gathered 3 pieces. Oh, what a splendid treasure. With the spiral sphere in my possession, I feel one step closer to achieving purity. After settling the payment, Jisui prepared to return to her shadow clone to hand over her tasks. After all, it felt rather unsettling to slack off on her first day at work, as if someone were watching her every move. The tasks were not particularly challenging, so she resolved to complete them diligently and carry out her patrol. Chapter 35. Kakashi's report. As Jisui hummed a tune while patrolling, she discovered that Jisui was waiting for her with an expression of evident displeasure upon her return. "Oh, brother?" Jisui thought, recognizing the ink-black look on Jisui's face as a sign that trouble was brewing. Had her idleness been discovered? Yet, it shouldn't have been possible, after all. Most people could not discern a shadow clone from the original. 2 minutes later, Jisui, exasperated and holding his forehead in despair, took Jisui aside for a proper reprimand. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already arrived at the Hokage building to report the situation. Lord Third, during Jisui's patrol, she did not uncover any irregularities. However, she displayed a rather lazy disposition. All else appeared normal, Kakashi conveyed. Well done, Kakashi. For the remaining days, you must continue to monitor her discreetly. Be cautious, as Jisui may possess the potential to awaken her Sharingan. If, after a few days of investigating Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory, no anomalies are detected, you may cease your surveillance. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, puffing out a ring of smoke. Should Jisui prove to be entirely innocent, he would not hesitate to treat her with greater kindness, thereby securing the allegiance of Uchiha Shisui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. After all, a ninja of the shadow level could turn the tide of any situation. If Jishue's heart remained steadfast towards the village and peace, it would be highly beneficial in managing the Uchiha clan. You are merely engaged in a leisurely task at the security team, and we can afford to overlook a bit of slacking. However, this is the Umbu, an essential organization responsible for handling matters discreetly for Konoha. It is vital for the foundation of the village that you do not take liberties here. Understood? But I haven't been slacking. Jishue protested, gesturing to her shadow clone patrolling. She murmured plaintively, only to receive a light tap on the head from Jishue. Ouch. If you keep that up, your adorable sister might turn into a fool. Haha, if you become a fool, that wouldn't be so bad. At least I wouldn't have to worry about you every day. Ahem, let us leave it at that for now. I still have tasks to finish. Remember to treat your responsibilities with care. I may be late returning home tonight. Understood? Jishue said, ruffling Jishue's hair. All right, Jishue replied, rubbing her slightly reddened forehead as she watched Jishue walk away. She then donned her Umbu mask once more. It appeared that slacking off in the Umbu was not an easy feat. Ding. Host, you currently possess a substantial sum of 10 million. Would you like to check the system store for any appealing items? The system's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. However, having grown accustomed to various flash sales and discounts, Jishue felt no inclination towards the original priced items in the system store. If there was even a slight chance of a discount, why squander money on full price? The system pondered whether it should reduce the frequency of flash sales and discounts, feeling that the host consistently opting for discounted prices was a loss. While the system was caught in this contemplative whirlwind, Jishue had returned to the Umbu and spotted the familiar silver hair. Hey there, how did your task go? Kakashi greeted her warmly upon noticing her presence. Why do I feel like you're smiling? Jishue inquired, stepping closer to Kakashi in confusion. Cough, cough. I merely recalled something amusing. Kakashi adjusted his Umbu mask and waved his hand dismissively. He was certainly not reveling in the misfortune of this young girl being scolded by Jishue, absolutely not. The Umbu's tasks were often shrouded in darkness and monotony. Yet Jishue had not been exposed to much of it, perhaps due to Kakashi's intent for her to acclimatize gradually. Before long, a day had passed, and night enveloped the sky. The streets of Konoha were brightly lit and bustling, a lively atmosphere that, while not as vibrant as the nearby market, still provided a rare source of joy for the ordinary citizens beyond their work. Upon finishing her work, Shiryuki took a moment to enjoy herself before returning home with a selection of fresh vegetables. The journey back to the Uchiha clan compound required traversing nearly half of Konoha. And unlike the lively atmosphere outside, this place felt quite desolate, devoid of any vitality. The oppressive ambience of the night was particularly palpable, rendering her somewhat uneasy as she walked. Nevertheless, Shiryuki paid little heed to these sentiments, although there were always those who, harboring unexpressed grievances and resentments, would project their frustrations onto others. Look, is that Uchiha Shiryuki? She's actually dressed in the attire of an Umbu. She certainly looks the part. It appears our Uchiha clan has cast her aside, compelling her to become a mere pawn of Konoha, doesn't he? Can it be that even the dregs of Konoha's Umbu, who can't even best ordinary ninjas, can now find entry? How pitiable! Shouted a group of drunken youths on Uchiha Street with palpable hostility. Hearing their deliberate mockery, Shiryuki paused and turned to face the three inebriated Uchiha youths, extending an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill. Is it amusing to discuss others? You three insignificant bean sprouts. The insult of being called bean sprouts ignited their drunken ire instantly. You porcelain doll, are you talking about yourself? A few words, and you think you've earned my respect? One of the youths, his face flushed and neck thickened from drink, unsheathed a kunai and lunged at Shiryuki. With a swift motion, she deftly grabbed his arm, chakra enveloping her palm, and delivered a decisive strike to his chin, sending him flying several meters away. How dare you strike me? We'll show you how to behave. The other two youths, their eyes aflame with fury, attempted to rush at Shiryuki but were swiftly subdued on the ground after only a few exchanges. Not long after the altercation, the security team arrived, detaining the three drunken youths based on accounts from nearby residents. Upon seeing Fugaku approach, Shiryuki bowed respectfully. It's nothing to worry about. These young men have rather short tempers, as everyone in the clan knows. Do not take it to heart, Fugaku sighed. The recent skirmish was facilitated by numerous factors. Under Konoha's years of surveillance and isolation policies, the Uchiha clan now resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any provocation. Shiyuki's return in the garb of Konoha's Umbu and her encounter with the intoxicated Hakushus was almost destined to incite conflict. After bidding farewell to Fugaku, Shiryuki departed, leaving him in deep contemplation as he watched her retreating figure. Recently, Shisui seems to have undergone significant changes. What has transpired? Chapter 36. The mission of the Umbu. Several days after Shiyue's induction into the Umbu, her assignments gradually evolved from mere patrols to more clandestine tasks, such as conveying classified documents to the stronghold of the Land of Fire and discreetly dealing with some insignificant yet unsavory individuals. With a swift motion, blood splattered against the window, mingling with the silver light of the moon. Following a chilling scream that echoed through the night, Shirue wiped the blood from her tsukikage sword using a nearby curtain. She then retrieved a sealed scroll from the lifeless body and returned to Kanehagakure to report. She had undertaken several missions of this nature, yet she seemed unperturbed, as the temporal demands of these tasks were relatively lenient, granting her ample opportunity to indulge in leisure. Moreover, she seized the chance to rummage through the deceased's residence in search of any hidden treasures. After all, if a person is tainted, their wealth is equally tainted. Thus, after appropriating the spoils, Shirue felt no remorse. Ding. Daily leisure task completed. Rewards: dried fish, 2 jars, and a small vial of ocular enhancement liquid. Exhausted, Yuki trudged back to the resting chamber, too weary to even bathe. Shedding the blood-stained cloak and mask, she collapsed onto the bed in a starfish sprawl. Being an ANBU is so draining, she sighed wistfully. How I yearn to laze about like a salted fish. From her palm, she produced a vial resembling eye drops, a slow-release ocular potency enhancer. With practiced motions, she administered the droplets and blinked slowly. The recent rewards appeared deceptively valuable, yet proved largely impractical for her needs. A bullet-deflecting frying pan, ever-pristine white stockings, a lethally crimson poison apple. Save perhaps the stockings, none served her purposes. Each trinket seemed more absurd than the last in their useless specificity. Shishue found herself reminiscing about her time in the security team, where each day was punctuated by ample leisure hours, working from 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening. Even during working hours, she could delegate tasks to her shadow clone, allowing herself the luxury of idleness. After Shishue concluded her remaining duties in the dark department, she adorned herself with a simple fishing net pattern. Unbeknownst to her, her once short hair had now grown to the length of her elbows. In pursuit of practicality, she sat gracefully before a full-length mirror, biting down on a hair tie. With deft hands, she gathered her long black hair into a sleek ponytail. As she gazed at her reflection seated upon the stool, the youthful essence she retained was still intact, yet it shimmered with an unusual confidence and an air of menace. Beneath her exquisitely crafted features, there lingered a hint of fatigue, manifesting as a subtle pallor. Shishue gently rubbed her slightly chubby cheeks, rising from the bench to retrieve something nearby before returning to the Uchiha clan district. Although the atmosphere within the clan remained as stifling as ever, Shishue encountered no troubles and smoothly made her way home. Shortly after lying down, she drifted into a sweet slumber. Not long after, when Shishue returned home, weary from his day, he sighed at the sight of Shishue asleep on the bed with the door ajar. He neatly arranged her shoes and tucked the blanket around her. After securing the door, a shadow appeared by the window nearby. Itachi, having opened the window, leaped in front of Shishue, removing his umbu mask. Itachi, you must have just returned as well. Is there something urgent that requires my attention? Shishue inquired gently, offering a smile. It concerns clan matters. Itachi's expression was somewhat melancholic. He could sense the recent oppressive atmosphere within the clan. He felt that this repressed tension would soon reach a critical point, potentially leading to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Shishue's demeanor grew serious. This situation was indeed troubling. Yet the higher-ups in Konoha were striving to ease the friction with the Uchiha clan. For instance, Shishue's inclusion in the Umbu was a gesture from the third Hokage, symbolizing a bond between the clan and Konoha. With the Hokage's influence, I am certain that circumstances will improve, he reassured. Do not worry, Itachi. The Hokage has not abandoned the Uchiha, and the clan leader has yet to announce any intentions of severing ties with Konoha. There remains hope. Bonds are not easily severed. We must have faith in the third Hokage. Shishue patted Itachi's shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Is that so? Itachi's furrowed brow eased slightly, though concern lingered in his heart about the unfolding events. Would matters truly resolve smoothly? The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a faint glow. The alarm clock rang incessantly, echoing throughout the room. Even as Shishue, lost in her dreams, attempted to muffle the sound with her pillow, she was forced to confront the harsh reality that it was time to rise once more, and today appeared to hold special tasks that required her to leave early. After silencing the alarm, she opened her eyes, drifting to the bathroom in a daze. After freshening up, she reached the dining table only to discover a pot of thick, black, unidentifiable liquid. The kitchen was saturated not only with the aroma of food but also with the unpleasant scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Jishui, yesterday, upon seeing you peacefully asleep, I could not bring myself to awaken you. However, do remember to take the forgotten medicine today, for one must consume their medication to recover swiftly from illness. Observing the notes draped around the medicine pot, Jishui felt a sense of unease. Ding. System task activated. Task name: the serpent hidden in the laboratory. Task description: today, your mission is to accompany Kakashi in the exploration of Orochimaru's concealed abandoned laboratory on the outskirts of Konoha. 2 unidentified root ninjas will also join you, suggesting that this task is fraught with peril. Task requirements: ensure your own safety and protect your companions. Task rewards: the reverse summoning scroll of the Dragon Cave, which will transport you instantly to the location of the Dragon Cave, and the Sage Mode training scroll of the Dragon Cave. Goodness, a technique of Sage Jutsu? Jishui felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the rewards, yet this mission appeared to be exceptionally treacherous. Thus, thorough preparation was essential. System, do you still offer the Shadow Level Experience card? Jishui inquired of the system within her mind, recognizing her current weakness. Should danger truly arise, it would be wise to retain a hidden advantage. Ding. The system shop guarantees exquisite offerings. The Shadow Level Experience card, 5 minutes, is currently available for the price of 980,000. Yukisetsu gazed pensively at the price tag of 998, contemplating that it was indeed rather steep. If she were to make this purchase, the funds she had previously seized from Orochimaru's assets would likely be nearly depleted. As for taking out a loan, the thought had never crossed her mind unless absolutely necessary. She would never entertain such an idea unless driven to desperation. Chapter 37. Exploring the abandoned laboratory at the break of dawn, 6 a.m. Dewdrops glistened with a fresh, crisp scent as they dripped onto the stone monument. In the memorial cemetery behind Konoha, Hatake Kakashi placed a bouquet of flowers upon a grave. A shadow of painful memories flickered through his eyes. Whose grave is that? From the bushes not far from Kakashi, Root Operative Tenzo, also known as Yamato, whispered to his companion. I heard it belongs to one of Kakashi's former teammates, someone he killed with his own hands. A teammate? Yamato's expression beneath his mask betrayed his shock. After Kakashi had lingered for some time, a purple-haired ANBU member approached him from behind. Kakashi-senpai, the Hokage wishes to see you. Ah, understood. But there's no need to call me senpai. We're not at the academy anymore. Kakashi sighed as he turned around. But within the ANBU, you are a respected and long-established senior, Yugao replied with deference. Senpai, you'd be better off finding someone more reliable. A man like me, scorned as cold-blooded, do I really deserve such a title? Kakashi scratched his head and exhaled wearily. Only after Kakashi and Yugao had departed did Yamato and his companion emerge from the bushes, following Kakashi's footprints. Yamato stepped to the spot where he had stood for so long, finally reading the name inscribed on the tombstone, Rin Noara, Hokage Tower. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen was now a man in his 60s, he remained diligent, seated at his desk early in the morning, reviewing documents. Creak. The door to the Hokage's office swung open. Seeing Kakashi enter, Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi, the time has come. The mission to investigate Orochimaru's abandoned bases, left behind after his defection, will be entrusted to you and Uchiha Yuki. It will also serve as a reconnaissance and surveillance operation. I know it's a heavy burden, but I trust you. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will ensure its flawless execution. Be vigilant. Though Orochimaru has fled, we cannot predict what he may have left behind in the Land of Fire. His research is perilous. Even a Jonin could fall prey to its dangers. Hiruzen clasped his hands together, his expression grave. But, if it's that hazardous, what about Yuki? Rest assured, didn't you mention she possesses hidden techniques for evasion? When cornered, people fight with everything they have. At that point, she won't be able to conceal anything. Besides, ANBU missions are always fraught with peril, but this is for the safety of Konoha, and indeed, the entire Land of Fire. Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat solemnly. Yes, Sandame-sama. Upon returning to ANBU headquarters, Kakashi encountered Yuki, who had just arrived. Ah, Kakashi. I beat you here today. I was delayed at the Hokage's office. Enough chatter, prepare yourself. We have a dangerous mission ahead. Huh? Just the two of us? No other ANBU squad members? Yuki stepped closer, tilting her head. They're all occupied with their own assignments. As for me, I've been recovering from injuries, and you're the newest addition. With manpower stretched thin, we're the only ones available. Kakashi stretched, cracking his neck, then retrieved his equipment from the storage locker, his kunai pouch, forehead protector, and mask. I see. Leaning against the wall, Yuki waited as Kakashi finished gearing up. Soon, the two set off toward the location marked on their map. Yet shortly after their departure, two rude operatives began trailing their footsteps. After nearly 10 minutes of travel, Yuki and Kakashi arrived at their first checkpoint, an excavated underground cavern reinforced with steel plating, rendering it unnaturally sturdy. Kakashi severed the tripwires and barriers with his kunai before proceeding cautiously. Step back. I need to form a seal, Kakashi instructed. Got it. As Yuki retreated several meters, Kakashi pressed his hand against the seal on the iron door, swiftly weaving hand signs. A crimson glow flickered across the seal, but just as he prepared to remove it, an unusual surge of chakra sent a jolt of alarm through him. This ISNTA seal. It's an explosive tag. Move. A deafening explosion erupted from the door, flames and smoke engulfing Kakashi in an instant. The blast sent shockwaves through the forest, scattering birds and beasts in terror. Zisno hastened to assist Kakashi, who lay sprawled on the ground. How could there be explosive tags here? Is someone attempting to frame us? Zisno remarked, a peculiar expression gracing his features. The location was not far from Konoha, and their mission was a confidential and specialized one. Logically, no one should be privy to their actions. Well, I'm mostly unscathed, Kakashi replied, having acclimatized to the deafening explosion. He rose to his feet, realigning a dislocated bone. Our task is to investigate. Even if we sense something amiss, we must press on and probe further. Ah, very well. You are the captain. I shall follow your lead, Zisno conceded, gesturing dismissively before trailing Kakashi into the depths ahead. The mission was at hand, and retreat was no longer an option. Shortly after their entrance, Tianzong and Yi hurriedly approached. He picked up a shard of metal from the ground, exclaiming, "What luck! I wasn't struck by any shrapnel from the explosive tags. What shall we do next?" Tianzong inquired, gazing into the abyssal remnants of Orochimaru's laboratory. In that moment, a flicker of memory seemed to wash over Tianzong, recalling a time when he too was confined in such a dark and desolate place, surrounded by many children, enduring unspeakable pain and experimentation. My forte lies in fire and wind release, which are ill-suited for close quarters as they risk igniting various flammable materials. Thus, your task is to stealthily ambush Kakashi and seize his Sharingan. As for Uchiha Zisno, dealing with her should pose no challenge for you. I shall remain here to monitor the exit and prevent any escape. Understood, Tianzong replied after a moment's hesitation, before seizing a kunai and plunging into the fray. Chapter 38. The Serpent in the Laboratory. Have you dispatched someone to investigate the laboratory near Konoha? Dans, leaning on his cane, queried Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated in his office. Indeed, Kakashi's injuries have healed. It is time to assign him this mission. Are you still intrigued by the remnants left by Orochimaru? Dans tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. Of course not. Orochimaru has become an adversary of Konoha, and I have no desire for those perilous artifacts. However, Uchiha Zisno cannot be entirely exonerated. During the mission, Root will covertly assist Kakashi to ensure no unnecessary harm befalls him. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. Since you have dispatched Root, let us leave matters as they are for now. However, Dans, should anything occur, I hope it truly has no bearing on you. Hiruzen clasped his hands together, fixing Dans with a penetrating gaze. When have I ever plotted against Konoha's prodigies, Hiruzen? You worry too much. Since everything is already arranged, I shall take my leave. May this mission be successful and smooth, Dans declared, departing the Hokage's office. Hiruzen sighed, returning to his administrative duties, hoping that Dans harbored no ulterior motives regarding this operation. Otherwise, it could prove troublesome. The corridor floor was marred with numerous puddles and mud. The path ahead cloaked in an impenetrable darkness. Zisno retrieved a flashlight from his ninja tool pouch, illuminating the path ahead. However, Kakashi found little need for it, as his eternally activated Sharingan allowed him to see clearly, providing a small consolation for his daily chakra drain. Traversing the night felt no different from walking in daylight. The duo delved deeper into the darkness, where unknown perils lurked. A small black snake flicked its tongue, emerging from a nearby crevice. Its keen sense of smell detected prey nearby, and it cautiously crept along the wall, inching closer to Zisno's back. With a swift motion, the thrown Kusanagi pinned the serpent to the wall. A flash of silver cut through the air, and before the creature could utter a cry, its wretched existence was extinguished. As Zisno shone the flashlight upon the snake's blood, which sizzled as it corroded the metal surface, he frowned. Most snakes in this region were venomous. and caution was warranted. Kakashi and Zisno pressed onward, eventually discovering an iron door at the corridor's end, ajar and unlatched, with a faint light flickering within. Kakashi gestured to Zisno, and they nodded in agreement. After using a mirror to survey the interior for potential dangers, and finding none, they boldly stepped inside. The room was cluttered with dense nutrient tanks containing various animal and plant organs, along with unfamiliar skeletal remains. Nearby, a table displayed several biological models and intricate documents. It seems Orochimaru did not destroy or take everything upon his departure, Kakashi remarked as he wiped the dust from the table's surface. While Kakashi and Zisno rummaged through potentially useful materials, Tianzong approached the iron door, observing their actions. Is that Uchiha Zisno beside Tataki Kakashi? He pondered, withdrawing a shuriken from his tool pouch. However, upon noticing a massive shadow in the distance, he relaxed his stance. Suddenly, a colossal serpent, covered in a white substance, crashed through the nearly meter-thick wall, letting out a thunderous roar directed at Zisno and Kakashi. It appeared Orochimaru had left behind some rather unusual specimens. The sight of the serpent, dripping with viscous fluid and adorned with semi-translucent scales, evoked a sense of revulsion in Zisno. Sticky, slippery, and wet, this was the very texture Zisno despised. With a fearsome growl, the phosphorus serpent lunged forward, its sharp fangs glistening with saliva as it aimed to devour Zisno. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball illuminated the surroundings, but the flames crashed against the serpent's body, seemingly inflicting little tangible damage. Taking advantage of the moment when the enormous serpent had yet to acclimate to the light, Jishue leaped aside, causing the creature to strike. Raikiri. A brilliant flash of lightning flickered in Kakashi's right hand, as a surge of energy coursed into the serpent's body. However, a tingling sensation emanating from the wound caused Kakashi's pupils to constrict. It was not the electric shock that induced this sensation, it seemed to be venom. Logically, the lightning should have incinerated any blood and flesh, rendering it immune to the toxin. With a roar, the serpent, feeling the agony coursing through its massive form, furiously rammed its head into Kakashi, sending him flying. After crashing through several jars, Kakashi staggered back to his feet. Hey, are you all right? Don't worry. I won't die just yet, Kakashi replied, gripping a kunai tightly in his hand, twisting his slightly discolored arm. The serpent, with a gaping wound from the Raikiri, opened its maw wide, and a stream of green venom erupted from its fangs. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth, sculpted with a canine visage, rose in front of the two, as the venom splashed against it, corroding the surface and creating deep pits. Two shadow clones wielding great swords leaped over the earthen barrier, their blades clashing against the serpent's slick, hard scales, producing a sharp ringing sound. Hiss. A flash of crimson flickered in the serpent's fierce eyes as it shook off the shadow clones with a powerful motion of its massive body, letting out a shrill cry as if proclaiming its dominion. Crack. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was distracted, Jishue leaped over the concealed earth layer and struck a white orb against its head. A blinding light erupted at the scene, and the immense chakra swirling at the center unleashed a force akin to a miniature nuclear explosion, obliterating the serpent's head along with a significant area behind it. Is that the Rasengan? Kakashi, peering out from behind the earth flow wall, was utterly astonished beneath his mask. Wasn't the Rasengan invented by Master Minato? How could Uchiha Jishue possibly wield such a technique? Could it be that this technique can be self-taught? Kakashi was not the only one taken aback. Tianzong, who was hiding behind an iron door, preparing to seize an opportunity, also felt a twinge of surprise. Wasn't Uchiha Jishue merely a genin? Chapter 39. The peculiar poison regarding the decision to utilize the Rasengan, Jishue had pondered briefly. Employing such a technique would mean revealing an unknown ninjutsu in front of Kakashi, inevitably leading to complications. However, with Kakashi already poisoned and the serpent's thick scales making a swift kill without hidden means nearly impossible, Jishue's mission to protect his comrades necessitated a more prudent approach. Among his current options, the Rasengan was indeed the most suitable choice. One must admit, even a standard Rasengan possessed remarkable power. Ordinary blades would merely leave scratches. Yet a single orb could shatter everything in its path. No wonder Naruto had developed so many variations of the technique. After the Rasengan vanquished the serpent, a headless serpent carcass collapsed to the ground, with dark green blood flowing from the severed neck, due to the continuous diffusion of toxic gas from the blood. Kakashi and Jishue temporarily withdrew. Hey, where did you learn the Rasengan? Let's save that discussion for later. With a resounding clang, the iron door of the laboratory was shut, preventing the toxic gas from escaping. However, Kakashi suddenly noticed something amiss with the footprints on the corridor floor. The uneven surface, damp with water, should have revealed shoe prints unless someone had been gone for too long. Yet, apart from himself and Shisui, there seemed to be another pair of footprints. Wait, it seems someone has recently passed through here. Kakashi crouched down, carefully examining the ground. Shisui. Could it be that the routes mentioned in the mission briefing have arrived so soon? A sudden chill enveloped Shiryu's heart. Being seen by Kakashi would merely mean a minor inconvenience, as it would be difficult to explain the origins of her ninjutsu. However, if Root were to witness it, the situation would be vastly different. If that old curmudgeon Danzo were to discover it, she would likely find herself captured and subjected to his cursed seal. Shizen shuddered at the mere recollection of the unspeakable events that transpired after being confined within the dimly lit chambers of Root under Danzo's custody. Kakashi, enduring the creeping numbness and debilitating weakness spreading through his arm, clenched a kunai tightly before dashing down the corridor toward the exit. Wait, what are you doing? I've been poisoned. If I don't make it back to Konoha soon, I'll become nothing more than a historical tombstone. Though Kakashi understood the mission's importance, this was a sealed assignment that could be resumed at any time. There was no urgency. He could easily return to complete it in the afternoon after receiving proper treatment. Shisui observed Kakashi, who was growing increasingly unsteady on his feet, and turned her attention to her task panel. With a hint of reluctance, she inquired within her mind about the system. System, do you possess any antidotes for poison? What did you give me? I feel as though my body has significantly recovered. Kakashi remarked, savoring the delightful and crisp sensation reminiscent of chocolate beans, before succumbing to temptation and consuming 2 more. It's nothing extraordinary. Merely a special medication from the security team. However, you will need to sign an IOU, Shisui replied with a smile, tearing a strip of fabric from her leg to serve as the note. Oh, is that so? Kakashi scratched his head in understanding. He was surprised to discover that the Uchiha clan possessed such remarkable remedies. Nevertheless, if it meant saving his life, parting with some wealth seemed reasonable. The one you just consumed costs 400,000, and since you ingested 2 additional ones, that totals 400,000 multiplied by 3, amounting to 200,000, Shisui explained, sketching a few large characters with a nearby stone and placing the note in Kakashi's hand. How much? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Jisui's price. 200,000 was nearly the entirety of the inheritance he received from his father. How could this wretched medicine possibly be so exorbitantly priced? The complexion of Shisui darkened slightly as she cursed the nefarious capitalist system that allowed her to purchase only 1 box at a time, prohibiting the acquisition of individual pieces. It forced her to expend 2 million on this miraculous antidote. And she envisioned a day when she would hang it from a street lamp, unable to let go. Ding. This system is bound to the host by soul, lacking a physical form, and cannot achieve the literal act of hanging from a street lamp. However, if the host wishes to experiment, they might consider suspending themselves from a street lamp. Perhaps the system would experience something akin to that sensation. Jishui, this ruler has become increasingly unlovable. From a distance, I witnessed the frail Kakashi and Jishui struggling to regain their composure in the corridor's bend. A twinge of regret mingled with a faint sense of guilt welled up within me. Initially, I intended to shut the iron door and barricade this place with wooden planks. Had I proceeded without the antidote, it would have likely taken merely a few hours to accomplish the task. However, as I began the hand signs, Yamato softened once more, ultimately succumbing to an internal struggle and choosing to relent. Although this was a mission, the thought of harming a comrade was unbearable. Perhaps even Lord Danzo's orders are not infallible. Upon learning that 1 vial of antidote costs 400,000, Kakashi hastily returned the remaining 2 vials to Jishui, unwilling to risk possessing them. If one were to shatter, it would amount to a staggering 6 million. The melancholy of Kakashi-sensei's future finances weighed heavily on him. Yukisetsu gazed at the remaining balance of 3 million in her account, feeling a pang of melancholy. Money slips away so swiftly, yet it's agonizingly difficult to earn. Frustrated, aware that others were watching them, Kakashi and Yukisetsu grew considerably more vigilant. Having consumed 3 antidotes, Kakashi, while the medicine was still effective, rushed into the laboratory and located the ventilation switch to disperse the poisonous gas. This underground, enclosed environment undoubtedly possessed a highly advanced ventilation system. In less than 2 hours, the toxic fumes were completely cleared. Strangely, Yukisetsu also began to feel a numbing weakness in her body. She hadn't come into contact with the snake's venom. How could this be? Hey, you don't seem quite right, Kakashi observed, noticing Yukisetsu's unsteady movements with concern. Ah, it's nothing. Probably just a minor ailment. Let us continue with the mission. Yukisetsu shook her head slightly, then opened a box and swallowed a pill, instantly feeling much better. After taking the antidote, Yukisetsu and Kakashi explored the laboratory together, compiling numerous documents and storing them in a spatial scroll. These materials would be sealed and preserved as valuable experimental and scientific research assets for Konoha after Orochimaru's defection. Among them, Yukisetsu was astonished to discover blueprints for a mechanical nine-tails. Staring at the incomprehensible diagrams, Yukisetsu was stunned for an entire year. While others were still in the era of Naruto Shippuden, Orochimaru's technological advancements had already leaped into Boruto territory. If this project succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Producing multiple units could easily devastate Konoha. As Kakashi and Yukisetsu meticulously organized the materials, Root Ninja Kino, waiting outside, grew impatient. Over 2 hours have passed. What on earth is that boy doing? Emerging from the bushes where he had been hiding, Kino was about to descend and investigate when he suddenly noticed a glow emanating from the laboratory entrance. What? What is that? Chapter 40, The Scapegoat. Hey, Kakashi, do you feel like the floor is tilting? Yukisetsu whispered, rummaging through valuables in the abandoned laboratory while Kakashi focused on sorting documents. The floor is tilting? Kakashi attuned his chakra to sense the ground beneath him and realized the vibrations were indeed growing increasingly intense. Even the bottles and jars on the tables were visibly shifting. Let us go. Without hesitation, Kakashi grabbed Yukisetsu's hand and dashed toward the exit. But as they passed through the iron door, he spotted a root operative slumped against the wall. Kakashi? Guided by humanitarian instinct, Kakashi hoisted the unconscious root member onto his back and sprinted outward. However, before they could get far, the metal flooring beneath them began to splinter apart. A deafening roar echoed from all directions, followed by a dizzying, disorienting sensation, as if the world had been tossed into a washing machine, violently slamming the trio against the walls. Rip. Jishui secured the Kusanagi sword against the wall and grasped Kakashi's hand. I can't hold on much longer. I feel faint, she exclaimed as her stomach churned violently. The sight of the white phosphorus snake had initially seemed like mere magical damage, yet now the dizzying sensation was akin to physical torment, truly a cruel affliction. What on earth is happening? Kakashi fixed a shuriken into the wall, anchoring the root ninja to prevent him from falling and causing further injury. After a while, the tumultuous feeling began to subside, but suddenly, a multitude of small white snakes emerged from the cracks in the nearby wall. Once she had stabilized herself with chakra, Jishui swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several small fireballs accurately struck the advancing serpents, reducing them to ash in an instant. However, it was not long before more snakes wriggled forth from the crevices. There are far too many. We must retreat, Jishui urged, as she and Kakashi stood back to back, eliminating the surrounding snakes. Agreed. Fireball technique to pave the way, Jishui declared, leading Kakashi towards their original exit. Uncertain whether it was merely their imagination, they felt as though the path had twisted considerably since their arrival. Upon reaching their destination, Jishui found herself staring blankly at Kakashi, who gazed at the dead and covered by a steel plate. Where's the door? Such a large door should be here, right? Even if we had momentarily lost our way, surely there must be an exit? She pondered, realizing they had not noticed any other paths leading to this dead end. With their backs against the wall, Jishui incinerated several approaching snakes with a fireball, her scalp prickling at the relentless onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi pressed his ear against the steel plate and knocked, sighing deeply. It's definitely a dead end, and a thick one at that. There must be another way. Let us keep searching, he suggested to Jishui. Kakashi stepped onto the steel plate, then rapidly formed hand seals, crouching down to slap the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall rose, completely sealing off the entrance, though it likely wouldn't hold for long. After a moment to catch her breath, Jishui approached the root ninja, removing his mask to reveal a young face tinged with purple. Is this Yamato? She gasped in disbelief as she recognized his features. Producing a box, she administered the final antidote to him. Do you know him? Kakashi asked, observing Jishui's reaction with curiosity. I suppose so, she replied. Her feelings complex as she watched Yamato show signs of awakening. It seemed likely that he had been the one monitoring them here. She hoped he wouldn't divulge the details of the Rasengan to Danzo. However, this was not the time for such concerns. Their own safety was paramount. Beep. Host. Are you facing a predicament? We recommend utilizing the premium, shadow-level experience card available in the system marketplace. Once activated, you will charge forward. Invincible and easily overcoming your current challenge, all for just 998 million. A bargain, indeed. Upon hearing the price, Zhishui addressed the system in her mind with a warm demeanor. System, given the gravity of the situation, it would be prudent for you to be a bit more generous. After all, you have already offered such an astonishingly low price. A little more won't make a difference. Will it? Ding. The flash sale price has now been adjusted to update every 90 days. Please wait 85 days, 14 hours, 52 minutes, and 44 seconds before returning. Zhishui. If she is to wait until that time, her ashes may no longer exist. In the depths of the Leaf Village, Danzo was seated, sipping tea and anticipating favorable news from A and B. However, it was quite peculiar that at this moment, it was B who returned. What happened? Did the mission fail? Where's A? Lord Danzo. The mission's outcome remains uncertain, but a significant upheaval has occurred. The laboratory has transformed into a colossal serpentine puppet and burrowed into the earth. Moreover, A has not emerged from the laboratory. What? By the time Danzo hurried after B, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived with a contingent of ninjas. Before them lay a gaping hole, approximately 20 meters in diameter, where the previously sealed laboratory had been, surrounded by the Leaf Village's Umbu operatives. Sarutobi stood at the edge, gazing into the abyss, his brow furrowed in concern. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate so dramatically. If it were not for the Leaf's barriers sensing the tremors here, the incident might have gone unnoticed for some time, potentially inciting public panic. Yet, where were the ninjas assigned to secure the area? Sarutobi gestured for the Umbu who had been stationed there to approach. Report, Hokage-sama. Our mission was handed over to the Umbu this morning, the guard replied. Sarutobi, upon realizing the Umbu had yet to respond, understood immediately upon seeing Danzo's arrival. Sarutobi. What transpired here? Danzo approached, leaning on his cane, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern as he surveyed the gaping void. What have you done? Are you unaware of your own actions? Sarutobi retorted, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone stern. Shimura Danzo. What had he done? He merely sought Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan, yet how had it spiraled into such chaos? Sarutobi, I have no idea what you are insinuating. I did not instigate this. Danzo's frustration mounted as he regarded Sarutobi, who wore an expression of incredulity. He genuinely had no part in this debacle. And the loss of his would release ninja only fueled his ire. Chapter 41. The Prophecy. Where am I? Yamato, still feeling a bit dizzy, awoke to find Kakashi and Zhishui before him, his mind clouded with confusion. You are awake. Congratulations on your, welcome back. Zhishui nearly blurted out a reference from his past life. I am. Tianzong, supported by Kakashi, felt weak and disoriented. It seemed he had been on a mission when he succumbed to poison while surveilling outside an iron door. And now he felt as if he had been tossed into a barrel, his body aching. But what was the situation now? Do not engage in strenuous activity. You have just been detoxified and your body remains frail, Zhishui cautioned as Tianzong attempted to rise. Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. Just return the 400. 000 later, Zhishui quipped. Tianzong. Kakashi, observing Tianzong's perplexed expression, felt a flicker of delight. Finally, someone else owed him money. Although the amount was trivial, how had he managed to eat 2 extra pills? What 400? 000. Tianzong inquired, still bewildered. Kakashi explained the situation regarding the pills. Yet he regrettably did not discern any sign of regret on Tianzong's face. Since emerging from the laboratory, Tianzong had integrated into the root. Indifferent to financial matters as long as his needs were met, though the root lacked humanity, it did not deny salaries. As long as there was work to be done and missions to complete, repayment would be manageable. Let us set aside the debts for now and focus on how to escape alive. Perhaps we should return to the laboratory and investigate. Though I wonder if it has also become a serpent's den, Zhishui mused, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Hiss. A crack appeared in the earthen wall, and the sound of hissing snakes echoed from the other side. It seemed that even the sturdiest of barriers could not contain the multitude of serpents. Kakashi then relayed the current situation to Tianzong, though the latter still seemed disoriented from his recent awakening. Shall we burn them with fire? With so many snakes. Are you trying to incinerate yourself as well? Kakashi replied, exasperated by Tianzong's suggestion. If that were a viable option, they would have pursued it already. In such a confined space, igniting a fire could lead to the torturous scenario of snakes leaping onto their clothing. Since that is not feasible, should we dig our way out? I recall this being underground, Tianzong proposed. Yukio gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands, mustering all her strength to thrust it into the nearby iron wall, yet it merely left a shallow dent. As for the Rasengan, she held little hope. The wall was both thick and unyielding. Before she could carve out a passage, exhaustion would likely claim her first. Ding. Host. Why not use the trial card on the wall? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, she retorted. How could I squander 10 million silvertails over such a trivial predicament? Unless you offer me a discount. Smiles Ding. How about 15 off? As the trio of Jishua found themselves in a dire predicament, Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's reconnaissance team descended through the ropes to investigate the void below. Upon reaching the bottom, they uncovered only a mixture of rubble and metal shards, with no sign of Jishua and his companions. Report to the Hokage, we have conducted a thorough search of the area. Aside from a few chakra traces, there is nothing else to be found. A Hyuga clan member adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector reported to Saratobi Hiruzen. Is that so? Your reconnaissance mission is complete. You may rest now, Hiruzen replied. Understood. Once the reconnaissance team departed, Hiruzen's gaze shifted towards Danzo. Do you truly believe I am responsible for this? Danzo snapped, irritation lacing his words. Saratobi, your scrutiny is futile. Our immediate priority is to locate the missing individuals, not to cast judgment upon me. It appears it was not your doing after all. You rarely exhibit concern when someone from the village goes missing, but this particular root member seems to hold great significance for you. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. During the Ninetales incident, you never displayed such urgency. Surely, there is a secret you are concealing from Konoha? Humph, that root member was nurtured with immense effort. Naturally, they are of great importance, Danzo retorted, his demeanor unflinching. That individual possesses the unique would release. The only would release ninja in existence cannot simply vanish amid this trivial mission. Konoha cannot afford such concealment, Danzo. You would do well to adhere to your words, Hiruzen mused, withdrawing his gaze as he fell into contemplation. The fate of Uchiha Shisui may not concern him. Yet Kakashi must not fade into the annals of Konoha's history. In this transitional phase of the village, Kakashi stands as a paragon among the youth. Should he meet his end here, Konoha's future would be bleak indeed. Sigh. Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, his expression rife with apprehension for Konoha's future. Could it be that the once thriving village would truly wither away under his watch? At Myaboka Mountain, the slumbering Gamamara gradually awoke from his nap. Stretching lazily before a small toad presented him with a cup of water. Has so much time passed? I seem to be aging, becoming increasingly drowsy. However, it appears that new turmoil has arisen in the shinobi world. The flames burning in the eyes of the celestial beings are truly terrifying, instilling a sense of despair. He reflected, yet resolved that such matters were of no concern to Myaboku. Let that old snake fret over it. His tranquil days must continue. After sipping some water, Gamamaru yawned and settled back into his stone chair. Meanwhile, the small toad relayed Gamamaru's prophecy to the other two sages of Myaboku, Shimizu and Jima. Celestial beings? What does that mean, old man? Jima inquired of Shimizu. I am unsure. Perhaps it refers to entities beyond our realm. However, Gamamaru's prophecies are typically accurate. We should inform Jiraiya and advise him to remain vigilant. He is likely still pursuing that fellow from the Leaf. What was his name? Oh, the great Manda. We can wait until he returns to Myaboku to share this news. Otherwise, if we rush to inform him, what dignity would remain for Myaboku? Shimizu replied, as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it would be inappropriate for us, as sages of the three great lands, to hastily relay news. Let us wait for Jiraiya's return to Myaboku. Chapter 42. Escape in a secluded waterfall in the land of fire. A fisherman sat contentedly in his folding chair, sipping juice as he awaited a catch. Yet, rather than fish, a massive shadow surfaced from the depths. What on earth is that? He donned his sun hat and leaned over, curiosity piqued. However, as the shadow loomed larger, his intrigue morphed into terror. Oh my, a monster. The fisherman paled, hastily gathering his belongings before fleeing the scene. Shortly after his departure, two jets of steam erupted from the water's surface, resembling a fountain as a mechanical serpent emerged. Seemingly inactive, insufficient power, unable to locate the owner's coordinates. Initiating backup self-destruct sequence. Countdown commencing at 180 seconds. 179, 178. Within the mechanical serpent, Jishue and his companions could faintly hear the countdown. Did you hear that? Jishue pressed his ear against the wall. Kakashi, Tenzo, that doesn't sound promising. We must escape quickly, Tenzo urged earnestly. Why not confront them head-on? Kakashi brandished a kunai. Bang! Upon in the hands of Jishue, a sphere of energy coalesced, which was then thrust towards the serpentine horde before him. With a resounding impact, a colossal force converged, and the ferocious chakra erupted like a volcano, hurling a significant portion of the serpent corpses against the wall, producing a sound reminiscent of distant thunder. Would release, thorn-killing technique. After forming the necessary hand seals, he concentrated his chakra within his palms, and in an instant, dozens of tendrils sprouted like sharp needles, densely covering the entire passageway, annihilating nearly half of the serpents present. Would release. Kakashi's pupils dilated in astonishment, confronted with yet another unbelievable phenomenon, surpassing even the Uchiha clan's mastery of the Rasengan. Was it he who had gone mad? Or was it the world itself that had lost its sanity? Let us retreat swiftly. If we fail to locate an exit soon, we shall truly be doomed, Jishue declared, severing the obstructing vines with his Kusanagi sword. Oh, very well. Zu, accompanied by Tianzong and Kakashi, bravely forged ahead, skillfully navigating through the obstacles, gradually making their way back towards the laboratory. Fortunately, the iron door here was still accessible, devoid of any serpents emerging from the crevices. However, the pervasive crimson glow and the distinctly audible countdown stirred a sense of unease within them. 82, 81, 80, 79. With a resounding thud, Kakashi reinforced the iron door with wood release, leaving both him and Tianzong utterly fatigued, scarcely able to lift their legs. In contrast, Zu felt relatively well, grateful for the chakra bestowed upon her from the previous mission, which had provided a solid foundation. Let us hasten to search the surroundings for any means of escape, Zu suggested, removing the bloodstained mask from her face to breathe more freely. All right. Wait. What? How can it be you? Tianzong exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the familiar, adorable little girl before him. It turned out that the previously mentioned underperforming Umbu, Uchiha Zu, was indeed the same girl he had once fled with. Yet, was her strength truly as limited as claimed? Tianzong could vaguely recall the time in the Aburi clan when Zu's fire release nearly obliterated the wooden wall. Well, are you really surprised to see me? Now, let us focus on finding a way out, Zu urged. Okay, fine, Tianzong replied, scratching his head. The wonders of human connections could indeed be quite remarkable. The three of them began to explore the surrounding walls and concealed areas, hoping to uncover something useful. However, after a thorough search, they remained empty-handed. 59, 58, 57, 56. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but Zu felt the countdown's urgency intensifying, as if her heartbeat synchronized with the ticking numbers. Thump, 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 thump. Each heartbeat felt akin to a fleeting moment of life. 30, 29, 28, 27. Hurry, we need to find something useful, Zu exclaimed, even resorting to severing a nearby obstructive bookshelf with her Kusanagi sword. Yet still, no mechanism or exit revealed itself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. As the ominous sound drew nearer, Zu finally relaxed her grip on the Kusanagi sword. Alas, it seems I must resort to the experience card after all. Jishue gazed at the price of the experience card in her mind, swallowing hard. Just as she was about to click on the experience card, something unknown seized her hand and pulled her away with force. Alas, a deafening explosion reverberated through the forest, as a magnificent mushroom cloud, soaring 100 meters high, ascended from the ground, its dark smoke discernible even 20 kilometers away. After a tumultuous whirl, Jishue found herself enveloped in a sphere, saturated with an intoxicating aura of chakra that rendered her unconscious. A report emerged from the western region of the Land of Fire, indicating the discovery of a massive plume of explosive smoke. Immediately inform Lord Hokage of the situation, came the command. The ninjas stationed at the western defense of Konoha relayed the news through messenger pigeons to the village, dispatching reconnaissance ninjas to the vicinity of the explosion, where they located two unconscious ninjas. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news, it was already evening, and darkness had begun to descend. Upon the arrival of the Konoha ninjas at the explosion site, the waterfall had been utterly transformed. The water was as murky as sewage, and the charred debris and ruins lay scattered by the water's edge, resembling a hellish landscape. Chapter 43. Dragon Cave. Why must we rescue that little brat? Whitesnake Sage. Aren't we of the Dragon Cave supposed to abstain from the affairs of the ninja world? Questioned a beautiful girl clad in a long-sleeved kimono, addressing the great white serpent reclining on a stone chair. This is a choice dictated by fate. She is destined to become our most exceptional junior in the Dragon Cave. Though she could escape the calamity on her own, she would inevitably lose something precious. While we may not know what it is, preventing such a loss marks a splendid beginning. With high emotional intelligence, the White Snake Sage perceived Ji Shui as a talent worth nurturing. Conversely, with low emotional intelligence, the sage mused, this little brat will inevitably stir trouble in the Dragon Cave. Let us lend her a hand in her time of peril. It might teach her to be more compliant. Listening to the White Snake Sage, Shirachujima felt bewildered. After all, was it not merely an adorable human child? Why did the White Snake Sage care so deeply? Enough of this chatter. She should have awakened by now. Go attend to her. But remember not to employ the same tactics we use on other humans, instructed the White Snake Sage. Understood. White Snake Sage, Shirachujima nodded gently before departing the palace. Since the White Snake Sage had spoken, she would comply. After all, it was just a mere child. Upon entering the chamber where Ji Shui lay unconscious, Shirachujima lit the candles, their faint glow illuminating the room. Observing Ji Shui still in slumber, she reached out to awaken her. However, just as her hand brushed the blanket, a sudden flash of yellow light erupted from beneath it. Triggered countermeasure. Shirachujima gasped in astonishment. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Ji Shui had already teleported behind her, pinning her down onto the bed. Yukaset suppressed the flying thunder god Kanai against Ichikishimaheim's neck, her peripheral vision scanning the dimly lit stone chamber with growing unease. Had she been abducted by human traffickers? Why was she in a cave? Who are you? Why have you brought me here? She demanded. My little one, you're quite bold, aren't you? Pinning me down like this, Ichikishimaheim replied, a faint smile playing on her lips. And yet, I am the one who saved your life. Doesn't this seem rather ungrateful? Shui carefully recollected her memories. She had indeed been pulled out by something before quickly losing consciousness. Normally, who would knock someone out while rescuing them? Fortunately, upon waking, she noticed her clothes remained undisturbed and her body felt no abnormalities. Otherwise, she might have unleashed her fury and razed this place to the ground. The eyes of Ichikishimaheim suddenly shifted into a pair of emerald green serpentine pupils, her form flickering like a phantom as she vanished from the bed, only to reappear near the room's entrance. Allow me to introduce myself, Ichikishimaheim spoke in a gentle, amiable tone. I am Ichikishimaheim, one of the elders of Ri-Chi Cave. This place lies deep within its confines, and you were rescued by the White Snake Sage from that catastrophic explosion. Ri-Chi Cave. The White Snake Sage? Shui stared blankly, her mind struggling to process the words. Why would the White Snake Sage save her? She hadn't completed her mission. Nor had she obtained the scroll-granting passage to Ri-Chi Cave. What possible benefit could a millennia-old serpent gain from such an act? Ji Shui was perplexed. Yet the system was rather disheartened. The task had been completed, but the shadow-level experience card remained unsold, just a sliver away from success. At the scene of the explosion, it was now the early hours of the second day following the incident. The sky was not yet fully illuminated, and the resplendent starry night still lingered above. The thick smoke had dissipated, and many ninjas had searched the ruins for an extended period, yet they could not find any trace of Ji Shui. The only evidence of her presence at the explosion site was a broken grass-cutting sword, which had been shattered into two halves by the tremendous force of the blast. The Hyuga clan member, who had been searching under the orders of Lord Hokage, presented the broken sword to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this all that was found at the scene? Sarutobi inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, our search party did not uncover the body of Uchiha Shisui. It is possible that she was reduced to ashes by the ferocious flames, or perhaps swept downstream by the river, the Hyuga clan member replied. Sarutobi shook his head in regret. As for downstream, we have already dispatched personnel to investigate, but no traces of Uchiha Shisui have been found. The local residents have also reported nothing unusual, so it is highly probable that we can eliminate that possibility. The Hyuga clan member bowed respectfully to Sarutobi and then asked, Then, Lord Third, shall we continue the search? No, the time and manpower wasted here have already been excessive. Leave a few ninjas to manage the scene. And with this relic in hand, let us return to Konoha swiftly. Understood. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan conveyed the orders to the other ninjas as instructed by Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Sarutobi turned away and took a deep drag from his pipe. Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi and the root ninjas managed to escape, yet she perished. This matter requires a thorough discussion with Shisui. The emotional turbulence within the Uchiha clan is exceedingly intense. The loss of loved ones is indeed the greatest catalyst for their strength. Hatred serves as the engine of transformation. Yet it must be guided correctly to direct their sharp spears toward the enemy. Upon the demise of Yukigakure, Uchiha Shisui's immediate awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan was a reaction even Sarutobi Hiruzen could comprehend. One could only hope Shisui would maintain self-control. For the emergence of such power amidst this tense juncture might further embolden the Uchiha clan. Root headquarters amidst the shadows, Tins jolted awake from a harrowing nightmare. The searing flames of his vision still haunting him with visceral intensity. "You're awake. It seems you've encountered something extraordinary," remarked Shimura Dance, standing at the threshold. His gaze fixed upon Tin's pallid countenance. With a silent gesture, two Umbu operatives placed medicinal supplies upon the table. The moment Tins perceived Dance, he swiftly descended from the bed, kneeling upon the floor in deference. "Lord Dans, my apologies, the mission was a failure." Dans closed his eyes, exhaling deeply before responding, "No matter. Unforeseen circumstances arose this time. Failure was inevitable. Nevertheless, this lapse shall be recorded. Once you've recovered, you shall atone through further assignments." "Yes." Tin's gratitude flickered in his eyes. Though Dans was often ruthless, his benevolence remained unwavering toward those who stayed loyal. Dans proceeded to interrogate Tins regarding the mechanical serpent puppet and his observations of Uchiha Yukigakure. Yet, no substantial intelligence was gleaned. Tins deliberately omitted any mention of the Rasengan. "Is that so?" It appears Uchiha Yukigakure was not the nexus between the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru. Still, her death is no loss. Konoha need not squander resources on the unworthy. "What?" Tin's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief etching across his features at Dan's words. "Uchiha Yukigakure is dead." Chapter 44. A single gulp. "So, you are the White Snake Sage?" Yukigakure remarked, led into the grand hall by Ichikishimaheim. Her gaze settling upon the colossal white serpent coiled upon the throne. Having just endured the ordeal with the white phosphorus serpent, the sight of another pale serpent left her unsettled. "Oh, so you are Uchiha Yukigakure?" A rather intriguing child, the White Snake Sage mused, lifting its head, its slitted eyes gleaming with amusement. "Tell me, do you seek the art of senjutsu?" Jishui felt a slight chill run down her spine under the intense gaze of the White Snake Sage, yet she mustered the courage to nod in response. Sage arts, such extraordinary powers. Mastering their perfect form would surely allow her to contend with those of shadow-level prowess. The White Snake acknowledged Shikujitoheim with a nod, prompting her to retrieve a black teacup filled with a milky, smooth liquid from a distant table. The air was thick with a rich chakra aura, intertwined with an enigmatic essence that Jishui struggled to comprehend. Perhaps it was the natural energy of the Dragon Cave. "This is the natural energy from the Dragon Cave used for training. We have, of course, reduced the dosage. If you can endure it after consuming, it will signify your initial grasp of the fundamentals of Dragon Cave Sage Arts." "Wait, why are you saving me and teaching me Sage Arts?" Jishui inquired, holding the teacup, her confusion palpable. This aspect truly eluded her understanding. "This is all a matter of fated choices," the White Snake Sage cryptically responded, shrouded in enigmas. Having reached such a profound level, he possessed considerable knowledge. Although not as precise as the insights of the toad from Mayaboka Mountain, he could still perceive certain truths with vague clarity. Jishui, somewhat perplexed, scratched her head. Although she couldn't quite grasp the reason, she had etched the favor of the Dragon Cave into her memory, vowing to repay it when she possessed the strength to do so. With that, she drank the liquid in her teacup in one swift gulp. It had a delightful texture, smooth and slightly tangy, reminiscent of the yogurt she had enjoyed in her childhood. The White Serpent Sage and Shikitoheim, witnessing this unexpected display, were utterly astonished. Did she really consume the entire week's worth of potion in one go? "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jishui, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, averted her gaze. Was her method of drinking tea improper? Did it require some elaborate ritual or incantation? Suddenly, Jishui sensed something was amiss. The substance she had ingested seemed alarmingly potent, akin to high-proof liquor, igniting a feverish warmth throughout her body. "Quick, extract her natural energy," the White Serpent Sage exclaimed, gazing at Jishui's flushed, somewhat stiffened visage in shock. "Indeed, in these several millennia, I have never seen anyone drink so recklessly." In Konoha, following the incident involving the exploding snake puppet, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. The news of Uchiha Jishui's demise had not been suppressed, although it hardly stirred much discussion. After all, the perils of being a shinobi often led to death, especially for those in the covert AMBU division. Nonetheless, many lamented the fate of the charming young girl. She had been doing well in the police force. Yet within mere days of joining the AMBU, her body was nowhere to be found, truly tragic. As dawn broke, the rain droplets cascaded from the tender green leaves onto the soil, breathing life into the tranquil surroundings. Yet, the clear skies did little to dispel the shadows looming in the hearts of the villagers. Kakashi Hitaki, who had hurried from Konoha Hospital, found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the tombstone being repaired in the distance. Hey, what are you doing? The ninjas digging and measuring. Upon spotting his iconic silver hair, were quick to recognize him. It's Kakashi-senpai, here to visit your old comrades again, huh? One of the digging ninjas chuckled. Many in Konoha were well aware of Kakashi's regular visits to the graves of his fallen teammates, a practice that had long ceased to be extraordinary. No, it's not that. Who are you digging a grave for? Kakashi pressed, prompting the two to exchange bewildered glances. Surely you must know? Uchiha Shisui was also a member of the AMBU, wasn't she? Kakashi should have received the news before us, one of them replied. Kakashi-senpai. Do you know Uchiha Shisui? The ninja holding the measuring tape produced a black and white photograph, inquiring of Kakashi. Upon seeing the adorable girl making a peace sign, Kakashi's body stiffened and his pupils dilated. Was it true what they said outside? He collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by an ocean of desolation and sorrow that clouded his eyes. Though their time together had been brief, Kakashi had come to regard her as a trustworthy companion, thanks to her assistance in obtaining the antidote. But why did fate cruelly shatter the bond he had only just begun to forge? Why was he the one left behind? In the face of calamity and war, he felt powerless, forced to witness his comrades fall before him, their vibrant lives dissipating like ephemeral bubbles, leaving only emptiness in their wake. The thought of Jisui's mischievous, charming face losing its color struck his heart like a relentless blow. No, this cannot be. She is my responsibility. If her body has not been found, perhaps she is still alive. Yes, she must be alive. Gazing at Jisui's portrait, Kakashi's form began to merge with the memories of years past, but this time, there remained a glimmer of hope, the hope of survival. With a sudden surge of determination, Kakashi leapt to his feet, startling the two ninjas. I will find her, he murmured, clenching his fists resolutely as he dashed away, leaving the tomb diggers in a state of confusion. As the morning progressed, the Uchiha clan soon received the news of Uchiha Jisui's death. The expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face was nothing short of extraordinary. Jisui had only recently joined the Dark Division. How could things have escalated to this extent? Konoha would never resort to such drastic measures. Jisui is a child known for her innocence, and it is inconceivable that she could be a spy for Orochimaru. However, it is entirely plausible that Danzo, in his efforts to safeguard Konoha from potential threats, might have clandestinely decided to eliminate Jisui to prevent future complications. Danzo, you always placing the blame on me, aren't you? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Fugaku tidied himself up, preparing to visit Shisui's home to assess the situation. After all, Shisui is indeed Jisui's elder brother, is he not? Chapter 45. The study of sage techniques immersed the body in a state of complete relaxation, devoid of resistance or any other distractions. Surrender both mind and body to the natural world, learning to unite oneself harmoniously with nature. Jisui, adorned in a flowing white robe, sat cross-legged in the depths of the dragon's earth cave, a place teeming with natural energy yet fraught with peril. The dim surroundings appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, while tiny droplets of moisture hung suspended in the air. Even the local serpents dared not linger here for long. However, under the guidance of Shichujima, Jisui had gradually learned to harness the natural energy within this cavern, skillfully integrating it with her own chakra to achieve a harmonious balance. Observing the increasingly stable state within Jisui, Shichujima wore an expression of incredulity. Despite the assistance she provided, for one to attain such mastery of natural energy in a single day was remarkable. This was, of course, also due to Jisui's remarkable ability to absorb a week's worth of energy in one go. As Jisui felt the wondrous energy coursing throughout her body, she experienced an unparalleled sense of ease. This sensation was indescribable, akin to a primal exhilaration, yet entirely opposite to discomfort. Engaging in the study of natural energy felt akin to unraveling the mysteries of existence and achieving a sublime transformation. The serpent symbolizes rebirth and longevity. Mastering the flawless techniques of the dragon's earth cave could indeed extend one's life, though it does not signify a complete ascension in the realm of existence. Longevity is not an immediate concern. I have plenty of time before I grow old, Jisui exhaled, dispelling the lingering heaviness from her spirit. She then reflected on her earlier journey, where she had skillfully blended the natural energy with her chakra, causing a faint white aura to shimmer at the surface of her skin. In the early morning, a gentle patter of rain descended upon the village of Konoha, droplets tapping against the window, rendering Jisui's modest room feeling rather desolate. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Jisui, whose heavy dark circles betrayed his fatigue. Upon noticing the small blanket nestled by the bedside, his expression momentarily turned vacant. Shisui clung to a faint glimmer of hope as he slowly pulled back the blanket, only to find no trace of the figure he secretly wished would startle him. A heavy silence settled over him. His gaze drifted to the childhood photograph of Shisui on the table, her younger self, fresh out of the ninja academy, proudly pointing at the forehead protector atop her head, beaming with exhilaration as she proclaimed her newfound status as a shinobi. That had been the happiest moment of Shisui's life. Now, the ghosts of bygone days assailed his senses, each echoing memory of his elder brother piercing his heart like thorns. To have loved so deeply, only to have it ripped away without warning. Such excruciating agony was akin to plummeting from the heavens into an abyss. The beautiful tapestry of their shared past had been mercilessly shredded by death's cruel hands, and for the first time in over a decade, Shisui's carefully fortified emotional defenses crumbled into irreparable ruin. The shadow of Shisui's death loomed over Jishui like a haunting nightmare, for whenever he closed his eyes, he was besieged by visions of Shisui, clad in the garb of the Umbu, despondently reduced to ashes. "You scoundrel! Why did you allow Shisui to join the Umbu?" "Why?" Jishui exclaimed, drawing a kunai and plunging it into his own arm. The sharp sting and the vivid crimson that followed momentarily jolted him back to reality. Had he only intervened and prevented Shisui from joining the Umbu, such a tragedy might have been averted. Jishui, the arrival of a group of 7 from the window, witnessing Jishui's distressing state, left them utterly astounded. What torment has Shizuki endured in these past few days that has transformed him into this state? 10 minutes later, the 7th member of the group secured the final bandage around Shizuki's arm. Observing the lifeless gaze that seemed devoid of brilliance and dreams, replaced only by regret and sorrow, Shizuki earnestly shook his shoulder. "Shizuki, awaken your spirit. You are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The clan awaits your efforts to strive for peace with Konoha. I am fully aware, Itachi, yet I am weary. I feel like a failure, despite bearing the title of genius from the Uchiha clan. My incessant training and missions to foster relations between Konoha and the Uchiha have not safeguarded what I hold dear. But consider this. Itachi, if Sasuke were to perish in a future ninja assignment, could you remain composed? Therefore, allow me a moment of respite. Just a day will suffice," Shizuki stated, lowering his head and speaking solemnly to Itachi. Taken aback, Itachi seemed to have never pondered such a question. Nonetheless, he acquiesced to Shizuki's wishes and departed, while a seed of doubt regarding the essence of protection began to take root in his heart. Can one truly become powerful enough to safeguard what they cherish? It has now been 3 days since the explosion. Seated upon a stone chair, the elderly form of the White Snake Sage nodded thoughtfully. It is time. The speed of her training is remarkable. She can now operate independently from the natural energy of the Richi cave, allowing her to return to Konoha. The deity, Shikatsuheim, was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it a bit premature? Even we, with our innate advantages, require nearly a month to manifest sage mode in the outside world. Rest assured, the time has come. There is no need to keep her here longer than necessary. Remember to finalize the summoning contract before she departs. Very well, Shikatsuheim sighed. Since the White Snake Sage had spoken, she would comply. She had grown quite fond of the adorable little one, particularly in the kitchen, where her culinary skills surpassed those of their own kind. Upon entering the room where Shizuki resided, Shikatsuheim beheld a shimmering blue-green light enveloping him. Seated upon his bed, a delicate layer of pale white chakra patterns emerged upon Shizuki's form, while 2 small horn-like protrusions sprouted from his dark hair. Subtle lavender eyeshadow adorned him, bestowing an air of calm and composure. The sage mode of Jishui, while akin to the later form adopted by Yakushi Kabuto, presents itself in a more refined manner, devoid of the need for the assistance of the white serpent to absorb natural energy and exhibiting minimal physical changes. Upon mastering sage mode, Jishui's skin became notably more delicate, resembling the translucent smoothness of fine jade. Upon entering sage mode, the only transformations witnessed were the manifestation of an energy akin to a chakra cloak surrounding her, alongside subtle alterations in her eye makeup, serpent-like pupils, and dragon-like horns. Regrettably, she had only acquired sage mode without delving into the intricacies of related sage techniques. Chapter 46, Departure, Returning to the Land of Fire, is that so? I was just about to take my leave as well. I sincerely thank you for your hospitality during my stay. Jishui expressed her gratitude to Shichibukai. It seemed that this white serpent sage was indeed all-knowing, even aware of her departure plans. No need for thanks. If you were to leave, we would indeed feel a sense of loss, Shichikujima sighed. Reflecting on the return to their former mundane existence, a sentiment tinged with regret. How was it that I never realized humans were such excellent cooks? Jishue, so you were reluctant to part with my cooking? However, if you were to depart, you must take these items with you. Shichikujima handed Jishue the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave and the training scroll for the Sage Technique, inorganic reincarnation. The summoning scroll connects to every great serpent within the Dragon Cave, though the strength of the summoned serpent varies depending on the chakra utilized. For instance, summoning a gentle creature such as the blue serpent is manageable, yet invoking the likes of Mandara or Akai would indeed be a formidable challenge. Upon receiving the two scrolls, Jishue immediately pricked her finger, sealing the summoning contract, and subsequently bid farewell to Shichikujima. After passing through the 3 layers of the Dragon Cave, she emerged into a forest shrouded in dense mist, a realm unlike any she had previously encountered. Jishue cast a final glance at the formidable and imposing silver dragon gate shrouded in mist before departing from the location. However, less than half an hour after her departure, she returned once more. Gazing at the now-vanished dragon gate, she scratched her head in distress. For she had suddenly realized an awkward yet unavoidable predicament. She was utterly unfamiliar with the path, having been bound and taken to the dragon's lair. She had no idea how to return, let alone possessing a map. Hello? Is anyone there? Even a snake would do. Just give me a map. Or at least point me in the right direction. As Jishue traversed the fog-laden forest, she keenly observed her surroundings, yet despite activating her celestial mode, she could not ascertain the location of the dragon's lair. Jishue, how infuriating. It seems that each place delights in playing its enigmatic games, does it not? Jishue had no choice but to accept that the dragon's lair seemed rather indifferent to her presence. She meandered along the narrow paths of the surrounding forest, gradually finding her way out. After approximately half an hour of traversing through layers of mist, Jishue looked up to behold the grand sun in the sky. Feeling a wave of warmth and familiarity, it had been several days since she last saw the sun, and being in the depths of the dragon's lair, a place devoid of light and depth, had truly stifled her spirit. Shue continued along the narrow path beneath her feet, and before long, she caught sight of a thatched roof peeking over the distant hill. Ah, what luck, she mused, to stumble upon a village. Perhaps they might have maps or supplies to replenish my stock. Having refrained from using her shadow-level experience card, Shue still possessed a staggering fortune of 10 million ryo. Such wealth could easily secure her a modest meal and lodging, nay, even purchase an unassuming estate if she so desired. Yet as she hastened toward the village with buoyant steps, a faint tremor rippled through the ground beneath her. The distant cries of terrified villagers soon followed, carried upon the wind like ominous whispers. Jishue, Run quickly. The scales are out of control again. Help. Monster, monster. In the rustic village composed of thatched cottages, the common folk cowered in corners or behind doors, trembling in fear. And even the elderly village chief was not exempt. Outside, a creature, its body partially covered in a black, chitinous layer, was unleashing its chaotic fury upon the nearby mountainside. Oh! The dark monster clutched its head in agony, violently slamming its body against the rocky wall, producing a cacophony of deafening sounds. It is losing control. Zhongwu clenched his left hand, the terrifying armor gradually solidifying upon it, causing his gaze to grow increasingly fearful and frenzied. Crack! As Zhongwu attempted to vent his uncontrollable power against the mountainside to protect the nearby villagers, rocks began to shift at the summit. With a combination of half-consciousness and berserk strikes, he finally tore open a fissure, sending a torrent of soil and stones cascading downwards. Terrified, villagers peered cautiously from their windows, their faces turning pale as they beheld the impending deluge of earth rushing toward their homes. This wretched monster is wreaking havoc upon our village again. Were it not for the village chief's protection and formidable combat prowess, it would have long since been secretly poisoned and disposed of in the outskirts. How long must we endure these daily rampages? Zhongwu, witnessing the landslide, felt his pupils constrict as he contemplated intervening to halt the descent. However, the increasingly frantic state of his body deterred him. He was uncertain if he might inadvertently demolish the villagers' homes before he could address the landslide. Just as the torrent of earth was about to crash into the villagers' dwellings, a towering wall of soil rose from the ground, halting the debris and rubble in its tracks. A toe lightly touched the rocky surface above. Jishue brushed the dirt from her clothing. The jutsu she had effortlessly replicated from Kakashi's Sharingan unexpectedly proved invaluable at this moment. I will kill you. Driven mad by the encroaching natural energy, Zhongwu, devoid of clarity and with no outlet for his rage, was exhilarated at the sight of Jishue. He leapt to the ground, and the crumbling earth erupted into the air as his powerful punch aimed directly at Jishue's delicate face. Oh no, someone might die. A curious villager. Having heard the silence that followed, cautiously with a single hand, Jishue effortlessly caught the punch thrown by Chongwu, and then, amidst Chongwu's bewildered gaze, sent him flying with a swift kick. Activating his sage mode in secret, Jishue felt a surge of explosive energy coursing through his hand. A sensation of sheer exhilaration enveloping him. Truly, the authentic sage mode proved to be remarkably potent. Tilting his head slightly, a faint smile graced his lips. Jishue was well aware of Chongwu's identity. He was later a member of the Eagle team, and it seemed that Orochimaru had acquired his cursed seal from him. However, the sage energy he wielded was woefully incomplete, falling far short of the genuine sage mode from the Dragon Cave, posing no real threat to Jishue. Instead, it could temporarily restrain him, allowing Jishue to inquire with the villagers about the route to the Land of Fire while also replenishing his food supplies. Chapter 47. The Scales of Chongwu. Oh ho ho ho. I will kill you. After being kicked away by Jishue, Chongwu crashed to the ground and lay still for a moment before his second personality took full control. His body was enveloped in what appeared to be a black armor, and red flames erupted from his back as he charged at Jishue like a feral beast. Hearing the howling wind at his side, Jishue was enveloped in a faint white chakra of sage energy, small dragon horns sprouting from his head. As Chongwu barreled towards him like a cannonball, Jishue concentrated the chakra in his hands. Boom. Striking true, the earth flow wall crumbled under the force of the powerful shockwave, clouds of dust swirling in every direction. The villagers, watching from their windows, cowered behind walls, terrified of being dragged out by the overhead Chongwu and turned into mere punching bags. Impressive strength, yet lacking in technique, Jishue remarked as he released his grip on Chongwu. Lying in the large crater he had created, Chongwu's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could he, of all people, be defeated by such a seemingly insignificant opponent? As he lay in the deep pit, the frenzied natural energy within him was gradually siphoned away by small serpents formed from sage techniques. A fleeting flash of crimson danced upon Jishue's delicate arm, only to be swiftly absorbed and assimilated by the mystical energies emanating from the Dragon's Cave. The essence of the curse mark within Chongwu was fundamentally derived from the natural energies released by the Dragon's Cave. It sufficed to extract the majority of it. As the curse mark was dispelled, Chongwu's form gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into that of a mere child standing at a height of only 1.6 meters. Peering from the window, the village elder surveyed what appeared to be a tranquil scene, and after a considerable pause to ascertain the absence of danger, he cautiously approached. "Ah, good sir, do you have any delectable treats at home?" Jishue inquired, her words refreshingly straightforward in the presence of the elder. The elder's expression was one of bewilderment. 10 minutes later, Chongwu had been confined within a natural little dark room to regain his composure, while Jishue, who had subdued his rampage, was warmly invited by the old village chief to his home for a hearty reception. Gently biting into a soft, sweet pastry, Jishue covered her cheeks with a satisfied expression. It was a confectionery delight, one she cherished. A touch of ketchup would have made it even more delightful. The elder poured a pot of tea from the table into Jishue's cup and spoke. "Young lady, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for saving our village from the impending doom of being buried beneath the hillside. Had you not intervened, our village would have been transformed into a desolate wasteland. At that point, my demise would matter little, but my children and grandchildren would be forced to abandon this land, wandering from country to country. Oh, what a pity it is that I have toiled for much of my life without being able to provide them a stable and peaceful existence," the elder lamented, his demeanor a blend of sincerity and feigned sorrow. "Jishue, why does this old man exude such a dazzle-like aura? Ding, a hidden quest has been triggered. Hidden quest name, the demon sealed within. Quest description, just as I have learned the art of, I must return to Konoha to reunite with my elder brother. By chance, I encounter the young Chongwu, whose cursed seal holds little value for me. However, the villagers seem to see a glimmer of hope in me. Option 1, eliminate Chongwu. Quest reward, heavenly curse seal mode. Option 2, allow Chongwu to accompany me, gaining a formidable assistant while becoming a cage that binds him. Though this will raise Konoha's vigilance and potentially attract trouble from Danzo. Quest reward, a trustworthy aide, formidable in strength. Option 3, fill Chongwu's body with energy, replacing the raging cursed seal energy, teaching him to initially control his persona and natural energy. Quest reward, a loyal admirer from outside, capable of wielding power. Chongwu expresses profound gratitude, yet it seems I do not wish for him to remain by my side. Upon examining these three options, Shisui swiftly dismissed the first. It was far too extreme. She was no cold-blooded killer, and the reward was hardly enticing. Why would she need a crude curse seal when she had mastered the techniques of the Dragon Cave? Not to mention, the prerequisite for curse seal transplantation involved being bitten by Orochimaru, a notion she found utterly unacceptable. The second option also seemed unfeasible. Bringing a stranger into the village would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Given Danzo's notorious temperament, it was likely to incite trouble. It appeared that only the third option remained viable. However, teaching Chongwu to control his powers and persona would undoubtedly require considerable time. A subordinate from outside could be of slight utility. Perhaps I could exploit the powers of the cursed seal for some financial gain. Ahem, I am certainly not a heartless employer. I merely wish to illuminate a path for Chongwu. Having decided on her course, Shisui finished her meal and conferred with the elderly village chief, who then led her to Chongwu's unconscious form. This place resembled more of a dungeon than a room, with its deep underground chambers and several steps. The interior was isolated from the outside world by several massive natural stone pillars, yet a person of normal stature could still squeeze through. A petite girl like Shisui could likely pass through even if stacked too high, though Chongwu, transformed by the cursed seal, would struggle. Little girl, do you truly possess the ability to rid the scales of the monster? Upon reaching the dungeon's entrance, the village chief could not restrain his curiosity towards Shisui. I cannot guarantee its removal, but there is a chance for success, Shisui replied. Just await my good news. Very well. If you truly possess such capability, I shall gift you all the chickens my family raises, the village chief exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had watched Chongwu grow and certainly disapproved of the villagers' malicious schemes. Yet if Chongwu continued to wreak havoc, the villagers might soon find themselves destitute, begging on the streets. Surely, begging on the roadside was preferable to the lingering dread of death within these walls. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Shisui stepped into the dungeon, her gaze settling upon the small boy shackled in darkness. He appeared still unconscious, likely due to the severity of Jisui's earlier strike, compounded by the withdrawal of natural energy and the forced contact with the cursed seal. Slowly, Shisui approached Chongwu, her body once again enveloped in the soft white light and intricate patterns that had manifested before. She placed her small hand upon his shoulder, her immense sensory ability probing into his being. Chapter 48. Guidance. As the unconscious Chongwu stirred from his slumber, he was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented sense of comfort. It felt as though the entire world had settled into tranquility. He clenched his fists, feeling no trace of rage or murderous intent. Outside the dungeon, the night sky loomed dark, illuminated only by the faint silver glow of the moonlight cascading upon the earth. With a firm grip on the thick iron chains, Chongwu ascended from the depths of the dungeon, only to find a charming girl in a white robe leaning against a stone, who winked at him and snapped her fingers. How was your sleep? Comfortable, I hope? Who are you? Chongwu gazed at Shisui, who appeared angelic in the moonlight, perplexity flickering in his eyes. However, upon noticing the soft white glow emanating from her, his pupils narrowed in realization. It was this seemingly delicate girl who had subdued his raging self. Yet the details of the incident eluded his memory. Shisui approached from beside the stone and inquired of Chongwu, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Shisui, recently emerged from the Dragon Cave." Chongwu was taken aback, regarding Shisui with newfound reverence. "Are you, perchance, the legendary sage?" The Dragon Cave was steeped in a myriad of legends in their realm, rumored to have attracted ambitious souls throughout the ages, all seeking to unravel the mysteries of sage arts, yet none had ever returned. The notion that this individual might have mastered sage techniques rendered his defeat to her somewhat justifiable. That is one way to put it, though it is not entirely accurate. Shisui clarified. At this moment, she had merely learned the sage mode and had yet to acquire the corresponding techniques. Her mastery was far from complete. Following this exchange, Chongwu introduced himself succinctly, his recollections aligning closely with Jisui's. However, when he mentioned his village, a shadow of sorrow clouded his gaze, revealing his awareness of the threat he posed to his community and the villagers' perception of him. After their introductions, Shisui proposed to assist Chongwu in mastering his sage transformation abilities, albeit with the condition that he become her subordinate and accumulate some wealth in the process. This modest stipulation did not deter Chongwu. Rather, he found it quite advantageous. The prospect of controlling sage transformation was an aspiration he had scarcely dared to entertain over the years, and serving as a sage's subordinate was not a source of shame. Upon Zhong Wu's acquiescence to Ji Shui's terms, they swiftly commenced their training focused on harnessing natural energy. Calm your mind. I shall assist you in harmonizing your chakra with natural energy, and you must seek the path to control within this process, she instructed. Understood. Ji Shui placed her hands gently upon Zhong Wu's back, a soft, pale light enveloping his entire being. Having prepared in advance, she swiftly navigated through the natural energy control techniques of the Dragon Cave, guiding her energy along Zhong Wu's form. However, Ji Shui imparted only the method of navigation. Refraining from teaching any additional skills, this was merely to enable Zhong Wu to master the control of his own power, which was precisely what he needed. Zhong Wu possessed an extraordinary intuition for natural energy, surpassing even Ji Shui's innate talent, and he soon grasped the fundamental operations. Managing to contain his burgeoning power without succumbing to chaos, provided he was not in the Dragon Cave itself. He merely lacked a guiding hand. After a night of diligent effort, Ji Shui, with dark circles under her eyes, observed as Zhong Wu effortlessly controlled his immortal state, tossing his hair back with a flick of his shoulder. Ah, it seems rather simple after all, he remarked, turning to the weary girl behind him. With a somewhat unfamiliar yet excited smile, he exclaimed, "Thank you so much. This ability has been a source of frustration for me for quite some time. No need for thanks. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, it would be better for you to earn some more money," Ji Shui replied, stretching lazily and waving her hand dismissively. After concluding their meeting in the village, Ji Shui returned to report to the elderly village chief, nearly bringing the venerable man, nearing his 70s, to his knees in gratitude. This clearly indicated Zhong Wu's significance to the old chief. After a brief rest in the homes of the villagers, Ji Shui procured some essential supplies and a map before embarking on her journey home. If Ji Shui were to learn that she was still alive, she would likely be overjoyed. Zisno initially contemplated sending a message via carrier pigeon, but upon recalling the impenetrable barriers surrounding Konoha, she quickly abandoned the idea. Standing at a crossroads, she retrieved the map given to her by the elderly village chief and scrutinized it. Currently, she found herself at the border of the Land of Lightning. To proceed westward, she would need to traverse the Land of Moon and the Land of Hot Water before returning to the Fire Country. Crossing national borders frequently would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. However, if she were to journey southward along the maritime route, it would prove to be much swifter. Conveniently, there was a small port just a few dozen kilometers away, where she could inquire about any vessels bound for the Fire Country. With determination, Zisno set off toward the port marked on the map, while an intriguing thought crossed her mind. Should she delay her return to Konoha? After all, earning a living outside the village was far more feasible than within its confines. Perhaps a visit to the Land of Waves along the way could unveil some untapped potential. In Konoha, before the solemn tombs erected in the back hills, another figure appeared. Kakashi, observing the masked presence of Tenzu beside him, felt a mix of relief and sorrow. The members of Root who had previously accompanied them had survived, yet he pondered why Zisno had perished in that calamity while they remained unscathed. It seemed as if fate were playing a cruel joke, manipulating the destinies of mortals, leaving them blind to its machinations. Just days prior, he had meticulously searched through every fragment of the ruins, yet Zisno's whereabouts remained elusive. The memory of the explosion that could seemingly obliterate everything caused a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. Once again, he mourned the loss of those dear to him, his father, Minato-sensei, Rin, Obito, and now Zisno. Perhaps he was destined to walk this path of solitude. Gently placing flowers at the grave, Kakashi donned his mask, patted Tenzu on the shoulder, and departed hastily. After Kakashi's exit, Tenzu lingered for a while, laying flowers before Zisno's grave, gazing at her black and white portrait, lost in contemplation about her thoughts. Observing this scene from the shadows, Danzo wore a scowl, discontent evident in his gaze directed at Tenzu. Was he feeling sympathy for the Uchiha clan? Humph, what a futile display of emotional value. Chapter 49, The Gluttonous, Defensive Ninja. Upon arriving at the harbor, Ji Shui located a merchant ship traversing various nations, preparing to hitch a ride back to the Land of Fire. Along the way, she purchased several baskets of fresh oranges and apples from a roadside stall, storing them within her spatial scroll. Taking a bite of the tart yet delectable green apple, Ji Shui perched herself at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance as the continent gradually faded into the horizon, an inexplicable sense of solitude washing over her. It seemed she had never sailed the seas in her previous life. Observing the abyss-like cerulean waters surrounding the merchant vessel, she stifled a yawn and retreated to the cabin for some rest. Upon awakening, she felt a sudden jolt reverberate through the ship. Oh no, an earthquake? Jishui hastily pushed open the cabin door, her gaze landing upon the boundless ocean, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Ah, right, she was indeed at sea. How could there be an earthquake? But what emerging from the billowing smoke of the explosion, Jishui noticed several small black dots in the sky. Oh, yet another target has come to light. Plundering these independently sailing vessels promises greater fortune than wandering as a rogue ninja. High above, at several hundred meters, a ninja adorned with an unknown forehead protector adjusted the joystick to enhance precision and released a bomb wrapped in an explosion talisman. However, this time the bomb did not descend upon the ships but was intercepted by a fireball in midair. Oh, boss. It seems that those ninjas still living in the primitive age possess some skill, shouted one of the ninjas soaring through the sky. Yet, they possess only a modicum of skill, they cannot fly and remain utterly powerless against us. If we continue this game, they will inevitably crumble, he cackled. Retrieving another bomb from the trunk and casting it downward. On board the merchant vessel, several ninjas from the cloud-hidden village, panting heavily, anxiously sought a strategy to withstand the impending bombardment. Suddenly, they noticed a little girl who had arrived only yesterday had somehow clambered onto the lookout tower of the ship. Hey, you little brat. Get down from there. It's dangerous. Just as one of the cloud ninjas uttered this warning, a bomb exploded beside Jishui, collapsing the tall lookout tower. Damn it. While several ninjas from the cloud-hidden village lamented and seethed at the precarious fate of Jishui had approached from behind the bomb-throwing ninja by executing a counterattack maneuver. With a swift motion, a gleaming silver light severed the flying apparatus attached to the ninja, who, now stripped of his aerial capabilities, plummeted to the ground in sheer terror. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, but upon recognizing Jishui, they quickly regained their composure. An enemy assault? We must retaliate immediately. A multitude of aerial ninjas drew forth their shuriken launchers, unleashing a barrage of shuriken towards Jishui. As countless shurikens soared toward him, Jishui activated his three-tomo Sharingan, channeling chakra into his Flying Thunder God Kanai, radiating a resplendent golden aura. Flying Thunder God Jishui deftly utilized the assaults of Kong Ren, employing agile evasive maneuvers to weave among them, precisely severing their forms and sending them plummeting into the sea below. Jishui, I did not confront the void. You are absolutely right. However, with the swift and formidable technique of the Flying Thunder God, Jishui effortlessly dispatched the majority of the in mere seconds. The few remaining were fortunate to survive only due to the serendipity of Xiang Hong's marksmanship. Yet, upon witnessing Jishui's enigmatic and insurmountable defensive abilities, they were struck with terror, shattering their psychological fortitude, and hastily retreated from the scene. Damn it, encountering ghosts in broad daylight. Withdraw, withdraw. As the snow ceased, Shisui plummeted from the heavens, yet fortunately, the sea awaited below, allowing her to land gracefully, buoyed by the power of her chakra. Meanwhile, the sky ninja, who had been severed from their flying apparatus by Shisui, resembled a toothless tiger, receiving a thorough thrashing from the ninjas of the hidden cloud village, and was subsequently bound with coarse hemp rope to the fractured observation tower. Thank you ever so much, young lady. I never anticipated you would wield such formidable ninja prowess, exclaimed the captain of the merchant ship, stepping forward with enthusiasm, nearly falling victim to Shishui's reflexive counter. The escorting ninjas from the hidden cloud village felt a profound sense of shame as they observed the crowd fervently welcoming Shisui. Despite being seasoned jonin, they found themselves overshadowed by a mere youth. After graciously accepting the captain's warm reception, Shisui declined the offer to serve as a long-term bodyguard for the merchant caravan, regardless of the generous remuneration. Her elder brother remained in Konoha, and it was simply too soon for her to depart. Is it that you find my offer insufficient? If so, I shall add an additional 1 million ryo. How does that sound? The captain declared earnestly, extending a finger. Is that an annual salary? Shisui inquired, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. No. That is a monthly salary, he clarified. Jishui, ding, esteemed host, I urge you to contemplate this matter with utmost care. The primary task of the system remains within the confines of Konoha. Prolonged sojourns in other regions may result in the forfeiture of substantial rewards. Ahem, Captain. You may be unaware that I am a ninja from another hidden village. Ultimately, after this journey, I must return to my village. I cannot commit myself to your service. However, should you find yourself in dire need of a bodyguard, I can certainly recommend a capable individual. Jishui politely declined the captain's monetary allure and suggested the talents of Zhongwu. Although Zhongwu is still quite young, in his fully sage form, He exhibits commendable prowess in both aerial and close combat, making him more than adequate for dealing with these minor adversaries at sea. Nevertheless, the captain appeared rather indifferent to Zhang Wu, his attention solely captured by Zhishui, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Reluctantly, she seized the opportunity presented by the interrogation of the sky ninja to extricate herself from the situation. Zhishui seemed to retain some memories of that group of ninjas who soared through the skies, hurling bombs with their scientific tools. They were known as the Air Ninja Village, which was obliterated by Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War. Later, they retaliated with an aerial assault on Konoha. I recall their technological advancements were quite impressive, yet, regrettably, their intricate machinery and heavy industry ultimately succumbed to Shino's insects. Chapter 50. Returning home after a week of maritime travel. Zhishui disembarked from a merchant ship onto the shores of the Land of Fire. The journey had encountered several pirate attacks, but they were merely trifles, swiftly dealt with. Stealthily stepping off the vessel, Zhishui inhaled the fresh air of the Land of Fire, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. There was something comforting about being on solid ground. It was a sensation she cherished. Initially, Zhishui had contemplated visiting the nearby Land of Waves, but she reconsidered, fearing it might not trigger any narrative quests. The main storyline promised rich rewards, and she decided to postpone her visit. With 3 or 2 years remaining until the Uchiha clan's massacre, she believed her combat prowess would suffice for the challenges ahead, the only concern being Abido. In Konoha village, Uchiha Sasuke diligently practiced the throwing and application of shuriken in the backyard, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and small abrasions adorning his hands, evoking a tinge of sympathy from Makoto. Sasuke, perhaps you should take a break? No, mother. I must grow stronger. Only then can I protect my family. Sasuke, feeling the strain in his body, relentlessly continued his training. Initially motivated by his elder brother's radiant prowess, he sought to earn his father's and clan's recognition. However, following Zhishui's death, Sasuke's perspective shifted. He came to realize that without strength, one could not safeguard their loved ones. He was determined to train and become Konoha's mightiest ninja, so that no one would dare threaten his family. As Fugaku returned from attending to the security team's affairs, he happened upon Sasuke's fervent training. After merely casting a glance, he continued on without a word. Little Sasuke, how dare he underestimate me? My training will surely earn my father's respect. Fugaku entered the family living room, where Itachi awaited him. The security team has encountered several inexplicable altercations with civilians in recent days, many of which bear the shadow of the Umbu. Are you aware of this situation? Fugaku inquired, scrutinizing Itachi's impassive expression, which revealed nothing. Itachi shook his head, offering no response. Fugaku gazed intently into Itachi's dark eyes, as if drawn into a vortex. Very well, it seems I shan't glean any useful information from you. Make your own choices. Also, Sasuke will soon be of age for school. Please ensure his enrollment is taken care of. After uttering a few words, Fugaku departed, while Itachi turned his attention back to the diligent figure practicing in the backyard. Allowing Sasuke to enroll in school seemed prudent. The atmosphere within the clan was no longer conducive for him to remain. One could only hope he would enjoy a carefree childhood devoid of oppression and shadows. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just returned from delivering a speech on the Will of Fire at the Ninja Academy when he noticed the barrier ninja team responsible for Konoha's protective barriers standing nearby. Third Hokage, it is uncommon for you to be here. Has something significant occurred? Sarutobi inquired as he settled into his chair, taking a puff from his pipe. Hokage-sama. The barriers surrounding Konoha have been flickering intermittently, suggesting that some external entity has breached our defenses, entering and exiting with alarming frequency. The barrier ninja, clad in a white robe, unfurled a map on the table and began explaining to Sarutobi. An external entity? Indeed, the white-cloaked ninja formed hand seals, and a crimson light flashed across the map, marking several red dots, including various locations within Konoha. The most frequently occurring points were the Uchiha clan compound and the Konoha Martyrs Cemetery. Why these two locations? Sarutobi exhaled a smoke ring, his expression turning peculiar. The Uchiha clan's involvement was indeed plausible. Given their growing estrangement from Konoha, even a coup d'etat was not out of the question. Yet why the Martyrs Cemetery? That place had been established by Konoha itself. There should be no secrets hidden there. I cannot say for certain. The enemy's methods appear exceptionally sophisticated. Had it not been for the periodic scans of the barriers, we might not have detected their presence at all. Currently, there are two possibilities. One is that they can enter and exit Konoha's barriers with the ease of passing through their own front door, though this likelihood is slim. The other possibility is a rare form of space-time ninjutsu. Are you suggesting the Flying Thunder God technique? Sarutobi squinted towards the fourth Hokage statue on Hokage Rock. Uncertain. But it could be a similar ability. Therefore, we must enhance our defenses, Hokage-sama. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, preparing to assign this task to Itachi, the clan leader's son, who could access many areas within the clan, making the investigation most convenient. In the route, despite it being daytime, the atmosphere remained shrouded in darkness, accompanied only by the sound of footsteps on steel plates and the echoes of lethal techniques being honed. Danzo turned his back to Tianzong, gazing out at a vibrant corner of Konoha through the window. Jia, do you find Konoha beautiful at present? Danzo's unexpected question caught Tianzong off guard. Yes, it is quite beautiful. After all, Konoha is the most developed ninja village among the 5 great nations. Danzo nodded in satisfaction at Jia's response. Indeed, Konoha is the most prosperous and affluent ninja village among the 5 great nations. But do you know the reason behind Konoha's prosperity? Danzo's voice took on a somber tone as he observed Tianzong's facial expressions. Certainly, it is due to the strength of our ninjas and the solid foundation laid by Konoha's predecessors. Tianzong instinctively replied, but was met with Danzo's rebuttal. No. While that is indeed one factor in Konoha's prosperity, there is another: darkness, the roots beneath the towering trees, which require neither names nor boundaries, relentlessly absorbing nourishment from other roots or fallen leaves on the ground. Only by reaching such depths of unscrupulousness can Konoha maximize its growth. Jia, you are my most valued subordinate. I will concentrate resources to forge you into a blade capable of cutting through iron. But do not forget your duty as a blade. Tianzong regarded Danzo with some confusion. He understood the rules of root. Yet, do you feel any sorrow or grief over the death of Uchiha Shisui? Danzo asked, observing Tianzong's apparent bewilderment as he spoke in a more direct manner. Shisui? Tuanzong could distinctly observe the tremor in the eyes of Tianzong. It must be noted that emotions such as love, friendship, sympathy, and other inconsequential feelings are strictly prohibited at the root. As a competent root, one is merely required to obey commands. However, it was evident that he was treading an irreversible path. A disobedient subordinate necessitates proper discipline. Chapter 51. The attire of the enhanced Susanoo. Ding. New merchandise has arrived at the clothing mall. Would the host like to take a look? At that moment, Ji Shuecht, who was reclining on the bed in a certain inn, paused slightly, preparing for slumber. Zuko, you know very well that unless there is a discount, I will not make a purchase. So, you can abandon that hope. It is utterly impossible for me to buy items at full price. Ji Shui retorted with great stubbornness. Ding. Host, you only need to spend an additional 500,000 silvertails to unlock the ninjutsu derivation mode. Are you certain you do not wish to take a look? What does the ninjutsu derivation mode entail? Ji Shui rose from her bed, gently scratching her head as she spoke. The term Ding refers to the secondary development of various ninjutsu or the incorporation of special attributes, such as Chidori and Chidori Sharp Spear, as well as Rasengan and Udama Rasengan. Hearing about the potential variations of the Rasengan, Yukiyo's interest was instantly piqued. While she currently possessed a repertoire of techniques, she lacked truly devastating offensive power. Dealing with Jonin and Elite Jonin was manageable, but against Kaga-level opponents, her current abilities would likely prove insufficient. Developing a more powerful version of the Rasengan could indeed compensate for this weakness. Very well then, she mused. Let me see what new merchandise the system shop has in stock. Ji Shui accessed the corresponding marketplace of the system, where a plethora of dazzling goods appeared before her gaze. Upon discovering a clothing store marked with the symbol of new arrivals, she clicked to enter. Charming demon attire, new arrival. This is a wondrous garment imbued with magic. Once donned, it bestows upon the wearer the passive skill of enchantment, increasing allure by 50 for the same sex and 100 for the opposite sex, while also granting a self-healing ability. However, it may manifest minor demon traits and correspondingly amplify certain desires. Price, for 100 taels. Catgirl accessories, new arrival. 2 rather unremarkable items, featuring merely cat ears and a tail, appear quite monotonous. Nevertheless, upon wearing them, one will experience a genuine sense of touch and sensation, rated at 100. It is recommended to be paired with other garments. Price, 1,000,000 taels. Upon reading the descriptions of these 2 new items, a peculiar expression flickered across Ji Shui's delicate visage. It seemed that these garments held no substantial benefit for her at present. as they offered little enhancement to her abilities. However, she mused, once settled after the night of annihilation and with wealth at her disposal, she might indulge in them for amusement. Perhaps even letting her shadow clone wear them by night, blushing. Ding. If the host wishes to augment her strength, purchasing this garment can enhance the power of Susanoo. Night maid outfit, new arrival. Exchangeable. This maid outfit, adorned with gold trim and roses, incorporates shoulder and leg armor for protection, maintaining elegance while preserving the knightly demeanor. Special mechanism. Wearing the night maid outfit elevates overall defense and grants the passive skill, Earth Element Chakra Affinity. Along with the Awakened skill, Grand Cleanup. Note, the Awakened skill can also apply Earth Element Chakra to Susanoo, significantly boosting combat strength, though chakra consumption will rise steeply. Price, 12,000,000 taels. Original price, 5,000,000 taels. Exchangeable. This outfit, considerably pricier than the previous two, nonetheless boasted notable attributes. Most importantly, the exchange option could save her 7,000,000 taels in silver. Thus, if she were to acquire it, it would imply a gain of 7,000,000 taels. Considering she had previously spent merely 2,000 taels on her former maid outfit, after careful consideration, Jishui ultimately decided to purchase the maid outfit. A flash of white light illuminated the traditional maid attire within the spatial scroll, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a soft, golden red, brand new maid outfit materialized in Jishui's hands. In addition, nearby on the table appeared protective boots, gauntlets, and a rose headdress. For specific reference, one may look to Noelle's attire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the ninjutsu derivative mode, along with a complimentary simulated training ground. Tongsu, what exactly is a simulated training ground? After receiving her new attire, Jishui, filled with curiosity, changed into the outfit. Although the maid costume was adorned with elements of knightly armor, it surprisingly felt light and supple, far from the cumbersome appearance it projected. Once she donned the final glove, Jishui felt no discomfort at all. She retrieved a mirror from a nearby table, gently sweeping her long black hair behind her, resting her hand on her smooth chin. Gazing into the mirror at her obediently charming visage, with a hint of baby fat characteristic of a young maid, she playfully pinched her cheek. This outfit indeed looked quite lovely. Ding. The simulation training ground will replicate the authentic rules of the Naruto world, inheriting all sensations of pain and proficiency. Furthermore, it will allow for practice alongside AI companions, with levels categorized as Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, and Super Kage. However, when did you become so benevolent, my dear system? Are you truly from my household? Jishui pondered, her delight at this assistance for mastering the sage art. Non-organic rebirth tempered by skepticism regarding such generous treatment. Ding. Please rest assured, host. The simulation training ground is complimentary. Simply immerse your consciousness into your inner space to enter. However, the passage of time will flow at the same rate as the outside world. Upon hearing that time could not be accelerated, Jishui felt little disappointment. After all, it was a free opportunity. What more could she desire? With this new asset, she could immediately test the benefits of her maid outfit. Following the system's instructions, she closed her eyes, reclined on her bed, and immersed her consciousness into the virtual training ground. Data loading. When Jishui opened her eyes, she found herself in a pristine white space, where a wooden door stood upright before her, seemingly materialized from thin air. However, she could see nothing beyond the door. Ding. Please place your hand on the doorknob and pull to enter the training ground. Jishui, following the guidance of the system, placed her hand upon the handle and gently pulled it open, allowing a beam of blinding golden light to stream through the crack of the door. Zizha raised her arm to shield herself from the dazzling light ahead and slowly stepped inside. At this moment, Konoha was enveloped in the twilight, as the sky gradually darkened. A swirling vortex materialized above a grand tree in the Uchiha clan's territory, and a figure clad in a tiger-striped mask emerged. However, just as Itachi Uchiha, dressed in Anbu attire, arrived, the masked individual vanished amidst the distorted vortex. Itachi scrutinized the surroundings against the map's symbols and meticulously inspected the tree where the masked figure had stood, but found no unusual occurrences before departing. After Itachi's exit, the masked figure leaped down from the vortex and flexed his wrist. It seemed that Konoha had already detected my presence. But it would be quite challenging for you to investigate here, wouldn't it? I had not anticipated your development to such an extent. I am intrigued to observe what captivating events may transpire between you. A crimson glow emanated from the masked figure's singular eye, and then, in a flash, he vanished from sight. Chapter 52. The virtual training ground, free training ground, on the parched land illuminated by the crimson sun. The terrain was barren, devoid of any greenery, and the occasional tumbleweed rolling by accentuated the desolation. Glancing up at the glaring sun, Zizha felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly averted her gaze. This simulated training ground certainly lacked any semblance of reality. Ding. Do you wish to initiate training? If so, let us commence with a low-ranking ninja as the adversary. Shisui drew out a kunai and announced, enemies are spawning. Shortly after her words fell, a ninja adorned with the Sand Village headband emerged several meters away, hurling a kunai towards her. With a deft motion, Shisui caught the kunai in her hand and swiftly returned it, embedding it into the body of the lower-ranked ninja, who then disintegrated into data and vanished. Ding. The lower-ranked ninja's strength is insufficient for effective training. It is recommended to use upper-ranked or shadow-level opponents for training. A reminder appeared. Although the virtual training ground feels real, it does not inflict actual injuries or death during training. Well, let's set that aside for now. I should first acclimatize to the power of this armor, Shisui remarked, clenching her armored fist. She then selected 2 middle-ranked ninjas as her sparring partners, both donning the Rain Village headbands. Water release, water surge wave. Wind release, wind cutter. The sharp water blade formed by the combination of water surge wave and wind cutter was effortlessly shattered by Jishui's punch. It appeared that the armor offered commendable defense. At least against certain C-rank ninjutsu, it proved effective, provided they weren't lightning-based. After activating her Sharingan, Shisui relied primarily on the body flicker technique taught by Shisui to easily defeat the 2 middle-ranked ninjas with her fists. Tanzi, summon an upper-ranked ninja. Realizing that the weaker ninjas posed little challenge to her defenses, Shisui confidently addressed Tanzi. Ding. The strength of upper-ranked ninjas may vary, with a chance of encountering formidable opponents such as Kakashi Hitaki, Team 7, or Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Would you like to continue using upper-ranked opponents? Yes. Shisui replied without hesitation. After all, in the virtual training ground, she wouldn't suffer real injuries. Only by facing skilled adversaries could she gauge the limits of her maid outfit's defensive capabilities. Upon Jishui's command, a figure wielding a long staff gradually materialized before her, accompanied by the enemy's information appearing in her vision. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Youth, Ninja Level 9, Body 8, Illusion 7, Precision 7, Seals 7. Note: a formidable opponent approaching shadow level, filled with the profound will of fire. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Without delay, the youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Shisui with a barrage of shurikens. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A crimson glint flashed in Jishui's eyes as she formed hand signs, causing a wall of earth to rise from the ground and shield her from the shurikens. However, she soon felt a damp, sticky sensation beneath her feet. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Sensing herself sinking gradually, Jishui remained unperturbed. Activating Sage Mode, she summoned several green chakra snakes from her body to serve as arms, pulling herself free. Boom. As the snow has just settled, a colossal stick suddenly crashed nearby, sending shards of stone scattering and leaving a long gash upon the ground. Jishui deftly evaded the assault of the staff, retreating gracefully while forming hand seals. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Unlike the time when he had just mastered the Wind Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Jishui now wielded his ninjutsu with remarkable proficiency, his chakra nearing 3 cards, consequently amplifying the scale of his techniques. A cascade of fireballs descended from the heavens like a miniature meteor shower, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded his golden staff with agility, deflecting the incoming fireballs, and then charged towards Jishui with relentless determination. The versatile golden staff posed considerable challenges for Jishui, interrupting his ninjutsu with every attempt, as Hiruzen's advancing steps showed no signs of retreat. This stalemate could not persist. Once again evading the strike of the staff, Jishui retrieved the flying thunder god kunai from his dimensional pocket, a golden aura enveloping him. As Hiruzen launched another attack, Jishui successfully triggered a counter-defense, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. However, a sudden eye emerging from behind the staff caught Jishui off guard. 2 arms sprouted from the staff, reaching out towards him. Under immense pressure, Jishui missed this golden opportunity, nearly forgetting the presence of the monkey demon. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique. Jishui reminisced about the fluidity of chakra and the hand seals employed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. With successful precision, he unleashed a barrage of shuriken from his shadow clone. The youthful Saratobi, witnessing the dazzling array of shuriken in the distance, displayed a moment of astonishment. He quickly summoned a wall of water to deflect the oncoming projectiles, yet he was caught off guard by a fire meteor soaring in from the side. After being propelled backwards and rolling several times upon the ground, Shisui suddenly appeared like a flash of golden light behind him, thrusting a kunai into his back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the elite Jonin Saratobi Hiruzen, youth. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news of her victory. The rhythm imposed by the youthful opponent had been quite formidable. Had she not skillfully utilized the remaining water barrier to execute a defensive counter, she might not have triumphed. To her surprise, the adversary in the simulated training ground could replicate successful ninjutsu, indicating a notable potential within this environment. During her battle with the young fighter, Shisui also assessed the defensive capabilities of her attire. As long as she maintained her positioning, the clothing proved adequate against standard ninja tools. However, weapons like the golden staff were no different from ordinary garments in terms of protection. The earth style wall she employed was more robust than usual, likely a result of her affinity for earth chakra. Upon exiting the virtual training arena and returning to the real world, Shisui climbed out of bed, glanced at the clock, and realized that about half an hour had passed. The sky outside the window had already darkened. Has it turned to night? Perhaps it's best to retire early. Tomorrow, I shall likely return to Konoha. Yawning, she visited the restroom and then fell asleep almost immediately. The room soon filled with the rhythm of her steady breathing. In the morning, Shisui donned her regular ninja attire once more, securing the forehead protector she purchased from the system shop for a mere $9.99 on her brow, and set forth towards the direction of Konoha village. Konoha, I have returned. Wait, did I forget something? Chapter 53. Spiraling Sphere, you scoundrel. Do you look down upon me? One drunken man shouted. You admitted it yourself. I have no choice but to respond, you bald-headed fool. I see you are just asking for trouble. In a tavern somewhere in Konoha, two ordinary intoxicated individuals erupted into a loud quarrel over trivial matters, only to be overheard and apprehended by patrolling ninja from the security team. You ruffian! I haven't committed any crime. Why should you arrest me? Suspected of disturbing public order, both of you are taken into custody. The Uchiha member, with a stern countenance and blood-red eyes, glared at the two men who had been arguing heatedly, instantly sobering them as if plunged into an icy abyss. Nearby residents and merchants watched the two being led away with a mix of fear and discontent. Is it really necessary to mobilize such forces for a mere argument? One mused. Indeed, this is simply a civil dispute. This seems excessive. Unfazed by the murmurs of the surrounding neighbors, the security team members remained resolute. A crime is a crime, and even the grandson of the Hokage must face the law of Konoha. Umbu Itachi stood silently atop a rooftop, observing the departing figures, while his companion, Shisui, patted him on the shoulder. Do not dwell on it too much. With the Hokage present, everything will be all right. Besides, should things worsen, I will employ special measures to minimize the damage. The special measures you speak of. Itachi looked towards Shisui's masked face, but regrettably, the mask obscured his expression. I'm sorry, Itachi, but I cannot freely expose that power. However, if the situation continues to deteriorate, it may become necessary, Shisui commented. Observing the civilians who were hastily avoiding the Uchiha clan members, their faces betraying their fear. The time was already 10 a.m., and a blazing sun rose high in the sky, the cloudless azure expanse appearing somewhat monotonous. Under the scorching summer sun, Shisui ventured into an uninhabited valley, wielding a spiraling sphere that emitted a brilliant blue light. Almost forgetting about the newly acquired derivative ninjutsu, she decided it was the perfect moment to find some large stones or trees to test its power. Shisui pressed the spiral sphere against a massive boulder, roughly the height of a water barrel, unleashing a powerful and distorted radiance before her. As the brilliance faded, all that remained upon the ground was a cloud of white dust and countless shattered fragments of stone. The destructive force was quite formidable. Even an ordinary sphere could wreak such terrifying havoc. If further attributes were integrated into the resulting ninjutsu, its potency would only escalate. Tanzi, initiate the derivative ninjutsu mode. Received. In the next moment, a deep blue light curtain materialized before Shisui, displaying dozens of forms, most of which remained unfilled. However, amidst the vacant slots, one form illuminated, marked with the icon of the spiral sphere. With a gentle tap of her finger on the spiral sphere section, Shisui was met with a dazzling array of spheres. Yet, the majority were gray, such as the Great Flame Spiral Sphere, which had already mastered the transformation of fire attributes. the lightning release spiral sphere, requiring mastery of lightning attributes, and the Ashura version of the Gale sphere, which necessitated sage body or Hashirama cells. Upon reading the description of the Gale sphere, Ji Shui paused momentarily, realizing that she had been preoccupied with sage mode lately and had neglected the integration of Hashirama cells. However, the cost of such integration was considerable. She would defer that matter until her finances improved. After scrutinizing the spiral sphere interface for quite some time, Ji Shui finally settled on one particular sphere. The spiral wheelyu, a technique employed by Minma in the moon-reading world, possessing powers several times greater than the ordinary spiral sphere, with destructive capability comparable to the super-large spiral sphere, yet requiring mastery of yin-yang release, required funding of 1.5 million Rio, a reasonable price, or 3 million Rio, a convenience price, mandatorily learned and taken directly. Such was its unreasonable nature. Ji Shui gazed contemplatively at her remaining balance of 3 million. Indeed, this cursed system always sought to drain her finances. As she surveyed the rewards within the marketplace, after much deliberation, she resolved to suspend her purchases for the time being. Should the need arise, she would procure what was necessary. Otherwise, she would merely save her money to cultivate the Senja cells. The current situation within the Uchiha clan was rather precarious, and she feared her elder brother might naively fall victim to treachery again. Thus she chose to keep her resources close at hand for now. Ji Shui calmed her thoughts and sprinted towards the direction of Konoha. An hour later, in the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen was passionately delivering a speech about the will of fire, igniting the enthusiasm of the young students below. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared on the podium and whispered something into Hiruzen's ear. What? She has returned? Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief cough to steady himself, he instructed the Umbu to bring her to his office, promising to join them once his speech concluded. The budding leaves of Konoha were absorbing the essence of the will of fire, and a sudden departure might tarnish the image of the Hokage. Who was this person the Hokage spoke of? Unknown, but it seemed the Hokage was genuinely surprised. As Hiruzen continued to direct the Umbu to attend to various matters, the young students below began to fervently discuss among themselves. Among the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke, with his hands tucked into his pockets, maintained his aloof demeanor, as befitting a member of the Uchiha clan. The others, sensing Sasuke's silence, refrained from engaging him, except for a brash boy with yellow hair who chose to defy that norm. Hey, you over there. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting a small boy wearing goggles, with 3 whisker-like marks on each side of his round face. Despite his slight frame, he had an irritatingly punchable presence. What does that have to do with you? Sasuke replied coldly, causing a frown to appear on Naruto's forehead. What a conceited guy. Naruto, feeling an impulse to retaliate with a punch, restrained himself in order to acquire crucial information. Hey, if you are indeed from the Uchiha clan, do you know Uchiha Shisui? Is she still alive? She asked the older sister who often worked at the guard station across from Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto had learned this news by chance while dining at Ichiraku. As the only person, aside from the Hokage, who had shown him kindness, Naruto held Ji Shui in high regard. Even though it was merely a bowl of ramen, it had provided him with warmth for a long time. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on Naruto's face. What do you want with Shisui? Chapter 54. Return in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just returned from the Ninja Academy when he opened the door to find Uchiha Shisui waiting there. Ah. It seems fortune favors you. You survived that explosion, Hiruzen remarked with a smile, settling into his chair and stroking his beard. I must thank the White Snake Sage. If not for her rescue, I would likely be buried in the ground now. Ji Shui did not conceal the existence of the Dragon Cave, as it would serve no purpose, and if she were to use Summon Beast in Konoha, it would be inconvenient otherwise. Those unaware might think she was colluding with Orochimaru. The White Snake Sage? A peculiar expression crossed Hiruzen's face. Indeed, after being on the brink of death from the explosion, I inadvertently used reverse summoning and found myself in the Dragon Cave, Ji Shui explained, her demeanor calm. She had to present it this way, otherwise, claiming that the White Snake Sage had actively come to her aid would be met with skepticism, as the sages of the 3 great lands were legendary figures who typically did not intervene in worldly affairs. Reverse summoning. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled that Ji Shui did not possess a summoning beast, making reverse summoning highly unpredictable and potentially life-threatening. He remembered that a certain troublesome boy had attempted the same during his youth, which had frustrated him greatly. Ji Shui proceeded to weave a tale of how she fortuitously encountered the Dragon Cave, and signed a summoning contract, believing it to be destiny. However, she refrained from mentioning Sage Mode, as it was too conspicuous and inappropriate to reveal, given that throughout Konoha's history, only the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, and Jiraiya, along with Tsunade, had mastered Sage techniques. Due to a lack of intelligence, Hiruzen temporarily accepted Ji Shue's account. But since no one had witnessed it, and she had been away from the village for so long, he felt the need for careful observation, a task he would assign to Kakashi. Since Ji Shue's apparent death, Kakashi had been moping around, lacking energy, with her return. It was time for him to resume his responsibilities. After reporting to Hiruzen, Ji Shue stepped out of the Hokage building, stretching and inhaling the fresh air as she made her way towards the Uchiha compound. I'll check in at home first. He should still be at work. I'll surprise him when he returns tonight. As Ji Shue cheerfully made her way home, she happened to pass by the ninja academy and spotted two familiar faces standing on the playground, squinting at each other under the blazing sun. This opening ceremony is really boring. Idiot, you're the one who couldn't help but throw the first punch, leading to this. But you hit too hard, and Ji Shue's sister would definitely not be dead. Naruto pointed to his bruised face, speaking earnestly. He couldn't comprehend why he was in such a state, yet was being blamed as the instigator. Upon hearing that Ji Shue had died, he had rushed at Sasuke, wanting to throw a punch, only to be swiftly defeated. It's an undeniable fact that Ji Shue's sister is dead. Sasuke held back tears, trying not to let them spill in front of the foolish boy beside him. After all, he and Ji Shue shared a bond in their suffering. Experiencing loss for the first time was not easy for Sasuke. Hey, who is saying I'm dead? I'm here, alive and well. You little brat better not curse me. Ji Shue had approached Sasuke from behind, playfully tugging at his hair. That voice is... Sasuke spun around, momentarily stunned to see the living Ji Shue before him. Once he regained his senses, he lunged forward, only to be halted by Ji Shue's hand. You're alive. Everyone said Ji Shue's sister was dead, but I knew you would be fine. Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, only to be met with Naruto's derisive voice from the side. Humph. Who was just spouting that Ji Shue's sister was dead? Naruto mimicked Sasuke's tone, standing with his hands in his pockets, teasing him. That annoying guy. Oh, it's little Naruto. Long time no see. You've grown taller. Ji Shue greeted, directing her attention towards Naruto. Ji Shue's sister, you really know this weakling? Sasuke pointed at Naruto in shock. Hey, what nonsensical utterances are you spewing? I was merely indulging you, you insufferable braggart. Naruto retorted loudly. Huh, what a ridiculous fellow. How could the innate talents of the Uchiha clan possibly be rivaled by a weakling like you? Sasuke, emulating the adults in his clan, responded to Naruto, only to receive a punch from Shiryuki. Ouch! Sasuke clutched his steaming head, bewildered as he gazed at Shiryuki. Was there any fault in what he said? Stop mimicking the words of those in your clan. You would be better off dedicating your time to mastering more jutsu, Shiryuki stated, arms crossed. In truth, the friction within the clan stemmed not only from Danzo and historical factors, but also from the ambition and arrogance of certain Uchiha members, which led to this tragic situation. However, Shiryuki seemed to be in a rather good mood today, so she took the two little ones to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Feeling a tinge of nostalgia for Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills after being away for so long. Once the trio departed, a silver-haired Umbu suddenly appeared at the location. Watching Shiyuki's retreating figure with a mask that concealed an expression brimming with incredulous excitement. You truly survived? How splendid. At the Hokage Tower. Itachi returned after inspecting the various reconnaissance points in Konoha, handing the map to Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, did you detect anything? Sarutobi inquired. Itachi shook his head in response. I found no useful information. However, at the Martyrs Cemetery in Konoha, I noticed several clusters of fresh flowers mysteriously appearing at the grave of Noerarin. Yet, my investigation at the clan's flower shop in the mountains revealed no suspicious purchase records. I see. Sarutobi exhaled a heavy sigh. It seems the enemy's covert tactics are exceptionally sophisticated. Since you have yet to uncover any useful information, we shall wait a couple of days before observing again. Remain vigilant during your routine patrols. The village may not be entirely safe at present. Sarutobi cleared the ash from the ashtray. Understood, Hokage-sama. Itachi nodded in agreement, preparing to return to his duties in the Umbu. Just as he stepped out the door, Sarutobi called out, by the way, Uchiha Shiryuki is alive and has returned unscathed. Remember to inform Shisui. Shiryuki? Itachi's pupils shifted slightly. Then he nodded and closed the door behind him as he departed. Chapter 55. Danzo's suspicion, a loud bang. Shortly after Shiryuki exited the Hokage's office, Danzo received the news, pushing the door open to gaze at Sarutobi, who appeared to have anticipated his arrival. Sarutobi, Uchiha Shiryuki has returned? Your presence here suggests you have already received word, correct? Danzo's expression darkened upon hearing Sarutobi's tone. The Konoha barrier has lately detected frequent enemy movements. You are aware of this. However, only the upper echelon of Konoha and the Umbu possess the means to traverse the barrier freely. Do you not find this suspicious? I have considered your concerns. Thus, I dispatched Hatake Kakashi to follow her. Should any anomalies arise, he will report to me, Sarutobi replied, resting his hands on the desk with an impassive expression. Sarutobi, Kakashi was once Shiyuki's captain. You witnessed his reaction when Shiryuki was presumed dead. Entrusting her to Kakashi may only exacerbate the situation. I propose we utilize the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques to probe Shiyuki's memories for convenience. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, silencing Danzo's forthcoming words. Uchiha Shiryuki is the bond left in Konoha by Uchiha Shisui. Her prior death nearly plunged Shisui into despair. If we implement forceful measures now, we risk transforming Shisui's love into hatred, significantly increasing the Uchiha clan's threat level. Additionally, the Yamanaka clan's memory inspection techniques carry risks of brain injury, especially considering the subject is of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, you are mistaken. If we cannot identify every potential threat to the village, Konoha will inevitably be eroded from within by these vermin, Danzo exclaimed, agitation evident as he struck the floor with his cane. Danzo, this is a critical period. Focus on your responsibilities and refrain from meddling in Uchiha matters, Sarutobi counseled, attempting to calm himself. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Danzo fumed, his rage palpable as he stormed out. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi summoned 2 Umbu members. Keep a close watch on the root division. Do not allow them to act out of line. Yes, Hokage-sama. In Konoha, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth across the streets, where pedestrians were few and far between. Even Ichiraku Ramen was devoid of customers, a fortunate circumstance for Shiryuki and her companions. Uncle Ichiraku, 3 bowls of your signature ramen, please. Fool, it's Shiyuki Nichin treating us. What are you ordering? Mind your own business, you braggart. Shiyuki Nichin is so kind. She surely won't mind, Sasuke retorted, visibly annoyed. Observing the 2 little rascals on the verge of yet another squabble, Shiryuki swiftly intervened. Recognizing the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura in them, even leading to a fight over a bowl of ramen. 3 bowls of ramen, is it? Uncle Ichiraku lifted the kitchen curtain to inquire, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shiryuki. Oh my, it has been so long. Uncle Ichiraku, ever since I left the guard team. I haven't had a chance to visit and support your business. Shiryuki chuckled, scratching her head. Haha, no worries. As long as you enjoy my ramen. I'll have 3 bowls ready in no time. Just wait a moment. Uncle Ichiraku replied, retrieving several bottles of drinks and placing them on the table before returning to his culinary endeavors. Once seated, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disdain. All right. With this sweltering heat, why not take a breather? Shiryuki leaned against the wall, taking a couple of refreshing sips from her drink. Fine. I'll let it slide for Shiyuki Nichin's sake, Sasuke huffed, tossing his head back and ignoring Naruto. What a brat. Still so full of yourself, Naruto grumbled, resting his head on the table, yet secretly elated. Had he made friends? While Shiryuki idly browsed through some peculiar items in the system shop, she was unaware that Shisui had arrived outside the store. Upon catching sight of Shiryuki, the sword in his hand slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Hearing the noise, Shiryuki lifted the curtain obstructing her view and was delighted to greet Shisui, who stood there wearing an Umbu mask. Brother. After waving goodbye, Shizuki watched as Shisui removed his mask and rubbed his eyes, shocked to confirm he was not dreaming. He hurried over and embraced Shizuki. Shizuki, is it really you? Let me see. Shisui lifted Shizuki high, inspecting for any injuries or marks. Who is this person? Naruto asked, puzzled, observing the Umbu brother carefully examining Shizuki. That's Shizuki's elder brother, the renowned prodigy of our clan, Shisui. Surprised, aren't you? Sasuke explained with a hint of pride, crossing his legs. I haven't heard of him. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, as his world seemed limited to Grandpa Hokage and the not-so-welcoming villagers, unaware of the concepts of family or foreign people. Don't worry. I'm fine. I was saved by someone else. My luck is extraordinary. Shizuki playfully winked and gave a thumbs up. That's a relief. If you had truly left this world forever, I fear I could never forgive myself. Shisui held Shizuki tightly, hot tears soaking her shoulder. Rest assured, I'm okay. I will take care of myself, Shizuki reassured him, patting his back. Ah, being cared for feels truly marvelous. Having an elder brother is such a blessing, but having an elder sister would be even more delightful. Embracing Shizuki and feeling fulfilled, Shisui made a silent vow. He would never again place Shizuki in a perilous situation. He resolved to personally approach the third Hokage to resign Shizuki from the Umbu, as that place was ill-suited for her. Only through loss can one grasp the sudden emptiness and loneliness within, a terrifying torment Shisui never wished to experience again. Chapter 56. The Masked Man's Plan. It seems that the deceased little brat from the Uchiha clan has returned. In the woods outside Konoha, a black and white humanoid entity spoke to the nearby tiger-striped masked man. What does it matter? Her existence poses no threat to Konoha or the Uchiha. The tiger-striped masked man replied coldly, a sinister smile creeping upon his grotesque visage. But she serves as an excellent trigger, does she not? The Uchiha clan is merely waiting for Shisui's nod. Should he side with the Uchihas, a coup could arise in no time. But alas, he is a staunch village loyalist. The masked man narrowed his singular eye. Are you suggesting we eliminate Uchiha Shizuki, frame Konoha, and incite Shisui's betrayal, forcing him to align with the Uchiha out of hatred? Is that not a splendid trigger? If his deep-seated will of fire crumbles alongside his sister's demise, he may unleash his Sharingan in fury. Indeed, if he were to become a pessimistic like me, amidst the chaos he could gather some Sharingan and perhaps be lured into the Akatsuki to serve us. It could be an advantageous choice, the masked man mused thoughtfully. What about that Uchiha Itachi? Are you not Kansi? Shisui suddenly realized that something was amiss. The cabinet where she had previously placed her cherished treasures of intimacy had been opened. Jishue's heart suddenly sank, but she quickly regained her composure. Never mind, she thought. It was futile to dwell on it. After all, her brother had already gleaned some understanding during his previous medicinal gathering. The intimate paradise mattered little now. Ahem. It seemed she hadn't truly examined it since she brought it over. A fleeting flush appeared on Jishue's face, followed by a couple of coughs. She closed the door to her room and drew the curtains, cradling the renowned Naruto fanfiction Intimate Paradise in her hands as she began to read. However, after half an hour, Jishue's impression of the book shifted. Although it was labeled as a famous little H book within the Naruto universe, its contents were not as explicit as one might expect. The narrative primarily revolved around a romantic tale between an ordinary couple, imbued with a sense of romance. Unlike typical little H novels, this book employed subtlety in its descriptions, carving out a distinct path for itself among pure love stories. While Jishue sat quietly by her bed engrossed in Intimate Paradise, Kakashi, observing from the window, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. This book was, after all, a gift he had given to Shizune, and now it had found its way into Jishue's hands, filling Kakashi with an intense sense of guilt. Wasn't Jishue only 14? Just 14. Chapter 57. Stirring the waters within the Uchiha compound. After a brief glance at Intimate Paradise, Uchiha Jishue closed the book and turned towards the kitchen, only to discover that on this scorching summer day, the refrigerator contained not a single cold drink. How can Nissen endure this heat without a beverage? Jishue pondered, scratching her head in frustration. She shut the refrigerator door, retrieved some pocket money from the cupboard, and resolved to visit the small shop in Konoha for a snack. A summer without cold drinks is incomplete. Kakashi, tasked with surveillance, watched as Jishue departed and quickly followed. After Jishue left the Uchiha compound, Root swiftly received intelligence indicating that there existed a sparsely populated isolation zone between the civilians of Konoha and the Uchiha territory. This area seemed to have been tacitly accepted by both sides, and Danzo had arranged for Root operatives to lie in ambush there, even putting the surveilling Umbu to sleep. As Kakashi followed Jishue from the rooftops, she suddenly halted, alerting both the hidden Root operatives ahead and Kakashi monitoring from behind. Upon arriving at this secluded location, Jishue finally sensed something amiss. Ever since her arrival in Konoha, she had let her guard down considerably. Now, in this tranquil setting, she became acutely aware of an unusual feeling of being observed, distinct from her previous experiences. Initially, Jishue attributed this sensation to the crystal ball used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor her. However, the current feeling led her to ponder whether there were indeed too many crystal balls in play. Jishue came to a halt, taking a deep breath as she summoned a trace of natural energy to awaken her perceptive abilities. beneath the obsidian depths of her eyes. A reflection of a pair of constricted pupils emerged, perceiving the chakra responses of a dozen individuals ahead, as well as Kakashi's chakra behind her, causing her breath to hitch. Furthermore, in the distance, it appeared that a translucent barrier had sealed off the area, rendering even the sage mode's perception ineffective. Was she not merely stepping out to procure a bottle of beverage? Why such a grand spectacle? A gentle breeze caressed her cheek, the verdant leaves swirling gracefully in the air. Shisui reached into her ninja tool pouch, but before she could draw a kunai, a flurry of shuriken was hurled in her direction, evading the projectiles with the body flicker technique. She affixed an explosive tag to a kunai and launched it towards the concealed position of the root operatives. Following the explosion, several ninjas donned in ghastly masks surrounded Shisui. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Kakashi leaped into action, directing his blade towards the group. "This is Konoha. What are your intentions?" The leader of the root operatives merely cast a glance at Kakashi, disregarding him entirely, and unsheathed his sword to strike at Shisui. Time was of the essence. They were near the Uchiha clan's territory and needed to swiftly subdue Shisui to report back to Danzo-sama, with no time to spare on this intruder. "Hey, Kakashi," witnessing the root's relentless assault, gripped his blade tightly and charged forward. Bang! A smoke bomb enveloped the scene, obscuring vision as the root ninjas lunged towards Shisui with their deadly weapons. The assassins, adept in stealth, danced like silent butterflies amidst the fog. However, their lethal techniques proved ineffective against Shisui, as each silent strike was deftly evaded by her agile form. With Sage Mode activated, her heightened perception rendered their attempts trivial. Smack! A sweeping blade was narrowly dodged by Shisui, the assailant only feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was sent flying several meters away, crashing against the wall and leaving cracks in its wake. In that instant, a wave of spiritual impact struck Shisui, but merely half a second later. The root operative from the Yamashita clan froze in place, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. Had he not activated the Sharingan? How could the Yamashita clan's operative's pupils constrict, succumbing to the mental backlash from the Sharingan? Was the intelligence flawed? The leader of the first squad, observing the crimson eyes amidst the smoke, declared, and then formed hand seals, transforming the ground beneath Shisui into a quagmire, while the other ninjas initiated earth release techniques in an attempt to confine her. Sensing the sticky substance at her feet, a smile crept across Jishui's lips, and she retrieved her flying Thunder God kunai. As long as it was a continuous ninjutsu, it could trigger a counter, showcasing the convenience of the Flying Thunder God kunai. Flying Thunder God. The figure known as Shisui appeared like a golden flash behind the root of the Akatsuki clan, positioning a trident shuriken against his neck. "Do not move," he commanded, but was taken aback as Shisui effortlessly produced an explosive tag radiating white light. The ninja from the root was indeed reckless in the face of danger. Just before the blinding explosive tag detonated, a rope coiled around Jishui's waist, yanking him to safety as Kakashi intervened. The ground quaked beneath the deafening roar of the explosion. Kakashi's gaze turned furious as he observed the rising clouds of dust. The root ninja had shown no restraint, even against their own village's shinobi. Was this truly what they called a place of absolute darkness? It was a complete affront to humanity. Outside the small barrier, everything appeared normal. The houses were orderly, the sky tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Even the passing animals and civilians remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. Yet, not far from this barrier, Obito collected the lifeless bodies of two Umbu operatives into his Kemui space. Ah, how fortunate I was to find these two ninjas hiding in the shadows, ready to relay information. Danzo ought to be grateful to me. Obito rubbed his aching wrist and cast a surprised glance at the small barrier. The decay within Konoha was palpable. How foolish I was to once aspire to become Hokage. However, with that dim-wit Kakashi present, the situation had become far more intriguing. "What? Are you contemplating rekindling old ties to assist Kakashi?" A voice taunted from beneath the earth, a head of contrasting black and white emerging, grinning at Obito. Obito remained silent, picking up a fallen Umbu mask from the ground and wiping it clean. Even if the root had no intention of harming Shisui, he would intervene personally. What expression would Shisui wear upon witnessing his younger sister's demise at the hands of the Umbu and the root? I eagerly anticipated, much like the moment I witnessed Rin perish at Kakashi's hand. Chapter 58. Perception within the sealed small barrier. A massive serpent's illusion materialized, its colossal form pressing against the center of the barrier, threatening to create fissures. "This is bad. We must not allow her to breach the barrier," or we will be exposed. The root ninjas present formed hand seals, and a flash of red light coursed over the small barrier as the newly formed cracks began to mend. However, the Konoha ninja of the Yamanaka clan, who had previously been flung aside by Shisui, suddenly regained consciousness, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light beneath his mask. With a swift motion, the summoned serpent, unleashed by Shisui, swung its head, sending several root ninjas sprawling. Its powerful tail struck the earth, sending dust swirling as Shisui and Kakashi leaped onto the serpent's head. Since this was a mission assigned by Sarutobi, Kakashi was aware of Shishui's contract with the serpent's cave, yet due to the lack of public information, the serpent was not in a position to reveal itself. This summoning could easily arouse suspicions regarding the recently defected S-rank rogue ninja. Can it break the barrier? Kakashi inquired from atop the serpent. I'm unsure. We may need to try again. But what are you doing here? Shisui turned to Kakashi, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I'm just an umbu passing by, really? Shisui sighed at Kakashi's evasive demeanor. Never mind, we should first figure out how to escape. Boom. As the root operatives regained their composure, a massive fireball struck the serpent's head. Shisui and Kakashi steadied themselves and looked toward the source of the attack, the Yamanaka clan ninja from the root who had been previously subdued by Shisui. Hey, Lord Danzo has commanded to capture them alive. One root operative placed a hand on his shoulder. The Yamanaka ninja remained silent, and the others paid him no heed as they unleashed earth and wind techniques to restrain the serpent, attempting to dislodge Shisui from its head. Hey, Zetsu, are you sure Shisui will take this route? Obito queried from outside the barrier. Rest assured, I've laid the bait. He will take this path, Zetsu chuckled. At that moment, Shisui had just finalized Jishui's resignation paperwork and was traversing the rooftops of Konoha, intending to inform Shisui of the news, when a shuriken suddenly flew out from the shadows, capturing his attention. Shisui deftly caught the flying kunai between his fingers, his brow furrowing as he observed an unfamiliar shinobi wearing a Konoha forehead protector in the distance. A regular Konoha ninja daring to attack an ambu operative? As the assailant fled, Shisui swiftly gave chase. As a member of Konoha's ambu, his foremost duty was the village's security. If there were traitors lurking within, it was his responsibility to uncover the truth. As for Yuki's message, it could wait. This path, after all, was conveniently aligned with his current pursuit. Shisui didn't overthink it, and immediately pursued the unfamiliar ninja's direction. At the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku had just finished dinner when he received a report about an unusual lockdown in the western area bordering Konoha and the Uchiha territory. Was it the ANBU or the Root who enforced the lockdown? Fugaku inquired of the Uchiha messenger. Root, clan leader. I heard they were repairing the roads there. Repairing roads? Fugaku's brow furrowed deeply. That area is scarcely populated. Even if it were for the convenience of passing Uchiha clansmen, we should be the ones funding the repairs. What is Danzo scheming? After a moment of hesitation, Fugaku decided to investigate personally. Though the area wasn't particularly significant, it was still their doorstep. Meanwhile, within the Root headquarters, Danzo, seated in his command post, had waited far too long without receiving any updates on the capture of Uchiha Shisui. Glancing at the sun nearing the horizon outside his window, Danzo rose from his chair. Utterly useless. After all this time, they still haven't apprehended Uchiha Shisui? By now, the Uchiha clan must be reacting. What are those fools doing? No, I must see this for myself. Narrowing his eyes, Danzo gripped his cane and departed from Root. However, not far from the base, he stumbled upon the corpses of several ENBU operatives hidden in the nearby brush. The blood had yet to coagulate. They hadn't been dead long. At this sight, Danzo sensed something amiss. Even the boldest of his Root operatives wouldn't dare slaughter ANBU under Hiruzen's command. This wasn't merely a matter of allegiance. It crossed the very line Hiruzen had tolerated to allow Root's existence. And yet, this clearly wasn't an order Danzo had issued. If that was the case, then the delay in updates from the first squad likely meant they, too, had encountered unforeseen complications. Damn it all, who is framing me this time? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Danzo quickened his pace toward the Uchiha territory where the operation was unfolding. Inside the barrier, due to Danzo's lack of precise intelligence, no elite Root operatives had been dispatched to capture Shisui. Faced with the threat of the summoned serpent, most had been swiftly eliminated, all except the one who had attempted to ensnare Shisui with the mind-body transmission technique. Kakashi tossed an unconscious Root operative onto the ground, panting as he leveled his tanto at the last remaining enemy. Being an ANBU is no easy task. Not only do we fend off external threats, but we must also watch our own allies for knives in the back. with the summoned serpent severely injured. Shisui gently stroked its head in reassurance before dismissing it back to its realm. Fortunately, thanks to the serpent's aid, she had divulged little intel. Still, she would need to tread carefully from now on. Hey, your plan has failed. Surrender now, Shisui called out to the lone remaining root operative. Oddly enough, after standing and launching a single attack at Shisui, the operative had remained eerily still. Uchiha Shisui, I assumed you were as worthless as the rumors suggested. But judging by your combat prowess, you possess genuine skill. A swirling vortex materialized behind the root operative, and an AMBU figure emerged. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched at the sight. Hey, which EMBU squad are you from? I don't recognize you, Kakashi demanded of the masked figure, Obito. That's none of your concern. Obito's gaze lingered on Hatake Kakashi with unreadable complexity before placing a hand on the root operative's shoulder. Countless explosive tags unfurled across the operative's body, transforming him into a living bomb that sent chills down Kakashi and Shisui's spines. Damn it, not again. Chapter 59, Battle against Uchiha Obito. Blinding light erupted once more within the confined barrier as hundreds of explosive tags detonated in rapid succession, leaving behind scorched earth and lingering flames. Kakashi shoved aside a shattered fragment of his earth-style wall, his frown deepening as he beheld Obito, standing unharmed amidst the devastation. What the hell is going on in Konoha lately? Nothing but bizarre incidents. Zisno found herself in a predicament as she observed Obito, who appeared unscathed. Although the Akatsuki organization was a promising refuge, entering through Obito was evidently not a prudent strategy. Given the current circumstances, she surmised that she was the intended target. For Obito would never strike at Kakashi. Otherwise, with both of their Kimui abilities combined with Hashirama's cells, he would be virtually unmatched in the ninja world. As Obito gazed at Zisno and Kakashi, who had evaded the explosion, he swung his long blade, unleashing a massive fireball that hurtled toward them. Water style, water barrier. Zisno formed hand seals, her chest slightly swelling as she expelled a torrent of water from her cheeks, successfully shielding herself from the fiery projectile. Two chains pierced through the water barrier, crashing against the wall behind her. With a tug of his hand, Obito caused the remaining wall to collapse. Two shadow clones of Zisno surged through the smoke toward Obito, yet in a mere instant, they were dispersed into the air by his blade. Raikiri. Kakashi descended from the sky, channeling lightning through his hand as he aimed to strike Obito, only to pass through him as if he were a mere illusion. After missing his target, Kakashi exerted force on his legs to evade the glaring blade, leaping sideways, observing the blade's impact on the ground, sending dirt flying. Kakashi rubbed his head. What a troublesome adversary. When did Konoha gain such a formidable individual? Obito glanced at Kakashi, who had utilized Kimui to distort space and appeared behind Zisno, placing his hand on her shoulder. This must come to an end. The warped space began to draw Zisno into the Kamui dimension, but the sudden transformation of Zisno into white mist caught Obito by surprise. A shadow clone? Kakashi. Zisno, who had been hiding not far behind Obito, revealed herself, gripping the chain in her hand, while Kakashi seized the other end, pulling taut toward Obito. Yet this time, the chains merely passed through Obito, like a phantom, utterly ineffective. Obito maneuvered through the chains, grasping both ends and yanking them toward the center, causing both of them to be propelled away by the opposing force. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. After rolling several times on the ground, Zisno beheld the approaching fire dragon and swiftly formed hand seals, casting Phoenix Fire technique to counter it in midair. Earth style, Earthquake Core. The ground beneath Obito shattered, destabilizing him as he fell. Kakashi, feeling severely drained, gasped as he reached Zisno's side. We must retreat at once. His abilities are far too enigmatic. Yukasetsu helplessly spread her hands. If she could truly dismantle this barrier at will, she would have fled long ago. Danzo had indeed played an excellent supporting role in this game. A wooden spike abruptly erupted from the ground near Yukasetsu. As time flowed onward, more wooden protrusions surged upward from the earth. Would release? Kakashi's expression morphed into one of stunned disbelief. Today had truly been an eye-opening experience. The wooden spikes surrounding Shiryuki and Kakashi gradually spread towards the central area, with the wildly growing trees supporting the entirety of the barrier's space. The stout branches resembled powerful arms, grasping Shiryuki's delicate limbs. Shiryuki, Kakashi, now devoid of chakra, felt the tightening branches around him, helplessly watching as Shiryuki slowly slipped from his line of sight. A wave of powerlessness surged within him once more, the inability to resist, to witness loved ones or friends departing. Damn it, I can do nothing. Standing atop the branches, Obito, wielding wood release, formed hand seals that firmly restrained Kakashi in place. Observing Kakashi's furious impotence, a sense of delight arose within Obito. Kakashi, despair. This world has always been so cruel. Rather than living in this painful reality, one might as well return to the embrace of dreams. Such a world is truly complete. Just as Obito prepared to unleash his wood release to utterly crush Shiryuki, a flash of golden light flickered behind him. Shiryuki, activated with her 3-tomo Sharingan in Sage mode, conjured a black orb that struck Obito, who had let his guard down. The violent energy wreaked havoc upon the surrounding trees, and Obito, along with the wood release and the earth, vanished in a blinding white light, emerging from the vast crater. Having escaped from the Kamui dimension, Obito stood up with great effort, feeling as if his body were about to fall apart. He looked at Shiryuki, who had suddenly evaded capture, with confusion. How did you escape? Do you believe in Flying Thunder God? Obito instinctively touched his back, recalling how he had previously been marked by the 4th Hokage with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this should not be a common ability. And how could a member of the Uchiha clan master the Flying Thunder God technique? Even if the Uchiha were willing to learn, would Konoha dare to teach them? If the 2nd Hokage were to discover that the Uchiha had learned the technique he had created, he might just rise from his grave in fury. Shui gazed down at the upturned face of Obito with a faint smile. Indeed, it seems one must be beaten before recalling the art of conversation. That you seek to incite conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, have you not chosen the wrong adversary? I am hardly the docile lamb you presume me to be. A swirling black sphere materialized in Shui's palm once more, its violent chakra fluctuations causing Obito visible unease. Perceptive as ever, Obito remarked warily. I never anticipated your intelligence network concealed such depths. The secrets you harbor must be considerable indeed. Shui cast a glance at Kakashi, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, then leaped down and approached Obito, locking eyes with him. I am not only aware of your secret, but I also know that your organization is currently lacking members, correct? Shui remarked, tucking away the dumpling, snapping his fingers, and winking. Obito's expression turned icy. It was astonishing that this youngling possessed knowledge of their intelligence. Considering how discreet they had been, even the leaders and shadows of various nations were likely oblivious to the existence of the Akatsuki. What do you intend to do? Obito inquired, gazing at Shui. Isn't your organization in need of personnel? What do you think I wish to accomplish? Upon hearing Shui's words, Obito's face instantly registered shock. Aren't you from the Uchiha clan? Isn't it forbidden for the Uchiha clan to join the Akatsuki? Obito stated. Shui comprehended the situation clearly. The Uchiha clan had never treated her well. Otherwise, the memories inherited from the original host would not be so sorrowful. Henceforth, she wished to remain uninvolved in what was destined to occur or not occur. Her sole desire was for Shui to live safely and soundly. That was sufficient for her. In Chapter 60, Shui's melancholy beyond the barrier, the figure of Obito gradually emerged from the vortex. His body cloaked in a thick layer of dust, the long sword at his waist devoid of any traces of blood. Is it resolved? Upon observing Obito's emergence, Ju approached him with inquiry. The intelligence was erroneous. The plan is temporarily halted. The Leaf Village will likely arrive shortly. We must retreat at once, he responded. What? Just like that? Shui will be here soon. All our efforts will be in vain, Ju remarked with a hint of reluctance. However, Obito paid him no heed, utilizing his Kamui to depart first. Following the departure of Ju and Obito, the barrier here began to shatter, revealing the horrific scars of battle within. Shui gently lifted Kakashi, who was lying on the ground, just as Shui arrived at the scene. What transpired here? Shui had only just followed the unfamiliar ninja around a corner when he beheld the once thriving residential area now reduced to ruins. Scattered debris surrounding a dozen members of the Root organization, and, most alarmingly, Shui was also present in this desolation. Zisno gazed at the bewildered Shui and shook his head, as the truth gradually came to light. It was not long before the security team, led by Fugaku, surrounded the area. Several Root ninjas were dispatched to the Konoha hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Danzo, I require an explanation from you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at his old friend, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I admit I was somewhat hasty, but I did not kill the Umbu. I have been framed, Danzo replied, his emotions running high. Whether or not you are responsible for the death of the Umbu, we shall investigate first, regardless of your guilt or innocence. You must be temporarily relieved of your position, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a heavy sigh, appearing somewhat melancholic. What do you mean by that, Hiruzen? Danzo asked, incredulous as he looked at his longtime companion. You will be temporarily removed from your position as Konoha's elder. The route will be overseen by the Umbu for the time being, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted curtly, disregarding Danzo's fury as he turned to leave. This matter was of great consequence. With severe repercussions, it not only implicated the Uchiha and the Umbu but also threatened the dignity of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. He was not only responsible for providing compensation to the families of the deceased Umbu but also had to offer an explanation to Uchiha Shisui. His sister had barely survived a perilous situation, only to return to the village and be met with betrayal and ambush from her own people. If she were to perish not in the throes of danger but at the hands of her comrades, even someone as amiable as Shisui would be driven to irrational behavior. As anticipated, after Shisui settled Zisno and purchased some treats for her, he swiftly returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon entering, Hiruzen immediately sensed an overwhelming tension emanating from Shisui. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with a bow, but before he could speak, Hiruzen interjected, You wish to discuss the events of today, do you not? Shisui nodded silently. And Hiruzen Sarutobi heaved a weary sigh. You and Shizetsu are descendants of Uchiha Kagami, bound by the will of fire. By all rights. Calling me grandfather would not be inappropriate. Yet I never anticipated such reprehensible acts emerging from the root. Due to Danzo's excessive leniency toward the root. Several operatives took extreme measures against your sister, Uchiha Shizetsu, without authorization, deeming her suspicious. This matter has been dealt with severely. However, do not dwell on it too deeply. There are many questionable aspects here. Given the recent breaches in Konoha's barrier, it is possible that external forces have infiltrated. And this incident may involve outside interference. Hiruzen's words were carefully measured, extending ample courtesy to Shisui, since Shizetsu had suffered no substantial harm. Shisui had no immediate intention of confronting Danzo directly. After all, the future of the Uchiha clan and Konoha must be preserved. Still, Shisui pressed further. Lord Hokage, what do you mean by outside interference? His expression darkened slightly. As an AMBU operative frequently crossing the barrier on missions, he was well versed in Konoha's defenses. Unless the intruders are barrier masters or possess knowledge of Konoha's hand seals, infiltration should be nearly impossible. That is precisely what troubles me, Hiruzen admitted. According to the barrier team's reports, the enemy's presence within Konoha has been alarmingly frequent, concentrated in specific locations. Despite dispatching ANBU and Itachi to investigate multiple times, we have uncovered little of substance. Itachi was assigned to this. Shisui blinked in surprise. Itachi had never mentioned it. Hiruzen nodded. The detected activity primarily centers around your clan's territory. As an autonomous zone, ANBU intervention would be improper, so the task fell to Itachi. Upon hearing that half of the information originated from the Uchiha clan, Shisui was taken aback. Given the Uchiha clan's characteristic disposition, they would disdain forming alliances with external forces to topple the towering tree that is Konoha. However, if the enemy's objective is to instigate suspicion and sow discord, such an alliance becomes plausible. It appears that it is imperative to notify the clan leader to bolster the internal patrols and enhance security measures in the clan. After obtaining the answers, Shisui emerged from the Hokage building, gazing at the night sky devoid of stars, feeling a sense of melancholy. His family, village, and loved ones were the treasures he endeavored to protect. Despite bearing the title of a genius, he could hardly withstand such turmoil. While Shisui sat atop the roof, lost in his thoughts, Shizune was at Fugaku Uchiha's home, playing shuriken games with young Sasuke. If she chose to remain indifferent, it was likely that Sasuke would follow the original narrative trajectory, transforming into a complete avenger, living under the shadow of his clan's demise during his childhood. Ultimately seeking power without regard for the consequences, enduring countless hardships as he grew, only to arrive at a tragically absurd conclusion. Sister Shizune, look, I hit all 3 targets, exclaimed the exuberant young boy, tugging at Shizune's sleeve and pointing towards the distant targets, yearning for praise. Indeed, Sasuke, your throw was quite impressive. Here is a reward, a pat on the head. Don't call me Sasuke. That name is utterly unappealing. The proud little boy, visibly displeased and resisting the affectionate gesture, nonetheless felt Shizune's hand resting on his hair, though he winced at the slight prickliness. Chapter 61. The discount appears. Yamato, have you perhaps overstepped your bounds? Indeed. It seems rather inappropriate to dismiss Danzo, the second-in-command elder of Konoha, due to a single Uchiha clan member. In the Hokage office, Mito Gate and Tsunade urged Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding Danzo and the recent unfortunate events. Alas, I am aware of your concerns, but the nature of this incident is unprecedented. The Uchiha clan is restless. Shisui represents the last thread of hope among them. If he were to falter, the repercussions would extend far beyond what is visible on the surface. Addressing Danzo's actions would only Shisui gazed in bewilderment at Shishui's series of perplexing actions. What on earth is her older brother doing? After sealing the house, he approached Shisui, exhaling softly before speaking. Shisui, the situation in Konoha has become rather precarious of late. It is not only the external forces we must be wary of. Even those within the village seem to harbor significant suspicions towards you. Therefore, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution in the coming days. My duties in the Umbu keep me quite occupied, and I may not be able to oversee you fully. However, I will implement certain special measures for your protection. Please remember not to resist. Shisui nodded towards Shisui, and as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared before her, she instinctively leaned back. Wasn't this situation a bit amiss? Ni-san, why are you activating the Sharingan without any reason? Shisui took a few steps back, revealing an awkward smile. One cannot deny that the otherworldly gaze of Shisui possesses a formidable aura. Being scrutinized by those eyes truly sends shivers down one's spine. Shisui gently placed her hand upon Jishui's forehead, the shuriken-shaped kaleidoscope in her hand slowly spinning as it locked eyes with Shisui. Shisui, this is for your safety. Trust me, Jishui's right eye emanated an extraordinary light. The eye of the divine, known as Bitianshin, was sealed within Jishui's left eye through a transcription technique. Should Shisui find herself in a dire predicament, this seal would be lifted, allowing the radiance of Bitianshin to pierce through any barrier and strike the enemy's mind, achieving perfect control. However, this state would not endure for long, as Shisui intended to reserve the left eye's power as a contingency to safeguard the entire Uchiha clan and Konoha. Feeling the emergence of the seal, Shisui exhaled softly. She had feared that Shisui had discovered her transformation and intended to act against her. If she were to face the Bitianshin, countless secrets would surely be unveiled. 3 months had elapsed since the malevolent incident that befell Shisui. According to the reports from the barrier team, the frequency of intrusions had diminished significantly, and the Uchiha clan had maintained this state, resulting in a collective forgetfulness regarding the event. Shisui successfully returned to the embrace of the guard team, contentedly idling across from Ichiraku, where her daily routine consisted of leisure, slumber, cultivation of sage techniques, and training in the virtual arena. Despite Danzo's current demotion, Shisui frequently reminded Shisui to refrain from disclosing the capabilities of the kaleidoscope, to which Shisui, without irritation, consistently acquiesced. Within the training grounds, the lifeless form of a Janine dissipated into a stream of data. Shisui wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. After 2 months of rigorous training, her strength had nearly reached the level of a Kage. Additionally, she had nearly mastered the technique of inorganic reanimation, planning to further her studies on other sage arts in the Dragon Cave when time permitted. Regrettably, the rewards from her 2 months of idleness yielded little of value, mostly shuriken, scrolls, and trivial trinkets. The most prized possession was a new sword, rumored to have once belonged to Senju Tobarama. However, due to Jishui's lack of proficiency in lightning techniques, she could not fully harness the sword's potential. Rousing from her slumber in the comfort of her bed, Shisui glanced at the clock, which read 7:44. Unperturbed, she formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A plume of white smoke materialized beside her, revealing a shadow clone clad in the guard uniform, its lifeless eyes fixed upon Shisui. Hey, employing child labor is illegal, it exclaimed. Well, employing myself shouldn't count, right? Just go substitute for me until I finish breakfast, Shisui replied with a yawn, dismissively. Fine, the clone sighed, ultimately succumbing to the authority of the original, obediently making its way to report at the guard station. One day, when I am summoned, I shall seek revenge, perhaps by toppling the original and giving her a thorough lesson in bed, the clone muttered, brandishing its tiny pink fist in frustration. Of course, these were merely the idle musings of a shadow clone. Should it act on such thoughts, the roles might very well be reversed. Shisui was completely unaware of the imagined scenarios involving shadow clones. After rising from slumber, she changed her attire, freshened up, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Fully prepared to embark on her journey to the workplace, just as she was about to step out the door, the voice of the system resonated, announcing, "Ding. The discount from the system's store has arrived. Would the host like to accept it?" The half-foot of Shisui retreated from the threshold. Oh, how swiftly 3 months have slipped by. Since a discount has appeared, cough, let the shadow clone take over for a while. After all, it is usually he who works. Whether I arrive early or late makes no difference. But with my current financial plight, can I afford the discount? Chapter 62. Izanagi, Transcription Seal, in the early morning. With autumn just beginning to set in, the air was still somewhat chilly as Sasuke made his way to the ninja academy, draped in a thick coat. As Itachi Uchiha passed by on a mission and spotted Sasuke walking alone by the roadside, a hint of tenderness flickered in his gaze. Oh, if I wish to see my brother, it would be better to wait until after work. We must be on our way now, Kakashi said, patting Itachi on the shoulder. After casting a final glance at Sasuke, Itachi leaped onto the rooftops with Kakashi, swiftly arriving at the spot where Shisui had been attacked by the root 3 months prior. So this is where it happened? Itachi's expression revealed a measure of astonishment. He had anticipated that the Umbu would monitor the Uchiha clan right at their doorstep. Indeed, the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. Yet, I never expected one of the Uchiha to be stationed here, Kakashi jested, shrugging his shoulders. They then navigated through several narrow alleys, arriving at a thatched hut cluttered with various items. After sweeping away the dust on the floor, Kakashi began to search around, and soon he discovered a hidden hatch, revealing a long iron ladder that caught both of their eyes. Kakashi descended first and waved to Itachi, beckoning him to follow. Oh, it's Kakashi-senpai. Wait, is that Uchiha Itachi? Exclaimed an Umbu in a raccoon mask, incredulously pointing at Itachi in the secret surveillance room below. It's all right. Lord Hokage has permitted Itachi to come here. Trust in the third Hokage's judgment, Kakashi explained to the Umbu. Upon hearing it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the Umbu ceased their inquiries. Though Itachi sensed an awkwardness in the way this Umbu regarded him. Very well, since it is the Hokage's command, I shall refrain from further comment. However, this is a crucial location for Konoha's secrets. Its position must not be revealed, even to the closest of kin. Rest assured, Itachi nodded. And the Umbu led Kakashi towards the front desk, where monitors displayed a network of surveillance screens. There were over a dozen machines, each observing the movements of the Uchiha clan's perimeter through concealed cameras. Any significant activity the Uchiha planned externally would be detected by these monitors. Itachi focused on one of the feeds, where Shisui was seen running out from the clan, appearing somewhat displeased. Is this real-time surveillance? Itachi inquired of the several Umbu stationed at the front desk. The Umbu exchanged glances with Itachi and then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi responded, unfortunately. Itachi's affiliation with the Uchiha clan renders his presence here somewhat sensitive, but the Hokage has granted permission, so there are no particular taboos. After Kakashi nodded to the Umbu, one of them finally addressed Itachi. Indeed, this is real-time monitoring, operational 24 hours a day, with a delay of no more than 0.2 seconds. The cameras we employ utilize the most advanced technology, featuring high resolution. We can even detect a dragonfly should it venture into the frame. However, this is merely a precautionary measure necessitated by recent threats to the Uchiha clan. You need not worry too much. This is simply a necessary safeguard for Konoha. Kakashi seemed to sense Itachi's distress and comforted him by patting his shoulder. Rest assured, I am fine. I am now an Umbu, and I shall keep all of Konoha's secrets confidential, Itachi replied, his unwavering gaze meeting Kakashi's. Kakashi felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared Itachi's awareness of the situation might prove overwhelming. It was akin to a soldier tasked with a mission that unexpectedly involved their own family, an unbearable reality for most. Ding. Discount items have been delivered. Please check your inventory. Notice, the discount store system has been modified. Zonzi, what has been changed in the system? Ding. The discount store has been updated to a 3-month cycle, but interim discount items will increase and will not disappear. Upon receiving the news, Shisui promptly opened the discount store without much thought. Item: Feather Duster, an essential tool for good mothers, useful for cleaning, and can also serve as a weapon. Dealing a critical hit of 100 against mischievous children. Discount price, 100 taels. Item: Sturdy Brick, a tool for reasoning with others, remarkably effective. Discount price, 2,000 taels. Skill: Powerful Elbow Strike, a martial technique that concentrates formidable strength into a single point, showcasing significant destructive power. However, it requires robust physical fitness. Caution advised for those with weakened vitality. Discount price, 12,000 taels. Skill: Water Iron Cannon Technique, improved version and ninjutsu that allows the user to gather water chakra at their fingertips and launch it with incredible speed and penetrating power. Offering high playability. Discount price, 12,000 taels. Item, Izanagi, rewriting seal, the ultimate power capable of distorting reality, with no time limit once activated, and will not consume the Sharingan, but can only be effective once. Discount price, 400,000 taels. Usage, after establishing the activation trigger, gaze into the target's eyes for 10 seconds to initiate the seal. If used on oneself, only the first step is necessary. It seems that there aren't many items available for purchase. Shisui counted the savings accumulated over the past 3 months and, after a moment of deliberation, decided to acquire Izanagi. This would be perfectly suited for sealing onto Shisui, proving invaluable when Danzo attempts a surprise attack. Water stop. So, you use a watch as a substitute, do you? After acquiring Izanagi, Shiryuki subsequently cast her gaze upon the remaining items. The cumbersome elbow strike could be overlooked, as she possessed a keen self-awareness and had already acquired the spiral sphere. However, the water cannon was indeed an affordable option, suitable for long-range consumption. While Shiryuki busied herself with discounts at home, her shadow clone languidly reclined in a chair. Propping her delicate, porcelain-like legs upon the table, a warm bowl of Ichiraka ramen cradled in her hands. Seizing the moment before her original arrived, she indulged in the leisure of her downtime. The flavor was nothing short of blissful. A hint of joy graced the rosy cheeks of Shiryuki as shadow clone. Having neglected breakfast that morning, she was now left with an empty stomach at work, a rather mischievous state of affairs, indeed. Chapter 63, The Young Ninetales. Leader. The old geezers from the Hokage faction are once again exerting political pressure on us. If we continue to endure this, our lives will surely become untenable, Fayek remarked. Echoing Inabakari's sentiment, the recent relentless suppression and demonstrations from Konoha had incited considerable discontent among the clan, particularly from Danzo, who, despite the loss of his roots, remained audaciously arrogant, treating them with utter disdain. Within the hall of the security force, a group of Uchiha elders congregated, their voices incessantly buzzing in Fayek's ear. The atmosphere was thick with resentment, anger, and an insatiable ambition. Konoha was originally founded through the union of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Yet as they entered the 4th generation, not a single Uchiha had ascended to the position of Hokage, their suppression only escalating with time. After all these years, why should the Uchiha clan endure such treatment in Konoha? Leader, hesitate no longer. When Orochimaru defected, we missed our PR. Shisui cast her gaze downward, where an orange-furred nine-tailed fox curled up comfortably upon her exposed, fair legs, seemingly relishing the moment as it nuzzled against her cheek. What a marvel, truly a nine-tailed fox. Shisui grasped the scruff of the little fox's neck and lifted it up. Hey, do not lift me like that. I am the embodiment of a fierce beast. The nine tails, beware lest I devour you. The fox, with a sudden flash of its teeth, attempted to intimidate Shisui, but was abruptly met with a sharp pain in its rear, followed by a searing sensation. Oh, it seems the embodiment of a fierce beast is not so formidable after all, merely a little fox. Shisui tossed her slipper aside and sensed the chakra within the little nine tails, discovering it to be only 3 or 4 times greater than her own, hardly a cause for concern. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have become the nine tails Jinchuriki. However, the little nine tails rewarded by the system differs from the Konoha's Kurama and requires a considerable amount of time to grow. Nevertheless, nourishing it with sage art chakra can expedite its development. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shisui felt a rare sense of gratitude. Previously, it had always demanded payment, seeking to deplete her wallet at every turn, yet now it had even directly bestowed upon her a tailed beast. Ding. The reward for the slacking off task is random, with a 0.01 probability of receiving a tailed beast. Elevating your position level can enhance the reward probability. Hey human, do not presume that a mere slipper can subdue me. As the little nine tails flailed in Jisui's grasp, it gazed into her crimson eyes, its tone gradually diminishing. It appears you are aware of the might of the Sharingan, but if you comply, I shall not make things difficult for you. Shisui revealed a gentle smile, and out of fear of the power of the Sharingan, the little nine tails immediately nodded. However, deep down, it still harbored some resentment. Although it did not understand the inexplicable bond with the seemingly pleasant human before it, the great Kyuubi would never submit to humanity. The tailed beast shall never be enslaved. Is the Tsukuyumi a means to nourish with sage chakra? Indeed, came the response. The host merely needs to provide sage chakra to the nine tails to accelerate its growth. Shisui placed great importance on this reward. If she could tame the nine tails, even in its juvenile state, she would no longer have to worry about chakra shortages. Combined with Sage Mode and other enhancements, she would be capable of facing most Kaga-level opponents in the shinobi world. Chapter 64. Dreamscape. The door to the Hokage's office creaked open slightly, allowing thin rays of sunlight to seep through. Sensing the intrusion, Hiruzen Sarutobi swiftly concealed his crystal ball. Hiruzen, enough time has passed. Isn't it about time you returned my authority? Danzo Shimura, leaning on his cane, approached Hiruzen's desk with a cold tone. Ahem, why the haste? It's only been 3 months. The AMBU handling Root's affairs hasn't caused any issues, has it? Danzo's expression darkened at Hiruzen's dismissive response. This old monkey is clearly trying to suppress me again. Age truly sharpens one's cunning. But Danzo was no pushover either. If Root remained inactive any longer, the Uchiha clan would grow uncontrollable. Though Root had merely gone underground and scaled back operations, Danzo, bound by Hiruzen's public reprimand, dared not act openly, severely limiting Root's effectiveness. Ahem. Hiruzen, it's time to reinstate Danzo's Root. Only when shinobi unite can they achieve synergy greater than the sum of their parts. We need full strength to handle the Uchiha threat. Agreed. The punishment has lasted long enough. Vigilance is crucial now. Hiruzen glanced past Danzo to see Hamura Mitokado and Kohari Yutitane entering the office. He understood. Danzo had come prepared. As fellow Konoha elders, they had allowed Danzo to be cornered as a warning. If they didn't intervene now, who would support them when punishment fell upon their heads next? So, this was premeditated? Hiruzen's gaze flickered with something unreadable before he steadied himself. Root can be returned to you, but only for defensive measures. No repeat of your previous actions against the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen fixed Danzo with a stern look. Rest assured, I know my limits. Danzo replied indifferently. Hiruzen sighed. Konoha still needs Danzo. I just hope he doesn't stir up more trouble. In the inner world of Jishue, beside the entrance of the virtual training ground, the little Ninetails wiped the traces from the corner of its mouth, casting a longing gaze towards Jishue's position. Previously, Jishue appeared to it merely as a malevolent, Sharingan-wielding imp. However, after Jishue graciously offered a portion of her chakra, the little Ninetails underwent a significant transformation in its perception of her. While it did not harbor much aversion towards others' chakra, given that it itself was a being of similar energy, the moment Jishue shared a small fragment of her chakra with the Ninetails, it was overwhelmed by a sensation that was both pure and imbued with a hint of milky sweetness. The melt-in-the-mouth texture ignited a desire within the little Ninetails to leap onto Jishue and indulge voraciously, though it was well aware that such an action might lead to a sound thrashing. Observing the pitiable expression of longing on the Ninetails' face, Jishue couldn't shake the feeling that this cunning fox was contemplating something rather inappropriate. Having only provided a mere 13 units of chakra, Jishue refrained from further indulgence. As she already felt drained, any more could potentially leave her vulnerable to this fox's retaliation. Disregarding the still digesting fox, Jishue withdrew from her inner space, only to discover something peculiar on her small face. At that moment, the shadow clone, tugging at its own cheek, blinked in bewilderment at the now conscious Jishue. Something felt amiss. Typically, she shouldn't have emerged so soon. What are you doing? It inquired, a hint of surprise evident. Cough. I merely noticed a bit of dust on your face and was helping to wipe it off. Wait, don't touch that. The disobedient shadow clone braced itself for the consequences of its actions. 2 minutes later, the beleaguered shadow clone returned to its post, its cheeks bearing the marks of repeated kneading. This original self was insufferable, seeking retribution even for such trivial matters. Yet, it knew that there would be opportunities for payback when she entered the training ground to cultivate. Ah, the sweet anticipation. As the day swiftly passed, Jishue, having dispelled the shadow clone, felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as she returned home. After preparing a meal, she laid her head on the table for a brief nap. In her dreams, memories deeply buried within her mind began to resurface. The echoes of being the last in her class piercing her soul like silver needles. The disdainful gazes of her peers, viewing her as worthless, pressed down upon her like a heavy hand. No matter how radiant the light carried by Jishue, it could not illuminate the depths of the ocean in which Jishue found herself submerged. The family of Shiryuki has been renowned for 3 generations as the pinnacle of genius within the Uchiha clan, basking in honor and respect. Yet, amidst this illustrious lineage, a blemish emerges: Shiryuki himself. Despite possessing the chakra nature of 5 attributes, his affinity is lamentably weak, and his aptitude for ninjutsu and physical prowess pales in comparison to that of commoners. This has become a significant source of pressure that Shiryuki imposes upon himself. While the adults within the clan remain indifferent to Shiyuki's perceived inadequacies, the young Uchiha, having lost their parents in the ongoing shinobi world war, direct their frustrations towards Shiryuki. Their peer. Why are you so useless? How can you have such an extraordinary brother as Shisui? If my brother were Shisui, I would have already become a ninja and avenged our parents. Useless. The bottom of the barrel. A stone struck Shiyuki's head, and the crimson droplets of blood mingled with tears, staining the memories of his childhood. Even years later, Shiryuki remains acutely sensitive to the words bottom of the barrel and useless. They symbolize not only the painful memories of his past, but also the tangible manifestation of his scarred heart. Memories record the past, choices determine the future. The painful recollections burn like a canvas engulfed in fierce flames, reduced to ashes. From the soil behind the canvas, a pair of eerie three-leaf clovers sprout, nourished by the fiery sparks that fall upon them like droplets of life-giving water, blossoming into vibrant flowers. This moment, symbolizing rebirth, is indelibly etched in the annals of memory. Chapter 65, Shisui's Concern. I'm back. The night was shrouded in a misty haze as Shisui pushed open the familiar door to his home. He hung his umbu mask on a nearby hook, changed into slippers, and made his way to the living room, placing some sweet dumplings, Shiyuki's favorite treats, on the table. Shiryuki, I brought you some delicious food. Noticing the lights still aglow within the house, Shisui called out, but upon receiving no response, he ventured into the kitchen, where he found Shiryuki sleeping with his head resting on the table. How did you fall asleep here? As he gazed at the covered dishes on the dining table, a sense of comfort washed over Shisui, accompanied by a twinge of pride. Shisui is not only exceptionally beautiful, but also adept at cooking and possesses remarkable skills. She truly lives up to being his sister. Shisui carefully draped a blanket over Shisui, mindful of the significant temperature fluctuations that autumn brings. The disparity between day and night can easily lead to a chill if one is not cautious. Ni-san, are you back? Shisui murmured, as if sensing Jisui's presence. Rubbing her eyes and emerging from the realm of dreams, still in a daze. I apologize for waking you. Jisui replied, gently tousling Jisui's hair. It's fine. I was probably having a nightmare anyway, so waking up is a relief, Jisui said, reaching for a cup of water nearby. The refreshing coolness of the liquid helped to rouse her senses slightly. Haha, now that you're awake, I'll take a shower. I've brought you some delicious treats. They are on the table, but remember not to indulge too much tonight, Jisui remarked as he prepared to leave, only to be halted by Jisui's grip on his arm. Wait, I have something for you, Jisui said earnestly, gazing into Jisui's eyes. Something? Jisui scratched his head in confusion. His birthday was still a few days away. What could it possibly be? Jisui drew Jisui closer, their gazes locking in an intense confrontation. In an instant, Jisui's eyes transformed into a striking crimson, with 3 swirling jade pendants radiating an otherworldly brilliance. As Shisui felt a surge of chakra gradually transferring into his eyes, a momentary look of astonishment crossed his face. Was this the transcription seal? At the root base, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just publicly regained authority over the organization when Danzo could hardly contain his eagerness to commence reorganization efforts. Lord Danzo, the original root personnel have gathered, and the equipment is being transported. It should be operational by this afternoon. Upon hearing the report from Root, Danzo nodded approvingly. Well done. As the shadowy arm of Konoha, Root must remain vigilant at all times. Once the personnel are assembled, they should commence their duties immediately, and do not forget to intensify surveillance on the Uchiha clan. Understood. Lord Danzo. After the report, the ninja departed, leaving Danzo standing on the iron bridge, observing the bustling activity below. He retrieved a list from his pocket. During the last operation, Danzo had been ensnared by an unknown adversary, resulting in the demise of the guarding Umbu, an affront he could not tolerate. The reorganization of Root required fresh blood. Danzo perused the list for an extended period before his gaze settled upon Kakashi Hitaki. Perhaps the darkness within you is precisely what Root needs, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. He then summoned a Root operative. Go, summon Inuzuka Kiba. I have an important mission to assign him. Yes, Lord Danzo. Meanwhile, at the Ichiraka ramen shop that evening, Guy joyously lifted the curtain to invite the weary Kakashi, who was just finishing his shift. Hey Kakashi, why the long face? Let us share a bowl of ramen. It's been ages since we last dined together. Oh, it's you, Guy. Indeed, it has been a while since we gathered. I just finished work and haven't tea at dinner yet. Why not? Kakashi replied, ruffling his hair. Oh ho, Kakashi, this is our 99th competition. Be careful, or you might inadvertently lose to me this time. Cough cough, what is this? A fishbone. You ordered seafood ramen. So of course, there are fish bones. Nanny, you had 2 extra bowls during my break. I will not acknowledge your youth. Oh. The age of youth should have passed long ago, perhaps as time ebbed into the dawn of the following day. Shisui had already prepared the gear and departed his home. Grappling with lingering doubts about the events of the previous day as he made his way to the base, even while on a mission. Could Shisui actually transcribe seals? Is this reasonable? It seems illogical, yet yesterday it unfolded before my very eyes. Shisui harbored deep suspicions about how much Shisui was concealing from him. Even the kaleidoscope Sharingan could not pierce the veil of her secrets, leaving Shisui troubled by the possibility that his sister might have engaged in unsavory dealings, especially given the numerous tales of malevolent deities that circulate within the ninja world. The shrine of the Uchiha clan also venerates divine entities. Shisui, why are you so distracted today? Itachi inquired, having just dispatched a spy with a kunai. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating some illogical matters. Let us resume our mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the leisurely task, 3030. Reward, telescope, mastery of ninjutsu LV. 1. Shisui rose from the cozy confines of her bed, stretching languidly. Today promised to be another leisurely day. Shisui glanced outside at the midday sun, rousing her shadow clone, which had been lazily dozing off, and ventured out to procure 2 bowls of yao ramen. Having indulged in late-night revelries the previous day, she still felt a trace of fatigue, vowing never to repeat such folly again. After savoring her lunch, Shisui immersed herself once more in the virtual training chamber. Ever since its inception, she had made it a habit to enter whenever she had a moment to spare, enhancing her combat experience while honing her strategies against various adversaries. Today, Shisui resolved to challenge a new level of AI difficulty. The Jonin level had ceased to satisfy her ambitions. Suddenly, as she approached the entrance to the pristine white space of the virtual training arena, a small 9-tailed fox rushed over and clung to her leg. What are you doing? You haven't fed me today. You'll starve the poor fox. The little 9-tailed fox gazed up at Shisui with a pitiful expression, adorably pleading for her attention. Yukishira, no, I must attend my training. I shall feed you upon my return. With an air of indifference towards the fox's shameless antics, Yukishira detached it from her lap, gently massaging the pristine skin marked with faint red scratches. Hiss. Though not physical wounds, the sting lingers nonetheless. Chapter 66, Shadow Level Simulation Doton. Dori Heki. Earth Release. Earth-style wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground as torrential waters crashed against it with tsunami-like ferocity, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. This undoubtedly marked Yukishira's most formidable opponent to date, her inaugural challenge against a shadow-level simulation in the virtual training grounds. Tobarama Senju, Youthful Era, Combat Proficiency, Kaga-level Specializations, Haration, Flying Thunder God, Suiton, Water Release, Forbidden Techniques. In this oceanic realm, where the depths resemble an abyss, Jishui's mastery of fire techniques finds it exceedingly challenging to manifest its power. Furthermore, the elusive Flying Thunder God technique allows one to conceal their presence amidst the undulating waves, making detection a formidable task. A lengthy whirlpool emerges upon the surface of the water, the immense force drawing Shisui, who stands on solid ground, towards the center of the vortex. With a flourish of mystical energy, the spell of inorganic rebirth is cast. Several massive stone slabs at the bottom of the sea are struck by a radiant beam, emanating a luminous glow that coalesces into a small barrier, effectively repelling the surrounding tumultuous waters of the whirlpool. As Shisui seized the opportunity to leap onto the colossal stone slab, she pressed her hand against the rock, summoning a towering stone giant that materialized at her feet. The malevolent Uchiha, whelp shall not prevail. From a distance, Senju Tobarama remained ensconced within a sphere of water, his hands swiftly forming seals. Instantly, several water dragons emerged beside him, accompanied by explosive tags that were embedded within their forms. The ferocious water dragons roared as they coiled around the stone giant, unleashing a relentless barrage of blinding light that erupted from their bodies. A brilliant radiance illuminated the arena, which was shrouded in crimson light. A kunai hurtled towards Shisui, who was attempting to escape the ensuing explosion, only to be deflected away by the knight's armor. In a flash, Senju Tobarama, like a streak of azure light, soared behind Shisui, thrusting his long sword forward, triggering a counterattack. Just as the sword was about to pierce Jishui's chest, Her form transformed into a golden streak of light and vanished. Boom. The spiral sphere struck the back of Senju Tobarama, the distorted black energy nearly evaporating all moisture in the vicinity. A massive crater, over 20 meters in diameter, was blasted into the ground, with Jishui standing at its center, her eyes flashing a blood-red hue, before her vision abruptly darkened. Utilizing the technique of darkness, Jishui executed the body flicker technique, ascending into the sky to evade the onslaught of the two water dragons. Her hands moved like shadows, rapidly forming seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A multitude of fiery orbs descended from the heavens, indiscriminately engulfing the battered earth below. Tobarama, who was about to pursue, was compelled to erect a water barrier for defense. Fortunately, his sage mode perception was keen. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. As she landed, Jishui conjured a chakra blade, shattering the two water clones that had approached her from either side. However, as the clones dissipated, they left behind two explosive tags on the ground. A brilliant white light re-emerged as Jishui retrieved her flying thunder god kunai, maneuvering to execute a counterattack and positioning herself behind Senju Tobarama. The kunai successfully embedded itself in the enemy's back, yet the master of forbidden techniques, Tobarama, marked Jishui's arm with the flying thunder god seal. In an instant, he transformed into a flash of blue light, materializing in Jishui's blind spot. Bored of innate malevolence, the Uchiha whelp, I shall personally unleash the flying thunder god upon you. As Jishui once again countered and found himself behind Tobarama, the latter employed the flying thunder god technique to swiftly reposition behind Jishui once more. However, steadfast in maintaining his defense, Jishui mirrored the move and appeared once again behind Tobarama. The brilliant interplay of blue and gold light flickered in the air, continuing for nearly half a minute before ceasing. Tobarama observed Jishui, whose chakra was waning, and a dangerous smile crept upon his lips as he gasped for breath. He had not anticipated that this Uchiha youth could be so formidable, yet if his chakra were to be depleted, the battle would soon reach its conclusion. Water release, water severing wave. Tobarama formed hand seals, unleashing a high-pressure stream of water from his mouth, the sharp impact striking Jishui's chest. However, a sudden sensation of resistance caused Tobarama's brow to furrow in concern. What a sturdy barrier! Has he reinforced himself with ninja tools? As Tobarama gazed at Jishui, he was taken aback to see a golden light, like ripples on water, shielding the water-severing wave at his chest. A golden garment adorned with intricate black patterns enveloped Jishui, successfully deflecting the attack. The power of the chakra reserve has proven beneficial. I shall reward you later. Sensing the resurgence of Ninetales chakra within Jishui, Tobarama's expression oscillated between crimson and emerald. The malevolent Uchiha had managed to control the Ninetales. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has always harbored sinister intentions. Jishui, utilizing the residual waves of water, executed a formidable defensive counterattack by combining the flying thunder god kunai with the spiral sphere, ultimately vanquishing Tobarama Senju. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for defeating the shadow-level master, Tobarama Senju. As the training concluded, Jishui wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. Upon exiting the door, she was greeted by the sight of a fox squatting with its hands on its hips, awaiting her arrival. Hey, human cub. I lent you a significant hand during a critical moment. If it weren't for me, you would have ascended to heaven. Shouldn't you offer something good to honor me? Jishui gazed upon his arrogant demeanor, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This fox appeared oblivious to the true purpose of the arena. Yet could he perceive the scenes within? With a chime, the chakra of the Ninetales intertwined with its host, granting him the ability to witness the unfolding events in the arena. Ah, so that is how it is. Jishui scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before he reached out to gently scratch the Ninetales' chin. Very well, I shall grant you some credit. You do know how to save me. Jishui activated Sage Mode, strands of chakra dispersing into the air, which the Ninetales eagerly inhaled in one swift breath. This is the sensation. More, I crave more. Jishui had expended nearly 70 units of her chakra during this feeding. As she emerged from her inner world, she felt an overwhelming lightness, almost ethereal. You've surged again, haven't you? Remarked her shadow clone, a hint of astonishment in its voice as it glanced back at Jishui. Too much exertion could harm your body. Upon hearing the shadow clone's words, a frown formed on Jishui's forehead. She had merely come to check if her clone had been slacking off, yet here it was, rushing ahead once more. Some things are better left unsaid. And I did not surge. I did not. Jishue asserted, stepping forward to tug at the clone's cheek with some force. Stop pulling. If you keep this up, I'll dissipate. You wouldn't want to create a few more clones to do your bidding, would you? The shadow clone exclaimed, hastily waving its hands in protest as it felt the pinch. That does seem quite reasonable, Jishue conceded. Very well, I shall let you off this time, considering you weren't slacking. However, do not ever claim that I surged again. I am not slighted in the least. Humph. Jishue withdrew her small hand, puffing her cheeks as she returned to the lounge, her thoughts drifting back to the thick medicinal concoction that Jishue had served earlier, sending a shiver down her spine. The bitter taste was truly unbearable. Chapter 67. The Uchiha Legacy. Kakashi, are you aware of the reconstruction of the route? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of the waiting Kakashi in the Hokage's office. Yes, I know. Isn't that your command? Kakashi replied, somewhat perplexed, as the reconstruction of the route seemed only tangentially related to him. Ah, indeed. Following the reconstruction, many missions will be taken over from the Umbu. So I need you to lead the way and help them adapt. This should be a rather straightforward task. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will handle it, Kakashi nodded. Not thinking too much about it, transferring tasks was quite reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Kakashi. You should be quite familiar with this. It is the map of surveillance point number 42, which you previously visited with a team of 7. Your task handover location is here. Yes, I guarantee the completion of the mission. Oh dear, after a day of fishing, I'm exhausted. Jishue glanced at the clock on the wall, and upon the hour, she tidied her belongings and left, stopping by Ichiraka Ramen to package 2 bowls of ramen as usual. One must admit, the craftsmanship at Ichiraku was quite commendable, neither too salty nor bland, but rather delightful. Hey, Jishue's sister. On her way home, Jishue heard someone calling her name and turned to see a backpack-clad Sasuke running towards her. It seemed the ninja school had dismissed early. You all finish school quite early, don't you? Jishue remarked, unable to suppress her astonishment. The ninja school appeared to have uniform dismissal and start times across all grades, a stark contrast to her previous school experience, which was a source of sorrowful reminiscence. We finished an hour ago. I was just playing with Naruto for a bit before heading home. But Jishue's sister, are you off work? Sasuke inquired curiously. I am off work, but why do you ask? Our jobs are quite tiring, and we need to rest properly. Jishue affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Hiss. The sensation is still as uncomfortable as ever, so prickly. I'd rather pet a fox. Sasuke cast a dubious glance at Jishue, questioning whether a job as a police officer could truly be tiring. Although unaware of the specifics of her work, he observed that she spent her days in a small room, and given the excellent security surrounding Ichiraku, there seemed little to do. Really? Children must not lie. Oh. At my age, I am no longer considered a child, am I? Jishue mused, stroking her smooth chin. According to the mature worldview of the Naruto universe, 14 was an age where many were already independently undertaking missions, even in times of peace. If Jishue's sister is truly busy, do come watch my performance. I have mastered the Phoenix Fire technique, and I believe the Genin of Konoha will soon be no match for me, Sasuke declared with a confident smile, proudly thumping his chest. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering confidence piqued Jishue's interest. If she were to depart from Konoha later, it seemed Sasuke would be the sole surviving Uchiha. Teaching him some ninjutsu to help him avoid being overpowered by Itachi might serve as a parting gift, especially since she found herself quite bored. Perhaps the Genin of Konoha are best left alone. They would be utterly vanquished. However, if you wish to grow stronger, I could teach you a thing or two, Jishue said, placing her hands on her hips and snapping her fingers. As evening fell, a refreshing breeze rustled the leaves in the air. In a clearing within the small grove, Jishue and Sasuke stood by a pond. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Jishue sighed. It was here that she had first learned the body flicker technique from Jishue, and today, she would teach Sasuke. Was this what they called a legacy? Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Sasuke skillfully formed hand seals, unleashing 5 or 6 fireballs, each the size of a rice bowl, that plummeted into the pond, creating wisps of white steam. Crackle, crackle. Jishue clapped his hands with satisfaction. Although the Phoenix Fire he had conjured was rather rudimentary, it was undeniably a complete manifestation. What do you think? I dedicated a considerable amount of time to mastering this technique. Erjuzi, wearing an expression that radiated confidence, urged for praise. Well, it's decent enough. For long-range consumption, it certainly suffices, but it lacks the finesse of chakra control. Chakra control? Erjuzi inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. Having just entered the first year of the Jonin Academy, he found the concept somewhat elusive. It refers to minimizing the chakra expenditure in the transformation into fire release. For instance, if you use 0.2 units of chakra to produce a great fireball, while someone else uses only 0.1 units to create an equally sized great fireball, you are at a disadvantage despite having the same chakra reserves. Zhuzi gazed at Ji Shui with a blank expression, utterly bewildered. That's how it works. Ji Shui stepped forward, firmly planting himself in the pond without sinking. Wow, what a fascinating sensation. Is this what chakra control feels like? He attempted to channel chakra to his feet, gradually adjusting the amount used, managing to stand steadily upon the water's surface. Oh, the training with Shishue for Sasuke had commenced, granting Itachi a delightful taste of the teaching experience. As evening descended, Itachi returned home only to sense something amiss. Typically, Sasuke would be waiting at the doorstep, yet tonight, he was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone at such a late hour? Itachi exchanged his umbu attire for a standard Uchiha long-sleeve shirt, preparing to venture out in search of him. No need, Fayake interjected. Having observed that a clan member had seen Sasuke accompanied by Shishue to the woods behind Konoha for ninjutsu practice. Shishue? A wave of profound defeat and disappointment washed over Itachi upon realizing that Sasuke had followed Shishue. Meanwhile, Shisui, who had just returned home, found himself in a similar predicament. Unable to locate Shishue. Summoning technique. Ka. 10 minutes later, a glossy black crow flew into the window, alighting on Shisue's shoulder, chattering animatedly. Upon hearing about Shishue's situation, Shisui chuckled resignedly. It is quite late, but if they enjoy training, let them be, as long as they remember to return home. He removed his mask. Although the route had been reconstructed, it was unlikely that they would pose any threat to Shishue in the near future. Should he discover that the route intended to harm her, he would truly be compelled to take a stand. In Shisue's heart, Shishue was the only living family member he had in this world, an existence second only to his clan and village, an unwavering bond that had endured through the years. Chapter 68. Shisue's birthday. Eating, working, clocking in, slacking off, clocking out, and training Sasuke had become the entirety of Shishue's daily routine, and she relished every moment of it. A massive fireball scorched the surface of the pond, while 4 wooden shuriken soared through the air from its periphery, igniting as they struck the distant straw target. Sister Shishue, did you see? I did it. One tranquil night under a blanket of ominous clouds, Sasuke excitedly approached Shishue, who was resting beneath a folding chair. Hearing the commotion, Shishue lazily stretched, removed her sunglasses, and gazed toward the straw target. Indeed, it had been hit. Sasuke evidently possessed talent, achieving such feats even at the Ninja Academy. Well done. The mid-range combat training is complete. Now we shall proceed to close quarters training. Rising from her chair, a radiant white light emanated from the ring on her hand, summoning a wooden longsword into her grasp. Observing the appearance of the blade, Sasuke appeared intrigued, but his curiosity was piqued even more by the ring adorning Shishue's slender finger, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality akin to a space scroll. Although Shishue's swordsmanship and physical skills are not particularly strong, her foundational education is sufficient. At the very least, she has spared Ertsuzi several years of unnecessary detours in learning the art of the blade. Throwing a wooden sword into Ertsuzi's hands, Jishue extracted a wooden kunai from her supply pouch on the ground. Sister Jishue, I can't shake the feeling that you've changed quite a bit. Is it because, like brother, you've been part of the Umbu? Ertsuzi remarked, scratching his head while observing Jishue's actions. Jishue was momentarily taken aback by the words. Indeed, she was no longer the Jishue of the past. However, she would fulfill the responsibilities that Jishue shouldered. Memories of Jishue's gentle visage flooded her mind, and a warm current coursed through her heart. She would not permit tragedy to unfold. Enough of this idle chatter. Close combat training differs significantly from long-range training, and the risk of injury is considerable. Higi, fear not. Bring it on. Erjuzi responded with unshakable confidence, fully assured of his innate talent. In the distance, Itachi, concealed among the small trees, felt a pang of melancholy as he observed Jishue and Erjuzi training together. It seemed Sasuke had not sought him out for quite some time. Why so glum? Isn't diligent training a commendable endeavor? Jishue consoled, patting Itachi's shoulder. Yet, he too harbored a tinge of sorrow, for the rigors of training had diminished the moments he could spend with his adorable sister, Jishue. You make a valid point. Itachi exhaled a heavy sigh, speaking in a low tone. Being an elder brother is no easy task. and with the hour growing late, we ought to depart. Shisui mused, his figure vanishing in an instant, though two crows remained perched in the small grove, vigilantly observing their surroundings. After casting one last glance at Sasuke, Itachi hurriedly exited the area. With the streets of Konoha still open, he needed to rush to join Shisui for errands, especially with a mission looming the following day. Such was the bustle of life. Following their departure, a gentle patter of rain began to fall across the night sky of Konoha. Near a surveillance point surrounding the Uchiha clan's territory, Kakashi observed a figure emerging through the drizzle, his expression tinged with surprise. "Is that Tenzo?" "Ah. Long time no see, Kakashi," Tenzo greeted the silver-haired ninja warmly. They could be considered friends. Albeit Tenzo remained mindful of Danzo's orders to recruit Kakashi into the roots and assign him tasks. This was a perplexing dilemma, upon perceiving the external circumstances. Tenzo recognized that the roots were not a favorable environment, rife with arduous, unsavory tasks devoid of humanity. Kakashi's entry would undoubtedly lead to a bleak future, nonetheless. Tenzo harbored a glimmer of hope that they could collaborate within the roots. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be the one replacing the surveillance task from the roots. It's amusing how, despite both being in Konoha, we hardly cross paths," Kakashi remarked, scratching his head with a smile. "Ah, cough. Yes," Tenzo replied awkwardly. "By the way, are you alone?" "A monitoring point typically requires at least 3 individuals to manage," Kakashi inquired, glancing behind Tenzo with curiosity. "Ah. The ninja from the roots have their schedules quite full, so it takes time to allocate personnel. I came over primarily to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance," Tenzo explained with a chuckle. "Is that so?" Kakashi, not delving too deeply into contemplation, led Tenzo through a secret passage into the observation point, commencing an introduction to the array of machinery operations and video recording functionalities. On the large monitoring screen, they could even glimpse Shisui and Itachi, who had just returned to the clan territory. However, Tenzo seemed indifferent to these details, for the superficial task of monitoring the Uchiha clan was merely a facade. Drawing Kakashi into the roots was his true objective. As night approached 10 o'clock, Erjuzi and Shisui, having concluded their practice in the small grove, each returned home. "I'm back." Upon entering the house, Shisui was greeted by the delightful aroma of cooked dishes. "Oh, is Nissen still cooking?" She slipped on her slippers and dashed to the kitchen, peering through a crack in the door, where she spotted Shisui busily preparing a meal, adorned in an apron. "Oh, that makes sense." She had been preoccupied with training, leaving the cooking to Shisui. Shisui mused, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Ah, Shisui, you've returned. Allow me to warm up the dishes. It will be ready shortly," Shisui said, adjusting the flame. "Oh, okay." After a brief wait at the dining table, Shisui brought forth a dozen plates of stir-fried dishes and soup to the table. The abundance of food left Shisui somewhat astonished. "What is the occasion today? There are so many dishes." After Shisui brought all the dishes to the table, he gently patted Jishui's head. "All the dishes are ready. Let us eat quickly so you can rest early. Who knows, you might even grow a bit more," he said. "As for height, it will come in due time." "But, Enticing, why did you cook so many dishes today?" Shisui inquired, resting her little hand on her chin and gazing at Shisui with curiosity. "Because today is my birthday," Shisui replied with a chuckle, scratching his head. "Shisui, what?" Shisui glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall, October 19th, with a fervent effort to delve into the memories of the original owner. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Can it truly be October 19th? How could she have forgotten such a significant date?" "Wait a moment. I shall step out to procure a gift for you," Shisui stated, taking a deep breath, as Shisui just rose from her seat. She was gently pressed back down by Shisui. At this hour, the shops in Konoha had long since closed, and the finest gift lay right before my eyes. "I am blessed with a sweet and considerate younger sister, am I not?" Shisui tenderly tapped Jishui's forehead with his finger and spoke softly. "Yet, the cake." As Shisui intended to express a few more words, she was abruptly met with a sweet dumpling thrust into her mouth. Having arrived late to the bakery, she decided to substitute with dumplings for the time being, albeit they were all her brother's favorites, were they not? Jishui awkwardly scratched his head, which only deepened Jishui's feelings of guilt. How could she have forgotten her brother's birthday? Chapter 69, Water Escape. Uchiha Fugaku. Moments ago, the village had once again reduced the expenses for the security team. This marked the 3rd time in 2 years. "Surely, you can comprehend their intentions?" An elderly man with white hair murmured within the Uchiha household. "I am well aware, yet the matter of a coup requires further observation." The Uchiha clan has never endured such indignities, and at present, Konoha continues to undermine our rights and interests in various respects. Is this not an overt display of their wariness towards us? Should we remain passive, we may risk missing an opportune moment. Fugaku maintained a serious demeanor. He, too, had contemplated a coup. However, as the clan leader, he must consider all facets impacting his family. Both favorable and unfavorable outcomes must be weighed. Success would place the Uchiha clan in the seat of Hokage, which would undoubtedly be ideal. Although the situation remains precarious, as long as the Nine Tails is managed properly, it is merely a matter of time. Conversely, should we fail, the Uchiha clan might vanish alongside the Senju clan from Konoha, and upon his demise, he would have no face to present before the ancestors of his clan. Alas, this evening there is a clan meeting. This issue will inevitably be raised. At that time, you shall devise your own means of stabilization. Observing Fugaku's lingering hesitation, the elders sighed and departed. Uchiha Makoto emerged from the backyard, pouring tea into the cup before Fugaku. Still troubled by clan affairs? Ah, the burdens of leadership are indeed heavy. Fugaku drank the tea in one gulp. The matters concerning Konoha and the Uchiha clan had consumed his thoughts. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. The Hokage building. Jisue stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a document concerning the proposal to elevate the status of ordinary citizens within the Uchiha clan, aimed at fostering a closer bond between the clan and Konoha. However, after perusing the document, Jisue shook his head in regret. Lord Hokage, this initiative is merely applicable to commoners. The issues within the clan do not stem from this demographic. Even if the policy is enacted, the results are likely to be negligible. Sarutobi sighed, equally troubled by the situation. Striking a balance to placate the Uchiha clan while preventing infiltration that could facilitate a coup is an arduous task. The Uchiha and Konoha now resembled two distinct entities, with every interaction fraught with sensitivity and suspicion. A shift in favor towards one side could potentially yield catastrophic consequences. Jisue, what do you propose we do about this matter? Sarutobi inquired, clasping his hands together and gazing intently into Jisue's eyes. Lord Hokage, I am not privy to any effective strategies for this predicament, Jisue replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Had he possessed a viable solution, he would have presented it long ago. Furthermore, this issue is a remnant of history. Since the Uchiha clan assumed control of the police force, resentment among the common folk has festered. The night of the Nine Tails incident, the Crimson Sharingan became a blade pointed at the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, proud by nature, respond poorly to coercion. The villagers' disdain only provokes a more vehement backlash, leading to an escalation of hatred and conflict. After failing to glean any useful advice from Jisue, Sarutobi allowed him to attend to his duties in the Yambu, recognizing that the Uchiha situation requires careful deliberation. As Jisue walked past Danzo in the corridor of the Hokage building, he observed Danzo narrowing his eyes. It appears the Uchiha Jisue contemplated the age of Heir Juzi and found it quite reasonable. However, regrettably, she lacked the ability to perform Genjutsu. The ocular powers of the Sharingan inherently possessed the capacity for illusion, yet Heir Juzi, at present, did not meet the prerequisites. By the time he awakened his eyes, it was likely she would no longer be in Konoha. Ahem, for Genjutsu, you might as well practice with your brother. It is not my forte. Jisue retrieved a pocket watch from his possession and glanced at the time before folding up the chair. All right, it is getting late. You should head home now. I still need to prepare dinner, he remarked. Red bean paste? Heir Juzi's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of finishing training so early today. It was indeed splendid news. Jisue remained silent, having already delayed her elder brother's birthday celebrations yesterday. She planned to buy some groceries later to make amends with her brother. Gazing at the bustling streets in the distance, Jisue stood atop the building, picking up a telescope to survey several places she intended to visit, diligently noting them down on paper. The original owner was not particularly familiar with the markets in Konoha. While her clan was well aware, the recent tensions surrounding the Uchiha clan made Jisue reluctant to venture anywhere beyond the path leading home. You seem quite spirited. A voice emerged from behind her. Are you not afraid of raising Konoha's suspicions by coming here? Is this how you converse with your ancestors? Obito, arms crossed, approached Jisue from behind. You must not simply be here out of boredom, Jisue retorted, turning to face him. Indeed. While I must admit your beauty reminds me of a certain departed soul, that is not the purpose of my visit, Obito replied with a smirk. Are you here to observe the Uchiha clan? Jisue inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing her tone. Clap, Clap, clap. Obito narrowed his eyes, applauding lightly. Though you are young, your intellect is quite sharp. The Uchiha clan's days are numbered. Your dear brother will need you to keep a watchful eye on matters. Obito was alluding to the Uchiha's attempts at a coup. The existing conflicts had escalated to an irreconcilable point. Even a temporary solution involving the elimination of some radical Uchiha would only provoke a more forceful backlash. The emotionally driven Uchiha, under the duress of losing loved ones, could lead to the evolution of their Sharingan, pushing them towards a dangerously extreme path. Konoha, naturally, would never make such a foolish decision. They faced only two options: complete annihilation or total preservation. As a prodigy bridging Konoha and the Uchiha clan, Shisui was precisely the individual Obito sought to draw in to enhance his influence within the Akatsuki organization. However, he required a darker version of Shisui, and the notion of eliminating her beloved sister had proven untenable, leaving him with no choice but to pursue the familial route. Shisui gazed at Dato, who harbored such high hopes for her, with a somewhat peculiar expression. If you were aware of the ocular techniques awakened in Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan, you would surely understand that he would never allow him to enter, even at the cost of his life. Nisan will not join the Akatsuki. One of me is sufficient. Upon hearing Jiyue's words, Dato chuckled softly. Hehehe, when the time comes, whether he goes or not will be for your brother to decide. With that final remark, Dato's form vanished from sight, accompanied by the distortion of Kamui. Jiyue was left contemplating a rather troubling matter: how to extricate her elder brother from the impending coup within the Uchiha clan. He was the type who wished to protect the village while also maintaining the tranquility of the Uchiha clan, embodying a relentless determination that would not waver until he faced insurmountable obstacles. Jishue covered her eyes, and the immense power of her gaze gradually converged. Three black tomo intricately linked together, forming a black clover design. The game commenced with a royal flush. However, she remained largely unaware, and the system offered no hints whatsoever, truly astonishing. Perhaps it would be wise to deceive my elder brother by claiming that my ocular technique foretells fate and the future. Yes, I shall say just that, hoping he does not become obstinate and, like the original character Jishue, choose to leap into the abyss. Although Shiryuki was aware that sealing Izanagi within Shisui's Sharingan would likely result in no adverse effects, a tinge of worry lingered within him. After all, he had but one elder brother. Never mind, this matter could be pondered later. Tonight, he had to prepare dinner. As Shiryuki was still formulating his route to procure groceries in Konoha, the Uchiha clan was already plotting the overall defense strategy and identifying vulnerabilities within Konoha. On the table at the Uchiha clan meeting lay a detailed map of Konoha along with a rough distribution of the other clan's influence. Chief, you can no longer afford to procrastinate. Even if you disagree, this situation will inevitably come to a head. It is better for us to take the initiative. One voice urged. Indeed, Chief, Konoha can no longer accommodate us. If we do not demonstrate our strength, they will surely trample upon us, another chimed in. They have already encroached upon our Uchiha clan. If we do not act now, when shall we? Listening to the cacophony of voices around him, Fugaku's thoughts were a tumultuous mess. Outside the Uchiha clan meeting, Itachi sat alone on the steps, cradling his kunai, his own mood equally tumultuous. However, when he intended to seek counsel from Shisui, he discovered that his friend was absent from the meeting. At the periphery of the Hokage building, Danzo stood with his back to Shisui, gazing past the Hokage building towards Hokage Rock. Lord Danzo, have you summoned me for a specific task? Shisui inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Despite his lack of fondness for Danzo due to the matter concerning Shiryuki, he recognized Danzo's status as an elder of Konoha and deemed it prudent to show some respect. This is not a task per se, merely a desire to witness the will of fire that resides within you, Danzo replied, casting a sidelong glance at Shisui with a grave tone. The will of fire? Chapter 71, Danzo's intervention at home. Shiryuki tied an apron around her waist, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a blend of bashfulness and an oddly mature contrast. She twirled the spatula in her hand. Having failed to celebrate Shisui's birthday properly the previous day, she was determined to make amends. Today, she had procured a splendid three-tiered cake. Turning off the lights in the living room, Shiryuki carefully boxed the cake, leaving a few candles arranged on the table to create a warm and romantic atmosphere. Humming a melody of blessings from her past life, she ventured into the kitchen. Whatever political upheaval threatened the Uchiha clan, or the crises lurking within Konoha, would have to wait in line before her brother's birthday. The burdensome matters could be dealt with later. For now, it was time to prepare the birthday feast. Jishue reminisced about the scene from yesterday, when Jishue, playfully placed a dumpling into her small mouth, and she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. How wonderful it is to have a family. Shisui covered the freshly cooked rice and rested her chin on her hands, gazing out the window at the sky. Her thoughts drifting to distant places. The will of fire? Shisui was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. What do you think the will of fire in Konoha embodies? Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. This philosophy was initially proposed by the first Hokage, symbolizing the elder generation's commitment to safeguarding the tender sprouts of the next generation, ensuring the protection of what is cherished and passing it down through the ages. Well articulated. Do you believe you possess the will of fire? Danzo slightly nodded, turning to inquire of Shisui. Shisui nodded resolutely without the slightest hesitation. To protect what one holds dear is precisely the ideal I cherish in my heart, to safeguard the village, to shield the clan, and above all, to protect Izumi. It seems you are indeed a worthy inheritor of the will of fire. However, reality often diverges sharply from ideals. Consider the current tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. As the bridge between both, whose side will your will of fire compel you to choose? Danzo's eyes glinted coldly as he posed the question. Of course, I would strive to preserve both. They are both places I hold dear, Shisui replied. Enough, Danzo interjected, cutting him off. Abandon such naive notions. The current impasse cannot be resolved as you imagine. If the Uchiha were to rise in rebellion, what would you do then? At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Shisui's face before he sighed softly. If it truly comes to that, I would use my ocular jutsu to suppress the clan leader and halt the coup. Danzo's expression darkened at his answer. Your clan leader is among the most formidable of the Uchiha. Both of you possess the three-tomo Sharingan. What makes you certain you could control him? And do you truly believe the rest of the Uchiha would remain oblivious? As Shisui heard the menacing words of Danzo, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his pupils transformed into the eerie shape of shuriken. This slight shock was anticipated by Danzo. It seemed this was Shisui's ultimate technique. This was the Kodo Amatsukami, a special ocular ability bestowed upon every member of the Uchiha clan upon awakening their Sharingan. And my unique Kodo Amatsukami is the last resort to thwart the coup d'etat. Kodo Amatsukami? A flicker of surprise crossed Danzo's eye. It is the ultimate genjutsu capable of altering another's will without their awareness, and even those with profound ocular power, such as the three Tomo clan members, would be unable to withstand this force. Forced modification of will. Danzo's pupils constricted, and a tempest surged within his heart. If this were to be used against Sarutobi, or even myself, it would herald the end of Konoha. The resolve within Shimura Danzo grew ever more resolute. This dangerous ability must not be allowed to circulate within Konoha. You possess formidable strength here, but if you cannot prevent the Uchiha from instigating a coup, will you then use Kodo Amatsukami on the Hokage, or even on me? Danzo inquired as he closed his eyes and leaned closer to Shisui. I need not say more. I shall seize your Sharingan. Danzo suddenly erupted, his gnarled hand reaching towards Shisui's eyes. Buzz. A crimson light flickered within Shisui's eyes, and instantly, Danzo's entire being slumped to the ground, grasping Danzo's outstretched arm. Shisui felt a profound sense of disappointment. I apologize, but this is merely an ordinary genjutsu. He will awaken shortly. Releasing his grip, Shisui allowed Danzo to collapse onto the earth and prepared to depart from the scene. However, scarcely had Shisui taken a few steps when Danzo, lying motionless, suddenly vanished like a wraith. In an unexpected turn, an immense force struck Shisui's abdomen, and before he could comprehend the sudden onslaught of excruciating pain, a heavy blow to his head sent him reeling into disorientation, followed by a sharp agony surging through his left eye. Shisui swiftly adjusted his state, employing the body flicker technique to arrive 10 meters away, reaching out to touch the blood that had trickled down his cheek. Danzo untied the bandages that enveloped his left eye, revealing a pallid face with an exposed, colorless Sharingan. Witnessing this scene, Jisui's heart surged with tumultuous astonishment. Is this the Sharingan? I shall take this eye, for it will replace the one that has become obsolete, contributing even more significantly to Konoha. And your demise will usher in peace for the Uchiha clan, among other things. What? Surrounding Danzo were a dozen members of Root, encircling Jisui. However, when Danzo noticed the Sharingan in his hand, still warm and bleeding, vanish into ash, his pupils constricted in shock. As he turned his gaze back to Jisui, he realized that the once damaged eye socket now held the very Mangekyou Sharingan he had just claimed, with even the blood upon the ground having vanished without a trace. Jisui was somewhat surprised by the fullness brought by covering his left eye. He then recalled the transcription seal that Zisno had given him. Could it be that the object concealed within the seal was this? Seize him. Do not let him escape. Danzo commanded fiercely to the surrounding roots. Observing that Jisui remained unscathed, Jisui gazed at the surrounding roots, which seemed to strike at him like sharp blades, causing his heart to ache as if it were being sliced. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water chaos wave. After the fire release of Shisui and the water release from the roots counteracted each other, a thick steam that obstructed visibility was produced. But it was quickly dispersed by Danzo's wind release. Hurry, pursue him. We cannot allow Uchiha Shisui to escape. Danzo shouted angrily, pointing towards the distance where Shisui had vanished using body flicker technique. Yes, Lord Danzo. Chapter 72. The confused Shisui Itachi. Has Shisui come to the clan meeting? As the clan members engaged in fervent debate, Fugaku approached the door, inquiring of Itachi, who was still gazing at the stars outside. Itachi silently shook his head. Then perhaps you should go find him. Given the gravity of the situation, he is one of the key pillars of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku sighed. Itachi nodded. In light of such extreme circumstances, he instinctively felt the urge to seek out Shisui to discuss their course of action. In an instant, Itachi vanished from sight. Fugaku pulled out a photograph featuring Makoto, Sasuke, Itachi, and the entire family, capturing a moment when the Uchiha clan was at its most stable. At that time, Sasuke had just been born, and the fourth Hokage had personally visited, establishing a friendly and harmonious relationship. He had even taken the effort to find the perfect angle for this photograph. However, little did they know that merely 5 or 6 years later, circumstances would devolve into such turmoil. On the quiet paths of Konoha, Kakashi had just finished work, his expression tinged with perplexity. He began to suspect that Tenzo had perhaps taken a wrong turn in his recent musings, having spoken a barrage of nonsensical remarks to him. As he pulled his wallet from his pocket and counted its contents, he sighed. I still need 600,000 to repay Shizu. I suppose tonight will have to be another instant noodle dinner. Moreover, the recent atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan seems unsettled. I hope nothing dire occurs. Suddenly, the rapid sound of footsteps on rubble caught Kakashi's attention. A shadowy figure darted past a residential area, closely followed by a dozen root ninjas. Kakashi's heart raced. The fleeing figure appeared to be one of the Umbu. What is happening? Meanwhile, at home, Shizune, who had prepared a lavish spread, was nearly dozing off when she was suddenly roused by a knock at the door. Could it be that foolish brother of mine forgetting his keys again? She stood up wearily, yawned, and opened the door, only to be met by an unexpected visitor. 1 against 7? Itachi nodded at Shizune before leaning in to observe the decorations and cake in the living room. Are you celebrating Shisui's birthday? Are you looking for my brother? Shizune's heart sank as she noticed Itachi's inquisitive gaze. Could it be that Shisui didn't attend the clan meeting? Is he not home? Itachi's expert Jisui gazed at the reflection in the tranquil pool, murmuring in confusion. Shortly after Jisui and Itachi departed from their clan's territory, they encountered a squad of Konoha's route blocking their path. Lord Danzo has given orders. Capture them alive. Jisui coldly declared, addressing the numerous root agents encircling them. Jisui, remain calm, Itachi urged, placing his hand on Jisui's shoulder in an attempt to instill reason. However, the tingling sensation radiating from his arm instinctively compelled him to withdraw his hand. Observing his own hand freed from a petrified state, Itachi's heart was filled with astonishment. What is this? Jisui was enveloped in a delicate, pale aura, adorned with intricate patterns. Emerging from her lush, flowing hair were 2 diminutive dragon horns. And beneath a subtle hue of lavender eyeshadow, she had shed her youthful demeanor. With both hands striking the ground, a tremendous surge of celestial chakra surged forth. Celestial technique, inorganic rebirth. Upon her palms meeting the earth, the ground trembled uncontrollably, and colossal rock pillars erupted from below, akin to the grasp of a titanic hand, ensnaring nearly half of the roots within the stone. Earth release. Falling clay. Evading the oncoming assault, the roots united their chakra, and from the heavens descended a massive, viscous mass of earth. Yet, Jisui's water tornado technique tore it asunder midair. 2 roots, bound by iron chains, ensnared Jisui, but the natural energy coursing through the chains transformed the 2 into stone. With a decisive crack, she shattered the chains with her bare hands. Inhaling deeply as she surveyed the encroaching roots, a few drops of crimson blood trickling down her youthful visage. A vivid scarlet flame entwined itself around the remaining roots. And amidst a cacophony of anguished cries, they were reduced to mere skeletal remains, dissipating into the ether. Jisui grimaced in pain, clutching his left eye. The after-effects of the flames were indeed severe. It felt as though a dagger were viciously twisting within his eye. Chapter 73. Encirclement. The disturbances caused by the inorganic reincarnation were not trivial, swiftly capturing the attention of nearby civilians. That wretched group with the red eyes. What are they doing awake at this late hour? A yawning civilian stepped out of his house, glancing towards the source of the commotion. Due to the considerable distance and the darkness of the night, he could only discern a distant point of white light, accompanied by several massive stones behind it. What on earth could that be? After resolving the rude incident, Yuki gradually recovered from the aftereffects of the curcial flames. She patted her head lightly and prepared to continue her journey. Meanwhile, Itachi, having shaken off his initial shock, quickly followed suit, soaring across the rooftops. Itachi called out to Yuki, "Where did you acquire such abilities?" "I don't know. Don't ask too much. Ni-san is in grave danger. I must save him." Yuki retrieved a mission map from her system and dashed toward the marked location. Upon arriving at the forest behind Konoha, Yuki's Sharingan detected several black insects flitting among the trees. Simultaneously, she sensed a faint but unmistakable malice in the air. Swish! With a swift motion, Shisui unleashed a radiant beam of yellow light, causing the approaching insects to dissipate into the air amidst flashes of lightning. However, what emerged before him was a vast, ominous mass reminiscent of a dark sea. Could this be the secret technique of the Oil Woman clan? Shisui sheathed the Thunder God Sword, his pupils contracting at the sight of the insidious substance. To come into contact with it would mean certain injury or worse. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shisui attempted to conjure a massive fireball, which scorched through the black swarm, creating a small breach, only for it to swiftly mend itself. "Since we must rescue Shisui, I shall hold them off for a while," Itachi declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Shisui. Although he was utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation, he resolutely vowed to shield his dear friend Shisui from harm at all costs. Shisui nodded towards you, acknowledging that although you can be somewhat enigmatic, you are still capable of providing considerable assistance at times. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The combination of Shisui and Weasel's ninjutsu manifested as a miniature fire tornado, incinerating the swarming insects and creating a breach. However, it was swiftly replenished by other insects, forming a dark torrent that surged toward the two. With a swift motion, 1-7, 2 explosive tags were hurled, followed by a powerful gust of wind. The flames ignited by the explosion surged exponentially, suppressing the poisonous insects. "Hey, you two youngsters, this is not a place for you to intrude." Several root ninjas from the Oil Maiden clan emerged from the insect swarm, casting a grim gaze upon the duo. At the small pond, Shisui resolved a few more root ninjas with genjutsu, yet his mood remained visibly somber. "Shunshin Shisui is indeed a fine name. You truly are fleet of foot. With your shadow clones, it becomes rather challenging for an old man like me to find you," Danzo remarked, encircling Shisui with a host of root ninjas. "Elder Danzo, do you truly wish to take my life?" Shisui inquired, lowering his head towards Danzo. "Initially, I had no such intention. However, your ocular techniques are exceedingly perilous. The mere thought of your eyes robs me of sleep. Such power should not reside in your hands. Moreover, your demise would alleviate the friction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Without you, the Uchiha would surely hesitate in their ambitions for a coup, given their weakened influence. However, whether a coup occurs or not remains uncertain. After all, Sarutobi has been tirelessly striving to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. If you agree to surrender Kotoame Tsukumi, I can assure you that I will mend the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha." Shisui shook his head in disappointment. "Danzo, it is impossible for you to obtain the Kotoame Tsukumi. It is far too perilous." Shisui was well aware of Danzo's intentions for the Kotoame Tsukumi, merely to ascend to the position of Hokage. However, this would not bode well for Konoha or the Uchiha clan. "TSK, you are courting disaster, Shisui. The Uchiha are currently convening, leaving our defenses vulnerable. I believe your beloved sister, Uchiha Shisui, will soon be in my grasp. My previous oversight was merely due to Kakashi's presence. That was an error. This time is different. If you do not surrender the Kotoame Tsukumi, I shall personally take her life before your very eyes," Danzo declared coldly, a glimmer of malice in his gaze. "Do not go too far, Danzo." Upon hearing Danzo's threat against Shisui, Jisui's confusion and sorrow were swiftly replaced by fury. Over the years, the only light in his life had been Shisui. Aside from the village and his clan, she was his entire existence. No one would harm her. As Jisui drew his short blade, Danzo retreated a few steps, positioning himself behind a cohort of root ninjas. The power of Kodo Amatsukami was formidable. One had to remain vigilant. While Jisue stood resolute against Danzo, a root ninja approached and whispered something into Danzo's ear. She has delivered herself unto us. Send a few men to seize her. One of them must perish today. Danzo's murky eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness. Hokage building. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to gaze into the crystal ball to admire the beauty of Konoha and unwind, he was interrupted by a series of knocks. Come in, he said, momentarily setting aside the crystal ball. Hokage-sama, Kakashi has arrived, announced Kakashi, bowing respectfully. Ah, Kakashi. No need for formalities at this hour. Did you not just finish your shift? Why have you returned? Upon mentioning this, Kakashi's demeanor turned grave. Hokage-sama, as I was heading home after my shift today, I noticed a rather suspicious occurrence. Suspicious occurrence? Sarutobi's expression grew curious. The only clan that could be deemed suspicious at present was the Uchiha, but they were situated on the periphery, and it was unlikely Kakashi would cross paths with them. Indeed, as I was on my way home, I observed a group of root ninjas pursuing a shadowy figure. Judging by its outline and form, it is highly probable they were targeting an Umbu. Are you certain the individuals being pursued were not imposters masquerading as Umbu, or is it possible you misidentified them? Sarutobi inquired sternly. Kakashi shook his head. He had been utilizing his Sharingan and could not have been mistaken. It was indeed the attire of the Umbu. But the figure moved too swiftly, and the distance was too great. Furthermore, it seemed to employ both Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, making it difficult for even the Sharingan to discern clearly. Chapter 74. The Reunion of the Jisue Siblings. While Jisue remained in a standoff with the root ninjas, several of them suddenly sensed something, plunging their hands into the ground to attune to their surroundings. After signaling to their companions, they retreated several hundred meters alongside Danzo. Within mere seconds, a colossal purple serpent erupted from the earth where the root ninjas had previously stood, roaring mightily, causing the ground to tremble. Danzo's pupils widened in shock at the sight of the serpent. Manda? Is Orochimaru here as well? Summoned forth, Manda was irate. He was a creature who could hardly be commanded even by one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Today, he found himself compelled to obey the orders of a mere child. Were it not for the request of the White Snake Sage, he would not have undertaken such a troublesome endeavor. As he beheld the emergence of myriad serpents, Shizumi's thoughts immediately turned to the treacherous Orochimaru. Regardless of the circumstances, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was an internal affair. Should an outsider seize the opportunity to sow discord, he would resolutely not permit it. Fire style, Nissan. As the snow fell from the head of the myriad snakes, it joyfully dashed into the embrace of Shizuki, interrupting the imprint of his hand. Shizuki, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Cradling her in his arms and feeling the warmth within, his mood seemingly eased considerably. I have come to rescue you. I foresaw the danger you would face tonight. But I shall not allow you to come to harm, not at all. Shizuki declared resolutely, clinging to Shizuki's waist and locking her gaze onto his. This snake belongs to you. Indeed, you were colluding with Orochimaru. Today, I shall rid Konoha of you, the traitor. Danzo forcefully pushed aside the Umbu guarding him, unleashing a sharp breath that enveloped two ordinary shurikens, which began to spin at high speed in his hands before being hurled forth like a whirlwind. This rapidly rotating wind-style shuriken could effortlessly slice through rock. Countless souls had perished on the battlefield years ago beneath this very technique. Bang! The incoming shuriken was deflected by the myriad snake scales, sending it crashing into the surrounding trees, which fell in orderly rows. Hey, old man, don't underestimate me. The injured myriad snake hissed, thrashing its body and conjuring a whirlwind of dust that sent numerous roots flying. Do not let them escape. Danzo commanded the surrounding roots, bracing against the onslaught of the approaching tempest. Understood. Earth style, earth flow river. From a distance, a root struck the ground with both hands, unleashing a torrent of muddy water that surged toward the myriad snakes, swiftly immobilizing its movements. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. After the impact halted the myriad snakes, the roots present swiftly formed hand seals, transforming the earth beneath the serpent into a vast swamp. Curse it! Feeling his body sinking deeper into the mud, the myriad snakes grew increasingly agitated. He loathed such extensive earth-style techniques, unable to even lift a single hand, let alone escape. Hey kid, this is where I draw the line. The rest is up to you. Realizing he could not extricate himself and showcase his might, he reluctantly called out to Shizuki before vanishing in a puff of white smoke amidst the mire. Observing the myriad snakes' disappearance, Shizuki was not particularly surprised. Given the nature of this tool-like snake, it was fortunate it did not resort to angry curses. Boom. Danzo, witnessing the myriad snakes vanish, gestured. And the surrounding roots unleashed a dazzling array of ninjutsu and tools directed at the Shizuki siblings, triggering a series of explosive reactions. Water splashed, flames flickered, soil scattered. And even the air crackled with arcs of electricity. The previously tranquil pond had transformed into a chaotic battleground. After the barrage of ninjutsu, the sensory ninja present felt a profound astonishment behind their masks. What on earth is that? Fireballs, water waves, explosive tags, and a myriad of ninjutsu and tools seemed to falter against the overwhelming chakra, their defenses akin to a tailed beast, repelling all attacks. What are they conjuring? Danzo squinted at the location shrouded in smoke, where a shimmering emerald light flickered. Wind style, great breakthrough. Danzo exhaled a powerful gust of wind, dispersing the dust to reveal the Susanoo that shielded both Shizuki and Shizuki. Shisui covered his bleeding eyes, his breath somewhat erratic. The consumption of Susanoo is exceedingly high. We should hasten our retreat. Shisui had already exhausted a considerable amount of chakra from his roots, leaving him with little energy and chakra to defend Shizuki. Rest assured, brother. As long as you wish to live, no one in Konoha can harm you. Shizuki extracted a portion of chakra from the Nine-Tails body and infused it into Shisui, significantly alleviating his condition. As the pure chakra surged within him, Shisui's expression was one of astonishment. It seemed that this chakra did not belong to Shisui's counterpart, Shizen. Lord Danzo, that chakra feels off, a sensing ninja whispered into Danzo's ear. I am aware, this technique was once employed by the legendary Uchiha Madara. However, I did not anticipate that Uchiha Shisui could manifest it as well, Danzo replied, his demeanor darkening. No, Lord Danzo, it is not the green chakra. It is the golden chakra wielded by her sister, Shizen. It appears peculiar, reminiscent of the Nine-Tails. Indeed, it is the chakra of the Nine-Tails. What? The Hokage exclaimed. We have searched the root base and found no trace of Elder Danzo. Moreover, several villagers in Konoha reported hearing sounds of battle in their dreams. And there are signs of a large-scale conflict near the Uchiha clan's grounds. Our surveillance cameras were destroyed previously, and we are currently following leads to track down the situation. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, waving his hand to dismiss the umbu. Even at night, Konoha is in such disarray. I hope it is not Danzo engaging in foolishness again. Konoha is already in a fragile state. It cannot withstand any further turmoil. Perhaps I should send word for Jiraiya to return and pursue Orochimaru. It has been too long without any news. Report. Konoha ninjas have sensed a massive chakra response in the back mountains, though the fluctuations seem unusual, as if disturbed by a barrier. An umbu entered the office and informed Sarutobi. A massive chakra response. Take me there. Also, inform the Night Watch umbu to remain vigilant regarding the Uchiha clan's movements. Sarutobi's expression grew uneasy. He hoped it was not what he feared, that Danzo had once again stirred trouble with the Uchiha clan. Chapter 75, Sarutobi's Arrival. Elder Danzo. Perhaps we can have a serious discussion. The Uchiha clan and Konoha can coexist. You wish for this vibrant village to regain its strength, do you not? After enduring all the attacks, Shisui closed his Susanoo, sighed in relief, and spoke to Danzo. If he were to sever ties with Danzo now, it would likely spell disaster for the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Shisui still harbored a glimmer of hope for the clan's relationship with Konoha. Nisan. It would be more practical to unleash your Kodo Amatsukami, Shizen interjected, unable to contain her thoughts on Shisui's desire to reconcile with Danzo. Given that old man's temperament, if he were to agree, the sun would surely rise from the west tomorrow. He likely wishes for the Uchiha to initiate a coup so he can collect the corpses and pluck out their eyes. Shisui, even with your Mangekyou Sharingan, you cannot perceive the darkness within Konoha. The Uchiha clan has long been ensnared in a quagmire of hatred and discontent, consumed by it. Even your Kodo Amatsukami would merely be a drop in the bucket, Danzo stated, stepping forward with a somber tone. In this precarious situation, rather than waste your Kodo Amatsukami, it would be more effective to place it in my hands to achieve a greater feat. Danzo clenched his fists, gazing into Shisui's eyes, feeling an unprecedented urgency within him. This power, if possessed, would render the Hokage and the entire ninja world within his grasp. Suddenly sensing danger, Danzo's pupils constricted as he sidestepped. Yet a water bullet still pierced through his shoulder, blood trickling down his arm to the ground. The root members attempted to retaliate against Shizen, but Danzo halted them. Do not act recklessly. Given the current situation, We do not have enough strength to subdue these two. We must delay until reinforcements arrive and capture them all at once. Danzo endured the searing pain in his shoulder as he addressed the remaining Root ninjas, convinced that the collective strength of Root could easily handle the two Uchiha siblings. Shizune lowered her hand, which was aimed at Danzo's head, and shook her head at him. The Uchiha clan's reconciliation required the Hokage's support, and Danzo, as a Konoha elder, could not be easily eliminated. Nisan, reasoning with him is futile, Shizune sighed. Indeed, my brother is too kind-hearted. He considers the clan and the village. Yet he fails to see Danzo's true nature. This should be the last one, Itachi thought, covering his slightly aching eyes as he discarded the final Root ninja from the Oil Clan onto the ground. Sometimes, Genjutsu is a remarkably effective tool. It can avert excessive bloodshed and violence, resolving issues, though it can strain the eyes. 1 against 7? What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed as he arrived, witnessing Itachi's handling of the Root members, astonished. Th3 Third Hokage? Itachi turned to see Sarutobi's shocked expression and the Umbu behind him, quickly kneeling and discarding his ninja blade. In the current predicament, he found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation, bewildered. 1 against 7? Why would a ninja attack his own village? Murmured several Umbu beside Sarutobi. I don't know. Could it be that Itachi is a spy sent by the Uchiha clan into the Umbu? Hearing such speculation, a bead of sweat formed on Itachi's forehead. In a sense, they were correct, though he was a rather incompetent spy. All right, although we are unsure of what transpired, attacking fellow village ninjas is a grave offense in the Umbu. We must detain Itachi and continue our advance. Sarutobi declared sternly. Understood. As Sarutobi and the Umbu pressed forward, a vortex formed behind them. Obito sat upon a branch, wiping his tanto. The darkness of Konoha is truly fascinating, exceeding my expectations. I wonder if Uchiha Shisui can maintain his clear-minded disposition under such circumstances. Obito yearned for Shisui's descent into darkness, as it would provide him with another powerful pawn for his Moon Eye plan. However, Shizune, the one known as Uchiha Shizune, evoked a sense of danger within him. It was not merely her monstrous hidden power, but also the secrets she harbored in her mind. He had previously tested her and found that she seemed to know everything yet deliberately withheld information. Such an individual, if not controlled, must be swiftly eliminated, otherwise opposing the Akatsuki in the future would prove exceedingly troublesome. I hope you will be wise enough. Obito narrowed his eyes and vanished into the vortex. Danzo bided his time, waiting for the remaining Root reinforcements, while Sarutobi was left astonished. What are you doing? How has this place come to be like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, stepping into the midst of the standoff between Shisui and Danzo. The once verdant grove had all but vanished, leaving behind only pockmarked earth and viscous swamps. With the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air, undeniable evidence of the fierce battle that had raged here. Upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, the tense standoff was broken. With strategic finesse, he separated the parties, escorting Danzo and Shisui back to the Hokage's office for private discussions to ascertain the full account of events. The remaining Root operatives were summarily dismissed by the third Hokage, ordered to return to their respective duties without delay. Jishue remained unacknowledged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet this suited her perfectly. She was but a carefree spirit, unwilling to entangle herself in troublesome affairs. All she desired was for her brother to be alive, nothing more. Half an hour later, Jishue perched atop a water tower outside the Hokage building, her slender legs in knee-high boots swinging idly. Her gaze melancholic as it drifted to the twinkling stars in the night sky. Celebrating a birthday had become unsettling. That insufferable Inuzuka clan seemed to have their own difficulties to contend with. How on earth could this predicament be resolved? What has transpired? You appear quite despondent, Kakashi. Stationed outside the Hokage building, noticed Jishue's forlorn demeanor and leapt to her side, expressing concern. Upon seeing his distinctive silver hair, Jishue recollected something of great significance. Hadn't Kakashi borrowed a considerable sum of money from her? Chapter 76. Deception. Fellow Umbu operatives observed Kakashi sneak out only to return promptly, noting his lackluster demeanor. Curiously, one inquired, Captain Kakashi, you seem unwell. Perhaps it would be best to have someone else take over your shift, as this is hardly strenuous work. No need. I am merely troubled by thoughts of what to have for dinner tomorrow. It is of no concern, Kakashi replied, attempting to mask his emotions. However, upon feeling the empty wallet in his pocket, a pang of anxiety struck him. Why had he been so gluttonous, indulging in a few extra morsels? Shisui deposited 600,000 taels into the system's exclusive space, feeling her spirits lift slightly. Alas, it seems that only a modest sum of money can mend my wounded heart. Although I still owe Kakashi 600,000 taels and Tianzong 400,000 taels. It will not be too late to repay them once these two have flourished a bit more. Shisui retrieved a notebook from her pocket and crossed out Kakashi's 1.2 million ryo, amending it to 600,000 ryo. However, she pondered, why had the reward not been issued despite the completion of the system task? A notification chimed. The system objective has not yet been fulfilled. The task reward will only be granted upon the complete eradication of Jisui's suicidal thoughts. Hearing that Jisui still contemplated such despair, Jisui felt a pang in her heart. Are you truly willing to leave your beloved little sister to navigate this world alone? As Jisui contemplated whether to resort to binding her elder brother and carrying him out of Konohagakure, Jisui had already exited the Hokage building. Whoosh. Nisan, how did it go? Jisui leaped down and hurried to Jisui's side, inquiring eagerly. Jisui shook his head in regret, then gently tapped Jisui's forehead with his finger. Although the Hokage did not utter a word, there should be no cause for concern. The third Hokage has always been a benevolent leader, and Danzo's unscrupulous actions will undoubtedly face criticism and punishment. Zisno, by the way, it is possible that Lord Third will seek you out for a conversation shortly. Let us remain here for the time being. Jisui spoke softly. And then he and Zisno found a wooden tub nearby where they could sit. Brother, if the pressure becomes too overwhelming, perhaps you should refrain from concerning yourself with these matters. When burdens accumulate excessively, one risks losing their sanity. A hint of worry surfaced on Zisno's face. The pressure she referred to was undoubtedly related to the Uchiha and Konoha affairs, a predicament fraught with difficulty. Assisting the Uchiha in staging a coup was out of the question. Jisui could never harm his comrades in Konoha. Conversely, aiding Konoha in suppressing the Uchiha clan was equally impossible, as Jisui himself bore the Uchiha name. Thus, one caught between familial allegiance and village loyalty found themselves in an arduous position. It is of no concern. I can bear it. I am Shunshin Jisui, and both my family and village are worthy of protection. Peace resides within the hearts of all. Given time and the erosion of policies, there will inevitably come a day of clarity. Jisui gently patted Zisno's head, yet she discerned a flicker of confusion in his gaze. Alas, brother, I must share with you something of great significance, Zisno whispered conspiratorially into Jisui's ear. Ah, something important? Could it be that Zisno has noticed her own growth in stature? Ah, truly, the efficacy of the Nara family's remedies is remarkable. I shall make time to procure a couple more tomorrow. Upon hearing the mention of traditional medicine, Zisno's expression darkened. Please, spare me from that murky, viscous concoction. That is not what I meant. I wish to discuss the Sharingan. Jisui subtly activated her perception in the divine mode, discovering that there were neither spies nor the sensation of crystal orbs in her vicinity. She then raised her hand to gently cradle Jisui's cheek, locking eyes with him. As they exchanged gazes, three swirling tomo gradually fused together, coalescing like ink to form a new pattern, reminiscent of a three-leaf clover symbolizing fortune. Is this the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Jisui's pupils contracted in astonishment. This was an ultimate power that could only be attained after losing something of great significance. Yet, it seemed that Jisui had not recently endured any profound setbacks. Could it be that she was secretly harboring concerns for the future of the Uchiha clan? As Jisui began to indulge in his own thoughts, a sense of unreality washed over him when Jisui revealed her kaleidoscopic ocular ability of foresight, the prowess of his own Byakugan, capable of exerting control over adversaries, already seemed extraordinary. Yet, the emergence of a power that could foresee the future felt almost surreal. Jisui, can you truly be serious? Or is this merely a jest? Jisui inquired, scrutinizing the youthful visage of Jisui with skepticism. Of course, I am sincere. Trust me, Jisui responded, her demeanor unwavering and her cheeks unflushed. As she earnestly winked at Jisui, despite her valiant efforts to mask her intent, Jisui remained unconvinced. How could one possibly foresee the future? And I-san, you must believe me. My eyes can indeed glimpse into the future, such as your demise and the extinction of the Uchiha clan. As Shisui listened, his pupils constricted. It was indeed highly probable that if the Uchiha clan were to stage a coup, he would have to sacrifice his own life to delay the process, thus granting an opportunity for peace between Hokage and Itachi. The aftermath of a failed coup by the Uchiha clan was a thought too dreadful to entertain. What other information do you see about the future? Shisui inquired of Shizuku, his curiosity mingled with concern. beginning to believe in the potential of this prophetic ocular technique. Well, cough. I'll tell you the specifics when we get home, Shizuka replied, shaking her head. Internally, she sighed in relief, realizing that as long as she could keep her brother safe from death, she would be satisfied. Moreover, another idea began to take root in her mind. Kaibai. It shall be you. While Shizuku was still attempting to persuade Shisui, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was questioning Danzo about Shisui's ocular technique, Kodo Amitsukami. It's pointless to ask me. Didn't you personally inquire about him before? However, you ought to have paid closer attention. If Shisui were to employ Kodo Amitsukami to pledge allegiance to the Uchiha clan, then Konoha. Danzo's words trailed off, but Hiruzen was already aware of the potential consequences. Ultimately, it would merely signify a gradual usurpation of power within Konoha by the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen was confident that Shisui would not resort to such treachery. Yet he knew it prudent to take precautionary measures. You need not worry about that. I will take the necessary precautions against Kodo Amitsukami. However, you are being overly zealous. Merely learning of Shisui's abilities prompted you to mobilize a significant number of root operatives to capture him. Do you comprehend the potential damage this reckless action could inflict upon Konoha? Hiruzen replied, his tone irritable. Hiruzen, you are too lenient. How can you allow such a terrifying power as Kodo Amitsukami to remain in the hands of the Uchiha clan? And what of that little brat, Shizuku? She has some unknown means at her disposal, having incapacitated several of my root operatives, not to mention the summoned beast, Manda. Do you not find that suspicious? Upon hearing Shizuku's name, Hiruzen took a couple of puffs from his pipe, his brow furrowing in concentration. During the investigation, a team of root operatives that had been sent to capture Shizuku had mysteriously vanished, warranting a thorough inquiry. As for Manda, Hiruzen was aware of this serpent. According to the former Orochimaru, it could not be summoned without offering 100 human sacrifices. Yet, how could a mere child like Shizuku procure such a number? Chapter 77. A new plan. Hey, you seem off today. Why are you feeding me so much chakra? Inside Shizuku's inner space, the now rotund Kaibai regarded her with curious eyes. It was indeed peculiar. Anytime Shizuku had chakra to spare, she would offer it to him. Oh, you needn't worry about that. I merely require your assistance in the future, hence the need for you to become stronger, Shizuka stated, gently stroking the Kaibai's soft tail. Under her influence, the Kaibai was rapidly growing. Although its size had not increased, its chakra reserves were expanding exponentially, now nearing an astonishing 60 chakra units. While still somewhat lacking, it was sufficient for her purposes. She now harbored a vague plan, of which the Kaibai was a pivotal element, and she needed to have a serious discussion with her brother. Returning to reality, Shizuku felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, prompting her to consume a couple of soldier pills, which quickly revitalized her. It had been 2 full days since that event, and initially, she could sense the Umbu's surveillance. However, since this morning, that feeling had dissipated, for Konoha was now preoccupied with a far graver concern. The Uchiha clan's coup was imminent, likely within the next week, and Konoha could scarcely afford to keep watch over her any longer. Just as Shizuku was contemplating this, Obito stealthily entered her home. Hearing footsteps in the living room, Shizuku opened the door, her displeasure evident. Could you not knock politely? I have grown accustomed to using space-time ninjutsu to traverse, and to me, doors are mere decorations. Speaking of which, the time is nearly upon us. When will you leave Konoha with me? Obito replied, eager for Shizuku to depart, as he needed to return to the Uchiha compound to collect corpses. If he were to do so in her presence, he would be unable to freely gather additional Sharingan. Leaving Konoha is not urgent. I still have an important task to attend to, and I also require your identity for a while, Shizuka stated, gazing thoughtfully at Obito's masked face. Your identity? Obito was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I wish to borrow your identity. Before departing Konoha, I intend to present a significant gift to the esteemed Danzo, and additionally, I plan to leverage external forces to compel Konoha and the Uchiha clan to cease their internal strife. What Shisui articulated was merely a deliberate release of information in advance, culminating in a scenario where Uchiha Obito's conspiracy was preemptively unveiled by Shisui. Consequently, Uchiha Obito, in a fit of rage, unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha, only for Uchiha Shisui to emerge heroically to protect the villagers. This performance not only showcased a splendid drama, but also served to subtly convey a message to both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Konoha remains under my vigilant watch. Uchiha Madara, as long as you incapacitate each other, I shall promptly intervene, allowing the fishermen to benefit from the quarrel between the clam and the crane. Upon hearing Jishue's audacious remarks, Obito could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. One cannot help but acknowledge your youthful exuberance. Even my esteemed status holds little sway in this matter, does it? At that moment, Obito realized he had perhaps overestimated Jishua. Such childish antics should not prove difficult to manage. However, as Obito continued to laugh heartily, an unusual aura of menace sent shivers down his spine. Was that the Mangekyou Sharingan? Gazing into the three-tomo pattern that manifested within Jishua's eyes, Obito was taken aback. I shall have my own schemes. When the time comes, I will return to the organization with you. This is what I proposed, is it not? However, as for my brother, Uchiha Shisui, that shall be a different matter. Jishue shook her head and remarked, Heh, how can you be so certain that he won't depart from Konoha after succumbing to darkness, just like you? Obito spoke with a hint of amusement. However, when Jishue leaned closer and revealed the ability of the Kodo Amatsukami, it instantly caused Obito to retract his previous thoughts. Incorporating Uchiha Shisui into the organization? Absolutely impossible. Not even a single hair of the Akatsuki should be allowed to reach him. With a wary expression, Obito inquired of Jishue, You haven't divulged any information about the organization to him, have you? Jishue innocently spread his hands. You have wronged me. I am merely a salted fish, wishing only to simplify matters, and I certainly would not burden my brother with troublesome issues. Daitu, filled with suspicion, cast a wary glance at Jishue's kaleidoscope and cautiously stepped back 2 paces. Jishue, what are you doing? Jishue gazed at Obito's mysterious actions, scratching her head in confusion. Could it be that your kaleidoscope possesses abilities akin to the Tengu? Or have I, at this moment, fallen victim to an illusion? After Jishue revealed the abilities of the otherworldly deity, she sensed a distinct shift in the way Obito regarded her, often exhibiting peculiar bouts of erratic behavior. Speaking to himself in her presence, it was quite strange. Obito did not linger long at Jishue's side. Upon learning of the existence of the kaleidoscope in Jishue's possession, he was plagued by an unsettling sensation, particularly pronounced within the confines of Jishue's home. After Obito departed, Jishue found herself holding a tiger-striped mask he had left behind, while Obito himself was curious to see how Jishue would handle the situation. As she caressed the intricate texture of the mask, Jishue employed a transformation technique to assume Obito's appearance. Donning the mask upon her face and carefully examining herself in the full-length mirror, the effect was rather impressive. She looked quite dashing. With a sword and a hood, she would truly embody the essence of a tiger. Upon Obito's departure, Jishue returned home before the end of his workday, his gaze tinged with a hint of irritation and melancholy. However, when he beheld Jishue seated on the sofa in the living room, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes. Ah, my dear sister, how lovely to see you. Good afternoon, Nissen, Jishue exclaimed, quickly assisting him onto the sofa. Ah, Jishue, what are you doing? Zisno settled beside Jisue, then exhaled softly, mimicking Jisue's previous demeanor, delicately poking his forehead with her slender fingers. My dear brother, after my departure, the Uchiha clan will be entrusted to your care. I have faith that you will aid the Uchiha in escaping peril. Zisno, you aren't running a fever today, are you? Jisue inquired, curiously feeling her forehead. Brother, I speak the truth. I have devised a plan to save the Uchiha clan. Zisno replied earnestly, brushing aside his hand that had been resting on her forehead. As she spoke, she unleashed a subtle surge of Nine-Tails chakra, an immense aura that struck Jisue directly. Previously, when she had transmitted chakra to him, he had struggled to comprehend it. After all, the sensation of consuming it was distinctly different from observing it externally. However, it seemed he now recognized that this energy emanated from the Nine-Tails. That night, within the bustling Uchiha shrine, elders of various ranks gathered, including clan leader Fugaku and the elite youth of the clan. Simultaneously, thousands of Uchiha clansmen engaged in rigorous training under the cover of darkness, their crimson eyes fixated forward like the gaze of demons, instilling a chilling fear in anyone who dared to glance their way. Chapter 78, The Calm Before the Storm. Sarutobi, will you simply disregard Uchiha Shisui and Zisno? As dawn broke, Danzo rushed into the Hokage's office to address Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's difficult for me to assess this child Jisue at present. While I trust he will strive to resolve the Uchiha clan's conflicts, we must prepare for the worst. As for Uchiha Zisno, we can no longer afford to divert personnel to monitor her. Recently, the Umbu require a state of optimal readiness to counter any potential coup by the Uchiha. Danzo observed Sarutobi, whose eyes were closed, a glint of coldness flickering in the corners of his gaze. What an apt choice of words. It seems you too fear the power of the otherworldly gods. Ah, since you have stated it so, I have no further suggestions. However, Saratobi, this little girl Zisno has been quite a presence amidst recent events. I hope you will keep a vigilant eye on her. Danzo remarked as he closed the door behind him and departed. At the mention of Zisno, Danzo felt a pang of anguish. A whole squad had inexplicably vanished within Konoha while pursuing the girl, leaving not even a trace of their cursed seals. Once Uchiha Shisui met his demise, he would ensure that this insufferable girl paid dearly for her actions. Meanwhile, in the home of Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui shared astonishing revelations with him. Following the previous turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, Uchiha Obito was poised to instigate a new wave of calamity. This time, the catalyst would be the Uchiha clan's coup. Seizing the opportunity when both Konoha and the Uchiha were at their most vulnerable after a fierce confrontation. Shisui, where did you obtain this information? Is it reliable? If Uchiha Obito still lived, he would be a frail centenarian by now. How could he possibly wield the strength to control the Nine Tails? Fugaku inquired, incredulity lacing his tone. I do not know. I merely overheard a fragment of conversation while executing a mission. The enemy appears to possess extraordinary space-time ninjutsu, thus I was unable to pursue them. Shisui responded. Shisui shook his head in regret. He possessed no evidence and could only rely on unfounded lies to plant a seed of doubt in Fugaku's mind. After conveying this information to Fugaku, Shisui departed from the scene. Uchiha Madara, the patriarch abandoned by the Uchiha clan many years ago, was once dubbed the Shura of the ninja world. Historical records state that he perished in a confrontation with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, during the tumultuous Nine Tails incident 5 or 6 years ago, the Uchiha clan suspected Madara's involvement, for he alone had historically wielded the Mangekyou Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. Nevertheless, due to a lack of evidence and Konoha's opposition, this suspicion eventually faded into obscurity. Yet now, Shisui has invoked the name of Uchiha Madara, which left Fugaku feeling unsettled. If it truly were Madara, would he not lament the bonds of kinship from years past and refrain from targeting the Uchiha clan? Fugaku was uncertain, but he dared not gamble on the possibility. He could not risk the chance that, after vanquishing the Hokage lineage, Madara might turn his sharp spearhead towards the Uchiha clan. Within the Umbu, Shisui stood alongside Itachi, who appeared lost in thought. Itachi could no longer envision a future for the Uchiha clan. Whether it would be drenched in bloodshed and tragedy or filled with glory and light, he was utterly unaware. In this unfamiliar Konoha, only Shisui and Sasuke provided him with a semblance of safety and warmth. Itachi, do you think that if Konoha, including the Uchiha clan, were to face impending disaster, the village and the Uchiha would unite? Shisui inquired with a hint of curiosity. The prospect of annihilation seems far too distant, even if the Uchiha clan were to fail. Konoha would merely enter a phase of severe decline, Itachi replied, shaking his head. What kind of formidable power would be required to bring about Konoha's destruction? So let us consider hypothetically, if Konoha were to endure an even more ferocious Nine Tails incident than a few years ago, would the Uchiha clan and Konoha reconcile to confront the calamity together? The contemplation of the water barrier left the Weasel God momentarily taken aback. In the conversation with Shisui, there seemed to be an underlying meaning that he could not quite grasp. If the moment of life and death truly arrived, it should be possible to unite their powers. After all, if they did not attempt to consolidate their strengths, both sides might face annihilation, Itachi pondered, analyzing the situation. Currently, the village was in a weakened state. One of the Sannin had defected, and 2 others were abroad, resulting in a significant deficiency of high-level combat forces. The aftermath of the Nine Tails incident from a few years ago had placed further strain on the availability of ninja resources. Though the Uchiha clan had not faced considerable turmoil recently, their combat prowess was also lacking, with Shisui being their only capable member. In light of these circumstances, Itachi, as a dear friend, requested Shisui's assistance. If I were to perish, he implored, please take my eyes to uphold the peace between the Uchiha clan and the village. This is of utmost importance. Shisui drew his short blade, its surface gleaming like a mirror, and directed his gaze towards his shuriken-shaped Sharingan. A week later, the Uchiha clan had yet to show any signs of a coup, which left Danzo, still entrenched in the roots, perplexed. As the central force, Shisui had repeatedly evaded assassination attempts, and Danzo had made several covert attempts to incite conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Why had they remained so restrained? According to his previous assessments, the Uchiha's actions should not be this sluggish. What were they waiting for? The more Danzo contemplated, the more uneasy he became. He arrived at the Hokage's office, hoping to extract useful information from Hiruzen Saratobi, but unfortunately, he found no valuable insights. Within the Uchiha clan, many elders scoffed at Fugaku's mention of Madara Uchiha. What relevance does that hold in these times? It is merely a shield to deflect scrutiny. They speculated that even if Madara were alive, he would be far too aged to pose a threat. Any average Jonin from the clan could likely defeat him. Leader, are you not afraid? One elder ventured during the meeting, probing Fugaku. You have delayed long enough, had you not intervened. We might have already claimed the Hokage position months ago. Indeed, once our coup is successful, Konoha will be under our command, echoed another. Listening to the murmurs around him, Fugaku turned to his eldest son, Itachi, who had been unusually calm lately, as still as a placid pond. Had it not been for 2 recent tests of his resolve, Fugaku might have suspected that he was a covert agent planted by Konoha within the Uchiha. Chapter 79, The Nine-Tails Incident, Foe, in the tranquil and serene Konoha. The soft moonlight illuminated the earth like a gentle mirror. Yet, while the villagers indulged in sweet slumber, a piercing alarm, akin to an air raid siren, reverberated throughout Konoha, startling even Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was preparing to rest in the Hokage building. What is happening? Before Hiruzen could fully comprehend, he felt a violent tremor beneath him, causing the teacups on his desk to rattle and shatter into fragments. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from the back mountain of Konoha, illuminating the Hokage rock, making even its intricate carvings visible. At that moment, an Umbu member stumbled into the Hokage's office, trembling, his eyes wide with terror. Hokage-sama, it's the tailed beast bomb. The Nine Tails. What? Meanwhile, Danzo, who was still scheming in the roots about how to eliminate Shisui, felt the ground shake violently. What is going on? Is the Uchiha clan revolting? He shouted, bracing himself against a wall. Lord Danzo, it's the tailed beast bomb. The intense tremors and alarm quickly captured the attention of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku swiftly gathered his belongings and, accompanied by the members of the guard, stepped outside to witness the billowing dust rising from behind Hokage Rock. What is that? Leader, there may be a problem within Konoha. Now is our opportunity. Many clan members, watching the retreating forces from Konoha, were filled with excitement. However, their expressions shifted when a sudden tailed beast bomb descended upon them. Leader, help. It's the Nine Tails. Though the Uchiha clan prided themselves on their prowess, they were not foolish enough to think they could withstand a tailed beast bomb. As they beheld the distant orb of energy, radiating like a miniature sun, many Uchiha ninjas sought to flee the scene, including Fugaku, whose face turned pale. This is the Nine Tails tailed beast bomb. But how could they have launched it without provocation? Could Shisui's intelligence be accurate? Is Madara Uchiha truly alive? Boom. The tailed beast bomb ultimately did not strike the Uchiha clan, but rather shattered Konoha's barrier, plummeting into the mountains beyond and leaving a deep chasm in its wake. The Uchiha clan members exchanged anxious glances towards Fugaku. The elders and high-ranking guards who had previously discussed the meeting felt the acrid scent of smoke in the air and gazed at the distant, crumbled peaks. Their faces drained of color. Is Madara Uchiha truly alive? Help. Flee. It's the Nine Tails. Just like years ago. Awakened by the tremors, the villagers hastily emerged from their homes. Though they had yet to see the Nine Tails, the deep-seated terror instilled in them from past encounters compelled them to tremble uncontrollably, screaming as they raced towards safety. Disguised as a Beto, Shizuku watched the panicking villagers escape with a slight smirk. For the future of the Uchiha clan and my brother's safety, I must impose this hardship upon you. But do not worry, I am merely here to frighten you. Minutes later, Shizuku donned a mask and used body flicker technique to swiftly arrive at a secluded area of the village, where she met with Shisui. I never imagined my second use of Susanoo would be against my own sister, Shisui mused, gazing at Shizuku with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, I also did not foresee that my first battle utilizing the Nine Tails power would be against you, Shizuku replied. As the conversation turned to the Nine Tails, Shisui's expression grew grave. Shizuku, let me confirm once more. You can truly control the power of the Nine Tails? Rest assured, brother, Kurama is quite adorable. There will be no issues, Shizuku assured, patting her chest confidently. Jishui gazed at Jishui, who appeared so confident, and shook his head. Although you can control the Nine Tails, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, one must prioritize their own life. Do you understand? Rest assured, in this hidden leaf village, there is currently no one aside from you who poses a threat to me. Jishui sighed, his expression a blend of nostalgia and profound concern. Although he remained unaware of the illogical power you possessed, he vowed to support you unconditionally, provided his own safety was assured. Should you have forged a pact with some unknown malevolent deity, he would descend to the depths of hell to retrieve you. Hearing Jishue's words, reminiscent of a mother's nagging, a warm feeling coursed through Jishue's heart. Rest assured, you know my character. I shall take good care of myself. After saying this, Jishue infused Jishue with a modicum of Nine-Tails chakra, then attuned her senses to the surroundings. Nodding towards Jishue, she declared, the time is ripe. Let us commence. As she leaped onto the rooftop. As the figures of Shishue and Shiryuki raced towards an open expanse, Shiryuki clapped her hands, causing the three black tomo beneath her single-eyed mask to spin rapidly. Let's go. Nine-Tails. A colossal cloud of white smoke erupted before Shishue, the immense chakra emanating from it creating a gust of wind that struck his face, leaving him momentarily stunned despite his mental preparation. Is this truly the Nine-Tails? As the smoke dissipated, the form of the Nine-Tails gradually emerged, its height nearly reaching 50 meters, comparable to the nearby towers. To an ordinary person, this beast appeared as an overwhelming presence, capable of effortlessly shattering a house with a single swipe of its paw. 9 orange-red tails swayed majestically behind it, with long limbs adorned by sharp, massive claws. In the darkness, its eyes, bloodshot and fierce, morphed into the shape of 3 tomo. A thunderous roar resonated, sending nearby structures tumbling. The remaining villagers, still hesitant to flee, were left trembling in terror. Debris was hurled through the air by the force of the wind, and a woman clutching her child ran down a narrow path, instinctively shutting her eyes as stones flew toward them. Yet, the imagined scene of being crushed into a bloody pulp did not materialize. The child opened one eye in confusion, only to witness a verdant skeletal arm halting the incoming rubble. The woman, equally astonished, gazed toward the direction of the Susanu's arm, where stood a young boy clad in Uchiha guard attire. Ah, perhaps I have gone a bit overboard, Shishue murmured, feeling a tinge of headache as he swiftly used a shadow clone to whisk the woman and child away from the scene, casting a glance at the distant Nine-Tails. Chapter 80. The Assault of Sarutobi Hiruzen Shiukine. Since we're having a picnic tonight, why not invite Sasuke to join us? And who is this big brother beside you? Naruto inquired, pointing towards the vigilant Might Guy station nearby, as they sat by a creek outside Konoha. Oh, regarding that, Itachi is training with Sasuke today, so there's no need to call him over. And this esteemed Jonin is my designated protector from Konoha, the special Jonin Might Guy, here to shield us 2 helpless little children from any potential threats, Shiyuki's shadow clone explained, donning a knightly maid outfit. Seemingly buoyed by Shiyuki's praise, Might Guy turned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and excitedly proclaimed, I will ensure your safety. Tonight, you may revel freely. Indeed, even as night descended, my enthusiasm for youth remains undiminished. Naruto, observing Might Guy's exuberance, felt a hint of warmth despite the overwhelming energy, realizing he had discovered another kind soul in Konoha who bore him no ill will. The shadow clone, witnessing Naruto's radiant smile, felt a surge of joy. Finally, an opportunity for the main body to labor while I indulge in leisure. Such a thrilling reversal of roles. The clone savored a piece of grilled fish, inhaling the fragrant aroma, imagining the main body engaged in a tussle with his brother back in Konoha. Is this the perspective of watching others toil while I enjoy myself? Truly delightful. Meanwhile, the original Shiryuki in Konoha remained entirely oblivious to her clone's musings. Hey, this is intense. I could almost overflow. Oh, I understand now. I'm retracting it, the Nine-Tails responded, feeling a rush of excitement after a long absence. After a brief exchange of thoughts with Shiryuki, the terrifying chakra that had emanated from its body was once again contained. The 3 tomo in the Nine-Tails' eyes were but a projection. The majority of control still resided within the beast, though it did heed Shiyuki's words. All right. Remember to temper your strength. Our chakra must be directed appropriately, Shiryuki instructed, standing atop the Nine-Tails' head, giving a thumbs up as she surveyed the expanse of Konoha, her gaze lighting up upon spotting Danzo emerging from underground. That should be the root base, right? Indeed, the direction you indicated corresponds to the root's headquarters. A slight shift leftward increases the probability of eliminating Danzo to 98.7, although one must consider the possibility of him utilizing his Anachi. If it weren't for the mass mobilization of root from that location, targeting Danzo would have been challenging. Danzo, you've conveniently marked your coordinates for me. If I remain idle, wouldn't that be a disservice to the opportunity you've presented? Report. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails has gone missing, and the Umbu guarding them has sustained severe injuries, remaining unconscious. Upon receiving this report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Transfer the majority of the Umbu guarding the Uchiha clan here. and instruct the barrier team to swiftly devise a plan to contain the Ninetales. The remaining shinobi shall accompany me in driving the Ninetales out of the village. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Sarutobi Hiruzen energetically led the Umbu and Konoha shinobi into action, a brilliant white light illuminated half the sky above Konoha, followed by a violent tremor beneath their feet. An Umbu rushed in haste, fear evident in his eyes beneath his mask. Hokage-sama. Danzo-sama's newly established root base has been struck by the Ninetales-tailed beast bomb, resulting in catastrophic losses. What? Danzo had just exited the base, intending to assess the situation between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, contemplating how he might secure the Hokage position when a brilliant flash, akin to a meteor, pierced through him and the nearby root, carving a deep chasm, leaving naught but blood and bones in its wake. Yet, merely a second later, utilizing Izanagi, Danzo resurrected at the same spot, his three-tomo Sharingan gradually losing its color beneath the bandages. Gazing at the still charging Ninetales, Danzo's complexion turned pale. This vile fox, why does it focus solely on me? How infuriating. This must be the Uchiha clan's conspiracy. Just as Shiryuki prepared to command the Ninetales to unleash another devastating attack on Danzo, a massive object descended from above, effectively extinguishing the Ninetales-tailed beast bomb. Having just leaped onto the Ninetales' shoulder, Shiryuki looked up to see a gigantic dragon made of fire plummeting from the sky. Ninetales. With a mighty swipe, the Ninetales dispersed the fire dragon, turning its gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood atop a tower clad in black battle attire. Ninetales, this is not a place for your chaos. Return to your seal at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, gathering chakra in his hands as he coordinated a perfect assault with the Umbu. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Release, Falling Clay. These two techniques aimed to ensnare the Ninetales firmly in place, yet the Ninetales was not the same as the past serpents. Roar. The Ninetales roared, its raging chakra unleashing shockwaves that shattered both the clay and the chakra within the swamps. A gleaming tailed beast ball shot forth from the Ninetales' mouth like a bolt of lightning. The numerous leaf ninjas, upon witnessing this, infused a significant amount of chakra into the ground. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Layer upon layer of towering earth walls were generated before them, utilizing the advantage of inertia to redirect the Ninetales beast ball towards the sky, ultimately descending in a distant forest several kilometers away from the Leaf Village, where it ignited a brilliant display of light. As the tailed beast ball was redirected, many ninjas unleashed a variety of elemental ninjutsu upon the surface of the Ninetales. However, such assaults were akin to the feeble attacks of ordinary ants against its colossal form. While the Leaf Ninjas continued their struggle against the Ninetales, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ascended swiftly along the beast's leg, gathering chakra in his feet, and soon encountered the mysterious figure adorned with a tiger-striped mask. Ah, taking your time, are you? You pale in comparison to the yandame from years past, Ji-Shui remarked, her tone echoing Obito's as she crossed her arms in disdain. The yandame? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in surprise upon hearing this. Is the assailant of the Leaf Village connected to the orchestrator of the previous Ninetales incident? Chapter 81. Battlefield Shift, you vile creature. The Leaf Village shall not be your playground. Hiruzen declared from atop the agitated Ninetales, his hands swiftly forming seals. A fierce fire dragon erupted from his mouth, its blinding flames sweeping forth and striking the masked figure, providing immense encouragement to the Leaf Ninjas still grappling with the Ninetales below. The third Hokage truly lives up to his title as the strongest Hokage in history. To wield such formidable fire release techniques, it became evident that the Ninetales was not as fearsome as it seemed, urging everyone to press forward. The Ninetales, overhearing the exchanges among the Leaf Ninjas at its feet, scoffed inwardly. Had it not been for Ji-Shui's admonition to restrain itself, half of the Leaf Ninjas nearby would have already met their demise. Although being praised by his subordinates was gratifying, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while maintaining his fire release output, felt far from at ease. His ninjutsu felt distorted, as if something was amiss. Sensing this peculiar sensation, Hiruzen intensified his chakra output, the flames in his mouth deepening from red to a blazing white. Yet, the enemy's chakra response did not weaken. Rather, it surged with greater vitality. A twisted, dark purple light extended from the flames, a dangerously potent chakra consuming the surrounding fire. The white luminescence was gradually engulfed by the dark purple sphere, prompting Hiruzen to wisely retract his ninjutsu output, gazing incredulously at the masked figure holding an unknown sphere. This is a gift for our meeting. Be sure to catch it with anticipation, Ji-Shui chuckled lightly, before stepping gently onto the charred fox fur nearby, triggering a defensive counter. Jishui leaned against the power of the flying thunder god, akin to a flash of lightning piercing the night, and suddenly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressing forth the spiral sphere. Boom! A violent flash erupted from the top of the Nine-Tails head, and a figure cloaked in wisps of black smoke descended from above, crashing down upon a wooden structure. However, upon seeing the mud clone amidst the ruins, Jishui nodded in acknowledgement. If this old man could be so easily defeated, he would begin to question whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still grasping a handful of fur from the Nine-Tails' back, was astonished as he received the memories of the mud clone. Such a peculiar ability. How did he manage to teleport behind him? And that strange jutsu resembling the spiral sphere, everything about it exuded an air of enigma. Roar. After a brief struggle with Sarutobi Hiruzen's clone, Jishui commanded the Nine-Tails to release some of its grip. Its fearsome claws struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and the fissures that formed under the terrifying force extended for several kilometers. However, just as the Nine-Tails prepared to demolish Konoha, a sudden pain from behind made it bare its teeth in fury. How outrageous! That unscrupulous fellow actually resorts to such underhanded tactics like plucking fur. In a fit of rage, the Nine-Tails turned and unleashed a tailed beast bomb. Earth release, earth flow wall. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a master of the 5 nature transformations, he felt somewhat overwhelmed in the face of the tailed beast bomb. The blinding red light shattered the earth flow wall, leaving a long chasm on Konoha's ground, obliterating structures that bore years of memories in an instant. Hiding behind the remnants of the earth flow wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals and retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, employing the body flicker technique to vanish from his position. With the assailant evaded, the Nine-Tails resumed its assault on the Konoha ninjas. With each swipe of its claws, clouds of dust and debris erupted, reducing even the most solid of structures to mere grains of sand, leaving the tenacious Konoha ninjas in a state of utter despair. Yukisetsu sat atop the Nine-Tails' head, observing the leaf shinobi being gradually pushed into dire straits by the beast's overwhelming power. Mere superficial efforts would prove futile. Only through relentless pressure could the forces of Konoha and the Uchiha be compelled to unite, achieving the desired outcome. Given the current circumstances, once the third Hokage was dealt with, it wouldn't be long before the Uchiha clan joined the fray. When the situation reached its most desperate moment, that would mark the beginning of her and Shisui's exclusive performance. As Yukisetsu's mind wandered through these contemplations, 2 massive shuriken came hurtling from the distance. Clang! The enormous throwing stars were deflected by a powerful force. Yukisetsu sheathed the lightning god sword she had drawn from her back, returning it to the concealed weapons pouch within her robe. Truth be told, she had no mastery over this blade, and it drained considerable chakra. Perhaps it would serve better as a graduation gift for Sasuke. If the plan succeeded, she would have inadvertently gifted the young Uchiha a perfect childhood. Shisui's gaze followed the trajectory of the massive shuriken to its source, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though likely not his true form, even as he approached his twilight years, the man remained a formidable Kage-level shinobi, as Shisui had surmised. While the Kyuubi was being restrained by Konoha's forces and his own attention diverted by the shadow clone, Hiruzen had already positioned himself beneath the beast. With a mighty heave, his golden staff struck the Kyuubi's underbelly, launching the colossal fox into the distant forests kilometers beyond the village. Exhausted, Hiruzen collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. Age had indeed dulled the vigor of his youth. After a brief respite, he rallied the Anbu and Konoha shinobi, charging toward the Kyuubi's new battleground. Relocating the fight was necessary, but without decisive action, the destruction of Konoha would only be delayed. Amidst the ruins of the village, a swirling vortex materialized. Abido, masked and dark-haired, surveyed the devastation with astonishment. To think you could orchestrate this truly impressive, he mused, admiring Shisui's audacity. Unleashing the Kyuubi was a bold solution, yet fraught with peril, especially overcoming its intricate seal. How had Shisui dismantled the 8-trigram seal without the key or expertise? Chapter 82. The Arrival of Jiraiya Keton. Carry Enden. A searing dragon of flames crashed against the Kyuubi's skull, illuminating the night and rallying Konoha's forces. Pathetic. Is there no worthy opponent among humans? The fox scoffed within its mental realm, its smirk dripping with contempt. Shisui arched a brow at Kurama's taunt. Perhaps if we rewound time 50 years, Madara Uchiha might have appreciated your arrogance. The battlefield was littered with fallen shinobi. As the Kyuubi emerged unscathed from the inferno, despair gripped the defenders. Even the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques faltered against its might, while the High Gas gentle fist proved utterly ineffective. Is this truly only half of the Kyuubi? Hiruzen panted, disbelief gnawing at him. Konoha's combined might couldn't subdue even a fraction of the beast. As the fox gathered another tailed beast bomb, Hiruzen tightened his grip on the staff. If all else failed, he would resort to that technique, but without Jiraiya or Tsunade, surrendering Konoha to the Uchiha, or worse, Dan's, was unthinkable. If only one of my students were here, he muttered, watching the orb of annihilation take shape. Shisui's masked lips curled as the Uchiha clan finally arrived, their Sharingan blazing. At last. You've kept me waiting. The Uchiha, are they encircling us? We've been trapped. The remaining Konoha shinobi despaired. Would their village truly fall to these crimson-eyed clansmen? Even the Hokage had fallen. What hope remained? As the tailed beast bomb's malevolent energy swelled, many closed their eyes in resignation. All forces engaged the Kyubi. Chains lashed around the beast's limbs, exploding in a fiery web. Yet the fox merely shifted its attack, firing the orb point blank. Hiruzen's clones weaved signs in unison. Go Dayton, Derenden no Jutsu. 5 elemental energies collided with the bomb, engulfing him in a cataclysmic blaze. To the onlookers, his silhouette vanished like chalk erased from existence. Fugaku Uchiha arrived just as the light faded, his brow furrowed. Too late? If Hiruzen perishes, Dan's succession would be disastrous. With a roar, the Kyubi shredded its bindings, flinging shackled Uchiha into the sky. It's free. Restrain it. Sharingan wielders attempted genjutsu futile against a beast of pure hatred. Yukasetsu is now the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If one wishes to cast an illusion upon the Nine Tails, they must first overcome her. However, even with the Mangekyou Sharingan, controlling Yukasetsu is an exceedingly arduous task. It is estimated that within the entire Uchiha clan, only the Koto Amatsukami of her elder brother could achieve such a feat yet. As the ultimate doting elder brother, Shisui would never employ genjutsu against Yukasetsu. Are those Uchiha clansmen aiding us? Am I dreaming? So the Nine Tails was not under their control? Witnessing the Uchiha clan confronting the Nine Tails to buy time for their escape, numerous Konoha shinobi and Anbu members were struck with disbelief. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just crawled out of the rubble, covered in dust and grime, shared the same astonishment. This was utterly inconceivable, yet it made a twisted sort of sense. After all, once the Nine Tails finished ravaging Konoha, who was to say it wouldn't turn its fury upon the Uchiha clan? Cough, cough. All shinobi who have lost the ability to fight, along with the younger generation, evacuate the battlefield immediately. The rest, stay with me and the Uchiha to repel the Nine Tails. Yes, while Hiruzen and his faction of shinobi, alongside a portion of the Uchiha, engaged in a desperate struggle against the Nine Tails, Dan's had already led route into a nearby dense forest, intending to watch the spectacle unfold. The Uchiha clan was Konoha's greatest adversary. If they were to perish at the hands of the Nine Tails by sheer misfortune, it would save considerable trouble. As for Hiruzen, if he sought to seal the Nine Tails, the only option left would likely be the dead demon-consuming seal. Dan's merely needed to wait until Hiruzen reached his breaking point before making his grand entrance, and the Hokage's seat would be his for the taking. Alas, reality often diverges sharply from one's expectations. Just as Dan's prepared to observe from the shadows, the Nine Tails abruptly ceased its assault on Konoha and the Uchiha shinobi, instead directing its tailed beast bomb with pinpoint accuracy toward him and his rude operatives. Watching the distant glow of the gathering tailed beast bomb, Dan's face twisted between shades of ashen pallor and livid fury. I haven't even entered the battlefield, and it's already locked onto me from afar? Meanwhile, as Yukasetsu idly observed the Nine Tails dancing amidst the shinobi, a sudden premonition caused her brow to twitch. Ah, of all times. Why now? This was an unforeseen complication. The sonic-based genjutsu employed by the toads was inescapable, even for the Sharingan. Jishui gazed upward at the sky, where a small red dot steadily magnified within his field of vision. Suddenly, a colossal toad plummeted from above, prompting the Nine Tails to retract its tailed beast ball and evade the numerous ninjas restraining it, leaping several hundred meters back to avoid being crushed into the earth. As the dense cloud of dust settled, a middle-aged man with wild white hair stood atop the giant toad, striking an odd pose as he proclaimed, "Aha, esteemed guests. Thank you for your patience. Since the Nine Tails has made its appearance, allow me to introduce myself. Mizuki's beloved, the Toad Sage Jiraiya has come to meet you." Chapter 83. Jiraiya's Dilemma. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still struggling to hold his ground, felt a surge of joy at the sight of the massive toad's arrival. After regaining a modicum of strength, he leaped onto the toad's back and positioned himself beside Jiraiya to confront the Nine Tails. "You brat, you finally decided to return. If you had delayed any longer, I might have had to prepare for your funeral," Sarutobi jested, though his words held a kernel of truth. If Konoha were to falter at this moment, he would indeed find himself prematurely confined to a coffin. Ah, I never anticipated such events would unfold after my departure from Konoha, Jiraiya mused, casting a grave glance at the masked figure standing atop the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails has emerged, then surely Minato's child is in grave danger. Shisui gazed at the unexpected arrival of Jiraiya and Fukasaku. A frown etched upon her brow. Another formidable shadow-level opponent had emerged, complicating matters further. At that moment, the Nine Tails seemed to sense Jisui's wavering resolve and couldn't help but chuckle. I never thought you could experience fear, however, with me as your protector. You need not hesitate, the Nine Tails proclaimed with confidence. Yet, Jisui understood that the Nine Tails had not yet reached its full potential. Should Jiraiya join forces with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the still unrevealed Uchiha Fugaku, the odds of victory seemed bleak. Not to mention that the old dog Danzo was likely waiting to seize an opportunity. However, Jisui could not afford to exit this grand spectacle just yet. Her older brother's climactic performance had yet to unfold. The disappearance of the divine also required justification, and Danzo, the source of all evil, must be dealt with at this juncture. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would remain ensnared in the mire. Jisui pondered deeply, covering her right eye with her hand. The dark clover-like pattern seemed to swirl, as if trying to merge into one. Yet, a hand resting on her shoulder dissuaded her from activating the ocular technique of her right eye. It appears you've encountered some trouble, haven't you? What say you, shall I lend you a hand? Of course, the price would be a few Sharingan eyes. How does that sound? Obito emerged behind Jisui, gesturing toward the distant, reluctant faction of radical Uchiha clansmen. As Jisui glanced in the direction indicated by Obito, she hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her only desire was for her elder brother to live well. Everything else was of no concern to her, and she wished the others the best of luck. Upon her agreement, a smile emerged from beneath Obito's mask. Another one has arrived? Is this a shadow clone? Jiraiya remarked, casting a peculiar look at the two masked individuals atop the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen also shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, the masked men attacking Konoha were enemies and must be punished. Whether there was one or two, they would have to pay the appropriate price. After a brief exchange with Jisui, Obito vanished in a whirl of energy. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya remained vigilant against potential attacks, but a sudden scream drew their attention. Blood from 3 Uchiha clan members splattered onto the ground as Obito withdrew a long blade lodged in the neck of one of them. As blood sprayed, he absorbed the corpse into his Kamui space. Several Uchiha members surged forward, swinging their blades at the masked man, only to find their strikes pass through as if striking an illusion. Get back, shouted an Uchiha Jonin, defiantly unleashing a massive fireball, which merely struck the ground, igniting flames without inflicting any damage. With a swift motion, Obito released 2 chains that ensnared several Uchiha ninjas, slicing them in half with lethal precision before absorbing their bodies, and with an ordinary longsword grasped firmly in his hand, Jisui pursued the direction of Jiraiya. However, as he traversed a dense thicket, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the muddy ground, seizing his ankles. Jisui plunged his long blade into the ground, scattering the shadow clones when a wave of flames surged toward him. Nearby, Jiraiya sensed something amiss as the shadow clones dissipated. The small ankle appeared incongruous with its surroundings, resembling that of a child. Could it be a transformation technique? As Jiraiya pondered this, a colossal wave surged from the distance, toppling trees and sweeping him along. In the murky torrent, a black light raced toward Jiraiya with alarming speed. Feeling an overwhelming chakra presence, he concentrated his chakra in his palm. As he opened his eyes underwater, he beheld Jisui charging at him with a spiraling sphere. The Great Ball Rasengan. A brilliant blue light illuminated the center of the roiling waters, evaporating the surrounding waves and creating a void. As the radiance diminished, Jiraiya found himself standing at the center of a pit several meters wide, retreating a few steps as tingling sensations coursed through his right hand. He glanced at the distant figure of the masked man, whose hand trembled in response, and furrowed his brow. Was that truly the Rasengan? Chapter 84, Jisui vs. Jiraiya Earth Release, Ground Movement Core. Several Earth-style ninjas pressed their hands to the ground, causing robust stone pillars to erupt beside the Nine Tails, restricting its movement. As Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the Earth Flow River, waves of earth surged from all directions, attempting to confine the Nine Tails within a stone prison. Old man, is this all you can muster? Do you look down on anyone? The Nine Tails lashed out with its 9 massive tails, demolishing the stone pillars. Feeling the muddy earth beneath its feet, the Nine Tails raised its tail high, forming a dark purple-tailed beast ball. Boom. The fork wielded by Gamaken pinned 3 of the tails to the ground, and he raised his shield to strike the head of the 9 tails. Seizing the moment, several members of the Nara clan, positioned on high ground, glanced at the cloudless night sky and utilized the shadow imitation technique to connect with the 9 tails under the clear moonlight. Ninjutsu, Water Surge. An Umbu team unleashed a torrent of water akin to a mighty river, while Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, mixing lightning chakra into the water to wash over the 9 tails' body. Gamaken brought his shield down with great force upon the beast. The 9 tails, feeling the paralyzing sensation coursing through its body and the weight pressing down from above, felt its chakra begin to erupt like a volcano. Quickly, subdue the 9 tails. We cannot allow it to break free. Yes. Ninjas from the Uchiha clan hurled hundreds of chains around the 9 tails, infused with lightning chakra, further suppressing its chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with relief at the sight of the immobilized 9 tails, knowing it was now up to the ceiling team. Konoha truly excels amid such numerous feeble tactics. They managed to confine the 9 tails. Swish! A black blade flashed, severing the chains binding the 9 tails, and the Uchiha ninja, holding them, was sent flying due to the force. Gamaken, still pressing down on the 9 tails, swung a spiked fork at Obito. Obito slipped through the fork, using the enhanced strength from Hashirama's cells to kick Gamaken down. With its bindings released, the 9 tails erupted in a blaze of crimson chakra, causing the shadows beneath to lose their hold. I'm barely holding on. Roar! The 9 tails broke free, leaping from the mire. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at Obito's position. How does this guy possess so many bizarre techniques? Obito vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of crisis that sent shivers down the battle-hardened Hokage's spine. Gripping his golden staff, he prepared for an impending assault. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood firm, then performed a backflip as Obito approached, leaving behind an explosive tag without a hint of concern. Boom! The golden staff flew into his grasp, and amidst the dust, the masked figure emerged unscathed, stepping through the embers left on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing the familiar scene, quickly looked behind him. But the masked man did not appear as he had before. Why does this masked figure feel so different from the one I faced at the beginning? Fire release. Fireball. Jiraiya's blazing fireball collided with the great fireball, neutralizing each other in midair. Shisui cleaved the flames with a long blade, striking towards Jiraiya. Bang! The collision between the blade and hair produced a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. A small fragment of the blade shattered and embedded itself deep within the tree. Poof! Shisui retreated a few steps, discarding a smoke bomb onto the ground. In a secluded corner, she removed her gloves. Gazing at the small punctures on her hand caused by hair, taking a sharp breath. Truly a porcupine, it even shattered the blade. Shisui hastily tended to her wounds with a bandage, yet before she could once again invoke her transformation technique, a spherical projectile descended from above. Rasen Shuiken. Zisno produced the flying thunder god Kanai in preparation for a counterattack. However, Jiraiya's Rasengan did not land upon her. Instead, Jiraiya's form gradually transformed into a slick, slippery substance resembling toad oil, which was splattered all over her. What is this? Zisno utilized the transformation technique to revert to Obito's appearance, only to be met with an overwhelming odor that nearly induced her to retch. The scent was a nauseating amalgamation of resin and diesel, truly unbearable. Ah, ha, ha. This is the pure toad oil refined from the sacred grounds of Mount Myaboku. Once you are tainted by it, do not even think of escaping my sensory range. Surrender. Jiraiya's voice echoed from all directions, yet Zisno's subsequent actions rendered him unable to maintain his mirth. A radiant white light enveloped Shisui, while the natural energy within the toad oil was drawn in, coalescing into a small sphere that dissipated into the air. Deprived of its natural energy, the toad oil completely lost its efficacy, leaving Jiraiya utterly bewildered by this phenomenon, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. As Shisui opened her scarlet Sharingan and surveyed her surroundings, she noticed Jiraiya's chakra fluctuations. Forming her hand into the shape of a pistol, she aimed at his position. A water iron cannon pierced through a large tree, causing several white strands of hair to fall to the ground. Jiraiya dashed between the trees, evading Jishui's water-style attacks as images of the Akimichi clan flashed through his mind. This water iron cannon technique should be exclusive to the Akimichi clan of the Land of Water, yet the enemy possessed Sharingan, indicating they were clearly not from that land. This individual was not only peculiar in abilities but also in identity. Observing Jiraiya as he continued to evade and seek an opportunity, Jishui ceased her assault, took a deep breath, and drew in the natural energy around her. Jiraiya was proving to be quite troublesome. She could not afford to prolong the battle any longer. The plan had to proceed swiftly. Having practiced the sage mode of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya was highly attuned to natural energy. When he sensed Jishue's movements, he was utterly taken aback. The combination of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Akimichi clan's water iron cannon, the Rasengan learned from an unknown source. In a sage mode he had never encountered before, it was indeed an eye-opening experience. With such an array of bizarre and unrelated elements converging along with the Nine Tails, it was understandable that Konoha struggled against them. Familiar with the prowess of Sage Mode, Jiraiya bit his finger and pressed it down. Intricate summoning seals spreading across the branches beneath him. Summoning Technique. Chapter 85. Recorder. Fukusaku. Jiraiya bit his finger and struck the branch. A puff of white smoke accompanied by tremors erupted at his feet. The recently summoned Fukusaku was startled by the wildly surging natural energy surrounding him. What on earth is happening? Enough of that, Fukusaku. I need your assistance. Jiraiya formed the tiger seal with both hands, a rich chakra gathering at his chest. Sensing Jiraiya's intentions, Fukusaku hurled a gigantic smoke pipe to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This unsettling aura, could it be from a den of foul snakes? Fukusaku frowned as he sensed the chakra lingering in the air. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames above, merging with the vast amounts of toad oil released by Fukusaku, igniting a sea of fire that scorched the forest ahead, even melting the sturdy rocks under the intense heat. Flames engulfed the mountains and forests for several kilometers, the blazing light visible even from the safety of Konoha. Brother, it looks like the fighting is quite fierce over there. Can Konoha prevail? Sasuke stood on tiptoe by the window of the shelter, observing the flickering red lights in the sky. Rest assured, Sasuke. Have faith in Konoha and Lord Hokage. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, a tender smile gracing his face, though deep within, he could not suppress his concern. Jisui, I hope you remain safe at the eye of the storm. Kakashi, stationed above the Konoha shelter, gazed at the distant flames. Memories of a disaster from many years ago resurfacing in his mind. Although he had been a Jonin then, his power had been akin to that of an ant before the Nine Tails. Forced by the Umbu into the shelter, he emerged only after the calamity ended. Confronted by the deaths of his master and mistress, plunging him once again into darkness and solitude. I hope no one has to sacrifice themselves this time. Kakashi looked up at the sky, as if seeing the complete Team 7 gazing down at him with gentle eyes. Sensei, Rin, Obito, Kakashi wiped away a tear. What meaning is there in living alone in this world? Enough of this, old man. Obito observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was left breathless with dwindling chakra, and swung his blade. However, an unexpected sense of peril from behind caused him to hesitate. The figure before him transformed into a flurry of raven feathers, while 3 fire dragons surged through him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shisui flanked Obito, encircling him. Was that an illusion just now? Obito glanced back at Shisui's Sharingan, the powerful ocular threat causing him considerable unease. He was well aware of his own illusionary prowess, otherwise, the Land of Water would not have remained under his long-term control. The fact that Uchiha Shisui could silently ensnare him in an illusion demonstrated the terrifying nature of his abilities, not to mention the existence of such anomalies as the Divine Tree. Another one, huh? Quite lively, but the time isn't right yet. The main event isn't over. I shall remain a silent observer for now. Obito cast a wary glance at Shisui, his form vanishing in a swirl. That person did not seem to be Jishuo, but who could they be? Shisui arrived at the spot where the masked man had disappeared, surprised at the turn of events. Shisui, your timing is impeccable. With your arrival, our chances of victory for Konoha have undoubtedly increased. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his delight upon seeing Shisui as one of the few remaining high-tier combatants of Konoha. Uchiha Shisui might just be the key to altering the tide of battle. If Jiraiya could hold steady and stall the masked man, they could collaborate with Konoha's ninjas and the Uchiha clan to seal the Nine Tails, turning the tide in their favor. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen urged Jiraiya to hold on a bit longer, a colossal orange toad, shrouded in black smoke, fell from the distance, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The earth trembled, fissures appearing as a radiant light akin to a mountain erupted from the ground. An overwhelming energy washing over the debris like a shockwave. Even the Konoha ninjas engaged with the Nine Tails were thrown back by the force. With his Sharingan activated, Uchiha Shisui gazed into the center of the explosive inferno, perceiving a vague silhouette, feeling incredulous. He understood Jishue's strength, otherwise, she would not have undertaken this plan. Yet he had not anticipated her power to be so extraordinary. Emerging from the fiery chaos, Jiraiya stumbled forth, his body marked with numerous burns, appearing as though he were barely holding on. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over in shock. aiding Jiraiya away from the flames. The enemy had grown to such formidable heights. It was crucial to note that Jiraiya's current strength was already quite close to his own, even against other village leaders in a one-on-one confrontation. He might not have the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jishue, still engulfed in flames, was not faring well either. Blood continued to flow from the corners of her mouth and eyes beneath her mask, her entire body aflame with an excruciating pain, not inflicted by Jiraiya, but a manifestation of her body struggling to keep pace with her overwhelming power. Jishue typically conducts her training within the confines of a virtual arena, her physique remaining tender and unblemished, lacking in rigorous exercise. Furthermore, she does not possess the bloodlines of either the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan. At this moment, as she fully activates her Sage mode alongside the recording mode of her kaleidoscopic eye, her body appears to succumb to a state of extreme imbalance, teetering on the brink of overload. Every ache and pain in her form serves as a poignant reminder, child, if you do not exercise greater restraint, your own body will be your undoing. Jishue felt a pervasive sensation of pain coursing through his entire body. He closed his eyes and deactivated the amplification of his right eye. This device was far too perilous. It not only strained his chakra, but also put immense pressure on his physical form. The right eye, known as the eye technique recorder, possessed a passive ability to continuously document the most formidable data of its wielder. Its active function, however, consumed ocular power and chakra in accordance with the disparity in data. Once activated, it forcibly granted enhancements in strength, speed, seal formation speed, and recovery rate, as well as historical limits on desired cooldown periods, excluding vitality, chakra volume, and ocular power. Nonetheless, should the disparity in physical data be excessively vast, it could lead to catastrophic failure or sudden demise. Jishue cast a glance at the vigilant Sarutobi Izashi and the already present Shisui, giving a slight nod. The time was nearly right. Although her current condition was far from optimal, she recalled that the chakra of the Nine Tails possessed formidable self-healing abilities. Thus, it was best to endure a little longer and see the plan through to fruition. Yukishira swiftly formed hand seals, her figure vanishing instantly from sight. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails, still entangled in combat with Gamekin and numerous Konoha shinobi, seemed to sense Yukishira's intent. Breaking free from its restraints, it converged with her. Using its massive tail as a bridge, Yukishira leaped onto the Nine Tails' back. Wisps of crimson chakra seeped from the beast's form, coalescing around her body to create a faint, shimmering cloak of tailed beast energy. As the pain gradually dulled and the wounds on her hands visibly healed before her eyes, Yukishira clenched her fists. Remarkable effects. As expected of the strongest tailed beast, she murmured. Chapter 86, Danza's Final Hour. Jishue stood atop the magnificent Nine Tails, surveying the multitude of ninjas below with arms crossed. The gentle breeze at such heights rustled the fabric of her robes, while the immense chakra of the Nine Tails flowed into her delicate form. Observing the anxiously village ninjas beneath her, Jishue conjured a black spiral sphere in her hands, embraced by the Nine Tails' tails, the chakra swirling together, adorned with a hint of deep crimson radiance. It was time to bring this to a close. Jishue infused Sage chakra into the spiral sphere and gently released it, a brilliant light ascending from the earth. The ferocious chakra rampaged across the battlefield, the white brilliance resembling a divine envoy guiding souls to paradise, reducing every ninja it touched to mere ashes. Fear and astonishment permeated the air. Even the revered Jonin, admired by all in the village, appeared powerless under the egalitarian might of this technique, forced to witness their most cherished defensive jutsu obliterated in an instant. Everyone, do not panic. Gather close to me. Jishue executed the body flicker technique, pulling those ninjas who were paralyzed by terror into the protective embrace of Susanoo. As the white light burst forth, Danz, observing from several kilometers away, sensed the impending danger. A cold glimmer pierced towards his neck. The target of Shiryue's strike was a fully armed member of the root, positioned protectively in front of Danzo. The rigid armor upon his shoulder, combined with the earth-style hardening technique he had executed, rendered Shiryue's three-pronged kunai utterly ineffective. Failing to penetrate even a fraction, Jishue grasped the katana that was swung towards her, deftly adjusting her grip to aim for the helmet at the root of the armored figure. A water iron cannon fired forth like a bullet from a chamber, piercing through the thick armor, the tremendous force sending the root flying. At this moment, Danzo unleashed a blade of wind, slicing through the air with a sharpness that could cleave. In an instant, a dark flash appeared as Jishue materialized above Danzo, pressing a spiral sphere onto his head with such force that it shattered like a watermelon crushed beneath a wheel. The red and white matter twisted into countless blood-soaked fragments. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, the remnants of the corpse vanished without a trace, replaced by a white phantasm before Shisui. Seizing the element of surprise, Danzo aimed to swiftly and brutally extract Shishui's eyes from beneath her mask, but this encounter differed markedly from his previous assault on Shisui, the water stopper. Being a high-ranking official of the Leaf Village, faced almost no suspicion regarding Danzo due to her position. However, Shizuki was different. She had come to eliminate Danzo before the village could react. If Danzo were to survive, Shizuki's safety would inevitably be at risk, making it prudent to resolve the matter decisively before her departure. With a swift motion, Shizuki seized Danzo's outstretched hand, forcefully slamming him to the ground, causing minor fissures to form beneath him. "Protect Lord Danzo!" cried several root members, drawing their ninja blades to confront Shizuki. Yet, they were abruptly sent flying by a barrage of fireballs, while the remaining root members were swiftly dispatched, their chests pierced by long blades before they could even react. Danzo, finding himself in a pit, utilized the body flicker technique to reposition himself several meters away. The intense pain radiating through his body darkened his expression. "To withstand the entirety of the Leaf Village alone, your identity indeed piques my curiosity," he mused. "Want to know who I am? You'll find out when you descend into hell." Aiming at Danzo's location, Shizuki unleashed a water iron cannon that pierced through his shoulder, erupting in a spray of blood. Meanwhile, Abido, having dealt with the surrounding root members, observed Shizuki's relentless pursuit of Danzo from his perch atop a great tree, as though he were watching a performance. The power of Shisui has exceeded his expectations, yet the issue is not insurmountable. It is best left to the superficial leader of the Akatsuki organization to handle. "Nagato, you are so noble, you are truly remarkable." Wind release, Shuriken. With several wounds bleeding profusely, Danzo evaded within the forest, retrieving a few shuriken imbued with sharp wind chakra, hurling them towards Shisui. Within the scope of the Sharingan, the movement of the shuriken appeared as leisurely as leaves descending from the sky. Drawing forth a flying thunder god kunai from his pocket, Shisui, in the brief moment before the wind shuriken made contact, instantaneously teleported behind Danzo like a black flash. Bang! The clash of the flying thunder god kunai against Danzo's kunai sparked a flurry of lights. Upon seeing the flying thunder god kunai at such close range, Danzo's pupils constricted. Was that just the flying thunder god technique? Flying thunder god Rasengan Nine Tails. He seemed to grasp something significant. Indeed, possessing the Nine Tails allowed one to wield the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan without restraint regarding chakra usage. No, he must relay this information to Sarutobi, the malevolent fourth Hokage. Though unaware of where you acquired your Mangekyou Sharingan, I assure you, as long as I am here, your schemes shall not prevail. Meanwhile, inside the belly of the Shinigami, Tsukasa felt an ominous presence. Why do I suddenly feel as though someone is cursing me? Boom. Zisno struck Tawanzo at the waist, a wave of excruciating pain engulfing him. Tawanzo finally came to a halt after crashing through several large trees, gritting his teeth as he glanced back at Zisno. "I will remember this enmity for today. One day, I shall return to settle the score." Observing Tawanzo's hurried retreat, Zisno swiftly pursued him, aware that Tawanzo, burdened with significant injuries, could not escape swiftly. At the center of the spiral wheel's explosion, a towering emerald Susanoo, over 10 meters tall, shielded the ninjas of Konoha and Uchiha. In the surrounding scene, the only area that remained intact was the patch beneath their feet. Not far away, a chaotic pile of rubble parted to reveal Sarutobi Hiruzen, panting heavily. He had no time to examine the numerous wounds on his body as he rushed to look towards Shisui. Seeing that most Konoha ninjas were unharmed, Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were alive, there remained infinite potential within Konoha. However, they were now depleted of chakra for battle. If that masked man were to return, the situation would undoubtedly become dire. Uchiha Shisui closed his eyes, retracting the Susanoo, and approached Sarutobi, nodding in acknowledgement. "Lord Third, leave the ensuing matters to me. You must retreat to Konoha and recuperate." After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. "Then, I entrust it to you. Exercise utmost caution. The threat posed by that masked individual is on par with that mysterious figure from the Night of the Nine Tails, if not the same person. Rest assured, Konoha and my clan shall be under my protection." After exchanging a few words with Shisui, Sarutobi led the Konoha ninjas in retreat towards the village, while Shisui gazed into the distant thicket where several crows he had previously summoned circled above. Zisno, How many secrets lie buried within your heart? Chapter 87. The sealing of the four symbols. Sarutobi retreated, seemingly unaware that his old friend was now in grave peril. Tawanzo, panting heavily, weaved through the forest, leaving a trail of blood. Zisno, employing the body flicker technique, flitted behind him like a specter beneath the luminous moonlight. Tawanzo glanced back at Zisno, anxiety consuming him. I have yet to become Hokage. How can I perish in such a place? Shimura. Tawanzo reached for the bandaged eye. The last use of Izanagi had depleted his final Sharingan, leaving him with no chance of resurrection. If he were killed, it would be the end. As Tawanzo fled, he encountered several root ninjas attempting to obstruct his path, yet they fell before him, becoming mere souls claimed by Obito's blade. Zisno relentlessly pursued Danzo, ultimately cornering him at the summit of a cliff. From this vantage point, one could faintly discern the entirety of Konohagakure through the veil of mist. Confronted with this impasse, Danzo gritted his teeth, turning to fix Zisno with a malevolent glare, as if he wished to tear flesh from her very being. It is futile. You have nowhere left to flee. Embrace your judgment, for hell shall cradle your wretched and filthy soul. A radiant blue-green luminescence enveloped Zisno. As colossal skeletal forms began to coalesce around her, layers upon layers of ethereal protection manifesting. Pure chakra surged forth, infusing the surface of her Susanoo, and in her grasp, a towering spear, measuring over 20 meters, materialized. As Zisno aimed the spear towards him, a cold sweat trickled down Danzo's back. Summoning technique. A gigantic elephant, similarly bound in bandages, emerged from a cloud of white smoke, towering nearly 4 stories high. Its long, robust trunk exhaled a gust of warm air towards Zisno's Susanoo, generating a powerful gale that rivaled the force of a hurricane, gradually drawing the immense Susanoo closer with an irresistible pull. Her snow-white feet carved deep furrows into the earth as she landed, the surrounding rubble and trees being mercilessly torn asunder by the violent gale. Sexy Sun Messen. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals before exhaling a sphere of razor-sharp wind, slicing through the Susanoo's defenses like a blade through paper. A dream-devouring Baku, the legendary beast? To think Danzo's summon would be such a colossal creature. Though, against the Mangekyou Sharingan, this is still far too feeble. Heh. Obito leaned against a towering tree, watching Danzo's desperate counterattack with a soft, mocking chuckle. Zisno felt the piercing sound of the wind howling from beyond Susanoo. He hurled his long spear forward, then formed hand seals, causing his chest to swell slightly. A massive fireball, towering 7 to 8 meters high, ignited at the tip of the cross spear. Utilizing the wind escape technique of the Dream Eater, it pierced through the chest of the Dream Eater like a shooting star, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Covered in dirt and ash, Danzo crawled up from the ground, gazing at the defeated Dream Eater retreating into the summoning space and the approaching Zisno, his expression darkening. As Shirwei gradually approached Danzo, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, accompanied by the voice of the Nine Tails resonating from within his inner space. Hey, you must refrain from utilizing excessive chakra. Your body cannot endure it. Jishui gazed at Danzo before her, exhaling a breath of frustration. Rest assured, you are still here, aren't you? At that moment, Danzo appeared to flinch slightly, a fleeting moment of distraction crossing his features, before he withdrew a smoke bomb from his sleeve and cast it to the ground. Amidst the enveloping fog, Jishui, relying on the dynamic prowess of her Sharingan, was able to discern Danzo's silhouette. With a resounding clap, the colossal hand of Susanoo struck the earth, causing the very cliff to tremble. As the bloodstains upon Susanoo's hand dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, Jishui sensed a potent malevolence emanating from behind her, courtesy of the Nine Tails. Was that merely a shadow clone? In the obscurity of night, Danzo drew a shimmering kunai from his sleeve, unexpectedly thrusting it into Susanoo's form from behind. A sharp crack echoed, causing blood to seep from Danzo's hand as fragments of the kunai shattered outward. Jishui, now aware of Danzo's presence, swiftly turned and seized him with her grip. Suddenly, 2 orbs of vacuum energy hurtled from afar, striking Susanoo's arm and creating a gash, which was quickly mended by chakra. With such an abundance of chakra, this must be your true self. Then, are you prepared to embrace death? This is the first time I have engaged in battle with such seriousness. You know, I am not one to relish complications, Jishui remarked with a smile, as the shockwave generated by her single hand obliterated the lingering shadow clones in the distance. You vile creature, do you believe that killing me will serve any purpose? I remain, on the surface, a hero who sacrifices for Konoha, while you are nothing but a despicable little fiend, more treacherous than I. Danzo's face flushed a deep crimson. then purple, as he felt an immense force compressing his bones, before he summoned all his chakra, enveloping himself in a swirl of black runes. Dark blood erupted from his chest. The four-symbol seal, a legendary technique said to be capable of dragging everything around it into the afterlife, ensuring that no matter how formidable the foe, once ensnared by this technique, they would never again behold the light of day. As Shisui observed Danzo's final desperate counterattack, a subtle smile crept upon his lips beneath the mask. He then conjured a long spear from Susanu's grasp, piercing Danzo's abdomen. With a look of disbelief, Danzo was hurled, along with the spear, off the precipice. Truly, this was the shadow of the ninja world in Konoha, devising a sealing mechanism at the cliff's edge. Although not particularly astute, from a different perspective, this was significantly more effective than sealing a bridge. Perhaps this might even obliterate the entire cliff. Shortly after Shisui cast Danzo down, a wave of black light surged from above, causing the earth to tremble and splinter. Just as Shisui released Susanoo, Obito emerged from the vortex behind him. "Ah, I knew you would save me." Shisui removed his mask, wiping the blood from the corners of his eyes and mouth, revealing a faint smile. Obito, gazing at Jishui's gentle smile, seemed to catch a glimpse of someone familiar. Before he composed himself and placed a hand on Jishui's shoulder. "This is the four-symbol seal, even with Susanoo and the Nine Tails. If you don't vacate the area in advance, you will surely perish. Next time you encounter something similar, do take care to avoid it, for I shan't have the leisure to rescue you." Shortly after Obito drew himself and Jishui into the Kamui space, the ground was enveloped by a black, translucent, expanding sphere, vanishing alongside the sudden flash of black light from this world. Chapter 88. Farewell, the final chapter of Konoha. Upon their return to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered the village to enter a state of heightened alert, instructing the barrier team to enhance the overall strength of the barrier overnight. The ordinary villagers and some young ninjas remained in the shelters for their safety. Shortly after their return, Sarutobi convened a high-level meeting in Konoha. Although termed a meeting, it comprised only Nara Shikaku, Mito Kazumi, and the steadfast Sarutobi himself. Curiously, Danzo, the second-in-command, had yet to arrive. Outside, the ninjas who had just escaped the battlefield remained vigilant, yet there was a sense of camaraderie among the different clans and civilian ninjas, having survived together. In light of recent assistance, the Uchiha clan did not seem so detestable after all, just as the Konoha ninjas were still recovering from the Nine Tails assault. A tremor shook the ground, tightening their hearts. "The Nine Tails, is it returning again?" "No, I just got back." Noticing the commotion outside, Sarutobi rushed from the meeting to calm the crowd, subsequently summoning two Umbu to investigate the source of the disturbance. 5 minutes later, report to the Hokage, "It's merely a landslide. A cliff in the distance has collapsed. The cause remains unclear." Sarutobi nodded, instructing the Umbu to maintain vigilance. Fortunately, it was just a landslide. As long as the Nine Tails or that masked individual did not arrive, Konoha could hardly withstand further turmoil. He hoped that Shisui, who was left behind, would remain safe. "Old man, I sense something amiss about that masked man." Jiraiya, bandaged and leaning on a support, approached Sarutobi. "What do you mean?" Sarutobi recalled his previous encounters with the masked man, noting that although the appearance and attire were identical, the styles of combat were drastically different. "Well, based on my years of wandering the ninja world, the masked individual I faced is likely a beautiful young girl, and quite young at that." "Sarutobi, do you truly believe what you just said? A little girl controlling the Nine Tails to obliterate Konoha and dismantle its entire fighting force? Preposterous. Do you think Konoha is a mere trash anyone can rummage through?" Fugaku, resting nearby, overheard their conversation and was left puzzled. "Masked man? A beautiful girl? But didn't Shisui say it was Uchiha Madara? Surely Madara cannot be a woman. Impossible." While Jiraiya and Sarutobi debated whether the masked figure was male or female, an Umbu presented a compiled loss report to Sarutobi. Upon seeing the staggering financial losses nearing 90 million ryo, along with various ongoing assessments of additional economic damages, Sarutobi felt a pang in his heart. It seemed he would have to humbly approach the daimyo for funds. Regarding personnel losses, while the number of fatalities was under 400, many were injured, which would still burden Konoha for some time. As Konoha was still in recovery, the moon in the sky was obscured by thick clouds. In the darkness, Shisui sat upon a tree branch, gazing at a pair of crimson eyes in the distance. "The plan appears to have succeeded, does it not?" As Jishui's figure approached, Shisui nodded while expressing a hint of exasperation. "This plan is quite audacious, yet by the results, It seems to be so. Jishui observed Jishui, who appeared somewhat discontented and offered little in the way of conversation. Nonetheless, a sense of melancholy lingered within her. After all, the blood of several hundred ninjas from her village stained her hands, a number that likely surpassed Jishui's expectations. Yet, this situation was undeniably preferable to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. More importantly, he could continue to live unscathed. Jishui leaped down from the great tree, gently placing his hand on the delicate face of Jishui, who appeared somewhat troubled. "But you are my beloved sister," he reassured her. "Moreover, I must express gratitude on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Do not carry any psychological burdens. I harbor no blame towards you. As long as you can live joyfully, that is sufficient. I shall strive to guide the future of the entire Konoha village towards a brighter path. In honor of those who sacrificed themselves in this event, and you shall stand as the hero who guards the secret." The helplessness on Jishui's face transformed into a smile, seemingly uplifting Jishui's spirits as well. Although she had traversed into this body, she genuinely cherished this brother of hers. Perhaps it was due to the memories of the original owner, or maybe it was Jishui's gentle demeanor. Regardless, she could never allow Jishui to perish here. In the hazy darkness of the night, Jishui and Jishui stood atop the peak, with Konoha encased in a deep blue barrier in the distance. Had the Uchiha clan and Konoha reconciled? Feeling the cool breeze from above, Jishui tightened her robe and inquired of Jishui. Upon hearing Jishui's inquiry, Jishui clasped his hands, and the crow clone within Konoha dissipated, a cascade of memories flooding back into his mind. After learning about the situation within the Hidden Leaf Village, Jishui exhaled with relief. It appeared that the ninjas of Konoha had forged an unprecedented camaraderie with the Uchiha clan, fostering a harmonious relationship. As long as no one instigated trouble, it seemed unlikely that any issues would arise. As he spoke, Jishui retrieved a glass vial containing a potion from his pocket. This was intended for the preservation of the Sharingan. He possessed one vial, and Itachi had another as a backup, but it was unlikely that it would be needed. The power of the Koto Amatsuki was perilously potent. Remaining in Konoha would only invite suspicion and trepidation from others. Rather than risk such consequences, it would be more prudent to bestow it upon Jishui, granting her access to a broader and more elevated realm. Jishui had once glimpsed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan inscribed upon the Uchiha clan Sage of Six Paths monument. The Mangekyou Sharingan was said to be a cursed eye. Excessive use of its powers would result in irrevocable blindness. However, should one merge the eyes of a loved one, it could yield an everlasting and indomitable ocular power, along with the formidable strength of a deity. Ding. Task rewards dispensed. Title acquired. We are family. Affinity 5. Charm 1. Mastery of Genjutsu LV3. A hidden task was triggered, yielding the reward. Title. Shadows over Konoha. Special ability. When battling ninjas of the Konoha faction, enemies will experience an enhanced fear effect. The greater the disparity in strength, the more pronounced the effect. Upon receiving the bestowed rewards, Jishui sensed a subtle yet discernible change in Jishui. Why did it feel as though she had become even more beautiful? Was it merely an illusio? Jishui and Jishui stand in opposition, two similarly hued Susanoo confronting one another, their spiral swords and cross lances deeply embedded in the ground. For the sake of completing the performance, Jishui is poised to engage in a second duel with Jishui, a mere 3.5 months after their initial encounter. However, this time, Jishui is no longer the naive little sister who was once ensnared in the tricks of the phantom movement technique. Jishui gazed towards the distant Jishui, who had already prepared the designated spot, and nodded slightly. Subsequently, he drew the cross spear from the ground, while Jishui locked the spiral sword firmly in the grasp of Susanoo. Zisno, bearing Susanoo, raced beneath the luminous moonlight, the colossal spear raised in hand seemingly glistening with a chilling radiance. As Shisui gazed upon the approaching Shizuku, he concentrated his chakra into the spiraling blade, generating a whirlwind of air vibrations that could be felt even from a distance of 200 meters, attesting to the weapon's formidable power. The long spear lunged forth, only to be countered by the spiraling sword, where two colossal chakras clashed and rubbed against each other. Ultimately, it was Shisui, propelled by kinetic force, who gained the upper hand. Shizuku, feeling the wear from the spear's tip during their weapon clash, retreated several steps, leveraging the range advantage of her long weapon to carve a silver arc in the air. Though Shisui struggled to change direction due to the sheer force, the spear grazed a wound upon the arm of his Susanoo, which was swiftly mended by his replenishing chakra. In the crimson depths of his Sharingan, Shizuku observed as Shisui gradually concentrated chakra at his chest, while her own chakra coalesced at the spear's tip, exuding a brilliant bluish-green luminescence. Countless green arrows were unleashed. And as the target of this assault, Shizuku spun her spear in conjunction with a fire technique, creating an impenetrable whirlwind of flames that uprooted nearby trees, transforming them into a stunning spectacle in the sky. In turn, Shisui's arrows were caught and obliterated in the ferocious blaze. The titanic entities composed of chakra engaged in a fierce battle, where fierce winds and flames converged, distorting the terrain within a several-kilometer radius into a unique zone ensnared by the aftermath of their combat. Even the elite reconnaissance ninjas of Konoha dared not venture too close, while those of the Hyuga clan, possessing Byakugan, could only observe the titanic clash of chakra from a distance as forces collided, twisted, fractured, and regenerated. Gradually, the battle subsided. When the Konoha scouts finally entered the battlefield, they were met with a rising heat that seemed to summon cold raindrops from the night sky, extinguishing the flames and revealing a figure lying on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, tears mingling with the hot blood that flowed into the frigid rain-soaked night. Shisui of the Uchiha had narrowly triumphed, having used the Kodo Amatsukami to compel the masked man to take his own life. Yet his Mangekyou Sharingan was also shattered in the fray, at least according to village lore. The genius of the Uchiha clan had withstood the masked man and the Nine Tails. Saving the future of Konoha, he was hailed as a hero among both the Uchiha and all the villagers of Konoha. On the following day, as Konoha began to recover from its fears, Hiruzen Sarutobi held a commendation ceremony to reassure the residents. Dressed in the Hokage's robes, he retrieved a golden medal inscribed with the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village from a box carried by the Umbu. With a benevolent expression, he personally adorned Shisui's chest with this symbol of supreme honor. The gathered civilians and clan members erupted into loud applause and cheers. Yet, amidst this fervent celebration, young Sasuke scanned the crowd, searching for a familiar figure, but found none. Returning to his seat, he looked at Itachi, who wore a joyful expression, and tugged at his brother's sleeve. "Nisan, why isn't Shizuka here to share in Shisui's glorious moment?" Hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Itachi smiled gently and tapped his finger on Sasuke's forehead. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, but there are certain confidences I cannot share. However, Shizuku is an even more illustrious hero to our Uchiha clan than Shisui appears on the surface." Puzzled by Itachi's cryptic words, Sasuke scratched his head in confusion. Sister Jishue is also a hero. However, why was she absent from the award ceremony? And why was she not even present? It is indeed a perplexing conundrum. While the grand award ceremony was taking place in Konoha, Jishue and Obito found themselves in a humble noodle shop within the Land of Fire, savoring bowls of ramen. As he observed Jishue devour an astonishing 20 bowls of ramen, her midriff remaining as unassuming as her chest, Obito fell into a contemplative reverie about life. Did she possess an eye akin to the Sharingan that leads to another dimension? How could she consume so much? After enduring a series of fierce battles, Jishue had regained approximately 80% of her physical strength, thanks to the chakra of the Nine Tails, with the exception of her eyes. However, her hunger had reached a point where she could almost resort to eating tree bark. So the sight of food naturally ignited her appetite. With a resounding clap, Obito slammed a completely black wallet adorned with crimson cloud patterns onto the table and swiftly snatched the last bowl of miso ramen from Jishue's hands. "This money should suffice for your meals," he declared. "The organization still possesses a fair amount of funds. As for this bowl, it belongs to me." After uttering these few words, Obito retreated into the Kimui dimension to enjoy his meal, determined that no one would glimpse the visage beneath his mask until his plans were realized. As Jishue watched Obito depart, her gaze fell upon the thick wallet carelessly discarded on the table, its contents seemingly imbued with the allure of wealth. She picked it up and meticulously counted the money within. 10, 20, 30, 40, goodness, a staggering 400,000. The absence of Kakuzu's organization proved advantageous, as they generously provided such a substantial sum all at once. Elated, Jishue continued to tally the coins, recognizing them as instruments for her empowerment. It appeared that the Akatsuki had been quite magnanimous in their financial support for members before Kakuzu's affiliation, at least judging by Obito's ostentatious demeanor. Ding. The host has triggered a special mission. Mission title: The Rain Country at Dawn. Mission background: you are on the verge of joining the largest underground organization in the ninja world. However, it seems that Orochimaru, who has already established himself within the organization, has recognized you and developed a keen interest in your physique, plotting to capture you through underhanded tactics for his research. Mission requirements: defeat Orochimaru using genjutsu and convey to him that the power of the Uchiha clan is not to be desecrated. Mission rewards. Increase Jinjutsu mastery to level 7. Acquire the divine Kusanagi sword. Upon glimpsing the Kusanagi sword, Jishue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She indeed lacked a formidable blade. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as she was about to doze off. Truly, Orochimaru was a courier on her path to growth. Yet, recalling the Kusanagi sword, she realized she had forgotten to give the Thunder God sword to Sasuke. Chapter 90. Entering the Rain Country shortly after departing from Konoha with Obito. They had already reached the border between Konoha and the Rain Country. Jishue and Daitu, cloaked in dark robes, forcefully pushed the entranced Konoha guard, who had fallen victim to an illusion, against the tree. Jishue reached for his eyes, the three Tomo having ceased their rotation. The prowess of his illusion technique was commendable. While it paled in comparison to that of his elder brother and Itachi, it sufficed against ordinary ninjas. As they moved forward, they were nearing their destination. However, at this hour, the members of the organization were likely slumbering. Perhaps we should rest for a while and formally introduce you tomorrow, Obito suggested. Glancing at the dimly lit sky as he spoke to Jishue, Zisno nodded in response to Obito's words. Although she had just had a hearty meal, she felt the need to rest properly and indulge in a soothing bath. Utilizing a combination of illusionary techniques and kemie, they traversed the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Zisno and Obito temporarily settled in a somewhat dilapidated inn, situated a fair distance from the hidden rain village. The establishment stood merely 3 stories tall, its interiors modest yet adequately equipped with all essential amenities. It was understandable that there were no more upscale accommodations, as the land of rain was a confluence of multiple countries, rendering the situation complex and ever-changing. It was highly improbable that affluent individuals would invest their wealth in such a place. Obito procured a set of room keys from the innkeeper and tossed them into Zisno's hands before turning to leave. Watching him depart, Zisno felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. How could he not even bother to secure a room? Surely, didn't he habitually reside within the Kamui dimension? Thankfully, Kakashi had not yet mastered Kamui. Otherwise, one could only imagine the bizarre items he might inadvertently introduce into their midst. After acquiring the key, Jishue located the corresponding room and stepped inside. Following a brief tidying of the small quilt on the bed, she ventured out to nearby shops to procure a simple ninja outfit before heading to the inn's private bathing area. Just as Jishue reached for the rope tied around her waist, a significant thought suddenly crossed her mind. I nearly forgot about that. Gazing at the bath before her, she refrained from hastily disrobing. Instead, she settled herself beside it, allowing her mind to delve into her inner space. All the while placing the peacefully slumbering Kyuubi into the virtual training ground. The abruptly awakened Kyuubi looked bewildered. With a decisive motion, Jishue closed the door to the virtual training ground. This was a ritual Jishue performed each time she visited the restroom or took a bath. It was rumored that tailed beasts could observe the experiences of their Jinchuriki within the ceiling space. Ahem. It would be quite unfortunate if they were to witness something inappropriate for children, something indescribable. Kyuubi so? After resolving the issue with the 9 tails, Jishue returned to reality. She adjusted the temperature of the bathwater and untied the rope that secured her garments, allowing her soiled attire to slip from her fragrant shoulders, revealing her pale skin and youthful figure. Once divested of her clothing, Jishue gradually immersed herself in the bath, reaching for the shower gel beside her. Soon, the atmosphere was enveloped in a mist, with bubbles overflowing from the bath and cascading onto the floor, relishing the delightful sensation of warm water against her skin. Jishue reclined at the edge of the tub, her expression radiating pure bliss. This is what life is truly about. Fighting is exhausting, and indulging in leisure is the true path. As Jishue continued to revel in the soothing sensations of her bath, she was suddenly beset by waves of pain coursing through her body. This was likely a side effect of the longevity she had sacrificed through the utilization of that ocular technique, the flames. Upon contemplating his 2 ocular techniques, Jishue felt a twinge of discomfort. These abilities were formidable, yet the cost of activation was considerable. Should he merge them with his brother's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, it might significantly mitigate the adverse effects. However, there existed a risk of sacrificing one of the abilities in the process, which made him hesitant to relinquish the potential of gaining the power of the deity of the heavens. Ding! The perfect fusion of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan employs the latest gene recombination technology, allowing for the preservation of up to 4 ocular techniques. Currently priced at a mere 24 million. Jishue. This system mall truly offers an astonishing array of products. However, the prices are somewhat steep. The perfect fusion is surprisingly priced the same as the fusion of intercellular cells. Yet, if the fusion ability is indeed extraordinary, it might be worth the expense. Ding. This system is dedicated to enhancing the host's various capabilities, with prices that are undoubtedly fair and impartial. It is merely that the host is too lethargic and lacks focus on earning money. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shisui wore a dismayed expression. You are a slacker system. After all, you are not a pay-to-win system. Ding. From the perspective of common sense, slacking off and paying for advantages do not inherently conflict. After a brief exchange of banter with the system in the bath, Shisui donned a bath towel and emerged from the washroom. She glanced at the cabinet beside her, which housed her clothes, and noticed a long mirror atop it. In the reflection, Jishui's delicate form was draped in a pristine bath towel, her fair legs exposed, with a few droplets of water slowly gliding down from her mysterious domain. Almost 5 minutes later, dressed in fresh attire, Jishui returned to her room, comfortably lying down on the soft bed and quickly drifting into slumber. The following dawn, the sky over Yuan village remained shrouded in darkness. Due to the region's perennial rainfall, no light graced the earth, and Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, often described this place as a city of tears. The Deva Path, acting in Nagato's stead, stood alone in the rain, glancing at a nearby swirling vortex. Have you already found a new member? He inquired expressionlessly of Obito. Obito nodded in response, yes. A new member. Though she lacks fame, her strength qualifies her for our ranks. He hesitated momentarily, casting a furtive glance toward a distant corner, clearly indicating the significance of the secret he wished to keep from others. Pain followed Obito's gaze and observed Conan, who was leaning against the wall, busy folding origami cranes. Conan is not an outsider. If you have secrets, feel free to share. In my perception jutsu, there are no outsiders here, Pain assured Obito with conviction. However, Obito regretfully shook his head. His concern lay not with Conan's presence, but rather with the possibility of her softening towards Jishu, a girl he deemed vital for the Moon Eye plan, which hinged on the existence of the nine-tailed beasts. The most crucial of these, the nine-tails, had already been transferred to Jishui. For the plan's success, Jishui was an indispensable piece on the chessboard, a fact that could not be ignored. The authority of the Moon Eye plan superseded all, and any misstep was unacceptable. Thus, it was better for Conan to remain uninformed about Jishui's significance, with only he and Nagato privy to such information. Chapter 91. Yuan Village. After enduring yet another assault from the Nine Tails, Konoha began to catch its breath. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, soon faced a pressing issue. Where had Danzo gone? The old man had been struck by a tailed beast ball during the Nine Tails attack and had since fallen silent. Yet, prior intelligence suggested he had not suffered fatal injuries. Where could he possibly be? Hokage-sama, we have been unable to locate Elder Danzo within Konoha or the surrounding battlefield. However, accounts from surviving root members indicate he may have encountered the mysterious masked man, an Umbu reported. Nanny? Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of dismay upon hearing the report. Danzo had been his companion on the battlefields of the ninja world for many years. As fellow disciples of the second Hokage, they had weathered countless near-death experiences together. It was tragic that he might meet his end now, as fate would have it. What of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Hiruzen inquired. The sealing team has inspected the Jinchuriki, and the seal appears unchanged. The previous disappearance seems to have been a mere excursion about 10 kilometers outside Konoha. We are uncertain how the Jinchuriki evaded Konoha's surveillance. Additionally, accompanying him was Jonin Might Guy, who submitted a report. The Umbu continued, producing a crumpled piece of paper for Hiruzen. Upon reading the hastily scrawled notes, a vein throbbed on Hiruzen's forehead. Could you not write more legibly? This translation is quite laborious, he remarked, donning his glasses to scrutinize the content. After disregarding various irrelevant details, Hiruzen finally discerned a pertinent piece of information. Uchiha Shisui participated in this outing but mysteriously vanished just before returning to Konoha. After perusing the report, Hiruzen placed the paper on his desk and took a few puffs from his pipe. Once again, Uchiha Shisui. She has been particularly enigmatic in recent months, casting her shadow in many places. She likely harbors numerous undisclosed secrets. However, as she is now a hero of Konoha, I must discreetly investigate her disappearance under the pretense of her absence. This cloud of uncertainty was indeed worrisome, yet not all news was bleak. For instance, the Uchiha clan appeared to have stabilized significantly, with tensions with the village greatly diminished. With Shisui present, a return to normalcy seemed feasible. In the aftermath of a calamity, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan had transformed markedly. The previously oppressive air had dissipated, as several Konoha ninjas collaborated with Uchiha ninjas to mend the extensive ravines left by the tailed beast within their territory, occasionally punctuated by their laughter. Uchiha Fugaku stood with Shisui in the clan's plaza, observing the revitalization of their home with a smile. It seems the oppression from Konoha has ceased, and the Uchiha clan has been saved. You have become a renowned hero. Yet, why do you still seem troubled? Is it the loss of your Mangekyou Sharingan? In response to the clan leader's inquiry, Shisui shook his head, prompting Fugaku to pat his shoulder reassuringly. Shisui is merely missing. She will be fine. Fugaku comforted Shisui, oblivious to the latter's persistent sense of unease. As Shisui departed from his side, even the most resplendent glory could not fill the void within his heart. Moreover, the so-called heroic title he bore was merely a byproduct of Jisui's own endeavors. Hidden Rain Village, a realm replete with pipelines and steel edifices, showcased towering structures exceeding 30 meters in height. Gentle droplets of rain cascaded from the heavens, tapping softly upon the conical hat that adorned Jisui's head. High atop the tallest tower of Hidden Rain Village, Pain opened his eyes, gazing at the vortex that had materialized beside him. Is this the newcomer you have brought forth? He inquired. What do you think? Although she appears somewhat youthful, her strength is undeniably formidable. And let us not forget, the embodiment of calamity, the Ninetales, resides within her. Pain nodded thoughtfully, then, in a fleeting motion, summoned the scorpion, who was engrossed in crafting puppets, along with Orochimaru, who seemed to be preoccupied in a subterranean lair, to collectively welcome Jisui's arrival. Meanwhile, Obito utilized his Kamui to transport himself to Jisui's side, guiding her toward the gathering where the organization awaited. After navigating through the tranquil and harmonious residential area, Jisui beheld a metal tower in the distance. Enveloped in a barrier, adorned with an array of pipes of various sizes, rainwater trickled down the structure, flowing through the meticulously carved channels and into the earth below. Ah, is a newcomer joining us? This seems quite intriguing. A half-white, half-black, carnivorous plant-like entity emerged from the ground, chuckling. Orochimaru regarded the appearance of this peculiar being with a flicker of interest in his eyes. This creature's form is rather extraordinary. It does not resemble an ordinary human. If it were not for the rarity of human encounters, I would certainly wish to capture this Inyang entity for further study. There is indeed a new member joining us. Please ensure you do not frighten her, especially the two of you. Pain's unyielding gaze fell upon Scorpion and Orochimaru. Previously, the Akatsuki had two more members. One silenced for being too loud and the other transformed into an experimental specimen due to his unique abilities. Though those two incidents were regrettable this time, the host of the Ninetales had arrived, warranting extra vigilance. Despite her presence, the emergence of a rampaging Ninetales could lead to considerable turmoil. As long as she remains quiet and does not cause trouble, she is free to act as she pleases, Scorpion remarked, diligently repairing the intricate components of a puppet, while Orochimaru merely smiled in silence. After advising the two, Pain turned his attention back to the stone pathway, where a figure cloaked in black and donning a conical hat materialized. This figure appeared quite diminutive, even shorter than the raven puppet crafted by Scorpion. Upon entering the barrier, Shisui, through her Sharingan, observed several former Akatsuki members awaiting her in the distance. As she lifted her hood and exchanged a fleeting glance with Pain's Rinnegan, a shiver ran through her heart. Is that truly the Rinnegan? In Chapter 92, The Obsession with Sharingan, Pain of the Akatsuki gazed in surprise at the petite girl who stood just at his shoulder height and inquired, "Are you the new member?" Jisui gently nodded, subsequently removing her conical hat, revealing her youthful visage and the three magatama in her eyes that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Upon witnessing Jisui's appearance, Orochimaru, who had been relatively indifferent until that moment, was suddenly taken aback, his pupils contracting in surprise. Wasn't this the same young girl he had encountered previously with the Iburi clan? At that time, he had been gravely injured, and the oppressive aura of a shadow had instilled considerable fear within him. However, now he felt a distinct lack of trepidation and recognized an opportunity. He was in need of a body from the Uchiha clan for his experimental endeavors and could observe her closely. Upon her arrival, Jisui did not engage in any overly complicated actions. She simply received a black cloak adorned with red clouds from the Akatsuki organization and a map of the Hidden Rain Village, which marked several forbidden locations. Additionally, she was presented with a ring symbolizing the vermilion bird. Observing the ring that Pain extended toward her, Jisui shook her head and then flicked the illusory ring on her middle finger. Why does this resemble our ring so closely? Pain regarded Shishui's ring with a look of bewilderment, and a peculiar sensation washed over Nagato, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Shisui gently touched the ring that Pain had handed over, establishing a unique chakra connection with the intermediary processor, Tian Dao Pain. Unlike Pain's usual one-way communication with other Akatsuki members, this interaction appeared to be reciprocal. Shisui gestured to the ring on her hand and inquired, "Is this acceptable?" "Indeed." Pain nodded in affirmation. "The name Akatsuki's vermilion bird is no longer necessary, but what should we call you?" The character on the ring. Might it imply Akatsuki's phantom maiden or Akatsuki's phantom countenance? That seems rather impolite. Setting aside this quandary for the moment, Pain proceeded to introduce Shisui to the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Akatsuki's Kuro-chan Orochimaru, Akatsuki's Shinwuju, Akatsuki's Yu Scorpion, and the still approaching Akatsuki's White Tiger Conan. Having completed the introductions, Shisui offered her own. "Allow me to present myself. You may call me Shui or Luo. These are merely code names. My true name lacks any notable renown, so I shall refrain from disclosing it. My specialties lie in water release, fire release, and swordsmanship." Her introduction was delivered with a graceful modesty. Scorpion remained unresponsive. As long as Shisui did not interfere with his pursuits and was not a white-haired ninja from Konoha. In contrast, Orochimaru appeared quite eager, leading Pain to ponder whether Orochimaru had a prior acquaintance with this new member, given that both hailed from the same village and had been introduced by the same person. Was it possible that ninjas from Konoha had a tendency to gravitate towards one another? "Leader, is it not customary for the Akatsuki to operate in pairs? How about I team up with Shui? After all, in a sense, we are fellow villagers," Orochimaru suggested, suppressing his underlying desires as he gazed gently at Shishui's delicate form. Pain glanced towards Scorpion, considering that the latter and Orochimaru were still paired. Any adjustments would depend on his input. "I find this agreeable. I do not particularly mesh well with this snake enthusiast," Scorpion concurred. Acknowledging their differing pursuits of immortality, one through mechanized technology, the other through biological experimentation, leading to a natural discord between them. "What are your thoughts?" Pain finally directed his gaze towards Shisui. "Well, I am amenable to this arrangement. If Orochimaru wishes to join me, I would not refuse." Shisui replied with a seemingly indifferent smile. The proposition from the snake uncle to endure some trials was not one she would dismiss lightly. Upon hearing both parties express their consent, Orochimaru felt a surge of elation in his heart. A test subject had willingly presented herself. How could he possibly refuse? Moreover, having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age made her an exceptional candidate for future reincarnation experiments. After Orochimaru and Shisui formed their team, a flurry of white paper flew in from the distance, gradually assembling into a humanoid figure beside Pain, with a serene and exquisite visage. Adorned with a white paper flower atop her head and flowing light blue hair, the tall figure unmistakably belonged to the first affluent member of the Akatsuki. Upon catching sight of Xiaonan, Shishui's eyes sparkled with delight. Perhaps it was the sight of the new recruit, a petite little girl, that caused Xiaonan to furrow her brow. Is it truly the case that the organization is now seeking to enlist such young children? "Hello, my name is Shui. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Shisui said, extending her hand towards Xiaonan. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaonan reached out and clasped Shishui's warm little hand. "Greetings, I am Xiaonan, but you may also call me Sister Xiaonan. Should you encounter any difficulties here, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With a gentle smile, Xiaonan affectionately ruffled Shishui's hair. Though the idea of recruiting a young girl as a member may seem absurd, surely Nagato has his reasons for such a decision. Shisui gazed upon Xiaonan's arrival, as though she had glimpsed a radiant future. If she could master Xiaonan's paper manipulation technique, even if she could not produce explosive tags to sell on her own, it was likely she could still earn a substantial profit from their low-cost production. After introducing the organization's new members, the others dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. The organization was still in a phase of recruitment. Although they occasionally undertook missions for some bounty, overall, it remained a realm of freedom and leisure. Nagato hoped that during this period, genuine bonds akin to those of the original Akatsuki would form among its members. Once the introduction concluded, the members gradually departed, leaving only Orochimaru, Xiaonan, and Shisui in the expansive space. As the only other female present, Shisui was taken by Xiaonan to the accommodation area. Orochimaru watched Shishui's departing figure, excitement flickering as he licked his lips. The performance was about to begin. "I advise you not to set your sights on her, otherwise you will be met with dire consequences." Obito's cold voice suddenly emerged from behind Orochimaru. "What? Do you think I would take an interest in a mere child? Rest assured, I am quite lenient with children, and I have no intentions of causing her harm, Orochimaru replied, his raspy tone seemingly imbued with sincerity. Yet Obito remained skeptical of the snake's nature. Sometimes, an insatiable curiosity could lead to trouble, and he could only caution Orochimaru. The outcome depended solely on him. Obito chose silence in response to Orochimaru's dismissive attitude and vanished into the vortex. After Obito's departure, the smile on Orochimaru's face faded. The Sharingan and Rinnegan, this organization certainly harbored many intriguing elements worth investigating. However, before delving into those, securing a perfect and potential body seemed a prudent endeavor. Chapter 93. A malicious visit. Should I call you Xiao Shui? How did you come to join this organization? Xiaonan inquired softly, her voice echoing in a corridor of the rain-hidden village. Perhaps it was due to their familial connection, coupled with the deceptive charm of Ji Shui's innocent appearance that prompted Xiaonan to express her concern for the younger girl. Although the Akatsuki was still in a phase of re-establishment, every entrant was a dangerous rogue ninja, and the missions they undertook were fraught with peril. It seemed too much for a child like Ji Shui to join so early. It was Mr. Madara who brought me here, but you need not worry. My strength is considerable, and I will not be a burden to you, Ji Shui replied, gently holding Xiaonan's hand and offering a warm smile that radiated like the sun, momentarily leaving Xiaonan taken aback. What an adorable child. Yet, she pondered, was she truly introduced by that individual? What could his intentions be? Was it to bolster his influence within the Akatsuki? Surely he should seek someone of both renown and strength. Xiaonan remained wary of Uchiha Madara, who lurked within the organization. His abilities were peculiar, and he possessed knowledge of numerous secrets.